Los, komm, steig drauf. Das Leben ein Traum. Los, komm, steig drauf. Ja.
Das Leben ein Traum.
Kein Geld, kein Stress, wir regeln das. Luxus-Vibes, als wärst du auf der Segelyacht. Low Budget, High Class, Tasse statt Weinglas. Denk nicht viel nach, wir machen es einfach.
Let's go.
Seid ihr sicher, die Clique ist down? Ziehen Blicke auf uns, alle ticken jetzt aus. Die ganzen Kids in der City stehen drauf.
Und rollen, rollen, rollen.
Droppen Banger, schlagen mittendrin auf. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Cruisen auf Scootern, fahren ans Ufer. Immer Open End, weil die Stadt niemals zu hat. Wasser schimmert Gold, wir machen was wir wollen. Doch die Kassen sind nie voll. Egal was soll's. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick.
Cruise mit, Baby.
Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit.
Los, komm, los, komm, los, komm.
Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick, yeah.
Kickstart, Baby, lass ihn nicht nach, Baby. Kickstart, Baby, lass ihn nicht nach. Kickstart, Baby, lass ihn nicht nach, Baby. Kickstart, Baby, lass ihn nicht nach.
When the world seems big and I am feeling low, oh, shot, new kid on the block. Currents running strong like a solar wave. I feel electric. Locked, plugged into the socket. Watch me burning hot, yeah, I radiate. I feel electric. Coursing through my veins like a power surge. Call it misbehaving the way I burn. If you're gonna wait, then you miss your turn. Charged up and ready, I'm going steady with you. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, get that future shot now. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Breathe, feel that energy. You can change the lights from red to green. See, I got what you need. Sparking a connection, go VIP. You feel electric. You feel electric. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, get that future shot now. Future shock, the future shock. Once we started, there's no way to stop us. Like a rocket, not for static hearted. Once you got it, you'll go supersonic. You know you want it, you know you want it, you know you want it, you know you want it. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Future shot now. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, get that future shot now. Future shot, future shot, you know you want it. Future shot, future shot, you know you want it. Everybody stop, got that future shock now.
it. Yes, we really know it. I got to really hold it. Whoa. We're gonna get. Who am I? This dude can't fly. Who am I? And who cares why? Easy going up now. And do what you do. That's right. Keeping it up, wanna do some more. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. It's your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. We're moving up now. So keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Light up and shine the crowd. We'll burn the house right down, yeah. No thing you're not allowed. The party just begun, yeah. Keep it moving up now. So do it like before. That's right. You better believe you got something more. So now you're number one. You feel the satisfaction. And when the night is done, you like that interaction. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. It's your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Come on down, let's pay the fare. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. I wanna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down.
The morning light, it hits my eyes. Last night we partied like it's 99. You took my hand, we danced all night. That's all I remember, we can blame nobody. Look where we are, so beautiful. This world is ours for the taking now. Not holding back, not giving in. Stay a little longer in the moment now. No regrets now. I'm not feeling sorry for anything I've done. We light it up just to watch them burn it down. And we don't need them anyway. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see your pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. 'Cause if we got one life to live, maybe we should just let go. Don't worry about tomorrow. Start counting your Insta follows. 'Cause the sun comes up again. New days they begin. So hold on to me, 'cause I won't let go of you. No regrets, no regrets. hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on the boulevard. Let's get away, away, yeah. Let's get away, away, yeah. Let's get away, away, yeah. Let's get away, away, yeah.
And I send you down to me. Only angels would agree. Shine your light into the dark, fading in from far away, trying to find the words to say.
DreamLeague Season 22 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Another day of DreamLeague Dota is back. Day number 3 of DreamLeague Season 2 Group Stage. Thank you guys for joining us as we remember and look back fondly on, well, what was a plethora of Enigma games we had here on the channel. Of course, that was going to be the 1-1 draw that VP took. They were back on the channel later on, and, well, once again, could not find a win, as I believe this is going to be highlights of VP's 1-1 draw as well. Versus G2IG. We'll be kicking things off with them a little bit later on. Lots of VP games here. Here's their GG draw as well. But Winter, it's back. Day number 3. Hold on. We have four games a day on 4 streams. So how many times 3? What is that? 16 by 3? It's a lot of games, isn't it? Not a lot of games.
Have you seen the Terrorblade position 4 game? Yesterday?
I did. I actually did see that. That was Baboka. I missed the ending, but I know that was Falcons G2IG game 2, if I'm not mistaken. And I saw Amar doing the interview because I was cooking dinner, so I assumed that it didn't end up working out. It was weird though because he was not going for like the support build I thought he would, like drums or something like that. He went like diffusal, didn't he?
drums. I was expecting Shadow Blade Armlet, you know.
Oh, well, he did go. He queued up an amulet, and that's when I had to. That's when I finally had to turn off the game. But thank you guys for joining us. Seeking Striking with you here on the call as we join you guys for day 3 of Dream League Season 22 Group Stage number 1. You still have 4 streams kicking off here, folks. So plenty of Dota action for you to follow. Thanks for joining us here on our stream for today. I think we have standings, perhaps that we can take a look at. Oh, we'll go and refresh ourselves with the teams. I believe they're sorted by group here by the looks of things. But we can go ahead and see all 16 teams, all of which at this point, Winter, are still mathematically in the tournament, right? You have to be top 4 of your group in order to move on to group stage number 2. We have yet to fade any of these teams, but I will say some of these Western European teams, especially in Group B, Winter, starting to look a little shaky. Chinese fans and Malaysian Dota fans, shield your eyes. Azure Ray and G2IG leading the pack in Group A right now, so things really not coming together, I think, like a lot of people would have thought earlier on, especially when you take a look at Aurora 6-2, Winter. What the heck is going on with them?
I don't even know if they actually have an idea, have the slightest idea of what's actually going on, you know. Everything is just working so well for them with Lorenov, and they're winning games very, very convincingly. They're dominating the laning phase. They play a very, very solid mid game, just destroying their opponents. I mean, Liquid, on the other hand, is the one that I'm a little bit surprised that they're not doing so well right now.
Are you surprised? I mean, it is always the Dream League curse for these guys, isn't it? Who they tend to always struggle. They always struggle in group stage, especially when there's online tournaments. I think this is just.
I feel like whenever there's some patch that shakes things up, they're always the team that will figure something that nobody else would figure out, you know. So I felt like they had the edge, but apparently not.
Well, we're getting pretty close to it as both groups have 3 games yet to go. They're going to play 2 of those games today as this is our final full day. So you're tuning in at the right time, folks, and the right stream if you're here for the OG and Virtus Pro series, because that's what we're going to be kicking things off with here, Winter. Following that is going to be Aurora taking on Extreme Gaming. Second half of the day with Cryptic, you'll have Baboon Team and G2IG. And then finally, another Aurora game. C stream is for the C team, as you've got Aurora taking on Secret. What's your one match that, you know, if you didn't have to sleep, Winter, which one are you catching? Which one are you not missing?
The Secret Aurora game. Aurora has a European mid and Secret has a SEA mid. And it's my best friend Corden, you know. How can I miss his game?
My best friend Corden, you love to see it. You love to see it. But I hope you still have some hype, Winter, for our first game, for our first series, which is going to be Virtus Pro. Here we can see them getting ready to take on OG. Both of these teams tied right now, as we saw earlier, for 3rd place. It's a 4-way tie for 3rd with Gaming Gladiators and Heroic alongside OG and VP at 4 apiece. We talked to Squadix. Actually, pardon me, we talked to FNG, actually, who said it'll always take leap on bottom and that they were still tempering their expectations. I had congratulated them. I thought they were playing well. They agreed that they had fixed a lot of things. We're going to get to see, you know, what exactly it was they fixed and hopefully progress as we do get deeper and deeper into the tournament. We'll take a look at his stats here. Do we have any deaths? We don't have average deaths, but those for FNG are usually going to be a bit higher, aren't they, Winter?
3, 7, 16. Those are pretty decent for position 5. I guess it also depends what heroes you play. If you're playing a lot of Chen, obviously you're not gonna die a lot, but if you're playing Venge a lot, then I mean the deaths are gonna be there.
Marana, Techies, Maiden, right? It's a lot of heroes that FNG I think like to take on that generally will pick up quite a few deaths. They've looked pretty good. I think there has always been a little bit of question marks over this team, and I think another team that has had mixed results, especially during this qualification period, is OG, right? I mean, they made a change. Whisper, especially coming in from the offlane, I think was a big one. Seb stepping in, and most recently, right, Timato in the carry role. I'm particularly excited to get to cast him quite a bit, Winter. What are you thinking? I don't know if you've had the chance to catch many of their games recently, but what do you think, your impression of this roster?
I think they have a very high ceiling, but it's all about trying to mesh together. I think 2 weeks is a little bit too short, you know, for Timada to say everything just works. It's gonna take some time, but right now I think in theory his playstyle should go well with OG's playstyle, because OG likes to play around all 3 cores. They like to move around the map. They don't really specifically want to play on just one core, and because Timado is a very active carry, he likes to help his off laner, he likes to help his mid laner. So I feel like naturally he should fit into what they want to do as a team. But it's just gonna take some time for them to iron things out and figure out what are the best hero combinations that they can pick for Timado and the team.
Right, you've got a relatively new player joining the roster, and you've got a relatively old player joining the roster. I don't know if you count his stand-in periods, but we did get to sit down and talk to the grandpa himself, Seb, about why he keeps coming back to the team.
For our team, maybe it's something new that because we have majority of Malaysian.
That was X-Nova.
That was my friend. I bumped into him a couple of days before he flew. I saw him in the mall and I was like, oh, what are you doing here? I'm just picking up some last minute, couple of items before I fly, Sure.
Well, there it goes. Now we're going to go ahead and have to see why Seb keeps coming back to play on the team. We'll go to that now.
The love for the game has to be one thing, of course, and the belief that whatever is done and whatever is played right now can be broken, and that I know either how to break it or how to help the team break it. So then it just becomes really hard for me to just watch it on the sidelines and be like, well, this looks fun, or like I can't do anything about it anyway. Like I just can't find a reason not to, if that makes sense. And I care a lot about OG's success, so I try to help as much as they can, help them, and often it just goes back to the why don't you just do it, like can you just help us directly? And here I am again.
There he is again. Here he is again. We're about to get underway, of course, with our first draft. I mean, I think it's again the 3rd or 4th time he's rejoined this roster. Winter, I wanted to turn to you and ask, you've been playing this game for about as long as Seb. Have you wanted to ever come back and continue playing? Restart that professional career of yours?
All the time, but I'm just terrible. I look at my rank, You once told me, if you're not top 100, shouldn't even try, so I believe you. I listened to you. I took your advice. You told me to stay at home and take care of my fish, my dogs, and especially my wife, So I took heed into your advice.
Very good, very good. Yes, and is that why you've been playing so much rank these days? What's your rank up to even right now? You're beating up there, aren't you? I can't see. Check your
been on a terrible losing streak, and getting angry every game. Behavior, score, tanking.
Well, we won't bring it up then. We're better off not bringing it up. But yeah, I think Seb rather he speaks about his love for the game, his love for the team. I mean, he is a player owner as well, right, of OG. So it's no surprise that he feels like doing whatever he wants or can do for the team sometimes literally means playing for the team, right? It's not always that you can say that about upper management, as we'll jump into our first draft.
His play style as a position 5, it's like you cannot take the core out of him. He always plays like a core. I feel like sometimes it can be a very good thing, but sometimes it also can be a very bad thing, because you are taking some farm away from your team, and he tends to play very greedy position 5 heroes. We've seen his obviously Wind Ranger position 5 a lot, and we saw, I think yesterday was it the day before, we saw him play Rubik, as a position 5. So those are very, very greedy pos 5 heroes. You're gonna take some farm on the map, you're gonna take some kills, especially if you're Rubik, and you're gonna tell a team, I'm Rubik, give me that kill, even though you're pos 5. I think in an interview, Amar said when he was playing with Seb just TP'd to his lane and took his script. He's like, what the hell are you doing? you're not a core anymore. Oh, that was funny.
That is true. Man, that takes something to say that to the captain and owner, literal owner of the team. Regardless, I did want to point out that OG, I believe they chose, I think it was OG that chose first pick. I think I saw, or maybe it was VP. I apologize. But either way, it's OG who are going to be picking the bottom. So kind of yoinking that one away from, well, the man himself here, right? FNG, who has very frequently first picked this hero.
Yeah, this hero seems like a pretty good opening pick right now. A couple of teams are doing it. I see Falcons doing it a lot. I mean, obviously OG and a couple of teams. I mean, FNG also does it on VP. So the hero feels like she's a very good lane securer with just a range hero. You're good at trading. You have a stun. You can secure the range creep. You can arrow some jungle camps if you have to. And later in the game, you have a smoke, with your ultimate. So it's always nice for those team plays on this hero. And you can practically build anything your team needs. Sure, you guys need a Vlads? I'll build it. You guys need a 4-star? Sure. You need a Greaves? I'm on it, sir, Every core wants those type of supports, You can buy anything the team wants. They don't want you to be a support. Oh, this item actually don't fit my hero. I want to buy my Aetherlands,
Right. I think on this hero, though, a prevailing build we have seen, which is just generally good. And by good, I mean it's a very much like a team item. It contributes to lockdown, and it's a good build up for the bottom. Is that Rod of Atos, right? I think we tend to see that item first, unless you need the mech or something like that. But still, you're right. It is a versatile platform, pretty decent stat gain, and trades pretty decently against most other laners. So,
yeah, I mean, I think I brought this up before. Whenever you're opening a draft with a support, you want to open up with a support that can be paired with any carry, any core, It can be offlane or whatever, You don't want to pick a support as your opening pick and, oh, this support needs this, needs that, needs blah, 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 whatever, Then it makes your draft a little bit difficult to proceed, Mirana is very, very open. You can basically do anything in a draft. So that's what you want to do. And you have your overall first pick, and you build your strategy around it. And for VP, they have the techies. In the second ban phase, they remove the Naga. OG removed the Elk. And the Kunkka is like a very interesting hero right now. So a couple of teams have been really prioritizing it. I saw Spirit, they tend to favor this hero. They feel like this hero with the buffs of the Sage. And you can build Heaven's Helmet on this hero. Seems pretty strong, Like you're very tanky in the early mid team fights. You are very hard to kill. You provide a lot of utility. Just seems like the hero is good now.
OG also with a couple different picks in the off lane, I have to say, right? We'd be remiss if we didn't mention Whisper's hero pool, which is vast. Yeah, I mean, he
yesterday.
He played Batrider, he played Mars, a Bristle, and a Rubik, and a Primal so far in this tournament.
He's like a very polarizing offlaner, I feel like. So you kind of want to cater to him a little bit in the draft. That's why it's for OG, they kind of have this style where that every one of their players has the potential to carry the game. It's not like certain teams where, only their carry gets the decisive pick, he always gets the 18 pick or the 24 pick, But for OG, it's always different. Every game can differ. Sometimes BZM is on his Invoker, so he's the win condition. Sometimes it's a Timado. Sometimes it's on Whisper, when he's playing Timbers or Bristleback, all these very, very polarizing heroes, So it's difficult to see or predict what OG is gonna do. But right now, they already see the techies percentile lane, so they're immediately picking the carry. They feel like, that's good enough information for us to just proceed to pick our carry since he knows his lane, and they go for the hoodwink and morphing, so they're delaying their mid and off laners, so giving them much better chances of winning their lane here. So a BP going, because they are picking mid blind, so they're picking Undying right away. You can secure the lane no matter, in most cases, I don't want to say 100%, but in most cases, maybe 8 out of 10 games, you should be able to secure your lane, unless OG picks something like a range hero. It has to be like some Razor Viper to beat the Undying in the lane.
Talk to me a little bit about this TB pick, though, because I don't think it's support with the Undying tech he's showing.
Probably, probably not.
Probably not, right? But traditionally, Morphling has been a solution for other high agi carries, in particular your Lunas and especially your TBs. Why do you think VP are confident picking fully into this Morphling?
I feel like TB is like he's always gonna do his thing in the game, but he's not like exceptional here. I think especially in a game like this where Morphling is already countering him, I feel like the TB is gonna be limited somewhat. So I'm not really sure why did they see it's a really good TB game, or there's some other reason why they're picking the hero. And right now OG is gonna go for the Puck because there's a lot of there's a severe lacking of disables to catch the Puck. The only thing they have is the Hope Storm, which is not the easiest spell to land on a Puck. So I could see this Puck going very, very crazy in this game if VP don't come up with like a solution, like some Void Spirit or something to catch the Puck. They have to come up with something that can actually help them deal with him. Whereas for OG, they're gonna still lack off laner, so they already see the terribly Undying lane. I mean, there's no Timber. Timber is probably one of the better ones in this lane.
Can you pick any like magic damage dealer, any traditional solution? Obviously,
you also have to remember that you're laning with probably Hoodwink, so it has to work with Hoodwink.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but the Hoodwink isn't going to be able to do too much really into this TB, especially, right? The Undying.
I mean, you want to have like a kill lane, I think. You want to be able to kill them. You don't want to trade farm against this terribly Undying. I mean, there's no Mars. There's still a Doom, but Doom doesn't like playing into Undying. I think Primal was a pretty reasonable ban because it's a kill lane with the Hoodwink, and obviously you can stomp on the TB or the Undying, so you can always kill them, even though he is decaying you or there's a reflection on you.
Okay, I'm gonna suggest something weird, right? But hear me out. Let me cook, okay?
Okay. Sure, Richie.
What if you went for a little something, a long forgotten hero? You're gonna blow the sand off of him. No, Sand King, even more forgotten.
Sand King, Hoodwink. Yeah, reasonable, but Sand King doesn't like to play into Undying. I'll tell you that.
That's
I've been
true.
on that end.
Yeah,
That's
true. Well, that sucks because the other hero I was going to suggest would have probably been something like that Axe. Again, Whisper has played a Bristle recently.
I kind of still like Darkseer, not that thing, right? I mean, Axe is like,
really?
Sure, you're going to counter the TB, but I feel like the first couple of waves is going to be hard for you because you're dealing with Undying. Undying is just that annoying. So it's a very, actually well thought out duo here, the Terrorblade.
I agree.
Undying.
But wouldn't you say that Darkseer, especially because his laning partner is going to be an Ahri Hoodwink, who is admittedly a great Hoodwink player, right? We should say that. But you're going to struggle in those early waves against an Undying and potentially, that reflection and then the meta at level 2 or 3.
I think you just Iron Shell and just shove the wave in. I feel like you should be able to get your levels, because once you get level 3, I think level 3 is the point where you can start to destroy the lane, So you start the wave with maybe triple Iron Shell, double or triple, and maybe double Iron Shell, and then the Hoodwink is gonna be helping you harass the Undying away. Maybe you get a Acon Shell. I think you get Acon Shell, so when the Undying comes up, you Acon the Undying and the creeps, and you push in with the Iron Shell. Then you can get your levels right away. And after that, you just have to make sure you can pull the side camp. That's how I would try to plan the lane if I'm a Darkseer with Hoodwink.
That seems pretty realistic, honestly. That seems fairly realistic, especially because an Undying doesn't have a slow, and he's not going to commit a Tombstone to stop you from skipping a wave, right? So I see that seems very viable to me, and rather easy for the Hoodwink. Okay, it's the Magnus then. How do you feel about this kind of a hero? It's a very strong Whisper hero.
Solid, very solid. Empower with Morphling, obviously, it's very good. He's also a very good laner. With the Hoodwink, you have kill potential with Shockwave into Skewer, obviously. Just have to be careful not to Skewer to break the Hoodwink's tree when he's trying to push back. But apart from that, it's a very, very solid lane. I feel like he might be a little bit annoyed by the Undying initially, but I think after the first couple of waves, it'll be fine. He's going to farm. I don't feel like he can stop the Terrorblade from farming, but he is going to be at least farming with Empower and probably stacking, with the Hoodwing and just jungling later. So VP is going to finish up with the Void Spirit, which I felt like it would have been great against the Puck anyways. They're going to need a hero to deal with the Puck, and the Aghanim's on Void Spirit is definitely a good solution. And not only towards the Puck, it's also great against the Morphling and the Hoodwing and all the other heroes. So it's going to be a very key item for Squadix this game on the Void Spirit.
Didn't we see Squadix play a Void game already, if I'm not crazy?
Yeah, he had a hard time because was it that game where the Centaur rushed Blink but they couldn't get kills together, or am I crazy?
I think it sounds right. It must have been something very similar to that, but I do remember, right, because we were discussing, I was discussing the skill build, particularly of the Void Spirit. Eventually got the Ag Scepter online.
No Dissimulate? Was it? No, that was another person, I think. That was, who was that? I think that was another game. Let me see.
Okay.
Maybe I can refresh my memory yesterday. Was it the Nisha game? I remember it was Nisha that didn't have.
Yeah, you're right. It was Nisha who did not take Dissimulate. But I think Squadix also played a Void Spirit, if I'm not crazy, too, didn't he?
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll double check that as we're about to jump into game number 1. I like the hero, though. I mean, especially into the Puck. We are starting to see this as a bit of a response. I think especially when that Kunkka does get banned out, as it is a very common ban.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the Void Spirits game is going to be absolutely crucial, for VP. As always, the importance of the 3 versus 3, 6 minute onwards, is going to play a significant role in deciding the mid game. And once again, I like to discuss about who is going to win the 3 versus 3. You have Undying Techies with the Void Spirit on VP side, and on OG you have a Puck with Hoodwing and Mirana. Feels like the Undying and Techies should have the upper hand. I mean, the Hoodwing and Mirana has a high amount of burst, but they are not as tanky as like Undying and Techies. Those 2 heroes are very, very tanky and hard to kill. So they can afford to tank some arrows for your Void Spirit to secure the runes.
Do you think we're going to see a Techies blast off into an arrow to,
I don't know, maybe. Probably not.
Right, the Void Spirit's going to be astral stepping on top of him to take the arrow.
Block the arrow, block the arrow. Don't move.
Don't move. So funny. God, what a good story. Mushi said, don't move. They're going to try and set up here on an FNG. Nice positioning by Whisper. Commits for that first point in the Shockwave. Double decay here already for FNG. Seb, it's not yet. It's committed for a skill point. I think they're just going to try and bully him away. And Kiritich ready to block his own creeps, kind of realizing what's going on.
Seb is still staying around. Wonder if he's actually going to try to... Yeah, he's actually doing the right thing. He's making sure that the Terrorblade can't block the creeps too. That's a very good play by Seb. Not TPing immediately. He just waits, ensures that the wave is going into the tower before TPing away. He knows how to make life good for his offlaner.
Very true. Yeah, very true. That nice consideration.
Yeah, this small little things is gonna change the way the lane is being played. So the Magnus is gonna have a very, very good time as long as he can keep the wave in front of the tower here. Last hit with Empower and Shockwave, he's going to be doing really, really well. And Ari is doing the right thing too, blocking the pull cam, and he's going to, on top of that, get a courier. He has a ward on the cliff here, so that's going to allow him to move around the jungle very, very nicely.
Just jumping out real quick to fix a little thing, folks. We know you'd much rather see the game than particularly my face, but not to worry, we aren't really missing too much here. And we'll be right back in there for you. Mid lane so far is just about even. 101 for Squadix, right, on this Void Spirit. You do tend to see that earlier points in the Aether Remnant. I am wondering, now that we've seen Nisha not take any points into that Dissimulate, whether or not he will decide that that's a worthy skill point to invest, as we did just see him catch a nice Aether Remnant onto Bezia for that extra little efficient damage.
I mean, the Aether Remnant's max is like, I think specifically for Puck only. I don't think he does it in other matchups.
Definitely.
You're gonna need it, especially for elusive hero like Puck. And mean, he's doing well now in terms of CS ahead of the puck.
Yep, 11-3 currently to the 5-3 as we head into the second minute of in-game time now. FNG does have his second points ready in Tombstone, so he's still level 2 down bottom. Has been doing a decent enough job at keeping Ari away, especially from experience range, but has not been able to unblock his easy camp, so far still points in the OG column here for this bot lane especially, as they've been able to maintain creep equilibrium control. And then top lane as well, noticed 9-0 into the 8-4 Morphling. The 9-4 Morphling now slightly surprising. There we go, as we now can take a look at his CS. It's fine. I just thought we'd see slightly better from Timato in these early waves.
I mean, Centaur Techies is not a weak lane at all. His lane has very high burst, has very high base damage. I mean, Centaur is like 75, you know, at level 3, almost equal towards.
You're absolutely right. It's just the morph having, you know, even more base damage, the auto attack. I'm just a little bit surprised. It's, ooh, Seb.
Oh, nice try.
He's gonna be able to leap away. And he says, "I might be old, but I am very experienced." Getting away from that jump very easily.
I mean, reaction times, you know, you need to practice. Sometimes they say that the older you get, the slower your reaction time goes, but it's all about practice. You know, if you play enough Dota, it's gonna be there.
Yep, that's right. So I'm reading them, like the Economist magazine that he reads for leisure now because he's old. That's the joke. He reads print media.
And what do the youngsters read right nowadays?
We don't read. We just have the TikTok AI voice over everything for us while we scroll through endlessly.
Don't lie to me. I know you don't do that.
Yeah, of course. I still have a newspaper subscription.
There we go.
Yeah.
4 minutes. So both mid laners, I presume, going to get the runes. So going to refill their bottles. And White Spirit is still ahead in terms of the CS. He has 6 CS advantage over BZM. This is something that's very normal for White Spirit against the puck. You're going to be getting a little bit more in terms of CS. And ball in after the initial pull, the Terrible has actually managed to drag the wave back. And yeah, he has a CS lead, you know, against the Magnus, thanks to the Undying.
Yep, doing very, very well for himself, in fact, as he is currently keeping pace even with Squadix in the mid lane, who, once again, does not yet have that point in the Dissimulate. We'll see if he is going to match Misha's build. So far, he is 2-0-3 on the level 5 Void Spirit.
Yeah, and our friend Santo has 11 denies. The most denies in the game right now.
It's pretty mean. Plenty of denies.
I mean, he does have a very good animation, you know, to right click and deny and last hit creeps.
It's
One of the
true.
nicer ones.
That is true.
And Sayu
it's down bottom, actually. It's going to be a skewer, but mid is where the blast off is going to connect on a BZM. No Aether Remnant, though, out from Squadix. It was already used on a cooldown, but that might be enough to force BZM off of the rune fight. OG have no one to really TP mid to refill the bottle. In the meantime, the Undying's coming mid to refill. Yeah, BZM.
The 6-minute rune for Squadix. This is gonna be an easy one. I don't think the puck can do much.
Ari's down here. Maybe he can still snag it. Maybe slightly difficult for him.
I mean, he wants to get level 6 before the runes. Yep, he's gonna get it.
Seb is waiting top. Sayush is there as well for Virtus Pro. And it's a shield rune now active for the techies.
Yeah, that was really, really good. Still for OG being able to force the techies to pick it up. And this is a very, very good, you know, timing for Sayu to move. As soon as the Centaur drags the creep wave and he's farming in front of the tower, then he decides to leave him alone for solo XP and pressure the mid lane, you know. Usually, if you see good force, they know how to utilize this type of timing windows to actually move around, either stack jungle or help the mid laner. And right now, it's going to be the timings for the Wisdom Rune. Old man Seb here is maybe plotting a heist. He's trying to move top. He tries to move back during the lingering vision.
He'll try, but he did get scouted by the ward. I think Squadix, he's going to try and go for a quick little kill here. Timato may join, however, as the hoof stomp this time does connect. Sticky Mine into the blast off onto the two of them. Aether Remnant, though, off the money. Squadex will be able to still recover and pick up the kill.
Try. Gotta give him credit for that. He made them bring heroes here.
You gotta give credit to Squadex here. He's like, here, techies, have the bottle, eat the wisdom rune. I don't need it. I'm already level 6. I wish more mid-floor like that. Whisper down bottom has RP. There's a level 2 tombstone here at the ready. FNG is gonna go ahead and drop it, but he's got Seb here at the ready, who did TP. Ari collecting the kill as Kuratich, he would rather just have farmed the creep wave there. Good kill by Whisper.
Well, at least he's Terrorblade. He can jungle easily. He's almost level 6, so probably going to get another point to conjure image if he's jungling. And he's going to be A-OK here. You know, Ari, meanwhile, reads that he has to go jungle, so placing a deep ward right away.
That might pay off soon. For now, though, OG are going to focus their attention onto this bottom tier 1 tower before they can go in the lower jungle that early on. And I did want to just quickly point out the build that Whisper is going on the Magnus. It is going to be this blink into Horn Toss. So the Ag Scepter currently in the quick buy right now for the Mag. That's a little bit different than what we see most Mags go for, Winter. Your thoughts on that is BZM mid lane. Okay, they actually will commit to try and pick up this kill. Maybe they're going to get him. Aether Remnant does actually end up connecting Sayush at the ready with the blast off, but can't really find him in the regen rune. Freshly picked up. That's what kicked off this fight. Still popped. OG, they might look for a little bit of a scrap now. Coil was used, but there is going to be a few astral steps. That last one used as the arrow from Seb was heading towards Squadex there. That probably means they can't find the kill, but they did force out the Stampede and an astral step. It's not too bad.
Yeah, just for the pressuring the mid lane. That's where the action is mostly going to happen right now, and both teams having a ward in the jungle, so VP is going to know that Seb has already placed one down here. So you were asking me about what do I think about his build on the Magnus here?
Right, on the Mag,
so
yep.
Compared to what, the Harpoon Rush?
Yeah, compared to Harpoon, I mean, I feel like we've seen a couple different things on Mag these days, haven't we? What else? I mean, go ahead and
I think this game, it's nice because you're not going to get so much farm on the map because there's a puck and morphling. So I think going for a less greedy build on Magnus, playing more for the team, rotations and pick off, I think it's nice, you know. I mean, you can make the argument that Harpoon is also a pick off, but it's a lot greedier because it gives you a lot more stats that you want for yourself or to farm. But with the Horn Toss, I feel like you can make a lot more plays. Like with the puck, you can break the call and you can move people around. I mean, the skill and the Horn Toss, there's a lot of things you can do.
Yeah, there's a lot of synergy. That's a very good point here. Whisper has played a ton. Well, four games, of Magnus 3 days ago. Lost all of them. Went for a blink, usually into Midas. Seb? Okay, yeah, that Sticky Mind's going to chase him down. Squadex maybe considering diving. Has 2 Astral Steps to play with, but he knows that there's also a Dream Coil. A Dream Coil currently is a bit farther away because BZM is going to opt to pick up that Haste Rune.
Yep, so far OG has taken control of every single rune. They killed the first, denied the first shield rune, then he was able to pick up the regen, and right now he's going to get the haste as well. So good rune control. Yeah, good rune control for OG. And for BP, they just have to chill right now. They have to understand there's a haste on a puck. You know, it's dangerous to make any risky plays right now. So they just want to sit in front of their towers, wait for the waves to arrive, and try to wait out the haste rune here on BZM. Oh, he sees a stack here.
Yeah, and he's going to just actually pop the haste rune. They will TP a hero to try and defend this here. It is FNG. Ari is going to connect there on the Bushwhack. BZM still has half duration here on the haste rune. Will still run into Squadex as fast as he is. I think they missed there actually on the decay as BZM. He still has enough haste here.
You're not chasing down a hasted puck.
No, you are not. And this hasted puck, well, no longer hasted puck, might still look for a bit of a fight as the stack half collected by the puck, I want to say. Seb is going to be bursted a little bit here. Casual nukes out from Sayush.
Still level 4 on Sayush.
Yeah, that's true.
He wants a lane, man, right now. He desperately wants a lane.
He might need to help Squadex out, though. The blink forward from Whisper. It's ready into the RP arrow and the skewer on back. They had the kill. Very well collected from OG. They might just get a tower as a reward.
Yeah, that was a very good blink reveal. Getting the mid kill here on Squadex. Probably the biggest kill that they can get right now. And they're going to be able to pressure the tower. and most likely secure it. Don't see what VP can do to defend this tower without the Void Spirit.
Yeah, agreed. He's going to respawn, but by the time he does that, his tower's already down. And yet again, Winter, 12 minutes in, another power rune into the bottle for BZM. This time it's the Invis. So that may just come in handy here. It seems like he'll probably head back home to regen, TP out, activate it, look for a fight with that Dream Coil.
Do you think this is probably like the weakest rune right now in this?
Hold on, calculating.
Calculating? What?
Yeah, I'm thinking. Running the simulations. No. I think Illusion's still weaker. OG. Yep, they're going to get caught. It's just Seb, though, and he tanks the smoke gank. Not really too big of a problem there. I think it's Illusion. I think Illusion's situationally very powerful, but like, if you're a hero that has a bottle, which is not every hero in the game, it's usually just mids, and even then, not all of them. And if you're playing, and if you have mobility, which is most mids right now, and if there's like a silence in the game that can really wreck you. There's a silence in the game that's kind of wrecking Squadix, so he does have himself a Dissimulate to try and escape. There's going to be the Stampede, another Astral Step in 3 seconds as FMG hits 2 there on the decay, dodging the arrow. BZM. Moonlight Shadow, he's considering going forward here, has plenty of damage with this Witchblade, but not really enough catch now that the coil's already been used. My point, Winter, is I think a hero in any role can take good advantage of a haste or an arcane rune especially. Most heroes, especially now with the rework, can really take advantage of an amplified damage rune. Very few heroes other than the mid laners who have a bottle who can use a Dispel early, can really take advantage of the Illusion Rune. It helps you push. It helps every hero push. I won't deny that, but I don't know if that's necessarily better than the actives of all the other ones, at least in my opinion. As FNG, he breaks the smoke this time. The counter initiation's pretty darn good. Seb is going to be versed at 100 to 0. The RP does not collect Squadix. In fact, only finds Notice. Kiritich running on into this fight, though. Level 3 meta active with only the Yasha and the Diadem. That's more than enough damage to take down Whisper. Puck still eager to jump around in these fights, though. Does, in fact, get at least an illusory orb away, but the counter initiation now from Notice on his own Blink Dagger. They have the damage. They have the kill onto BZM. Noticed. He ticks down, however, I think, to the Witchblade DOT. So it is still going to be a 1-for-2 trade. 1-for-3, because they also get Seb. We'll take another look at that kind of initiation, or counter initiation, that we're about to see here from VP.
I mean, he would have lived if it was the old safety bubble with the cooldown at 5 seconds. You know, it was very close, but he did the right thing, coming back for the kill, giving his life for the puck. And you see here, Whisper getting taken down by Kiritich. Good move here by the carry to join the fight, just helping his team clean up the kills here. Yeah, this is if it's the old safety bubble, Centaur would have had his bubble again, and he would have lived.
Well, unlucky for him, but
good trade.
Exactly.
For VP.
Still a great trade. I think they're going to be happy with that. 1 kill onto the puck really cancels out a lot of that early momentum. You stop the snowball from getting so big so quick. Maybe even force Tomato to start showing up to fights soon enough and stop him from just simply farming away. That being said, Kiritich continues to farm away. After that fight, has the full Manta style, quickly going into that Eye of Scotty. I think it's a very wise choice this game, into the puck, and especially, of course, into the Morphling, right, for that HP regen effect.
Yeah, you want to stack the Scotty with the Shivas later against the Morphling, since you don't have a vessel.
Notice his smoke will break.
He's going to have Manta soon. Smoke breaks.
Fancy footwork from Ari. I don't know if he gets out of this one. He doesn't. BZM might look to counter initiate, can connect onto 3 here in the coil, and will choose to do so. Not a whole lot of follow-up here, but Whisper from the side, raiding Invis with the Moonlight Shadow RP, connects 2 here. Squadix is going to be able to evade a counter initiation from Sayush, collecting 2 there with the blast off. Techie's Minds daring OG to come up to the high ground, but they know better than that. Even with a Tomato double damage, stolen Tombstone, they are going to elect to stop fighting. I think that's the right choice there for them. Too dangerous to chase into Techie's Minds.
Yep, just be contented if the farm that they have on the map, just go back, clear out some creep waves, just wait for your Manta and your Morphling. Magnus already uses RP, so it's always risky to chase, you know, when you don't have RP up. Just have to play around with your cooldowns and just try to be patient. They have a very, very heavy scaling lineup, Magnus, Puck and Morphling, you know, there's no need to rush if you're OG. As for VP, they kind of also have a very heavy scaling lineup with the Terrorblade, Void Spirit, Centaur. So they are also not in a hurry, you know. It's gonna be a very methodical game for both teams, you know. Trying to play the map, go for little pickoffs here and there, play around the vision, and try to outmaneuver your opponents, you know.
OG doing a fine job of that. VP, they've got 2 heroes top, right? This Sayush Techies Notice Centaur duo, but they will fail to find any hero. I think they're looking for a Morphling especially. Timato, his farming pattern is a bit too clean, too fresh. He's not going to be too close to danger. Has a fresh man to sign for himself now.
It's not going to be easy for them to catch a Morphling. They don't really have like very, very good catch for him. You know, Centaur Stump's okay, you know, but there's always time for him to react. To get his attribute shift off. So it's not like a guaranteed catch for against Morphling, you know, compared to something like a Doom, you know, for example. You Doom him and he's gonna be done, you know, no matter what.
True. Blink Dagger finished now by the puck. Want to bring that up. I think now you're looking fairly strong. Your RP is gonna be back off cooldown. You are one item just one item away from Point Booster, which completes Whisper's Horn Toss. So I guess you wait for that to be finished. Probably look for a fight. Everything seems about ready for OG. Looks to turn that into second Roche or first Roche. It's probably the game plan for them.
The puck and the Magnus should be like best buddies everywhere. You know, they go, you know, they'll be together trying to coil and break the coil with the skewer and trying to set up kills that way. Mirana's gonna be doing some dirty work with the dead lane pushing. You know, I think that's gonna probably be his job when his team is trying to make plays. So right now they're gonna go. A Whisper is gonna join the smoke with BZM and Ari.
What do we...
Gonna be babysitting a Morphling.
What timings are we playing into here? I want to say not too much for VP, right? Still far from the Scotty on the Terrorblade, Squadix on the Void Spirit. Yeah, well, that's only one component in, so I think for now that they'd want to be avoiding fights despite what Kiritich is saying here with the voice lines. In fact, Squadix, he might not have a choice here. Okay, Dissemblate will prevent the Bushwhack from coming through. Whisper still hunting though, has that blink, has that horn toss, has that RP, might be able to find 2 cores, no, but does find 1. RP committed here onto Kiritich as the arrow to follow up from Seb and the sharpshooter now. Careful for the Sunder, they have enough damage though. Even those infused raindrops are not going to be able to make enough of a difference. The coil now connecting onto 2 as they do focus down on that tombstone, but Whisper still alive in the fight, finally killed off by the damage of Squadix. He's out of spells, and Tomato, he's got his own tombstone in this fight. VP, they need to get the heck out of here. Ooh, thought Squadix was going to walk back into the arrow. Doesn't end up mattering too much though, as Ari, he's got a tree from there with the acorn shot. Bushwhack, they have 3 down in this fight as they kick things off onto Kiritich. VP feel like they kind of forced that fight after, I have to say. Do try and save their core. It's potential, you know, if they can turn around with the Sunder Winter, but strong fight from OG on their timings. They get what they were looking for.
Yeah, it was a little bit unfortunate that the Undying didn't have 1 point in Soul Rip. I felt like if he had 1 point in Soul Rip, Terrorblade would have had time to pop his stick and Fairy Fire, or even the Manta, and then I feel like there is a very high chance that the fight might turn, you know, if the Terrorblade was able to get a Sunder off. So just rather close there for him to get that. So I mean, it's always a very fine line, you know, between getting a kill and not getting a kill in Dota sometimes. VP still has to try to figure out a way to find a successful team fight here. Like we mentioned, the Void Spirit Aghanim is going to be key. He's halfway there. Another catch on Kiritich.
Yeah, it's a big catch here as well. Nope. No chance that time. Not enough HP restored by that magic wand as he desperately tries to get this Eye of Scotty online. FNG and Squadix as well as Notice all getting caught by the coil. In comes the arrow onto Squadix that catches him before he could dissemblate. I don't think he was going to be able to Astral Step either. And now Whisper serving up a 3rd kill for Timato in this fight. Makes 4 dead. Death on delivery from Whisper here as OG. Once again, a key pickoff onto the safe laner turns into a much worse fight for the side of VP.
Yeah, this is falling apart very, very quickly for VP. Like dying twice in a row for the Terrorblade. I mean, it's just difficult for them to fight without the Void Spirit having Aghanims here. The only thing they have is the Blink on Centaur that really matters with the Veil, but it's not enough, you know. You need your other cores to be able to fight. To you alone, it's not going to be able to turn everything around. Whisper, another pickoff here with the Horn Toss. Pickoff after pickoff after pickoff.
Yep. You're in the Horn Toss verse right now with Whisper. There's just no way out. Tomato barely has to do any work here. Ari now getting the kill onto FNG in the mid lane. this is devolving quickly. These are the kind of games, Winter, that OG, they like to be playing. They like to get this confidence because pretty soon at the rate this game is going, they're going to be farming inside of VP's fountain in about 5 or 6 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, after watching what's happening, I just can't help but wonder if the Void Spirit actually had to just rush the Aghanim's this game, you know? Like, I feel like building a Mage Slayer just delays a lot of the important timings that you have on this hero with the Aghanims, and it just makes it so difficult for your team to play around. Because the Centaur wants to play with somebody, but he doesn't have anyone. I mean, they're gonna try to get Seb here. Matt probably not gonna save him. And this is what they need to happen, you know, the Centaur wants to play with the Void, you know, but without the Aghanims, he's like, it's very difficult in the team fights. They can only go for singular pickoffs right now.
Another pickoff, but they're going to try and counter-initiate. The stun connects under 2. FNG gets the tombstone up, and they will at least get through Whisper. That's a pretty bountiful kill. 1,100 gold towards the side of VP. Timato, once again, has dropped his own tombstone. That will slow this chase of VP as they have to stop and take it down. Means that VP, despite their best efforts and having committed the Metamorphosis, will not be able to chase for any more. Squadix, he cannot wait to get this Ags online. 400 gold away, Winter.
Yeah, meanwhile, Morphling is finishing his Kanda. And Tablet gonna push a tower, Blink Stomp by Notice.
Yeah, he might be in for a bit of trouble, though. BZM has another coil ready to go. Seb tossing the arrows, going to be avoided here by the Centaur. Another counter-initiation by Squadix. Still doesn't quite have that ag accepted, but does have still plenty of damage to play with. BZM still trying to find the skill on the Notice. The Squadix is going to be able to is trying to pull out of this fight. The damage there on the Notice. Good stun, though, at least prevents some of the OG heroes from giving chase. Kiritich, he might not be out of the woods yet, though, and in fact, he is not nearly out of the woods. Even the mech from Sayush will not save him. OG fighting like they didn't even lose anything here. BZM triggering the mines, doesn't really care too much though. The adaptive strike. Timato has the Kanda up. Says, what up with that? That is mad damage. Wow.
Yeah, Morphling and Luna probably the two best heroes to get Kanda early on. I mean, every other hero just feels like you shouldn't really rush this item too early, but for Morphling and Luna, it's always nice to have this item early. Just amps up your damage in the team fights by so much. And because it's a very non-committal way of you poking and doing damage with either adaptive strike or loosen beam, you know, so it's very nice on these two heroes. And right now for VP, they just got the Ags, and they have to do something right now. There's no Metamorph for 40 seconds.
They have the Scotty. They just have to play. We'll see what they can catch. Perhaps they can catch him off guard. The RP, no!
they got
the
Timato.
silence! They actually get him! But Whisper still gets that RP off, dying to the Techie's minds. A big skewer. Oh, but Notice was ready. Even though they snapped the coil, it doesn't matter much. Timato taken down. BZM only managing to find Sayush. A huge Acceptor reveal as it'll net him a +1 kill here onto Ari. The hold that VP needed just in the nick of time. Security just testing out the Sunder, making sure it does indeed work on the FNG. Well played there, VP.
Yeah, well done. That was a big turn of events for sure for VP. A very, very good initiation on the Void Spirit, and Centaur just blowing the Morphling up from full to 0, you know. There's so much damage if you can actually control him, silence him. I think the Morphling has to get a BKB now after that. There's no way he tries to do that again, you know, pushing high ground without BKB.
Nope. I gotta respect the play though from OG, right? Obviously they knew the item was probably coming close. You know, we're pushing their luck ultimately a bit, but it makes sense, right? You have been beating back and keeping VP down and preventing them from basically farming for the past 6 minutes. There's a good chance they haven't managed to get those items online. So I see the calculus behind the move, but VP coming in clutch on those timings, give themselves another chance to fight back in this game as they look to try and take this first Roche, Winter. This could be theirs. OG still very strong. They don't have an RP for 30 seconds. Everything else is going to be ready to go, however. Lots of Techie's mines in the vicinity, but really just not enough for VP to easily take this fight.
Yeah, they need
Mid and bottom are pushing for VP, though, as Seb will throw himself into the mines. There's going to be Notice. Hooksonk does connect Squadix, making the jump in. They will commit heavily here onto Seb. That's both Astral Steps and the Stampede committed, but Seb does not have buyback. He's down for 40.
Yeah, but they can't really commit for the Roche without the Astral Step, I think. It's still very dangerous. And the puck call into the skewer is still always going to be a threat here right now. And Whisper's looking for an opening.
Trying. They are trying. OG also hesitant to push into the pit.
Their vision and just trying to get the initiation. Both teams are going to have to try to do the same thing. Try to control a high ground with either the tombstone or you have a ward on the Mirana and you catch with the core.
Yep, lots of illusion damage, but it's actually going to be FNG who gets caught first. Can he get the tombstone up? No, he cannot.
Yes, buyback.
Yes, he does. Might have to use that now.
Buyback and TP.
Oh, but Tomato already morphed into him, so they're going to start this thing up. Obviously, they don't get the Flesh Golem buff, but they can tank basically infinitely with all these zombies. Roche trying his best to take down the Tombstone as the Illusory Robe sailing through the arrow. Almost catching Kiritich there, as that is a full Gleipnir out from Ari already, catching onto Notice. Techi's Mind's going off, almost nuking through Timato here. The RP onto 2, into the coil. There's going to be the snap, but the counter initiation pretty decent for Squadix. At least the silence preventing too much from going down. The Sunder come out. It's Kiritich trying to fight his way through this one. He's already sundered, and Tomato, he's got the high ground. Squadix needs to get out of here. This fight is lost. OG, they will lose Whisper, but they're going to take down the 2 cores and maybe make it 3 as Tomato secures the kill. A phenomenal fight out from the side of OG yet again as Tomato dropping a tip onto the Magnus.
Yeah, there was a lot of very good synergy between the Morphing and the Magnus. The Morphing actually just fearlessly runs in, gives his team the vision. He just becomes a target immediately, and Magnus just found the opening while VP were trying to kill the Morphling. Gets a good RP, and that was all she wrote. The fight was over after that. Good play by both of them. Good teamwork. And FNG just going to see another death to his name here. There's not much he can do, you know, when there's a
he doesn't have leap.
Tail. Doesn't have leap. Yeah, I mean, he said that when he plays other heroes, he dies a lot. So when he plays Mirana, he solves the problem. He doesn't die.
By leveling leap first, right? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, so that's just a joke from the interview that he graciously gave us. Items are coming online. Items are starting to get scary right there. There's a Akanda on Timato, and there's a Parasma on the puck. It's a lovely little bit of alliteration there. Once again, OG feeling quite strong, connecting back on their tried and true combo. I mean, BZM also holding on to the Quiver and this Parasma, so you're looking at a ton of damage. Pardon me, on those right clicks. Anything too new here? Not yet, right? A Force Staff for Whisper to allow him to get in a better position. That's certainly one. So you can just kind of see this DOT buff that Puck is rocking here currently. Oh, full BKB on the morph. That is a big one.
He should be unkillable right now.
Wait, hold on. Ari? He did not cancel the TP here, but obviously he's going to hold on to this Bushwhack. The rest of OG, they know this is the real Kiritich. There's the Stampede trying to get himself away, but into the trees he goes. Ari patient, very patient here on the Bushwhack, knowing that he needs to... FNG has TP'd on in, as we'll notice. They're all actually TPing on down here. They're going to try and get through Ari. Is FNG, can he get a tombstone off in this fight? He's just perma-stunned here. Eventually we'll be able to drop one. They do get through Ari first. FNG's going to lose his life as down goes Sayush. Tomato making very quick work of the tombstone, and of course has his own to play with. The Squadix is going to decide to turn himself into a ward and try and TP away. Seb missed the arrow. No, he's got to update the glasses prescription there. Kind of knew where he was, but I think it was just a little bit of a parallax error there for him.
You know what they say?
Unlucky.
You always miss the easy ones, but land the hard ones.
It's true.
So it's a fair trade.
It's true.
You have to please the Dota gods, you know. There's my offering.
Whoa! What kind of jump was that from Notice? Just, I mean, I guess he does get Timato here, but with this Aegis, he's going to be feeling fairly safe. Man, that reflection kind of kicks butt, though, doesn't it? That one's pretty nice.
You are your own worst enemy.
Ah, very true. Akil as OG finally get into some of these barracks. They don't have an RP, and they don't have a Dream Coil. They just have an Aegis and a very tanky and farm Timato up front. He's going to prevent VP from jumping on in. Notice, though, he's going to find the stun anyway. SWATix jumping in on that as the arrow doesn't quite catch anyone. Oh, the toss on back interrupted by the 8th Remnant, but SWATix is nearly already dead. He can't afford to break the coil here, and they don't have a mech heal. Timado, though, going in a bit too deep, will at least get the kill on the SWATix, but it's going to cost him his first life on the Aegis. Tombstone is still down here. BZM able to get the blink jaunt away as OG resetting on the second life of the Aegis. They get through Sayush, and most importantly, the kill on the SWATix basically guarantees another lane of Rax here, Winter, especially because he does not have buyback.
Yep. Timado didn't use his BKB, so he still has access to that. Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of mines here, so maybe that might come into play if they can bait them into it. Okay, maybe never mind. All right.
Maybe not. I mean, it'll slow them down minimally here as they do eventually have to go for the Megas. The VP already deciding to smoke up. Notice he's gonna have to make a monster play here. Kiritich has the Metamorphosis and the Crystal. It's not but Whisper. Whisper's gonna be first to catch him. He's just waiting for the boys to come in and put him down as he actually missed the skewer onto the Terror Blade. That's slightly problematic here, but that's still gonna be a good kill on a Notice who does not have buyback, as Sayush does force the BKB of Tomato. Is gonna lose his own life as soon as he comes down from the Yule Scepter. In goes SWATix now, trying to at least get into Ari or something here. Ari finally goes down. That will force OG off the high ground. He buys back instantly, though, Winter. He drops us the ping. He wants to go right back on in, telling the boys, push up to high ground. This Centaur, he doesn't have buyback. He's right. Sayush is going to have buyback now. It just ticked up because of gold. FNG, the only other hero right now who has the buyback, as that's a great 8th Remnant action. That's going to catch Whisper, who finally goes down, but Ari, what a hero with the bushwhack onto 2. Both supports buyback, but once again, SWATix, he doesn't have it. Kiritich trying to fight his way through this one, but he's about to lose the Metamorphosis buff, and he doesn't have any other cores to play with. Another Gleipnir from Ari. Ari, who bought back to make these plays, is going to be able to set up and get the Kiritich, who doesn't have buyback. OG, they'll finally close out this game as Virtus Pro are going to end up falling to the strength of the Tomato Morph and Ari's Hoodwink. My goodness, what a gamer.
Yeah, what a performance here by OG, starting from the runes, being able to dictate play by controlling all the early runes and making sure that BZM is able to pick them up. And SWATix on the Void Spirit, we just had a really quiet game. You know, it was the overall last pick, but couldn't get runes, just couldn't get to his Aglim's timing fast enough, and they just got pressured wave after wave, you know, especially by this early dagger on Magnus and into the Aglim's Horn Toss. They just had way more tools to bring to the table, whereas it feels like VP, they were waiting on something, you know, all the time. Either they were waiting on the Aghanim's on White Spirit, or they were kind of also waiting for BKB on Terrorblade or something else, you know. It's just always not ready, you know. Something is not ready for VP.
Yeah, and for OG, in the meantime, it was all those items like you highlighted just clicking together. It was OG clicking very well together. From the horn, basically, right? With Seb making that play to block the off-lane creeps, TPing top, you know, that kind of upsets the lane equilibrium. The rotations mid, particularly at minute 6. Great play, honestly, from the side of OG. I think their macro gameplay here in particular really stood out. And they were able to use that kind of those small advantages to take down VP in game 1 is basically how I'd wrap this one up, Winter.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a very well executed game, you know, textbook game, you know, by OG. I feel like it's very hard to find any faults of them, you know, in this game. They just played like a close to flawless, as good as it will get for you, and just have to make sure that they can replicate it in the second game.
We'll see if they can do that. Morphlane no longer has the ability to replicate. He does have Morph now, Winter, but it was a very good attempt at a pun. That is going to be it for game number 1, folks. OG taking down VP. We're going to see what happens and what we have up for us as we go to a break. And when we return, game 2 of VP versus OG. See you then.
Just when you think I'm down for the count, you think I'm out of the bout, that I'm about to strike out. I rise and silence the doubt. Just when you think that I've got nowhere to go, that it's the end of the road, the curtain's closed on this show. It just keeps getting better and better. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Just when you think I'm over the hill, that I've forgotten the thrill, that I'm losing my will, I go in for the kill. Just when you think I'm wasting my time, I'm at the end of the line. But just like a fine wine, it just keeps getting better, better. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Getting better, just keeps getting better. Just keeps getting better. Just keeps getting better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Just keeps getting better, just keeps getting better, we get better, we find another level. Fight like an animal, spinning like a hurricane, shooting like a fireball, heavy like an airplane, crashing like the thunder, rolling like a steam train, fly like a cannonball, burning like a heat wave. We have found the road, but we got a hold on it. Unsure what's ahead of us. We come from the gold that makes us a whole of it. Fight like an animal, can't go from the elements. We have found the road, but we got a hold on it. Unsure what's ahead of us. We come from the gold that makes us a whole of it. Can't go from the elements. We're now on the road and we got a hold of it. Unsure what's ahead of us. We come from the gold that makes us a soul of it.
When the world seems big and I am feeling low. I think of all the good things in my life and dream of all the places we will go. No matter where we end up, we're gonna have a good time. When I promise forever, so together we're gonna shake off the doubts and have a good time. We'll have a good time. We'll have a good time. We won't take it all for granted. We're gonna live in the moment and have a good time. It's all we ever wanted. So why don't we just live it up, live it up. We're never gonna give it up, give it up. No, the clock won't stop for anyone, so let's just live it up. When the world seems big and I am feeling low, I'll think of all the
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. ESL 1 Dream League Season 22, Group Stage number 1. That's why I keep getting confused, because it's Group Stage number 1, but not ESL 1, because it's Dream League Season 22 Winter. We're here now, live. We're about to be with game number 2 between Virtus.pro and OG, as the tie is broken between the two teams. I'm not sure how the other series are going, which are going to be obviously simultaneous and will determine the other ties now that we have for third place. But currently OG standing at 5-4 after game 1. VP looking to equalize Winter. How can they get it done? What do they need to do better than last game?
They need to find a combination of cores that can actually work really well together, or just better itemizations. I feel like the Void Spirit had to rush Aghanims that game. Then he actually didn't rush Aghanims that game. He went for a Mage Slayer. So I'm not very sure. I feel like the Aghanims, it was way too important that game for them to fight with the Aghanims, and he actually didn't have it. So it caused a lot of problems for his team, especially the Centaur. He didn't have anyone to play with.
Right. I mean, he was tanky. He was living through a lot of the fights, but he wasn't really having the impact that they kind of needed, right? Speaking quite frankly. So just different, in that kind of a game, like a different solution to the early tempo from OG is kind of how you would state that generically.
And the runes, the rune fights, because they lost all the first couple of runes, and that hampered Void Spirit's game a lot too. So that was also another issue.
Would you say that kind of boils down to just the supports though, like a Techies and an Undying compared to a Marana and Hoodwink? Do you just have simply better supports at rotating early on the side of OG in that kind of a game?
I felt like Techies and Undying, they're not weak, fighting at the runes. Just okay, the first one, they both went to the rune, and the Hoodwink did not.
Seb was there, kind of made the rune. Well, yeah, made Sayush take it, basically denied, right, from Squadix.
Then the second and the third one was basically because I think the Void Spirit, he had no status to fight, and then the Puck just picked up the next. One was a haste and one was a regen. I think there was a fight in the rune. They threw all the spells on the Puck, and he had a regen. He got the regen, he got out, and then he just popped. He came back full HP, full mana. So that was really, really bad for them.
So
then
just
the
kind of
one was obviously the haste, so he got the haste. I don't think it was contested, the haste. He just went down and he picked up the
that's
rune
right.
And just went around and gank.
Yeah, by that point it was just a little bit
maybe better warding. I think warding is like a synonymous with the rune fights. If you can see when they are coming and which angle the enemy is positioning themselves, then you can actually better decide how to take the engagements and how to protect the runes.
Our draft just about to get underway. Sorry, just making sure that we all get into this lobby because there's a little bit of a bug. But yeah, I mean, I agree. I think the rune fights and at least enabling the voice her probably would have given a better chance. Do you think there's a better hero besides the Dragon Knight, obviously, that can be a solution to the Puck? Because the Void Spirit worked in the lane, you know, to a degree, obviously. But for the rest of the game, obviously, because he didn't go for a particular item right away, like that hurt him, right? Is there a better hero that you can come up with besides the DK that can maybe be a solution here?
I think Conker would have been okay too against the Puck, or something like a TA. I think TA against Puck and Morphing would have been also reasonable, because you have the shard silence, which is always great against the Puck and the Morphing. I think that was a reasonable alternative if they didn't want to go for the Void Spirit again. But I felt like the Void Spirit was it was good. It was okay, you know. It was just the execution that just didn't really. The execution was just really not on par with what the draft needed. I saw my own teal.
Your own what?
I saw my own teal flash pass.
Oh yes, that's Winter, my cat, who was agreeing with you, by the way, as we do get underway with our first draft. A little bit more lockdown, maybe a better hero, or maybe just better off banning that Puck. We'll see what Virtus Pro decide to do here in Game 2. As their immediate solution, get rid of the Magnus. Once Mag had Blink Ags, oh man, Whisper got like, what, 4 or 5 straight pickoffs? Unstoppable, that guy, with that kind of an itemization.
Yeah, I mean, the main difference is the Puck and the Magnus, they were able to combine together and just make a lot of ganks happen on the map. Whereas the Centaur did the same thing, you know, he rushed the dagger. I mean, maybe not rush, but he got the veil first, but it was still a pretty good timing on the dagger. I just had nobody to play with, you know. Kiritish even showed up to one of the fights in the Ancients. He just showed up to defend that area and they won the fight, you know. But after that, they weren't really able to combine their supports, you know. And then there was this crucial position on the map where OG smoked, they entered the jungle, and then Undying didn't have 1 point in Soul Rip. That was also a really key moment in the game. He had 1 point in Soul Rip. He saves the Terrorblade, he gets Sunder off. The game could have just taken a huge different turn, you know. So just very, very, very unfortunate circumstances, you know, for VP. And now we're in Game 2, so they have to try to let that go and try to make a new game, new strategy perhaps, and try to just have a better execution this time around. I feel like execution was the main problem the last game. They just have to try to anticipate more with the rune fights, the rune timings, maybe get better wards on the river, just try to wrestle control of the runes and help your mid laner, you know, get into the game.
The man himself, Plenty on that whiteboard, getting ready to pick a position, the greediest position 5 in existence. He's like, what position 5s build Midas, guys? AA? Any AA Midas fans?
I mean, AA is not the greediest. I'll give you a greedy position 5 hero right now. Winter Wyvern.
Besides, I was gonna say Terrorblade.
Okay, fine. If you're Boboka. don't even know if that fits the build. You know?
All right. VP, they had priority. Winter, they chose first pick, and they're gonna get themselves their hands on the Mars. Any must bans in the first phase? No, it looks like OG took care of most of them themselves. But we'll reply immediately with the Naga Siren.
Wow. No hesitation, yeah. They just won the Naga against Mars matchup right away. A song to cancel the arena, and in the lane, obviously, you have high armor, so the rebuild doesn't really annoy you as much as compared to a lower armor hero. But it still feels like this lane is okay, you know, for Mars. Mars should be fine in this lane. Mars is a very, very, very solid off laner, which you don't really need to see your matchup to pick the hero. I think the hero is the new Centaur or the old Centaur, whatever you want to call it. In the previous 2 patches ago, I think when Centaur was always just picked right away, even when you don't see your lane matchup, because his laning presence was just that good, you know.
I guess does it depend at all, like what you want to lane it with? Are we gonna also see just one lane completely get picked here?
Your partner obviously plays a huge role too, but there's always going to be a lot of heroes. If you're asking me which hero gives Mars the strongest lane, there's a couple, you know. Mars Hoodwing, Mars, remember what was the other strong lane we saw? Was it Mars Rubik or anything that has stuns and long range is always great with Mars. I think even with Mirana it could work. It's banned, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe a Shadow Demon in this game?
Shadow
make
Shaman.
some stacks.
Or
No, I was
Pugna, you know, you're playing against Naga, so Pugna comes to mind.
Yeah,
they ban
that's
Lion,
true.
but they're still Pugna.
I was thinking about stealing the Naga Sirens.
Stealing?
Well, I mean, making your own
Is
Nagas,
SD
right?
stealing when he's just creating his own?
Well, I think it's at least literally copyright infringement, right? I would say that's theft.
Just playing around with the rules, yeah, Richie. Copyright rules. You always find a way to justify yourself.
Yeah, but the Lion banned out, right? So and the Ench banned out, so you won't have that choice of just enchanting an illusion away, which, you know, occasionally you'll see. OG going back with the Hoodwink. Ari had a phenomenal end to his last game, buying back on the Hoodwink and immediately making a huge difference in the team fight. So I see no reason why he wouldn't want to be on that kind of a hero again.
Yeah, and it's kind of also like a block pick, you know, because a lot of the fours are already banned. The Mirana, the Lion, those are the ones that go really well. I mean, there's still the Rubik, like I said, but yeah, Rubik's okay, you know. It's not necessarily like a very good Rubik game yet, you know. I mean, if you don't want that, there's still gonna be like the conventional Phoenix or Snapfire. I don't know if people pick those heroes still now. I mean, those are the combos you have. I mean, it's okay,
no,
Pugna.
It'll be Pugna.
I mean, it's the Naga, you know, like I said, you know, it's always gonna have a lot of value against those illusion heroes. Oh my
And the
god, we're
Shadow
both
Demon.
right.
Yeah, look at that.
The team
This
play.
can't be. Winter, how are we gonna fight now if we're both right? I'm more right.
What? What do you mean you're more right?
Oh no, I know.
Justify
it's just a
that.
joke. Don't worry. Don't
No.
worry. Okay.
Now that you've already let the cat out of the bag, you have to go on that
the
route.
the cat's out of the room. She won't be running across the desk again. Don't worry. OG, we'll now get to reply to this. What do you think about this support duo?
Tiny.
What kind of weaknesses do you
I
see
want
here?
Tiny to kill Shadow Demon and Pugna. They're both squishy.
Okay, fair enough.
Clockwork, Tiny, those type of heroes. Maybe not Clockwork because you don't really see Clockwork much. But Clockwork is one of the best heroes against Pugna. If not the best.
think it'd have to be a 5, right? So that could be a Seb Clockwork. Otherwise, I think a Tiny 5. I mean,
you think he's gonna play Clockwork? No, can't.
well then,
farm with
so
Clockwork.
you want a Tiny mid then? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, a Tiny mid's fine.
Okay.
Conquer is
I
fine
think it's fine too.
I mean, the annoying thing about Conquer is you're playing to disrupt to save the X, so maybe that's not so
yeah.
wise. Primal? I think Primal can be good against the Pugna as well. And they can just choose one of those, you know. They just need somebody to deal with the Pugna before he becomes a huge problem in the team fights against Naga. Okay, we have the Pango. Pango is kind of like similar to the Primal. It's good against the Pugna. Something that can just go to the backlines, roll into him, find him, dispatch that Shamble of Bones, send him to the grave once again.
Send him to the grave.
Yeah, I mean, they're thinking of Sub-Zero. Taking a lot of time. The 3-man, you know, it's the 3-man, the crucial moment where you pick the 3-man squad. The Hoodwink, the Pango,
like,
and what else do you need?
No, Seb, you will not build Diffusal on Terrorblade. I know Baboka did it.
So Seb wants to play some core support hero. Let's see. Keeper of the Light. Is it a
Coddle,
good
Windrunner.
Rubik game, is it?
I like the Windrunner this game. Just more magic nukes. Kind of bait them into trying to counter you. Oh, but it's obviously just not good here. Okay, is that a support gyro now?
And then probably, yeah, I hope so. I mean,
And
you
then
don't want to
VP
play
snap
gyro
pick the
carry. You don't want to play gyro carry into the arena. That's for sure. Once again, the puck into no good catch. Last game OG did it. Now BP's VP's turn to do it, and they're banning out the TA. The other solution against puck that we were talking about earlier, apart from Void Spirit, I mentioned in Konka was also a decent one. So let's see if they remove that as well.
OG banning carries, move to take out the Alchemist so they don't get undercut too hard. Any other
that's a
anti-illusion
good ban.
carries?
A good ban against Naga. Alchemist is always good against the Naga Siren. You can deal with Illusion, with Radiance and the Acid. And you have faster timings than the Naga. It's very annoying for Naga to deal with in general. I just feel like I think it needs to be like some active carry. Maybe some Bloodseeker, I don't know. Something that can actually come to the fights. I mean, you deal with they don't really have a Rolling Thunder solution right now, so I think Bloodseeker is actually reasonable here.
Yeah, I like the Bloodseeker. You're right, especially on that last point. The only other hero I'll toss into the ring here, Winter, is a Sven. Potentially, you have cleave, good damage to get through the hoodwink.
Reasonable. That's good too.
But I like the Bloodseeker better, honestly. He's faster as well.
Yeah, but you don't see the it's not the overall last pick, so you're still a little bit worried. Yeah, and you don't know your lane.
Yeah, I mean, what would really destroy you in the offlane as a Bloodseeker?
I think Santo is still pretty good, against Bloodseeker, because you can always kill him. You don't trade, and anything that can kill the Bloodseeker in the lane as high burst is always nice against Bloodseeker. And this hero doesn't like to play the game when he loses his lane, so if you can actually find a hero that can do that to the Bloodseeker in the lane, you're gonna be in a very good position in the game. Nope, so it's the Sven.
Yep. Bloodseeker, by the way, he hasn't been picked to this tournament whatsoever. He's only been banned
Not a very
twice.
good hero. Not a very good hero. I mean, Sven, on the other hand, is it's quite a popular hero among a couple of teams. It gives you a solid lane, a stun, so your supports like Pugna or Shadow Demon are gonna be very happy in the laning phase. So you're gonna be able to protect them or help them secure kills. You do the stacks on the ancients. But because it's not the overall last pick, so you're gonna be running into counters like Tide.
Tide's pretty annoying, that's for sure.
Yeah, the laning phase is very, very annoying. Yeah, gonna build, what do? You get, I guess you still go Mage Slayer on Tide, double Bracer into Vlad's Mage Slayer. That should still be the build. I mean, the only way they can kick this Tide out of the lane is you have to bring either the Puck or the Mars over, I feel like the Tide is gonna be a very annoying hero that you can't kick out of the lane, and you have to bring numbers to deal with him. And he's gonna be up to BZM to try to mitigate that. He has to try to mirror what VP is doing.
Can't see any recent Whisper Tidehunter games here on his Dota 2 Pro tracker, but I am seeing the prevailing build
I'm
for
sure
Tides.
he watched some Armor Tide, he knows what he needs to do. I mean, the Mage Slayer is gonna be amazing, this game against the Pugna, the Puck. I mean, even to a certain extent, the Mars as well. So
it's another Vlad's here. Do you see a strength of Vlad's this kind of a game?
Yeah, and the lane with Hoodwink is extremely strong because the Gush reduces armor and Hoodwink has physical damage with the Acorn shot. So together they do a lot in the laning phase, especially against the Shadow Demon, which is relatively weak in the first few waves, first few minutes. I think there's a potential that they can actually bully the support, the enemy support Shadow Demon a lot, and make sure that they can snowball the Tide out of the laning phase from that on. So it's going to be very crucial that VP doesn't bleed out too many kills. FNG, you're not playing Mirana, you don't have lead, so be careful.
Be careful indeed as we get underway with game number 2 here of the BO2 series. Important for VP to try and equalize here so that they remain tied at a minimum with OG. If the other tied series ends in a 2-0, they'd still be in a two-way tie for that crucial 4th place, as we are well into the latter half of matches here for the group stage of DreamLeague Season 22 already. OG now stand at 5 and 4.
Mathematically out if they lose both the games, VP?
Let me check and do some quick maths because it depends on their final opponents. I will note that I believe OG have to still play... oh, you know what? I didn't write it down. Oh, they have to play AR and Heroic. So teams that most people have beaten. While VP, they do have a harder path ahead. They have to take on Falcons and one more team that I didn't write down. But
one more game. Heroic.
Is it Heroic as well?
VP have to play AR.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so they both play AR. All right. Okay. Well, we'll see how AR fares there. And then obviously Heroic and GG, the other two teams currently tied as some minor contests at the runes here. They actually might commit, and they will commit for this kill onto Kiritich. They have another rocket barrage here in just a second. Kiritich trying to outmaneuver here. That's a pretty good effort, but Whisper still has the kill there.
Yeah, very, very big kill, for the Tide. I already said he's gonna be a very key hero in the game to counter the Sven, and now he's given first blood, so it's even gonna make it easier for him to play this lane. Disrupt, FNG just trying to use it to gain a little advantage to kill the ward, so he succeeds. It's all a small little dewarding action here.
Yep, he's happy with that outcome, even if it doesn't really look too great for him. Just checking here. So GG are currently playing Falcons. Spoilers, but they did win in game 1. And Heroic, well, they've got BetBoom, who have just been absolutely slapping everyone. And so they've already lost game 1 there, have Heroic. So if it's going to be a 2-0, that does at least keep Gaming Gladiators in the mix for things. Heroic as well. I think it's still okay for VP if they get 2-0'd here from my read, Winter. BetBoom has Falcons left. Oh, hold on. They're going again. You're right.
Stunned.
I'm focusing on the table here. I need to focus on the lanes because Ahri, going to be hit with a pause here. Don't really think they can get him.
Yeah,
there's a little bit of Pyong.
A little too much HP for the last tick of Blood Gradient, so he's gonna be fine. FNG is gonna maybe try to, but if he tries, he might take a lot of damage.
Yeah, the creep's already on him, and he's a range here. Doesn't have that damage block. Heroic, so Heroic have GG and OG after this. So if GG get a 2-0 over Heroic, even if they lose 2-0 now versus Falcons, they'll be what, 6-6, and then their last match is going to be versus IG or G2 IG. Okay. It's a pretty cool voice line. What was yours this year, Winter? I need to top up my... Please pause. I need to top up my credit. It's a good voice line. I bought it.
Don't worry about it. It's just a SEA voice line, you know.
I agree. Don't worry. My voice line's for the Wild West, and luckily nobody knows about it. Okay, and then what? Heroic. So Heroic, they definitely have a harder path forward here, Heroic. Because if you kind of follow them and follow the lead, well... 2-0 to BetBoom, and then Gaming Gladiators OG. So it's looking better for GG and OG, I would say. So it would certainly behoove Virtus Pro to take a win here, and then have to 2-0 AR, and at least take 1 games off of Falcons later today. So that'll be quite an exciting match, because that'll probably be make or break for them later today. And then Group A more or less will be set there, with Falcons and BetBoom looking pretty good at going on through AR and G2IG, probably in a bit of a rougher spot. And then Group B, Group B is fairly lopsided, but just not in the ways we were expecting at all, with the 2 teams with stand-ins so far killing it at the top.
It's the surprise factor, you know. If you're predictable, then everybody knows how to deal with you, but when you have a stand-in, the enemy doesn't know what to do.
Could be the case. So we will remain paused here for a bit. Hopefully this ping does get settled rather soon, and we can see just how much damage they're going to take here. There's no gush for 8 more seconds, so Heritage is probably safe and sound here as well. No real threats of anything happening here.
Yeah, always good to see the GWR. It's good to see. Glad everything's gonna be a-okay soon. But yeah, Whisper on the Tide is definitely gonna have a very good time this game after the first blood, and with how the lane's starting, VP trying to kill Ahri on the whole wing, so they're gonna take a lot of damage from this. And this Tide is gonna free farm the lane now.
Yeah, you got a lot of tangos, a full set still on Ahri. FNG also has 6 tangos, so that will need to be pulled over. Sven with a salve. I mean, yeah, you're right. It'll be probably at least 1 more free wave after this, and things can certainly snowball from there.
Yeah, once you get your level 3, level 4. I'm not sure if you are gonna do 1-2-2 this game. If the lane is really good, you can even go just 1-1-3 or 1-1-2. Just have the Kraken. In a contested lane, I think you should have 2 points of the Kraken, because it has a lot of value, 16 to 34 on the second point. But if the lane is not as contested, then you just need 1 point, and more points in the Anchor Smash to win the trades or to harass the enemy more.
Yeah, I'm wondering what he's going to choose. I'm taking a look at a lot of the tide builds, and I think you're right. It tends to very much depend on that lane matchup here.
Yeah,
VP.
some lanes you even see the tides go 1-3-1 at level 5. It's rare, but sometimes you do that. Like when you're taking a lot of like poke damage, and you just and also it depends on whether your support is gonna be with you in the lane constantly, or he wants to stack and jungle / help mid. Then you have to be self-sufficient. So maybe you can consider the third point to the Kraken Shell. But in general, 2 points is already good enough for the lane.
Jumping over to other lanes, right? Seb doing fine with that first point in the Rocket Barrage. Does get some assist gold, right? Of course. And Whisper's lane's off to a fantastic start. We can see Hero's already pulled the lane down bottom. So Noticed, who has 2 range creeps on him at least, will still get a little bit of experience down here. As, of course, the disconnects and reconnects, hopefully trying to get to clear that packet loss.
I mean, looking at starting items, this is actually so different from like 1-2 years ago. Like everybody is just buying mass stats right now. You don't even see people getting salves anymore. Everybody's just like Tango, or you don't even get Tango sometimes because you send Tango. The only person with salve is the Sven right now. I think on the Radiant side, there is also one salve on the Naga. So both carrying salve, but no one else is carrying a salve. Stats is just the way to go right now to get the early advantage in terms of trading for the first few waves. I've been seeing so much of the double circlet, double branch build, and you have a Blood Grenade and a Sentry and a Tango. That's it. That's like the go-to build nowadays for a lot of heroes.
Yeah, I want to say the only heroes that can really do things with any other items other than the GG branches or bracers earlier or whatever are obviously supports, and that's usually nothing too exciting. But occasionally, they're resetting the internet, right? So they didn't let us know that this was going to happen. OG hitting us with the G and the ready. Of course, classic. What was I going to say? I'm sorry, I can't focus. There's just too many voice lines being dropped here. Oh, right. The only other heroes that you sometimes see start with different items, like on Chen, when they reworked Divine Favor the first time, and it was like a really imba like armor and
Headdress?
HP, just
was
aura.
it the Headdress?
You would start Headdress, or if you were really crazy and in certain lanes, you would start Blightstone, and you would just take the aura, take a creep at level 2, and then just basically win the lane. It was pretty stupid. Treant Protector also, when Leech Seed was much more imba, would occasionally start with an Oov, right? But usually it's
getting Ulf at level 1 right now is like almost certainly lane ruining.
I think it was a lot better back then, because you would just run up to someone, Leech Seed from the trees, and then they would die basically on Dream, because you just had like 50% move speed slow. Then that quickly got nerfed, so that fell off, right? That was only good because of the stacking slow. Now it's no good. I certainly agree. I think we saw a bounty hunter start with an Oov, right? Didn't we?
Yesterday, yeah, one game. I think that is the only hero that buys Wolf right now. Nobody wants to buy Orb of Venom.
What other kind of fun starter items do you tend to see?
The thing is, like, it is like the game has shifted more towards like staying in your lane and trying to focus on the first 4 minutes because of the Lotus and everything else. You know, you rarely get to roam a lot in the early game, so you don't buy Wolf, and nobody buys the what's the item? The Wolf upgrade now. Orb of Corrosion. Is it Corrosion? Yeah, Corrosion with armor and attack speed. So
okay, it was a lot closer
weird
on the Ari than I thought, but he's fine. 19 HP. He had it in the bag. So it's still an effective trade, but you're right. Yeah, the Orb of Corrosion, don't see that much anymore at all. We used to see it all the time on... Am I crazy, or didn't Void Spirits used to get it mid and stuff?
Yeah, most of the mid heroes like Ember, Pangolier will buy it.
Right, it's Ember. Ember got it every game into Maelstrom, and then he just did like a bajillion damage every slight. That's what I'm remembering. Yeah, that very quickly got a little bit overtuned and then thankfully corrected. I think that's the problem with these early game items, right? It's just there's so many heroes in the game that you put in one little small item like that, and it's just bound to be very good on a few different kinds of heroes.
What is the early game item right now? There kind of isn't any.
Yeah, well,
everybody's
Mage
just
Slayer
rushing
did get
their.
nerfed.
Yeah, I mean everyone's just rushing the Diffuser or Mage Slayer or something else, or Dagger, the Veil.
I mean, what would you consider an early game item? I consider Veil an early game item.
Drums. I mean,
Because Veil's what?
Drum.
Veil's 1,700.
The supports will rush drum. Okay.
Drums are how much? Drums have got to be around there. Yeah, so it's like around the same price. Yeah, they're both 1,700, give or take. Blade Mail occasionally.
I mean, we did have a Blade Mail meta just recently.
Yeah, that's don't remind me. Yeah, I mean, but I think certainly it's not necessarily indicative of any problems like that. I think the meta is worse when there is one prevailing item. Remember when everyone was going Solar Crest at the start of 735? That was awful.
Yeah, that was very, very bad. Even the cost of buying it.
Yeah, you'd get like 4 Solar Crests. It was just like you don't really want the game to turn into that. Not like I was suggesting you were wanting it to, but you get what I mean. I'm happy with it. It is now. Right now we gotta let the pros cook, right? And we'll see what they kind of come up with. For now, though,
the new recipe, the new seasoning, is it gonna be some thyme? Is it gonna be some rosemary, or is it just gonna be some good old butter?
Some cumin seeds I'm particularly a fan of. Those are always good.
That's what I heard. You really like the cumin seed?
So that was good. Yeah, that was really good.
I'm a big fan of fish sauce. Put it in everything.
Yep, that's a good one. Get the umami.
Get the flavor, yeah. And right now, what's the flavor for OG? You definitely have a Naga Siren fish flavor. That's their fish sauce.
that is the fish sauce, yeah. And I don't know what else they want to go for here. We'll see what else they're cooking. As right now, FNG is just gonna get caught and killed.
This lane is tough for the SD. Like I said earlier, during the draft, I mean, SD doesn't like playing into this type of kill lanes, and he's suffering. The first boot did not help him at all, and right now Tide is just running over the lane. I mean, Sweat is still getting good CS, but eventually he's gonna be kicked out of this lane once he runs out of regen. And isn't that fun, you see a Tide running in just like that and take no damage at all.
Brings me back to the good old days. Remember double Stout Shield Tide and then double Ring of Protection
Poor
Tide?
Man Shield. They call it the
PMS.
Pro Man Shield, not Poor Man Shield.
Of course. Trying to find some notable stats on
Seth
items
is trying
here.
to find a kill here. Just you wait. Oh, there's a ward.
Use TP.
They saw him.
Yeah. Now he's gonna pay for this one. He's got the freaking flat cannon leveled, actually. Whisper, he's coming on over, as is Ari going deep beyond the tower. They think they can get this going to Kier Teach, and actually they just might. And I believe with that blood grenade committed, will FNG going for the body blocks, but Whisper extending his tentacles collects the kill from halfway across the map.
Dodge.
That's what you get from trying to run from the Kraken. Ari still alive as the stick charge is giving them just way too much regen.
Another dodge spell.
Scurrying through the trees to avoid that last little nether blast. He is safe and sound until he denies himself. Never mind. I guess that's kind of still safe.
Safe from the jaws of Dire. That's a good play there. I mean, he needs to go back to base anyway. So what better way than take that free trip all the way back. No thanks to the neutral creeps. And Whisper now with the 1-1-3 build. This lane is gonna be quite impossible for Heritage to stay on right now, so he just wants to go jungle. But he reaches his level 5, so he at least has the 3 points in cleave with more efficiency in farming jungle. But FNG is going to do his classic move again, stealing the 7 minute, or at least attempting the heist of the Wisdom Rune. The last game, we saw how Seb tried to steal it with the Mirana.
I think he gets this, right? I think he gets this. They're calling someone to TP over. Ari needs help. Oh, nope. All right, he's going to mess it up a little bit. Good. BZM rotating through, as does Seb, so FNG. Space created, there's a little bit of space created. but he's gonna die.
That's worth it, I think. He forced the enemy team to commit resources to secure the Wisdom Rune. The TP on the Pango is actually quite impactful in the game. He uses TP, uses the roll, so it means that your Mars is going to be free in the bot lane for 1 minute. He's going to be able to take the wave, push the next wave too, and just it literally means he's going to get like 500-600 gold for free until the roll is up again. And Whisper is just being a king here. He's the raid boss on top. Nobody can touch him right now, and he has the Occult Bracelet, one of the best items for Tide in the early game. They're gonna have to try to figure out how many heroes they need to bring later to kill the Tide. You know, the Puck. I feel like the Puck and the Mars both have to come probably.
I just don't even know what you do against this Tide Hunter anymore, man.
Avoid him. He's a Timbersaw now. You don't run into him.
Kiritic, I mean, he's lucky to be playing a Sven at least, so he can just take points and cleave and basically get the heck out of here. Doesn't want anything to do with this kind of a lane anymore.
Bot lane.
Yeah, Arena of Blood committed. Tomato is going to drop. Sayush coming in handy here with the Nether Ward and the Blast. Not much sub can really do against that, because of course he is a gyrocopter, but he did at least nab that 8-minute power rune away. You can see him showing up with the arcane.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I think they defended the tower, so that's great, you know, for OG, but unfortunately they lost the Naga. He's going for Midas on Naga this game, so he's just looking to play the long haul. He feels like the Tide is rich enough that he's gonna be able to anchor his team and just defend towers and be a strong force in the game. So he'll be a huge distraction, so the Naga can be very greedy this game. I think that's a good read.
I agree.
He's also very, very far behind in the lane. I mean, this is like a overall first pick Mars, and they responded with the Naga, right? We're thinking that it'll be good for the lane, I guess, but apparently not.
I think this item also makes sense for him, right? Oh wait, he did change it, I will say. It's Orchid now.
Orchid.
I honestly would not have minded the Midas though, because I think you look at this Naga, her game is going to be really hard until she's a bit more farmed. Until then, her teamfight contribution is run in, song, and reset, right? That's a really nice pull, by the way, out from Sayush. That was really sick. I didn't know you could double pull like that, but perfectly timed. This is a big old stack for Notice to take. That'll surely get him closer to the Blink Dagger. I presume that he's going to buy first, but he does have that Yule's currently slotted in the quick buy earlier. We'll see what he decides. Invis Rune into the bottle for Squawks.
Isn't glad for everyone to have Arma in our scene, you know? He always starts stuff that everybody just follows, you know. Nobody does it, and he does it one time, and everybody does it later. It's freaking
wow,
good,
Diffusal Blade already online for BZM. That just took a chunk of HP out of Squadix. Can they defend this tower?
Nope. Tide is too strong.
I don't know. They're going to lose Seb top for this, though, as he's going to get caught by the damage of the Sven. Triple call down, though, will slow him to a crawl. He still got caught, though, by that second Shadow Wave poison, and that is going to kill him down bottom. TP's coming as the tower does drop. BZM, Rolling Thunder ready. Swashbuckle, good damage. He's going to... Well, what's he going for here? I think he's going to try and catch Noticed here in the trees. There's going to be the inhibit as the Bushwhack will continue to hold them down. There is a Ravage. Out it comes now from Whisper, which is going to actually also catch Kiritic. That'll prevent them from doing anything against losing this Mars.
Yeah, that was a very, very nice Ravage there, just to make sure that they take no risks, you know, because they know that somebody's tipping in, probably. So just securing the kill with the Ravage there. I think it was a good one. And just back to farming, you know, back to farming. Just make sure you keep scaling on the Tide. I mean, nobody is going to build any break items against... I mean, you can kind of buy Silver Age later on the Sven, but it's going to be very long. I mean, I'm sure you can maybe rely on the break later on the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, but that is... I mean, that is pretty late.
That's late too. Yeah, true.
I mean, he did take 3 points in Shadow Poison, so it's viable, right? He'll farm.
Oh yeah, and Kraken can't really remove the Shadow Poison too, so that probably can be a way to kill the Tide in the team fight.
Yep. Kraken doesn't remove Demonic Purge or the Poison, but it will get... I assume it gets rid of Disseminate. It doesn't say, but I assume it is fully dispellable, that
So
debuff.
you have to address the magic damage somehow on Tide, yeah, I guess. Maybe you get a Shroud? Maybe. I mean, you're still playing against... oh, I guess you still buy Mage Slayer. Mage Slayer is good enough, probably. No, he's actually going to go use on Tide. Alright. It's very, very interesting.
Maybe we're going to see this Amar build proliferated again onto the Tide Hunter, like Yules, Blink, Octarine, Wind Waker.
Good against the Pugna D-Crab.
That's true.
Apart from that, maybe you can use it offensively to get kills, but I feel like...
Bottom, BZM caught in the Arena of Blood. Spear is going to hit him as well. With that Nether Blast, he goes down. Or you can just watch as he can simply offer a sharpshooter. He's going to try and escape the wrath of the Pug, but he ends up snapping the coil on the Spear of Mars. Is ready, and he is going to die. Very nice double kill. Bit of aggression from OG, but top lane, maybe it'll pay off as Whisper is going to be hit with this Demonic Purge. Notice TP's on over. He's considering if he wants to take this fight or not, because Whisper is very strong. And they know he's got a Ravage quite soon. FNG trying to escape. He's going to be bolstered by this Warcry and will be able to live. Nice job, Kiritich. Song in the mid lane. This is only for Timado? How? What? It's only for the... I mean, I guess it's a kill, right? You take those.
A kill is a kill, Richie. If you don't use your song, it's just there, sitting. So why not? Just a pick off. It's like whenever you get Black Hole, you always want to just use it to just put it on cooldown, you know? Just use it in another game.
I use it to farm stacks.
Huh? What?
No, just kidding. Of course not. Come on, it's not.
If you're playing CM, that's forgivable. But if you're playing Enigma, no.
Item 8, who's having a terrible game on Earthshaker?
Have I not taught you anything at all? Use Black Hole to farm.
I use Echo Slime to farm normally.
Okay, that one is fine. You know, when you're going to get a dagger and you have a stack, you have 1500 gold. Yeah, sure, go ahead. You know, echo the creeps.
Whisper has a blink. He's ready to go. He's going to see Notice, but he's too busy taking the Watcher. He's unbothered in his elements. And so the rest of the team instead is going to just push this tier 1 tower. No smoke necessary. VP will smoke up still. Kiritich not interested in any of that smoke. He'll just finish off the Ancients as OG not wanting to be too risky. Just leave Ahri as perhaps the squirreliest bait of all time to finish off that tier 1 tower. However, this has allowed VP to set up properly here. If they can catch BZM, this is looking fairly good. They've got perfect vision over him now. There's going to be the arena initiation. They're going to be able to burst the gyro. BZM soon to fall. And Squadix commits the coil, but picks up the kill.
Yeah, very nicely done there by Noticed. Big pickups there by VP. They needed something to snowball and try to help the Sven get ahead after the bad laning phase that he had, and now he's kind of fully caught up. Clears the stack. Just keeps on farming.
And I think most importantly, Winter, you've had 2 back-to-back arena kills onto this Pangolier. He went from having a pretty, good laning phase for a Pango, having that early part of your diffusal blade, into not really picking up too much out from it. This is a painful sequence of events for a Pango.
Yeah, he has to just resort to just recovering in the jungle right now. He has to just be patient, farm your next timings. I mean, you're playing against counters, so it's annoying, the Mars and Puck are kind of very good against Pango if you see him first.
Oh, hold on. A fight's going to be forced here, and I say forced because I don't really think OG want to end up taking this one, least of all with the AD rune on the Puck. That is going to be Seb's homing missile shard, which is perhaps one of the more annoying ones to play into now that they finally nerfed the Lion shard.
It does like a stupid amount of damage if you're not careful.
That's right. Yeah, that one is pretty annoying. Can you think of a more annoying shard?
Have you ever just tried to get 4-star on this hero and just you with a shot and 4-star just keep pushing your rockets to kill people?
Yeah. Actually, yes, I have. People don't know, but you can indeed 4-staff homing missile. Can you use it as well? I don't think so. Right?
No, only for
because it's Yules' hero units only, I think. Speaking of Yules, Tide's not going to go for one. They don't need it here anyway for the kill onto FNG.
BKB on Tide? Wow, he's killing. Okay.
He's going for his own shard as well. This is still, yeah, that's right, dead in the water. That's pretty good this game, actually. Doesn't that kind of destroy a puck? Dead in the water? Really good against Sven?
Yeah, all the mobility heroes, they are dead in the water once you get the shard.
Set, and he's just going to get jumped.
Call.
Yeah.
You can kill me. I'm just a position 5.
Hold on.
Right,
and actually,
good trade. That's a big kill. 1,000 gold. It's the coffers of OG.
Instead of dropping the voice line, I mean, wasting no time in doing so is Sayush. He's going to need to run now. It's kind of noticed behind him, but it's Whisper who's blinking in after him. Not really a hero you can kill. So instead, notice he's going to take the far easier kill here onto the Hoodwink. At least he just needs one more auto attack. He'll find it. And actually, with Kiriti showing up, that is plenty of damage. Song of the Siren to reset things here. Whisper holding on to that Ravage, holding on to this anchor. That
Pango's
dead
coming.
in the water.
Pango
is coming. That Rolling Thunder from above into the Ravage. Connects onto only 2, but that might be all they need. Sayush gets down at least the Nether Ward. Does buy a bit of time here, but that's a full duration Song. This is now 5 OG heroes on top of you. Virtus Pro not ready for that play as Whisper ends up baiting them into a fight they just cannot take.
And we see the power of a very, very fat Tide, you know, from the lane. That is what the hero does. He's unkillable. You want to run, and he wins his team all the early engagements until you have BKB on your course, you know. So that's gonna take a while. Puck doesn't want to get one. Not sure if Mars wants to get a BKB this game, since you already went for the Yule. So probably the Ravage is just gonna be a very, very annoying spell, you know, for the Mars to deal with in the game. I kind of feel like he needs BKB somewhere down the road.
Yule Scepter. Use for the setup here onto the Naga Siren. They might actually have this kill here, but you do have OG ready to respond. Tomato. This time he does not have the Song of the Siren. Caught by the coil, but the Orchid onto Kiritich is preventing this kill from coming through. BZM chasing away Notice. Tomato lives through that entire engagement. And in fact, Virtus Pro, they're going to end up losing both of their supports. OG, they brought the numbers.
It's a numbers game, you know. If you bring 3, I have to bring 4. If you bring 4, I'll bring 5. If you bring 5, I will just bring 5 too. You know? It's all about securing the area and just making sure that you win the fights and getting the important key pickoffs. In this instance, they got just the 2 supports, but you know, still, BP had to bring a lot of heroes over here and not get anything. So at the end of the day, OG is still really happy with the trade. Like, this Tide is just such a monster right now. There's nothing much they can do to kill him, you know, that he's literally unkillable. Until they have a COH or Aghanims on the Shell Demon.
I mean, he shows up to the fights and it's just like, it's game over pretty much for BP. Yeah. It's the Kraken.
Yeah, I don't even feel like he needs to buy BKB. Like, he's killing BKB. I'm like, probably doesn't even need it.
What do you think he should go?
I think I'd rather him go like a Heaven's Halberd, you know, for the Sven.
Ooh, that's an item. Kiritich. That's an item we haven't seen in a long time, by the way. I don't think it matters here what he builds because he still has a kill easily on a Kiritich. That item used to be amazing because it was undispellable by BKB, but now with the debuff immunity changes, you completely ignore it when you activate BKB after you're halberded. So I think it's lost a lot of its strength, to be honest. Quick and easy kill there on a Sayush. BZM with some perfect and fancy roll, using that roll up to his advantage. I think the Sanj buffs make it more viable, though, honestly.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I haven't seen that item in ages, you know, so it's about time the item got buffed. Like, who even buys that item, you know? I don't even really remember how many times I've seen it in the last couple of months I played my pubs. Nobody buys that item.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, to be fair, it used to be like an item every game, you know, every team you want to get at least one, you know. There's always going to be like 1 4-star or 2 4-star. There's always going to be a Glimmer Cave, Flats, you know. There's always going to be one of these, and Heaven Halberd used to be one of those items. You get at least one to deal with the enemy carry, especially if they're a range carry. And then ever since the change to BKB, like you mentioned, so you can always dispel it, then nobody buys the item anymore.
Yeah.
And now it seems like it's back, with the 5% extra. And the evasion as well, right? They buffed the evasion, I remember.
Yeah, maybe. This is a nice catch
Coil?
on a BZM who breaks the smoke coil into the arena of blood and killed off. I agree.
He's seen this movie many times this game already.
Yeah, it's not his favorite. You know, it's like he gets on the plane. He's like, okay, what movie do we have today? And it's just 8 pages of him dying in an arena.
I always like try to watch all the Harry Potter movies.
That's so random. Why the Harry Potter movies?
Just like watching it, rewatching it.
They just put you to sleep.
Damn it, Richie.
I mean, look, I watch movies to put me to sleep on the plane as well, okay? I don't blame you. I'm not calling you old. It's long plane rides. What else are you going to do on a plane?
Just watch Snakes on a Plane.
Ah, that's a good movie, though. That is a good movie. Okay. Ooh. That was a very clutch blink away. That is going to be able to interrupt the roast that OG we're trying to take. I don't know if VP can contest it anyway. We need some minor space created there by Squadix, who is going to still have to give up the chase. The effort.
So who gets I guess BZM, yeah? He's been the only one dying. The other 2 cores are not dying.
Yeah, and he's not building a defensive item, right? Most importantly. So this is going to allow him to continue playing up front. Very aggressive. Now with his Ag Scepter, right? Important that he at least is allowed to cast his abilities in the game.
Dire's bottom tower is under
I mean,
attack.
Whisper sure as hell doesn't need it, right? This guy's even stronger. He's got almost full BKB.
The man is queuing a BKB, so you think he needs the Aegis? Nope. Nope, brother.
I almost wish he turned that Ogre Axe.
He still has the occult bracelet, you know, at 24 minutes.
True.
It shows how much he values the item. Magic resist.
The casual rights of Eloshar. Ravage, behind as the jaunt's not going to end up happening here. The fight breaking out. Kiritich trying to get in here with some good fights and actually has the kill. They have the break already because of the Ag Scepter courtesy of FNG. Whisper, he sure as hell did not see that one coming as Tomato forced a song to try and pull out of this fight. It's not gone the way they've quite wanted it to. The Orchid there on the Mars, who does continue to chase BZM, continuing with the Rolling Thunder behind enemy lines as Squadix does manage to find Ari here. This fight, it's completely falling apart here as Kiritich cannot land the killing blow onto Seb. Neither can Sayush, but notice with another blink, it has him to dead rights there with the God's Rebuke. Nicely done. That's a huge fight for Virtus Pro.
Nobody knew that FNG quietly farmed an axe.
It's the casual build, man. Arcane's Ags.
As Watermelon shows up in the fight. Oh my god, I'm unkillable and invincible. Oh wait. Why am I turning into tofu all of a sudden? Oh wait, the Shadow Demon has axe. Nobody told me that. Then you start paying your supports. Why did no one warn me about the axe? Why?
Oh, it's just instant. Kiritich basically foreshot him. Wild.
So now he now he definitely needs the BKB to survive.
Okay. I'll pick off here. BZM.
Top.
Gonna be able to get Sayush. Seb though. Oh, is he gonna die? Actually, I'm not really so sure. Squadix, yeah, he's gonna need to kind of retreat here as the TP away. Not in time from FNG. Puck will escape. No dice here for FNG, who is gonna again burn some time, create some space through this Aegis, but otherwise is gonna die again. No leap, man. What can you do?
Is there any other position 5 heroes that have escape ability? No, yeah. Mirana is like the only one.
For FNG right now in the meta.
You know what? I'm sure if there's like a position 5 viewer in the meta, he's gonna be playing viewer. Can't die with Shukashi.
That's true. I was actually gonna say Crystal Clone Maiden.
Has he played the hero so far? I don't really recall him trying to play the hero. I think he doesn't like playing the hero.
Maybe has he played the Ench this game? This tournament? Okay, they see Ari. Oh, they're just gonna kill an Ari. Yep, Ari's seen this movie a couple times on the plane as well. I don't know why we're saying in the plane.
Episode 2, how to kill a squirrel on the plane.
Season 2.
Season 2. remember to stay for the after credits? You always stay for the after credits, do you?
My favorite.
My wife makes me stay every time. I'm like, oh, let's go. Wait, relax. Can you relax? There's still a surprise at the end.
BZM, Whisper's gonna blink in. He finds a 3-man Ravage. There goes BZM. They've already popped the Shadow Demon. No break in the fight here for Whisper, even though they actually did tag on the once, but no damage to be dealt as the rest of VP. Tail tucked between their legs. We're going to end up running for their lives. Another strong fight from OG. What can they get out for it, though? Because the lanes are pretty pushed in against them.
It's probably just a kill. And just farm the map, shove up the lane. So I don't think they can get any towers. There's no Roshan, so...
Yeah, I mean, that was the last fight with their Aegis, right?
Yeah, maybe try to set up some deep wards and go for a pick-off once they revive. Because Mars has a long death timer. Oh, Superman's fans online. Steals the Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, but is he going to lose his life for this? It's broken here on the side of Kiritich. Will be stunned by this rocket as well. Trying to hold on to this BKB for as long as he can. FNG now is going to be able to provide him some backup. And here's the damage they were looking for on the Whisper. The break. They've got him dead to rights. Squadix looking for more. BZM TPing away. Nothing to cancel here quite yet as Tomato is going to be able to just throw illusions to occupy VP. That is slightly problematic. They don't want to really take care of those Naga illusions too easily.
Yeah, now Whisper probably realizes he has the wrong item. BKB is not going to save him against this Aghanim's Shadow Demon. I think Halberd is actually an item that might save him, because you have evasion. So maybe that would have actually given you some extra time to get out. And if the Sven doesn't have BKB, you can always use it on him, disarm him. It would have actually been more useful than the BKB. Like if you're thinking of magic damage, and that's why you get the BKB, but right now he's not even dying to magic damage. He's just literally dying to the right clicks from Sven.
That's a pretty big buff. I don't know. Maybe you're onto something about this Heaven's Halberd, honestly. I mean, even if you just BKBs, you force him to use BKB to kill you, which is got some utility in a game like this.
Yeah, right now he doesn't even need to do anything to kill you. Once the SD purges you, you're dead. You know, he just
you just die. Yeah, I mean, it's basically just waiting. Okay, Whisper with a little tip there on FNG.
It's like, you sneaky bugger. You found a solution. I thought I was an indestructible watermelon.
Okay, there's going to be the jump on in. They're on to Seb. They want to take him down, but Whisper, what's your beacon going to do for you now?
I've seen this movie 10 times.
I'm getting sick and tired of it, and so will Timatos. He's going to end up getting jumped. He's silenced up, can't get his Sog off, and he drops as well. Virtus Pro, what happened in this game when they're up 10k?
How to kill watermelon volume 4. You just slice him into half, and you eat it, and you enjoy all the water it gives you. I mean, Whisper just needs to... He needs to actually just play back right now. There's no way he can actually just play like how he has been playing the last 10 minutes. No way. No freaking way. Like, he just needs to chill, wait for the BKBs to be used, and once they're down, then blink in and ravage the Sven. I think that's the only thing he can do in the team fights right now. He can't be anywhere close near to the front line unless BZM on the Pango finds the Shadow Demon.
VP getting a little bit close for comfort here is noticed. The Seb looking to try and maybe initiate things, but he's only a gyro, so all he can do is really set the homing missile and try their best. Notice who's about to get his TP, well, a TP scroll delivered. Squadix might be able to help out here, and oh, he missed an auto attack. That's awkward, but he does actually eventually hit the thing. Yeah, I mean, it's like for the first 25 minutes of this game, Whisper's like, I'm the Bolivian Kraken. And VP were like, go kill us, Bolivian Kraken. And then someone on VP looked at a map and they're like, wait a second, Bolivia doesn't have a coastline. You're not a real Kraken. And they've just been killing him no problem now. Geography wins you games.
Yeah, I guess we'll figure that out. FNG on the Shadow Demon.
FNG? That's right. It's all that, you know, it's all that experience. He's 28 years old, you know. People have always said, oh, FNG, you're so old. He's like, yeah, well, I know geography. Get owned.
Why do I feel offended when you say that? Why?
Look, okay, that wasn't directed at you. Hold on, there's an AD run on BZM. We can talk about it later. And Kiritich, he's jumping onto a Naga illusion. He might not know what's coming. VP, their backline heroes have been scouted as well. Whisper needs to get on top of FNG. He gets the blink up and the Ravage. But where's the follow-up damage? Shimato, he's going to be able to land the silence, and they have the kill, but no, the break, it's still out here. And Tomato, or Whisper, he's still going down. Oh, he's clipped himself here and ends up going down to the puck. It's a 1-for-2 trade, though, as they do end up getting through Kiritich. The fight looking pretty good still, though, for VP, as the illusory orb is not going to stop the slept Squadix puck from getting that kill onto BZM. Virtus Pro.
Do not run, Sayush.
Chasing for more. The Acorn shot's going to get through Sayush, but now the two OG supports fighting in the two cores of Seb, trying his luck at TPing away right in front of Noticed. Yeah, he noticed that one for sure. Squadix with the ultra kill, as it's only Tomato who makes it out alive of this engagement.
Yeah, he tried his best to use the song to save his team, but to no avail. It's probably gonna need a shot right now. Try to save that watermelon, the Bolivian Kraken. Need to find a way to keep him alive. I mean, it was a good initiation, I think, by Whisper.
Agreed?
He got the two support, the two backline, the Park 9 Shadow Demon, but it was just not enough, you know. I think the Pango wasn't near enough. He was a little bit too fast, so he couldn't really follow up with the roll.
Yeah, actually, I thought
the Pango.
He was just a bit further. I thought the Bloodthorn for sure was going to end up silencing FNG. I'm not sure. Do they have a Dispel that I'm missing here? That, no, right? What's his neutral? Am I being... No, his neutral's a Philly Stone. I thought for sure that Naga was going to be able to follow up with a Bloodthorn in time. Tomato was right there, but the break still came on through. So that was not ideal, I think. I don't know who he silenced. That maybe he silenced the Mars? Could have been. Probably he silenced the Mars.
I mean, the next fight, he's going to try to finish his Butterfly. I mean, that's going to be like a huge spike against the Sven. The Butterfly plus, what else the Pango's getting? Pango's Basher is going into Octarine Core. I think there's level 20 on Pango, level 20 on Naga, so that's going to be definitely a power spike for sure. Extra illusion.
Level 20 on Sven is pretty nice, though. This Warcry Aura, I wouldn't mind if he did Tormentor. Did he get the Shard? Noticed. He's going to be able to force at least the Rolling Thunder out from BZM. He's got his Wind Waker online as he flies over the cliff, but he's going to be struck by the Basher at BZM into the silence as well. He actually doesn't have a defensive item. 3 more seconds till he has Wind Waker. He's going to get the Dispel as Whisper forced to pop the Ravage, but he didn't catch the puck, and now they're on 2 of them at once. Song of the Siren is forced out as Kiritich, he's BK beat up. He slams right through that Pangolin as Tomato forced to try and retreat. Now, they still have a Dream Coil committed now onto Squadix as the Fen jumps on in. Good old Bushwhack out from Ari, but that is just simply not going to do enough here as Squadix gets that kill onto Tomato. Ari running for his dear life now, almost at the full Gleipnir. He might make it out of this fight, Winter. Sayush. Sayush. He's going to catch the attempted thief as Seb. He was going for a cheeky little Wisdom Rune play. He's real fast here. He might still make it out alive, and indeed does. But Virtus Pro, they seem to be on OG's...
Ari.
On the OG Warpath now. Yeah, look at this. They even got Ari.
Nicely done. Very, very nice. Quite surprised that the Butterfly latest purchase by Naga didn't seem to matter at all in the team fights. She just got blown up once she got caught by the coil. Yusong couldn't save her teammate and then just got coiled and Sven just destroyed her. I mean, they really have to try to use their... I guess the Pango may need to try to go in and try to bait out the BKBs and spells. You need to try to bait out the initial spells like the arena to come out, and then you try to use your song to counteract that. And once the BKBs run out, that's when I think the tide can come into play, you know. They need to play a long fight for OG, whereas VP wants to just end the fight right away when they find a hero. Like quick and easy, and just kill with the God Strength and just move on to the next. So OG needs to kite the team fight.
How would you rate OG's high ground versus VP Siege here as we, you know, probably prepare for that to be our next fight?
It's definitely going to be annoying to go high ground against Naga. And then you have, I mean, Tide with the Ravage, then you have the Pango. Me, on the other hand, I feel like you can always use the cleanse on the Sven when he's like just pushing out the tower, and you can always top him up with the Pugna when he's low, when he gets harassed.
That's true, right? You can deal with the illusions. I'm just a little bit worried more about the split push because right now Pugna is the only hero that will be able to deal with these illusions, especially with the butterfly now online for Timado. Maybe that's enough of a difference maker in this next fight, Winter.
They're getting a Travels on Squadix to deal with the split push. I think that's a good choice for VP.
It's true, he's got a lot of magic damage. Oh, and he's got Ags and 25. That's Kiritich's Tormentor. That's very good, especially with the 20 talent here that he has taken.
Mm-hmm.
It's bound to hit 25.
Double plate meal.
Yeah, casually for the team.
2.5 plate meals.
Yeah, that was just for Timado to TP away. Things were looking a bit spicy for him. He has really no intentions of trying to take a team fight right now. Seb, oh no, he didn't really want to go down this path here. No detection here for the puck though. We'll see if they can try and sniff him out. They're doing, yeah, now they've got him. Plenty of damage there.
Gem. No escaping the gem.
Nope. Remember when Puck's Shard gave like True Sight?
Huh? Really? When was that?
Yeah, am I crazy? Didn't it like push back and give True Sight or something like that? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, you're actually right. On top of my head, I don't even remember there's a talent. Rocket Flare, True Sight.
Oh yeah, that's a nice one. Yeah, Clockworks has some really cool talents, doesn't he? I think he has also got a talent of Magic Immune in Cogs at 25 still, right? All right. Being hunted. They're trying to catch the rats and all other vermin, of which a squirrel is technically a rat. They're just a little bit cuter than the rest of them, so we give them a pass.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
I mean, right now for OG, it's all about trying to just delay as much as you can. Try to get the Naga into a couple more items. Try to hope for the best. A couple
more items? Like literally two more full items for Timado?
Right,
that's what he... Wow.
He's gonna need, I feel like he's gonna need, what do you get after the Hex? I mean, I'm sure you're gonna replace the Shroud, right? You're not gonna have the Shroud.
Wait, BCM, he just went through a Watcher, and now he tried to TP again in front of Notice. Winter, I think we've seen this one before. This time the arena's not out. But you can surely bet the Dream Coil is with that 25 talent, with the Rapid Fire. Oof, that's a huge kill for VP. He doesn't have buyback.
I mean, that's the problem with Pango against Puck late game, you know? You're always gonna run into problems like this. I mean, the roll up and the rolling thunder, those are not good ways of securing your escape right now after the level 25 talent.
Ooh, FNG. Oh, look at that blink forward right on top of it. Notice ready to go on the spear. This is going to be a kill guaranteed. They finally managed to catch Ari. That's 2 of the 3 potential Ratters already down. Timado trying to send illusions down the lanes. He does have that 20 talent now, right? That mirror image talent. We'll see what neutral he takes. He's taking the Martyr's Plate. And in fact, this is an opportunity. No, it seems like opportunity gone now. 20 seconds until there's another.
Still has Aegis.
Wow.
Are you sure you want to go on the Puck?
BKB? Wait, Timado? He might not be safe here. Superman Sven giving chase. Good job on that Manta Style Whisper, ready to counter initiate, and does. He's got a Scythe of Ice himself, and in fact, they might just get through Squadix, but he does have that Aegis. There's going to be the break applied. Another Scythe of Ice. Kiritich does not have the damage to nuke through him that quickly, but here goes Notice from behind. It's going to be Scythe, but does get that Arena of Blood up and finds a spear. Now Timado, Kiritich chasing after him. Doesn't need a spear. Has his own ride, he says. As Seb, he could do nothing but die. 4, make that 2 dead.
Yep, so that was a really good fight for BP. And Naga still has buyback. Gyro doesn't have buyback, so they have to figure out a way to defend. It's going to be really tough for OG. No Ravage, just have to rely on the Rolling Thunder here. Probably going to lose like at least a lane, probably 2. Have a Glyph to slow things down. Pugna uses the D-Crab to try to buy some extra few seconds. Mars is going to get a use.
Broken again.
Nice dodge there.
Though,
he's just too focused
for the on hitting the buildings. Notice he may have overcommitted here.
But can he actually get it off? Wind Waker going to give him some extra couple of seconds to get away. And just get out. His roll is just going to be wasted here. They still lost the lane.
That's the lane gone.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
In 60 seconds till the next ravage, so it's gonna be really, really tough to hold this lane. But VP decides that they want to just play it safe right now. They have to try to top up the Sven with the partner. I guess he just wants to jungle. Okay, so don't need the partner to top him off.
Yep, he'll be fine. Wait, oh, hold on. Careful here, Seb. Right on the wrong side of the Wisdom Rune here. It does manage to snag it. He's got another site. How many sites do we have on OG? I think 3 sites, right? One on Whisper, one on Seb. Soon to be one on this Naga Siren, unless the build, indeed, it has changed. BKB instead, like you said.
And it's very, very tough right now for them to hang in there in the team fights. You know, when they get engaged by either the core or the Mars Arena, they're struggling to survive. So I feel like the other way they could do this is to try to initiate with the multiple hexes there, try to blow someone up, get a big ravage on the partner and Shell Demon. We've seen that a couple of times already. That's how OG was able to win the earlier team fight, so they have to try to replicate that.
Radiant are scanning.
Smoke.
Yeah,
Try to
VP.
go around.
They're very well positioned
mod.
here on the high ground, Winter. I don't know if they're going to be able to really find a way in here. Getting good vision off the Naga Illusions. BZM this time in position, ready to go. Blink Dagger on in, but the BKB out from Kiritich. He's just going to run on in. There's the Arena Blood. They've already actually caught Tomato and BZM. He can't do anything. Ravage is going to be forced out as the Song of the Siren is at least going to be able to hold down Kiritich, who's already used the BKB. But OG, they seemingly want to try and get the hell out of here, Winter. FNG, another break now onto Whisper as BZM is focused and killed. Make it 2 now. 2 OG cores down and dusted without the buyback. That might just be it here as Virtus Pro fight their way back into this game after a difficult game 1. Looking like they're going to be able to draw even here against OG. They just need a creep wave.
Falls once more. Definitely not the story you expect, you know, after looking at how Tide was owning his lane. He was like running around, doing so much in the early game and just couldn't keep it up in the mid-late game. This FNG
Shout out to
genius Aghanim Scepter Rush just for his party.
And I think he kind of knew how this game was going, right? Because he ended up maxing Shadow Poison, like I pointed out early out of the laning stage, and perhaps it was in anticipation of this. Don't ask Dota Plus. Dota Plus is not watching True Sight tonight with that win rate graph. I don't know that. I've never seen that before. A constant 0%. Well, at this point, it seems pretty bleak, especially with one last follow-up arena. It's just like the 18th Marvel movie released. Ari, he just can't stop watching them, unfortunately for him. Virtus Pro onto the throne. Delayed by the song here, but it's not going to get enough time for BZM to respawn. Maybe they can try and get through someone here with this. No, not me. I just don't think it's very realistic. Trying their best, though. Tomato popping the BKB, but Kiritich, he's got his eyes on the prize. Throne taken down, and VP taking down OG in game number 2.
Yeah, we end up with a 1-1. Good comeback again by VP. Not really phased by what happened in the first game. Managed to solve the problems with the rune control that got absolutely destroyed by OG in the first game. And they also managed to find a solution to a very big and dangerous watermelon in this game. And props to FNG to rush the Aghanims that ended the Tide in this game. You know, he just showed up to a fight and all of a sudden he thinks he's the boss, but he dies. You know, and it was all she wrote. She just kept dying after that fight, and that was it. You know, that was the end of the reign of the Tide Hunter, and they just couldn't play together on one of the cores. Pango was also having a tough game. Didn't really get to do much with the hero. He's up against the core and the silence. It's always going to be very annoying for Pango, and eventually the puck gets level 25. So even the Pango couldn't do a lot. And Naga alone against a partner with a short life drain, she's gonna struggle, you know, doing everything on her own.
Yep, ended up being a little bit too difficult of a game there. Winter OG. They start off the day strong, but ultimately VP claw themselves back for a crucial 1-1 draw here, as both teams will end 5 series with an even score of 5-5 apiece. That should see them tied for 4th place. We're going to be going to a very quick break, but when we return, folks, do stay tuned. We're going to have the interview with a VP player. We'll see you then.
locked, new kid on the block. Currents running strong like a solar wave. I feel electric. Locked, plugged into the socket. Watch me burning hot, yeah, I radiate. I feel electric. Coursing through my veins like a power surge. Call it misbehaving the way I burn. If you're gonna wait, then you miss your turn. Charged up and ready, I'm going steady with you. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, got that future shot now. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Breathe, feel that energy. You can change the lights from red to green. See, I got what you need. Sparking a connection, go VIP. You feel electric. You feel electric. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, got that future shot now. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Future shot, future shot, future shot. The future shock. The future shock. Once we started, there's no way to stop us. Like a rocket, not for static hearted. Once you got it, your girl supersonic. You know you want it. 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 Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, got that future shot now. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, got that future shot now. Future shot, future shot, you know you want it. Future shot, future shot, you know you want it. Everybody stop, got that future shot now.
Out on the street, people pass you by. You don't meet their eye, you don't care. And out in the night, you see a light. From the cafes, there's more singing than despair. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. At the bar, too drunk to sit. They're talking shit of what's been before. And the dancing girls, they twist and twirl. They sweat like beads of pearls, scattered before swine. Hold me tightly.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Dream League Season 22. Small delay here, but we are about to get going with our interview here as VP do bounce back after Game 1 versus OG to equalize in a must-win series. Oh, and already calling in here and eager to tune in is, I believe, indeed, it's FNG. Good to talk to you again, man. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Another 1-1 draw, kind of a tough first series for you there. I kind of wanted to ask, I don't know, what do you guys think is... Oh, I don't want to ask too much about strategies because it's still quite important.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, if you want, because Game 1, right, the Puck solution, right, I feel like going with the Void Spirit, Puck obviously a very hard to catch hero. Do you think a Void is still... Obviously the lane is good versus Puck, but the mid game, do you think that's still a hero that can still, be an answer to a hero like Puck?
Yeah, I would say Void Spirit is definitely one of the best heroes that usually left in a pool, after the whole ban stage. Because usually you get DK, TA, and maybe something else, I don't remember, get banned. But the issue mostly is supports. Even when you think about when you want to pick Puck, it's not because you see enemy mid hero. You see that enemy supports are either lack of disable, or you will see that they will not synergize well with mid fights, or with mid hero when it comes to mid fights. So Game 1 they have Puck, Mirana, Hoodwink. They don't have great synergy, but our synergy is Undying, Tekis, and Void Spirit. It's a disaster, right? So game was playable, honestly. It's just I feel like we were played a bit scared because we didn't make any decisions early game. We just laned the way we laned. They got bot tower. Magnus got big. He got his blink early. He went to attack us, and our center is 500 or 600 gold away from blink dagger, and it's already they're having 1 or 2 minute tempo, higher tempo than us, and slowly they're rolling here 200 gold, here tower, here kill, and then game becomes extremely hard because again playing into Puck with such supports and they already got advantage with towers. It's super hard.
So it's true, right? You said that when you're playing Mirana, you don't die because you have leap, and there's 2 games you actually played some other heroes and you're dying a lot more. But in the second game, I guess you were the MVP for rushing the Aghanims to win that important fight in the mid lane on the Shadow Demon. I felt like the enemy didn't even realize that happened and they lost that fight. The Tide just came in, thought he couldn't die.
My team is MVP because, staying top lane for I believe I stayed 16 or 17 minutes without making any moves at all. Completely AFK mode, and my team was doing everything possible, to provide the space for me, and also not over forcing too much because obviously, I'm communicating with them saying my hero doesn't do much if I will even go somewhere because I'm weak against Tide. I'm not doing anything against Pango, Naga illusions. I cannot do anything against them. So I understood, I knew what was my game plan, but my team needs to execute it still. And they're MVP. I'm just press one button guy. But yeah, definitely played Mirana. Cost you a lot of deaths this time.
Very true. Last question for you, FNG, as we'll let you go because you have a very important series upcoming, right? You're going to be playing versus Falcons next, as you're currently tied for 4th place, I think, now with OG. How do you personally prepare for very important series? What do you do before the game? Do you have any rituals? I was wondering if you can just let us know.
Me personally, I'm not doing anything special. I usually... My mindset is it doesn't matter if it will be even a TI Grand Final, it will be just another match or game of Dota. I don't want to, overthink or put too much emotions into it. Yet, sometimes I'm trying to hype myself because motivation is a good thing, when you sit and play Dota for me already 15 or maybe less years, and finding this motivation sometimes is hard. So for example, against Falcons, I just want to beat Skeeter because he was my ex-teammate and he definitely got his success, and I envy him in a good way. So I want to beat him because he's a TI winner. He's a good player. They have an extremely good team. So yeah, just hype myself a little bit, but not overdo it.
Cool, man. I really appreciate the answer. I think that's very wise and sage. Thanks for your interview. Thanks for your time, and best of luck later on for you guys versus Falcons. We'll see you later, man.
Thank you. Bye.
See you. Bye-bye.
It's pretty cool. I mean, he's right. You know, after playing Dota for so long, you kind of have to... You can't really hype yourself over the storylines, right? That's more of our job for the audience. His job is to stay focused and to grind out just another game of Dota, right? Press R, press one button, like he said.
Yeah, sometimes that's just what it takes. You know, one button to rule them all.
One button to rule them all, one region to rule them all, perhaps, here, as we're going to go switch gears here slightly, heading into the SEA versus China matchup. It's Aurora, who are currently, I think, still tied for first, taking on Extreme Gaming. That'll be after the break, folks. We'll catch you soon.
Send you down to me. All the angels would agree. Shine your light into the dark, fading in from far away, trying to find the words to say. Everything
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We continue now into our second series of the day, already chugging along here, Winter, for Dream League Season 22. Pretty impressive first series, honestly. A bit of a bounce back, bit of a storyline between those two teams, but obviously we are going to be taking a little bit of a shift now as we look already towards our second series. Our first team, of course, Aurora Winter. We're fairly familiar with them, right? A fairly impressive last year coming together. And I believe, who did we get to talk to yesterday? Wasn't it
23?
Oh my god, man. It was 23, right?
Yeah.
It's their only tournament, right? And they're aware of that for the EPT. Lot on the line for them here. And they're definitely feeling, I don't know if they're feeling the pressure, but they're certainly performing very well.
Yeah, you know what they say when you put a team, you know, their backs against the wall, you know, they're gonna turn it around and just fight back, you know. They're showing their character. This is their only event, even though they're coming in with a stand-in, but they are giving us a show. They are keeping the SCA pride up there and potentially securing their upper bracket slot with this series if they can actually... I think if they win 2-0 for sure, but maybe even just one game will be enough.
Well, hold on. I'll tell you what. I'll do the math a little bit later, right? Because first, I think we should...
One game should be enough.
I'm not sure. We'll check later because I wanted to talk about exactly here their opponents, right? Winter. I mean, this is a legendary team. They almost need no introduction.
The legend of Army.
Of course, the uncrowned king.
Yeah, the uncrowned king of Dota. He's back after getting married. He's here. He's ready to carry his team. He's ready to lift some trophies.
Do you know if he...
So far, so good.
What did he do? Did he do anything? I know, like, was it Faith Beyond wanted to learn piano, hence the name change. Was he up to anything during his off period?
He was like shooting a lot of ads. I remember seeing him on a lot of like ads, you know.
Oh, I see. Well, it's good to know. I mean, you know a little bit here about Ame. We were able to task our jester, basically, I think is the best word, to do a little bit of research here. Jenkins, who is going to be able to tell us a little bit more about the background of Extreme Gaming.
Extreme Gaming is a relatively fresh Chinese org. And while they haven't been very successful in the past, they've become a mainstay in the Chinese Dota scene. And their new roster is really something to get excited about. Starting off with what's got most people undoubtedly hyped. Ame is back, baby, after a classic Chinese retirement and also getting married. Congrats, by the way. It's time to retake the throne. Being the most successful carry player from China, surely they built a good team around him. Remember how China finally won a big LAN event back in ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur? Well, Extreme Gaming decided to yoink the majority of their squad in XM playing mid, XXS playing offlane, and XingQ on position 4. Only DY remains from the previous roster.
对于 Extreme Gaming 整体上就大家都是玩得很好的朋友，然后就是大家打训练包括比赛都比较放松，比较开心嘛。
It is extremely exciting. Maybe China really is back. We're thrilled to see what they can pull off in Dream League Season 22.
You gotta love the little bit of editing work there. Extremely exciting. XSS, XM, XingQ. Close enough for these guys. Yeah, I mean, it is exciting to see them back, and it's exciting to see them doing very well, unlike most, and in fact, all of the other Chinese teams currently in the tournament, Winter. They are the only ones here who, well, they're tied for first place alongside Aurora, right? And alongside Shopify. So this is... I mean, you know, one of those weird matches where a draw benefits both teams the most just to increase their points. But, you know, it's a match that may decide seeding for this next round of the group stage.
SCA and China should hold hands right now and come to a deal. Ceasefire. 1-1. No, just kidding.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Right now, the hero that Extreme Gaming actually has the highest win rate with. Guess the hero. Don't look at anyway. Just take a random guess.
Are they the team that's been playing ET?
No, that's
okay.
Aurora.
Okay, then I'll guess Void Spirit. Why not?
Crystal Maiden.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, they've won like all the games at Crystal, except one game. The rest of the games have Crystal Maiden. 5 games, I think. Yeah, 5 games. First pick CM incoming.
Oh, the chair cam.
Yeah, everybody is gathering around the drafter. Wait, Ollie is drafting? Okay. No, Jabs is drafting. Never mind. He always has a crown on him. You can never take away the crown from Jabs, and you can never take the carry away from Jabs, you know. On the off lane, he is still playing the carry.
Okay, there's our priority selection. You can see, Winter. Seems like most teams preferring first pick. I think I wouldn't be surprised if you take a snapshot of this and then you take another snapshot of the image at the end of Group Stage 2. I would wager that it's going to look a little bit different as pros start to figure out the patch a little bit better. I don't believe.
I think the first pick thing is legit, you know. I've been like telling you over and over again because you have the overall last ban in the first phase and then you go into the first pick. I think that itself is extremely strong.
Oh, look, I get it. But all I'm saying is already we're starting to identify some of these strong heroes, right? The strongest heroes, right, of the patch, and we're starting to see some of the best solutions for them, right? Every time I've seen a DK in those tournaments with a coddle against it, the DK just looks like he's a paper dragon, you know?
Paper dragon.
It's a good one, huh?
You mean one of those dragons that you see in the festivals? Like you go to Chinatown, little paper dragon.
Well, paper dragon, it just means it's not, all bark, no bite, right? Like your little cute pommy.
Yeah, she left home today on a solo
Field
adventure.
Trip. Extreme gaming, back to the maiden.
You don't fix what is not broken. I mean, Maiden is really like one of the very solid position 5 heroes right now. I think she provides you with a lot of like damage in the game. Like she's one of those high damage supports, and I feel like also currently the hero pool of the carries, a lot of it fit well with the Maiden. I'm always like advocating for a carry that can actually have a stun or have some kill potential in a lane when you pick a CM to kind of enable. Like Alchemist is one of them, and it's already banned. I think Elk is probably the best one with Sven. I think Sven and Elk, when you have a Maiden, it's always nice to have those heroes. I mean, obviously it's still okay if you're laning CM with Morphling, you know. It's still fine. You don't really have much kill threat, but you can still secure the lane by novaing the range creep or whatever you want to do, Frostbite. If you don't want Nova, if you feel like the Morphling can secure the range creep with Adaptive.
Did you hear SVG's rant about this hero yesterday? I think it was... I don't remember what game it was in. Yeah, about
Was it Maiden?
Yeah, it was
Crystal
Clone? No, I don't think he's gotten... His distaste of this hero starts from the laning phase. He claims... Now, Winch, I want to hear your thoughts on this, right? He claims that anytime you see this hero in the game and you're laning against it as a support, you can rejoice. He says it's free MMR. Because all you need to do is bait this hero into the trees out of the lane, and then you just kill her.
He's not wrong.
Get her away from the lane, and you just kill her.
That's why as Maiden, I always try to stay with the creep waves and make sure I push out the wave, and I get to pull the small camp stack and pull if I can. You know, like when you're playing all these like weak laning position 5 heroes, it's very, very important to buy enough sentries so that you can block the medium camp, and you never want to use your body in most cases because you are so weak as a CM, low HP, low move speed, low armor, low everything, you know. So you just want to use the sentry to block it and make sure you have the other sentry to deward and get your pull camp going, you know, if you can. And Brewmaster is also another hero that really likes playing together with CM. You kind of synergize very well with each other with the Cinder Brew, and then you have all the small little nukes to set up kills for the Brewmaster, and the aura is always nice for the Brewmaster. And just a very, very good like a duo together. Obviously, they are probably not going to be on the same lane because the Maiden is going to be a 5. But it's just good in the game, you know, together.
Okay, so let's talk about the 3v3 already, right?
I mean, we only see one hero.
No, it's true, but Brewmaster is a little bit more... how can I say this? He's a lot more situational, right? And by that I mean basically the checklist of can I fight on Brewmaster consists of one thing. It's one item, and it's do I hive split? Yes or no. If no, farm. If yes, show up to the fight, right? How does that condition you at all when you pick the rest of your heroes when you consider those early fights, Winter?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, it definitely has an impact, on your decision making. I feel like sometimes even without split, you should still contest certain important fights in the rune or defending tower. I think Cinder Brew, like I said, it's not all about the split. The Cinder Brew and having the right heroes to proc it, like Maiden Nova, it's very easy to proc the Cinder Brew. That is very, very impactful in the 3v3s or 4v4s, both the off-laners decide to, alright, let's join the party. We don't want to get left behind in the Ancients area, we want to join the party in mid lane. Make sure you send the invitation, when you're having a party, which especially to me, if you have a birthday party and you don't invite me, you'll never hear from me ever again.
Okay, noted, Winter. I'll keep that in mind. But I'm wondering, like, what kind of heroes do you want to see that fulfill those conditions for extreme? They don't have to be specific heroes, but like heroes that do X, heroes that do Y, low cooldown, big ultis. What are you looking for with these kinds of heroes? The Maiden and the Brew.
Low cooldown is always nice with Brew. You want heroes that have low cooldown or has some abilities to push out creep waves, because whenever Primal Split is down, you want people to shove out waves to buy time for your Primal. To have his ultimate again. Wow, that's a very, very early PA. So just to deal with the arena, so you can blink in and out of the arena. And you're kind of also decent at destroying the Mars in the lane with the CM. I think PA and CM is a very, very strong laning duo. Like I mentioned, Elk and Sven, and PA is kind of the same thing. You want to have a kill lane with CM. I think this is extremely important when you pick this hero. You need to be able to enable her early game so that she can actually roam around. Once she gets past the laning phase, she doesn't get punished too much. She's very, very powerful in the mid game when you get your levels, and especially when you get your ultimate.
Right. I want to focus and now talk a bit more about what Aurora's cooking up here, right? This SD Mirana, obviously very, very high synergy. FNG just spoke about that in our last interview. Like having that synergy early, super important, right? In case something is lagging a bit behind. In that last game, for example, it was kind of the mid lane Void Spirit. Your supports, your other cores can play well together easily and get things back on track. Furion, the next pick out from Extreme. But what do you think about the Aurora 3 heroes, and what do you think about their draft so far? They'll go into the puck. All right.
Solid, I think. Overall, SD Mirana with Mars, I think I really like the Mars opening right now. If you're not getting like DK, you're not getting like any like Chen's, stronger picks. I feel like Mars is a very solid one. And with the puck right now, you're looking at the supports of Extreme Gaming, right? You remember what FNG said? Like Puck is like always targeted against the enemy supports. Whenever you see supports that can't really kill you, then Puck becomes very, very difficult to deal with, like CM and Nature's Prophet. What do you do when you see a Puck? Not much, until you get maybe Orchid on the Nature's Prophet. So it's gonna definitely be an issue for them right now. I mean, on the other hand, I can see them having like a very powerful early game. Like imagine if the Nature's Prophet can actually rotate around, especially the Mars lane. I feel like CM PA with the MPT being in always has a very high chance of killing the Mars in the lane, so they have to be very careful of that. And once the Brewmaster has a couple of levels, like he's level 3, level 4, he has a couple of points in a stance and he can't die in the lane, I feel like this MP can just do whatever he wants, And then when it comes to a team fight, they have a lot of damage with MP ulti plus CM ulti with the Brew split. All this backline supports SD Mirana are just gonna die. I mean, you're gonna need Dust to deal with the Moonlight. I think that's the only thing with the split, Split and Moonlight to run away.
You might need a strong lanes counter to this puck as well, right? Sniper being removed, that's one of the more common ones. Void Spirit, what are you expecting to see? TA probably needs to get banned. What do you think? Then it's really greedy though if you let a TA in, isn't it? Because then you have TA, PA, and Brew.
If you win your lane hard enough, and TA is not exactly like a slow hero. Like if she wins her lane and you give her a good start, I feel like she just snowballs out of control. She takes Roshan and does a lot of things with your team, especially with the shard. The silence is extremely potent against the puck.
You've bought me on the shard. Okay, I like it. Okay. So, I mean, what do you ban here then? The TA still, you want to take a ban?
I would ban
on that
TA.
Void?
I would definitely strongly consider banning TA. You're probably thinking of finishing your draft with a Morphling, right? You have 23, so TA has the extra value for the Morphling.
True. Talk to me a little bit about Extreme Gaming's last couple of bans here, right? The Faceless Void, Medusa, and the Slark. Obviously, Medusa, Slark in this final phase, but what is that? What does that say to you? Obviously, I'm thinking like tanky offlaners with the Slark, but more specifically, like, why Medusa?
Yeah, they have Brewmaster actually. Brewmaster is pretty good at the Medusa. I guess they just value the hero a lot. And they have Shadow Demon, right? So you don't want to give Shadow Demon Medusa or Shadow Demon Luna for that matter. Maybe that's how their thought process is. I mean, I still think Morphling is like the only issue with Morphling is the lane is going to be bad. Because you're Morphling and SD, you're quite a terrible lane, honestly. And you might get bullied by this Nature's Prophet plus Cinder Brew. Cinder Brew into Sprout, it just procs your...
Right.
Procs your Cinder Brew right away and just does a lot of damage.
The classic, you know what else is a classic? The favorite lane solution for proccing Cinder Brew Winter? It's obviously Cinder Brew and Enchant. Everyone knows that's, since the start of Dota. Last pick, it is the Morphling, okay? So they did choose to ban out, by the way, that Void Spirit. Maybe they were more scared of the value of that Void Ags into the Morphling as well?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, I think TA is still fine here if they want to go down that route, because I feel like the Silence has a lot of value on the shot against Shadow Demon, Puck, Morphling, and you're gonna give your team like a lot of room to play with on the map with the traps, but they're gonna go with Tiny to kind of deal with all the backline squishy supports. And Tiny is also a hero that is kind of good against Morphling, because if you're not careful, there'll be like 1 or 2 random deaths with the stun toss, and you're gonna maybe lose a lot of momentum in the game by dying to that. And not to mention you have MP ulti, right? So the surprise stun toss could be even more deadly plus the MP ulti.
Very true. Very true.
Good lane against the Puck as well. So I kind of like the Tiny overall last pick for Extreme Gaming. It has a lot of logic behind it. But
is there something that you don't like about it? Like, is there something that you would have preferred the TA more for? Or what was that but coming?
It's probably just the Morphing turning into the Tiny. Then you get the tree grab.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is probably the only thing. I feel like Morphling is just one of the scariest carries, right now. And it's just very, very hard to deal with, if you don't have the right setup. I mean, Tiny's okay, like I said, with the Sun Toss, and you're probably going to get like, I think an Orchid on Nature's Prophet seems really good this game. Or maybe he could go Vessel first into Orchid, I'm not sure. But those items have tremendous value this game. And you're playing around the Brewmaster split later in the game, which is very, very good at dealing with the Shadow Demon and the Morphling. You can't kill him, you just toss him out in the air, try to focus on other heroes first. And then see how the fight develops. But overall, I feel it's very important for Extreme Gaming to get the ball rolling early with the CM, MP, and Tiny trio. Like the 3 versus 3 is going to be CM, Tiny, MP against Shadow Demon, Mirana, and Puck. I feel like obviously the CM, MP, Tiny should stand an advantage if they don't really lose the lanes bad. If it's a 50-50 laning phase, those 3 heroes coming to the rune fights are going to be more scary. Shinkyu gonna place wards with TP right away. Of
course. Yep.
We'll see how they actually try to abuse the vision here with the Nature's Prophet TPing in.
Yep, so he's got the one deep ward in, right on that cliff, and then he's got one all ready to go here on the Dire side, which is going to give a little bit of night vision here, so they might still be able to scout that one out. We shall see. As Lauren he's going to be able to put his ward down without a smoke getting broken, so that's going to be fairly nice. We'll see who can kind of get the advantage here. Oh, this is a really interesting ward. Check out the Observer. Oh, it doesn't block this camp, actually. It's just to watch for rotations down bottom. I feel like I don't see this one too common.
He's just nicely tucked in between the trees.
Mm-hmm.
These players,
30 seconds.
They play Dota the whole day. They're in the lobby looking for spots. I kid you not, I had this one teammate last time. He would just literally sit in front of the PC, every time there's no scrim, instead of playing pubs, he's just gonna go into lobby and try to figure out where to put the sentry and observer.
Yeah. That's what I did when the new map got made. I walked around on the new map in demo mode.
Not when a new map is made. No, there's no new map. Nothing. You know, he's just there trying to find.
Yeah, but you just walk around, Quelling Blade, look for some cool spots. There's a lot of cool spots that still exist on the map. As that's the smoke from Extreme is not going to pan out into anything, and runes will still go for 2 apiece.
Yep, 2 apiece, so nothing out of the ordinary. So we'll have to just go to the game in an actual normal start, which is what everyone wants. A normal start into 50-50 laning phase, and let's just watch some real Dota being played right here.
DY's got his easy camp.
Yeah, you see some morphling in the lane, abusing the stat shift, using the regen,
of course.
And you get mad. Why is this even allowed? Why? You know why? Just why?
Who thought this was a good idea? All the camps down bottom are blocked is the point I wanted to make here, right? So DY, he's blocked the hard camp, means he doesn't have a sentry to deward his easy camp, and vice versa here for Q. So no creeps to be played with here. It'll be all lane for now down bottom.
Yeah, I mean, the PA did get a significant buff for the dagger. The range, so it's an extra, what, 150 range for the level 1 dagger. So that's pretty significant for the lane. I think she's no longer like a very weak laner at the early levels because of this buff. And with CM, she definitely has a lot of kill threat once you have level 2 on CM. Frostbite, Nova, and Blink Strike and the dagger.
So much damage.
Yeah. Blood Grenade on top of it. You see Dead Hero.
Is this even a hero? I mean, and I know it is because I'm looking at the builds. None of, well, some of them very rarely include an Orb of Corrosion, but that's what the question here is. Would you ever consider? Yeah, on PA.
I mean, it gives you attack speed. I don't know if you want it on PA. Armor, attack speed. I mean, you say that's the current build?
No, it's not. It's very much an outlier. Pretty much it's Wraithband, Brown Boots, sometimes, you know, Power Treads, usually right into Battle Fury.
Yeah, that probably sounds more reasonable. I think the Orb of Corrosion is not very valuable. Maybe you get a Blightstone and just leave it, but then, you know, a lot of carry players or core players will tell you, I don't like to buy something that doesn't turn into another thing and waste my slot, you know? So they don't do it.
Yeah. I mean, I certainly
and then you
believe that.
see support players trying to argue and make a point, you know? But it's value for the lane. If you hit him with the Blightstone, my right clicks become double right click.
You farm faster with your right clicks. Isn't that worth the gold? And they go, no, I would rather have a stick.
No, then he'll drop the bombshell. Who is the core now? Who's the carry now?
Why do I need to care about your right clicks?
And then you're like, okay, sir.
You don't need to do any damage to pull the camp. You can just walk in there and aggro.
Yeah, I mean, just a very normal conversation in Dota.
And then I would say, but Master, the Vlad's I build also gives me more damage. And they go, I don't care.
And at the end of the day, all we care about together is victory. If you can attain victory at the end.
Plus 30. That's all, and that's all it's about here.
I mean, Morphling
right
is
now
struggling a lot actually. It's 8 and 4 to the 14 and 2 of the Brewmaster, right? This is working out well. I mean, this is why I mentioned the SD is like a very weak laner as a position 5. It don't tend to offer a lot to the laning phase. I mean, we saw FNG how he got bullied the last game against the Tide, and this time we see the same thing happening.
Is there a point to potentially having swapped the Mirana and SD here in this lane to allow the Potom to do a little bit more top? Or
but then you ruin Captain Jab's lane. You know, you think he'll do that to himself?
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Who's the real carry, my man?
Good point. Good point. No, you can't really be having that. So there's level.
And also, I'm curious to see whether he actually goes for the armor build or he just goes for his own build. I feel like he's the kind of guy that doesn't like to follow what other people does.
But do you think he'll like do that? Like he'll notice a build and then specifically not follow it? Is that something he'd do as well?
I mean, you just think about whether it works that game. You know, like for this game, I feel like when you see a Brewmaster, you always think of getting something like a Death Soul to kill the the primal split, the brawlings,
I hate to burst your bubble, but normally he does go for the Amara build, if we can call it that. Double bracer, phase, blink, Yules, Octarine, BKB, that good stuff.
What you gotta do, like I said, winning is what matters the most,
It's true.
The carry, the support, everyone can yell at me, but as long as you win as a team.
TP's coming.
Problems go.
Disruption into Arrow for Sin Q. They catch him. 23 on top of him with the damage, and no way out for him. First blood, pretty late in the game, goes to Q.
Yeah, SD is like having enough of this MP bullying him in this lane, so calls for backup. That's what you do, You back up your partner when times are hard. And that's going to give Morphing some time to breathe in his lane. Now he's fully caught up towards the Brewmaster. They both have very similar CS. And here comes the Mirana again.
Yeah. I'm not sure what's going to happen here. Oh, I heard Twin Gate. It was Roche going through the Twin Gate. Of course. The classic.
Yeah, everybody's just drafting his stuff as the Mirana, just running around. So it's going to be who has the better roamers right now.
Tiny Maiden is not bad, but I agree. It is no SD Mirana, huh? And that is, it's pretty self-explanatory here. XM, he thinks he's safe. He doesn't know there's a Mirana here. Ali reported.
He was trying to drag the creep away. Why are you reporting him? That is not a good reason to report someone.
Because he aggroed the creep by casting the spell.
How do you have 12k behavior score? How? This is not fair.
He aggroed the creep by casting the spell. Ollie should have ran away first and then casted the spell.
6-minute rune. Regeneration rune. Zinq says thank you. Thank you, Gaben.
Yummy delicious. I was already at full HP and mana, but I'll take it. It's pretty aggressive here from XM. He'll start farming between the towers. Sin Q and DY. Well, DY, I'm helping. Sin Q really starting to do some tower damage here as the wagon is going to be protected.
He blocked the wagon.
He did a Mushi. He said, "Wagon, stand still." He tanks her very well. Yeah, Lorinov, he's just got to pull. Well, he's not pulling the creeps off the tower. Yeah, he can just clear them, I suppose.
He can tank some tower shots. No problem.
It's true. He does have Grow level 1. He's got that bonus armor and a quick D-ward. Extreme Gaming, they will continue to put a bit of pressure. That was just one wave here. Already almost 900 damage being dealt. That's serious.
That's significant for sure. Next time it happens again, it's definitely going to die. Oh, Nature's Prophet. Nope. Q says nope. I know what you're going to do, Shinkyu.
And he can't TP. Did he not scan?
Wow, 23.
23, yeah.
Holy crap. All right.
I guess he was done with that. He's done with his top lane.
Yeah, the wave is already actually pushed out, so that's actually a good rotation by 23. Whenever you shove out a lane like this, you should always look to rotate with TPs.
Arena of Blood. Oh, Extreme Gaming. They're going to be read like a book here as 23 Savage on top of Ame, who I believe was body blocked by the creeps there. Although he did get onto the arena. DY survives the onslaught of 23 Savage auto attack as Jabs, unfortunately, goes down to XM, who is joining this fight and still has 21 charges. Can continue to fight 23 with just enough regen here and still a healing Lotus to his name to potentially try and turn things around. Nice arrow here. And the Ava toss, no, interrupted here. XM's own avalanche, but he's got a lot of damage, and now with Lorinov joining the fight, will be able to deal the killing blow here to XM. Aurora bringing all 5 heroes?
That was like 9 heroes except for the Brew.
Yeah. Brew's just being chill on top. Again, XXS is like, sorry guys, that looks like fun, but I don't have my primal split, so
too far away, not convenient. If it's near the tower. You know those offlaners that you ask them, why don't you TP? It's too far away. If you fight nearer to the tower, then I'll TP. So next time, fight nearer the tower. You haven't heard that?
Yeah, definitely. No, that's too far. I would have missed a wave, and it's like, well, that is true, but
can't you see I'm queuing my Midas? Do you understand how important it is to get my Midas like 30 seconds faster?
XS is like, guys, come on, I'm building Radiance. He's gonna ping how much gold he needs for Radiance. Oh, it's Tier 1 token. Tier 1 token just Bing chilling right there. Don't mind if I do. It's 23 Savage's token. He just left it on the ground. I don't know why that's still a mechanic, by the way. It's only your first
The
token
first
that
one.
you
Yeah,
find
the first
you
one.
can leave on the ground. I have no, like, for what?
Charity?
I don't understand. Have you, like, come on, Val, have you been to an arcade in the current year? They're not even using real tokens anymore. It's all on, like, fake credit cards. You just swipe the card and you keep playing. I don't understand why the first one drops a token that you can leave behind if you waveform and then TP immediately. It's just like, why? Why?
Why do you look to always understand everything? Some things are just like that, you know. You don't need to try to understand why. Just
I guess it's
accept
because you'd want the first one to be in your inventory right away, but honestly, just put it in your inventory. Why do I gotta pick it up? Now 23 Savage stole one of the support's tier 1 neutral items, and you're gonna have a Shadow Demon with 1,400 in net worth.
Yeah, it's like every neutral item is kind of like a 600-700 gold.
Yeah,
net worth, I think.
It's huge for your supports.
And now Morphling says it's okay. I got my safety bubble. This is like a value item. Morphling.
Sorry guys,
It's nerfed.
but I
It's
need my
nerfed
bubble.
now, but still very, very strong.
Yeah, 5 HP regen was ridiculous passively.
Yeah, and the cooldown to the bubble recharge. what do you
Yeah,
call
the
it?
cooldown's huge, don't get me wrong, but I mean, come on, 5 HP regen a second for a tier 1 neutral? It's almost a Ring of Tarask, isn't it?
I probably want the seed more now.
It's half a Ring of Tarask.
Shadow Demon
Careful now.
gets a disrupt.
Yeah, DY, no way out for him. He'll dodge the arrow. Turn at least with a Crystal Nova, but he still dies just as easily as Ame. It's going to be forced back from the wave a little bit by 23 Savage. 23 just doesn't want him farming too peacefully here. He's already shown with the Cornucopia in lane, so well on his way towards this Battle Fury for the Phantom Assassin. Lane went pretty well. I don't know, 60 CS in 11 minutes. Seems like it's fine.
But looking at the net worth, I mean, it's not that great right now.
No.
You have to try to open up the map, like reclaim the top area. Try to kick out this Morphling, but Morphling is one of those heroes that you need to bring a lot of people to kick this guy out. A lot.
Aurora, you got to give them credit, right? They played it pretty calmly in the early game, right? They didn't really succumb to how strong of a lane that bot lane was. They kind of just took a bunch of harass from the Brew Sprout. We didn't really see NP TPing around, disrupting lanes, starting ganks. It's been...
This is why the Mars opening pick is just such a solid one for the drop, you know.
Oh.
Yeah, he doesn't get
That's kinda-
punished.
Did you see that? So Sin-Q smoked in the mid lane, and then he TP'd down bot with teleportation. So then
To
he
smoke the other
could
two
apply
people.
smoke. Yeah. That's kind of cool. Oh, they're going to try and bait
now,
this rune.
Now he doesn't have the TP buff.
Oh,
The
they
stacks
were
for
going to
the
try
fight.
and bait it. Now, actually, well, they still have vision. There's the blink reveal from XM. Quick and easy kill. Well, is it a quick and easy kill? It should still be easy. It's just not that quick after he gets the disruption off. And even just the demonic purge.
Ame.
Top lane. Yeah, he could be in for a rough time here as they have the vessel on him. The arrow misses. That might be crucial. Another Phantom Strike here in a second. Oh, but they can't get the vision. This is really risky going any further, so eventually they're going to have to let him go. Nice drop, breaking vision, but ultimately Q, kind of a big miss there on that arrow, unfortunately.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
So,
attack.
Extreme Gaming,
Meanwhile, Extreme Gaming has to try to... I think they have to try to help the Pierre. Pierre's getting like bullied too much. He hasn't really had a lot of time to hit creeps peacefully, you know. There's always someone disrupting his farm, you know. I feel like his team needs to do something about that.
Okay, they've got a ward here. Potom. Good positioning though. Nice leap. Even better leap. Q is able to escape there. I agree. This kind of move is pretty good, though, because it does create a buffer for Ame to farm behind. He's probably going to farm his way, maybe even a little bit, well, not too close to bottom. You'd expect Aurora to eventually make a move for a tower. It's about the only thing they haven't really done at all here this game, Winter, is push any kind of objective. Maybe waiting for this Mars Blink, which is going to be up in about 400 gold.
And they're happy trying to just farm. They have half of the map, because Morphling is just sitting up so aggressive, you know. Look at where the Morphling is farming. He's like way past his safe zone. So that's how they're gaining equilibrium, you know, gaining the equality in terms of the map.
When does this change? Do they just need a smoke move like this, or do they need like a Radiance on X
This
success?
23. No, they have to kick the 23 Morphling out.
But that's
I mean,
not,
they
they're
can't
not like waiting on an item, right? Is what I'm asking. Okay.
They just have
to like commit.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's a way to commit. And there's your surprise kill you were looking for, Winter. 23 is like, hey, it's warded for sure.
And then he realized there's no ward.
Well.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, normally you need like a raindrop to deal with this tiny. Just to avoid dying like this. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. So that's the first death for 23. So he has to be a lot more cautious to prevent that from happening again. Now PA is finally, thank you guys. Finally, you've heard my plea.
Dire's top
Finally.
tower is under attack.
Okay, so Treads and Witchblade now online for the puck, but most importantly, Jabs, the captain, the carry. He's got the Blink Dagger. They don't really know where XM is. They'd love a bigger target than just DY, and in fact, they might just find him as Ame. Oh, gets a Phantom Strike away, but a perfect arena there by Jabs. Immediately scouts him back out. They will get this kill onto Ame before he can really do much at all. Does jump on over to Q briefly, but now how much more is it going to cost Aurora, as it seems like they're set to lose at minimum Ali, who's rooted and killed off. Does his best to steal as much of the Ancients as he can. Quick 1-for-1 trade there. Oh, he actually died to a neutral. I was like, why is his death timer so long? Because he died to a neutral. That's pretty clutch.
Yeah, lucky for him, Ollie. So they still got what they want. They got the carry kill. That's
great arena.
That's enough. Yeah, good arena by Jabs there. He actually held his nerve. He was gonna cast it the first time, then he waited, stopped, and he did it again. So good play there. So
That Ancient Black Dragon really just really did not want to let that kill go. That's pretty funny.
Item timing wise right now, Morphing is about to finish Manta style. You don't really see any big items coming up anytime soon.
For Extreme? I mean, they have this Blink. They have Radiance pretty soon. That's pretty big. Next success is maybe just another camp away from that item now.
It can also be used against you because there's a Shadow Demon, so they have to be careful of that. And looking at Oli, he's actually he has 2 points in Disruption right now, so not too bad. I think as long as he makes illusions of the Radiance, I mean, you can kind of turn it off before you pop out. I don't know if it still works, you know. Remember when?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I know exactly what you're talking about. You used to be able to spam it. You could put it in your backpack. Yeah. Valve removed that, which I think good riddance. Honestly, that's pretty stupid. You're disrupted. You're off the map. You know, you shouldn't really be able to do anything at all.
Yeah.
It'd be like
map. Jinq has TP'd into place a ward into enemy territory, enemy base.
I think they just smoke ganked an Ollie illusion, indeed. So that's a bit unlucky. Kind of got baited there by the Observer.
ATOS almost completed on kill, so it's going to give them more ways of initiating and landing the arrow, getting that pick off. And game is going to slow down a little bit. Both teams are just trying to.
It's true. I mean, Ame's got the Battle Fury though, so he's happy to continue farming. He is finally going to be able to at least overtake Jabs, who is going to be able to move around with this team now. Moonlight shouted up. Maybe they're hoping they'll find a PA if they're just patient enough. Don't think that's set to happen here, unfortunately, for them, even if all the camps are farmed. I've seen both teams even actually blocking hard camps that their enemies would have easy access to.
Yeah, I mean, this camp on the top side, I mean, the Dire camp has been blocked for so long, you know. PA is like, why is this blocked?
The Radiant camp that is next to the Tier 1 tower also has been blocked, but unblocked now by Aurora. So a lot of contests here for this, as XXS eager to show up now and finally take a fight with his Radiance. But I don't know, it's really good vision, honestly, set up by Aurora. So it's going to be a bit tricky to find an angle. What the heck? You see the Sin Q ward that's already in the base? Good vision, good intel.
Yeah, he TP'd in to place it. I mean, Extreme Gaming, they have to keep this 100% win rate of CM alive.
Jabs, he just blinks in there. Now XSS, he knows he does not have a Blink Dagger.
Protect himself.
There is an arena. He might need to use it, but careful, Extreme Gaming, they've been dragged underneath an Observer ward of Aurora. They're going to use that to their advantage as they take down DY straight away. Boulder hurled over towards Jabs as the lift is going to be onto the puck. Q, and actually, wow, even Ali holding and taking Tiny out of the fight. It's not going to be enough for them to actually save the Mars, as this fight's still devolving for the side of Aurora. 23 Savage trapped inside of the Sprout. He will TP away, but Ame, he actually goes down to that Max Starstorm, and the fight continues here as 23 Savage, he TP'd in, even deeper into the fight. Manta style now, as he wants to get some of these kills. Sin-Q a little bit not strong enough, actually, as XSS trying to fight his way out of this one, but not a chance into this Morphling. Sin-Q, he is going to be the last to go in this engagement. It's a 4-for-1 trade. Aurora baiting Extreme underneath their vision and winning a huge fight here early on.
Yeah, the PA was initially like very careful of the spear. He waited for Jabs to throw a spear, so he misses the spear, then blinks in, but in the end he still died to the coil. So they definitely got baited by Jabs there. Like it took so long for him to die. Like Disruption bought him like extra 2 seconds, then he was able to run towards the river and buy his team even more time, and the Morphling arrived in the end to clean up.
Yeah, and just the Tiny being taken out of this fight is kind of what I was
catching. He kind of missed the toss on the Morphling. That was unfortunate too.
Right. I think for me, he couldn't get in there with another volley, right? The supports kind of just whittled him away. And
yeah, I think it's here. He missed the toss. You see it. Yeah, he got the... I mean, yeah, he got the kill. I'm not sure. Maybe he doesn't get a kill, even if he gets...
Close. It's close. Jabs, another Moonlight Shadow here. Another Arena ready to go. Will not use it, though, for a Maiden, who is not going to be able to survive this this trio, the 3v3 that she runs into.
Trying their best to end the streak of this Maiden. You know, 5 wins in a row. Crystal Maiden?
I don't think so.
Ain't going to have a 6-game win streak.
They're cooking, man.
Game's still not over by all means, you know. PA is still has a pretty good amount of net worth, going for a BKB next, so he can actually go into the fights confidently. And he doesn't really care so much about the Shadow Demon Purge on this hero. So,
no,
yeah,
not very true. Arena of Blood is going to be set up, though. XM with the toss on out, and the split out from XXS. This could be a bad fight now for Aurora. The Disruption buying a little bit more time. Sin-Q jumping onto the supports straight away as Jabs with the Bulwark active, trying to sneak out of this fight. No chance for him. Aurora, despite taking another fight underneath their vision, are going to lose 1, maybe 2 here. The lift is there on Ali. Split ending rather quickly, but so will the life of the Shadow Demon. Freezing field from DY as he tries to get away from this bad fight. Now Puck hit by the lift as the arrow collecting the kill on the DY. Ollie's finally dropped. There's 23 Savage trapped inside a Sprout. Doesn't have a lot of mana to play with. Does have at least the enough for the wand to be able to escape. XM is going to die to the creeps. A Sin-Q TP. No, I thought he was going to TP aggressively. 2-for-2 trade after all that. Supports, well, actually, it's the mid part of me for the support in the off lane. So 2-for-2. Another good trade for Aurora, honestly.
Yeah, it was very close, though. I think Extreme Gaming, they were a little bit unfortunate not to get the Morphling kill in the end. And that was really close to being an absolute big victory for Extreme Gaming if they got the 23 Savage kill there. And you see how much damage the Brewmaster is doing in the team fight with the Radiance and the Cinder Brew. And MP is going to finish Orchid very soon.
Ooh, that's a good one. Okay, so what was the other item you said he should go for? The Vessel, right?
It's either Vessel or Orchid. I was talking about those two.
Do you think you had preferred the... Exactly, right? So that's what I'm asking.
No, I think the Orchid is good for the second reason, which is the Puck. Like the Puck already has use.
Alright.
It's still good. It's still very useful. You can catch the Shadow Demon and kill the Shadow Demon on your own.
And kill the Potom. 23, please don't kill yourself to the Tormentor.
Porter might be a bit harder. It's a lot more tankier than the Shadow Demon. They got more armor and more HP, so maybe not.
Phylactery nearly online for the Tiny. He's going to go for that Kanda.
Oh, Kanda PA as well. That's what I want to see. So late game, who wins? Yeah, PA against Morphling. I feel like late game, PA is gonna win. But before that, like let's say 20 minutes to 30 minutes, I think Morphling will still have the edge.
Is he really gonna go Kanda? I'm not seeing Kanda on like any of these item builds on the Phantom Assassin.
Yeah, no, that's not something I expected to see this early. And normally, what you get like a Dazzle with this build. But
yeah, normally you see sorry, I was going to normally see like Deso, BKB, Ags, Basher, Abyssal, Divine, you know, kind of that build-up. Okay, I do see one. It was Lil built one, and he lost. Maybe this is like a Morphling specific thing, because Lil tried it against a Morph. That, I don't know, does that make any sense at all?
Maybe. Hey,
Strun, they're going to try and bait it. Ame, he's going to ate the bait. He's going to be forced to pop the BKB as Jabs waiting in the wings here. Smoke's breaking even further now on the side of Extreme Gaming as Jabs gets up to the high ground, pops his BKB, waiting for Ame's BKB to end, and they're on to him. 23 Savage. They've just assassinated the assassin. Ame taken out and killed, and the fight falling apart for Extreme Gaming. What a piece of fightmanship out from the side of Aurora, as even Ali able to TP away. XSS, he has to use the split just to live here, has the lift onto the Morphling, and there's more heroes dying back here. It's Jabs, though. Well, he dies for a few more, though. It seems like Sin Q will not be able to get out of here. Arrow, will force Sin Q to move, and that's enough time for the rest of the team to catch up and take him down. Huge fight there for Aurora.
Big win, you know, killing the PA, killing the Tiny, and, you know, getting the 2 supports in the end. You lose Jabs, but it's well worth everything, you know. I mean, Jabs is happy to trade his own life for 4 of the enemy team at any time of the game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, this PA is just weak, you know. Even better for the BKB is like, then what, you know? You go down the rune, you try to pick up the rune, and then it was very nice heads-up play by Jabs. You know, he just blink behind so they don't see him, and manages to catch the PA once the BKB expires and just get the kill. You know, once the PA dies, the fight was literally over for Extreme Gaming.
Brilliant positioning there from Jabs, absolutely. And strong play from 23, who seemingly just runs through Extreme and has no problem getting on top of that Phantom Assassin. That looked clean. Really good stuff there. And I think that's why I was slightly surprised to see the BKB immediately after. Most builds that I do see seem to prefer the Deso. Perhaps he just felt like the state of the game was kind of decaying and he couldn't really afford to be AFK farming for another 4 or 5 minutes. Maybe that's true. Yeah. Crystal Clone, well, I mean, it's doing things, but, you know, 1 versus 3, 4, really, the Maiden's not going to be able to win, Crystal Clone or not.
Do you know what to say when you die like this? Space created. Guys, relax, it's just space, you know. They brought 4 heroes literally to kill a CM.
You say, I don't know how you say farm in Mandarin, but I assume that's what he's saying.
Yeah,
the opposite of...
Push the side lanes, get farm, guys. Do not waste my life.
Aurora gonna go on to waste this first Roche, so this is gonna be very fast. Big old arrow in there as well. Illusions of the illusions being made now. Oh, micro. There it is, Ollie. Good work. No, that illusion's still not attacking Ollie. Ollie, micro it into the pit. Ollie, it's just standing there menacingly. No, whatever. Doesn't matter. Roche still going to go down. Not much of a chance for Extreme to contest it. Their best shot would have been something like a NP teleport in, which would have been bold, to say the least.
I'm trying to figure out what is their timing. Like, so if PA gets Kanda, then what? Then do you just take a fight with the Kanda?
So
Tiny is also building Kanda. There's 2 Kanda.
Yeah. All right. Oh, well, that's going to be a kill on the
Doesn't matter. This kill doesn't matter.
Yeah, no. I think what they want to do is they want to avoid fights for the next, well, Aegis. And then you come out with Tiny Kanda, you come out with PA Kanda, and then you together one-shot the Morphling when he's tossed, in the middle of toss, you know? You kill him, and then you win the fight from there. I just don't know what else you could do.
Sounds so difficult to execute.
Look, I agree, because you also probably have to lift this puck, I would suppose, right? With XSS, and I don't even know what MP does other than assist in pushing out lanes. You know, I guess that's his job, basically, but I don't see what other play you have. I mean, you're building Kanda on both heroes. You better use them at the same time.
I thought you were only allowed to build 1 per team.
Is that the rule?
Yeah.
It's like trying to build a basher on Slarter.
When I kill and I start a game, I see a sniper, then I see
is under attack.
I see some other bounty hunter thing, and I tell them, guys, please make sure we only buy one.
Please, only one Kanda, please, and then your Zeus queues one up. Who else is like a
No, I think the
Kanda
worst
buyer?
thing I've seen is like a sniper rushing it.
Yeah, of
What's
course.
probably the worst one.
You haven't seen Divine Rapier Kanda rush?
Not yet.
And then you
Hopefully not.
assassinate a Rubik Kanda, which is actually kind of good.
I mean, it's
Well,
really
not
kind
a
of
rush.
like reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't rush it, obviously, I don't
If
think
you're
any Storm rush it.
mid-row big, I think it can be reasonable in some
That's
games.
true. All right, XM's TPing back, and Ame is going to be recalled here too. They don't want to let this tier 3, or at least bottom lane of Barracks, go for free, as 23 setting to work here. Down here, Ame considering making the jump on in. There's the Phylactery, the BKB, though. They've caught XM, and they're going to kill XM. XM, who doesn't have buyback for a minute. That might just be your bot lane of Barracks.
Yeah, very nice
Gone.
catch by Jabs. Yuling the
Wait,
blinking tiny in.
The split's out, but there's no detection here. So the Moonlight Shadow hard countering this. In the meantime, the Baden, who has the detection, is going to be killed immediately by 23 Savage, who's stolen the form of XM. Buyback now from DY, as this is decent damage being dealt now on a 23 Savage. The split is ending here shortly. They've actually almost killed these... Oh my god, they've almost killed those Brewlings.
Yeah, but that's what happens when you have 20 level waveform attack targets on
Yeah,
you
good
can
point.
kill the Bullings very easily.
They're just trying to do what they can now from the side. This is still just Phylactery. We're honestly pretty far from the Kanda. I assume Ame is saving for buyback. No, he's just poor.
He shouldn't save a buyback, no. Not at this point. Just buy all your items. So Kanda into Brooch, that's the build now. And then Rapier, do you get Rapier in the end?
I literally have never seen this before. I guess, yeah. I've seen Brooch. I've seen games of Brooch. Moon likes to build it on some PA games. I can see, but I don't think I've ever seen Kanda and Brooch both in the game.
Like, think about how many heroes actually wants to buy those two items together. Like, not many.
Yeah, I mean, I can really only think of like the right clicker Zeus build, right, with Shard. I mean, and that's really stretching it.
Even then, you don't want to get the Brooch, right, on that hero on Zeus. It's kind of, I don't know, it's just a weird build, but we'll see whether it works if he actually gets there.
I mean, I think this is a much more reasonable, quote-unquote, reasonable item on Zeus than it is PA.
Really?
Yeah, if you ask me, yeah, spell damage.
Okay.
You spell lifesteal, right? That's all I'm saying. I don't know. I mean, a long shot for Extreme as they are testing some strats. Oh, and Ame. Ooh, caught by the coil, forced to BKB, and we'll just TP away safely.
Lauren says, just you wait till I have level 25.
I mean, that forced them back, though, and you can see now they've burned the duration of this Aegis.
No more
and
Aegis.
The Kanda's ready. It's time. Is the tiny
time.
Kanda? The tiny Kanda's done. Winter. We're gonna see the glass cannon of glass cannon strat from Extreme Gaming. The extreme glass cannon.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
You ever like, you know, in your science class, like drop a test tube and it's made out of that really, really thin glass? You like breathe on it a little bit too hard.
I didn't even attend science class.
I see. You were too busy skipping to go to the CC, huh?
You know. It doesn't help when the LAN cafe is like next to the.
They must have done it on purpose.
There's 2 blocks
They
away,
do
you
that.
know. And you
They
stop
do
by
target
the
audience.
stop by the mama store to get your Milo ice before you go.
You pay your 5 ringgit for 12 hours.
Everything within walking distance.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
5 ringgit for 12 hours. Which LAN cafe did you go to?
I don't know, man. I was just making it up.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Is that cheap or expensive? Cheap. Jabs. Jabs gets the Yules. That's going to be a big kill here onto XM, whose TP was interrupted. Has no BKB. No
Where's
chance
your
to use the
Kanda
Kanda.
helping you? Huh? Hey, bro, you have a Kanda? How does that help you?
I don't know what Kanda idea you were having, says Jabs.
I'm kinda dead now.
Chasm. Yeah, Ame's kind of he's holding this out, guys. I think we're kind of fucked. I don't know what we're gonna do. I have no idea what. Maybe it's good. You know, maybe he shows up to one fight and they just win. But I think they've overcooked themselves here.
Now you kind of hope the game will drag on for another 20 minutes.
Oh no, Jabs. I think he's gonna get it. Jabs is gonna get another one. Ame just blinks in and he's immediately got a TP away. Oh man.
I mean, so far he's been just using his BKBs to run away.
Yeah, because he's still farming the Revenant's Brooch. That's when it comes together.
Okay, okay. Let's just wait, you know. We shall not judge until we see it in action.
I'm just like, credit to the tenacity of Sin Q and DY this game. I could not imagine, you know, having the mental fortitude to be playing a game like this. 7-22. You're 1-8-4 on the maiden. You're 2-5-4 on the NP.
Yeah,
and you look at your core.
Your streak is on the line. You know, 5 games in a row winning.
You predicted. Yeah. And then meanwhile, your PA is queuing up 2 5,000 gold items. Yeah, don't worry, guys. I'll be able to show up fight. Don't worry, XM. He's going to die. Split. I think it got used. Indeed, it did. As Jabs, he might be in a spot of trouble here. That is until 23 comes to reinforce. They have a kill there. They're going to just focus down these Brewlings. And XSS, he's managed to escape right now with the Storm Brewling, as it is going to go ahead and go invis again and run for its dear little life. That nice wind walk away. I just don't worry though. PA almost done.
350 gold. He's gonna get it. Okay, sell his Wraith Bang. Go back to base.
Are you kidding me?
If he still has a base.
He actually almost does have it. You are right about that.
I know my math, you know. Yeah, well, ready. Okay, ready. Let's keep our eyes close to PA.
Base is going down. All right, we'll see how it goes. There's gonna do the buyback. What can you do without a split? I have no idea. But Ame, it's online. It's time. Here it goes. The Brooch, the Conduct. Is it in the nick of time? Jabs. All right, that's some significant damage. Ame finally joined the fight. BKB aggressively for once in this game. But 23, he's morphed into him and he's blinked away. Jabs, he's down for the count. There's another split in 10 seconds now. Is Extreme Gaming. They will hold Winter.
The Kanda, is it working with the Brooch? Let's see, one more fight. I mean, it's kind of strong.
I mean,
now that I
the
see
Brooch was good. That was 1,400 damage from Brooch. It's pretty good. Out of the 2,000 almost that PA did. So what is that, 60%?
Yeah, it's very good against high armor targets like Morphing. So Morphing has to be... So now then, do you actually need to just keep your strength more? Okay, I guess so. You have to morph more strength.
Yeah, just more BKBs, more strength, which is unintuitive, but you can't, right? Because this is an instant toggle item, if I believe. So she can just untoggle it, and then you just die because you don't have any armor. Maybe that's the thought process here. Hold on. They're cooking. Caster was wrong. There's a split just to guarantee that they get this Roche. And honestly, there's not really a way Aurora can contest this. Wait, hold on. Are they actually going to lose to Conda, Revenant's Brooch, PA? He's got an Aegis now here. This is winnable. There's not a single buyback in the game, Winter. As Jabs this is a bold TP. I think he dies during the lift. There it is. He BKBs, gets off the Wind Waker as XM, forced to BKB as well, but slowed to a crawl by the Purge. Aggressive TP in by Sin Q, and with the Curse of the Old Growth, has vision on the Ollie. That's a kill there. He's going to sacrifice himself for that one, though. Ame waiting for another jump in, has the BKB ready, sees his mark. It's 23 Savage, doesn't want to make the jump in, though, as Exa says. I believe that's a dieback from him. Oh my god, Ame! This one-shot Jabs. All right. Ame's sitting up in his chair now, making the jump on a 23 Savage. 4 dead, though. Ame, can you win this fight 1 versus 5? It doesn't really look like it. Can they kill him on the second life? There's an Avatos at the ready. There's the stuns into the arrow. Ame's got buyback, but They will not have any teammates here when he respawns. Wow, 23 Savage. Holy moly, in that fight was really doing some carrying.
Best morphing player.
Honestly.
I mean, that's a very good reason why everybody regards that he's the best one. And he just knows which hero that he should try to morph into to have the highest impact in the team fights.
He's been doing a phenomenal job, and honestly, I think this game is just over. PA is going to have a buyback. I mean, she will be at full strength without a BKB for 25, but they're going to focus down on these structures. Jabs back in 6 seconds. Mega's spawning in shortly here. As Tiny's back and forth naturally. You're going to have another split by the time you respawn, but that's still 27 seconds away. Ame holding on the buyback now as 23 laying into the tier 4 towers. The double Conda, the Revenant's Brooch, Phantom Assassin might be back into the kitchen after this one as XM breaking out the team fight here. BKB's forced already. Gives Ame an opening here. He's holding onto this cheese. Has Divine Rapier in the quick buy. Okay. Maybe there's still a chance, Winter. It's not over till it's over. Aurora won a heart clencher yesterday, I believe.
And you have a PA, probably one of the heroes that can still turn this game around. I think right now, I mean, you see the weakness of this build, right? Once you are in no position to poke, it's very good when you're poking from a distance, but when you're going in, then it doesn't look as strong. If you go in and you don't have BKB anymore, you're just gonna die.
Yeah.
So he needs to be very, very careful on when he actually goes in. And if you can kind of force him to BKB early, I feel like the hero's just not gonna do too much.
Puck breaking the smoke makes things a bit more difficult here.
I mean, he just has to play the range game right now, the PA. I mean, Puck is kind of doing the same thing, you know? Like, he's just jumping in all the time with the face shield and doing damage with Pyrasma. Now with the Arcane Blink, so... I mean, it's gonna be so annoying.
So difficult though, Winter. I mean, it's winnable by Extreme. I do think Aurora have to make some kind of mistake though, right? I think with their positioning or mistiming, misreading their strengths. Right now, they feel like they've got a chance. Good smoke break there by DYs. The Puck just going right on in. Some damage on the Sin Q. Committing now onto the foil. The silence onto one from behind. Yeah, you gotta be careful. Ame looking for the right opportunity here to try and backstab. For now, lots of abilities burned and no kills quite yet, but the Ancient is exposed. He's got his illusions on it. Is Ame just trying to find the right opportunity? His blur's about to end. He does not really want to be back here where the creeps will scout him, so he's going to have to probably TP on back into his own base from the Tormentor area. Throne is starting to really take some damage. These are Megas.
Level 25.
Okay, he's cooking. Triple Stifling Dagger. We'll see how this looks now as he's back into the base. There's the triple dagger, some decent damage. You can see them just poking and prodding as the Trin is protecting Nexus from that arrow from the bottom. Throne taking only 1,000 HP so far and continuing to regen as the Dragon roars, giving it strength here to the side of Extreme Gaming. They need to really buff up this Conda. Good damage there on the bottom. Oh, but they're onto Ame, and there's another coil. BKB in time before the spear can connect his jabs.
Yes,
he's going to need to Wind Waker away. Still has the cheese as well, but Ame wants to go for the kill. Jabs forcing out the Arena of Blood, and look at the way he's playing around this Ame right now. So far, so good, but he is going to go down. But Puck starting to lay into the base now, and especially with the Megas, the fight though still continuing out here as Ame continuing to try and draw this fight away. 23 Savage though is already unleashed, turns into the Tiny, gets on top of the Ame, and Ame is gonna die. The game is over. Megas on the throne. The split's been used to try and last a little bit longer here, but Lorinov with the triple kill here, ending the game. Unbelievable game from Aurora. Extreme Gaming trying a different builds.
And there goes the win streak of Crystal Maiden for Extreme Gaming. 5 wins in a row, and this is going to be their first loss on the hero. It's very well played by Aurora. I feel like the Puck also, like we've been talking about the morphing, but Puck did so much in the game, and he gets to big game with the shot. Pyrasma, he's been doing so much in the later fights, not just the morphing, doing all the beeps. and coordination of Aurora on point this time around with the Shadow Demon Mirana in the early game and some good arenas as well once he got the dagger to trap Army a few times to get some early kills on him to slow his game down. I mean, XXS is kind of the only guy who kind of got a good start, I guess the Tiny as well, with an early blink, but it was just like a weird series of events when they had the Radiance, but they didn't really have enough items to fight on their Radiance timing, whereas during that point of the game, Aurora, they had Morphing with his early game items with the Manta, the Vlads, ready to fight. Then obviously you only need Dagger on the Mars and the Puck. And the rest of the heroes of the Aurora team with the supports are ready to fight at all times, so they could fight with that Dagger timing with the Manta Morphing. But with the Radiance timing, Extreme couldn't really do anything at that point, and they were just like splitting on the map, trying to farm and get whatever they can. So they got bullied during that point of time in the game.
I have just one question for you. Do you think the PA Kanda Brooch build, do you think that was always intended, or was that a result of the kind of breakdown? You think?
I mean, I feel like they probably intended to do that. I mean, he felt like it was a good idea to do it. That's why he picked the hero. I mean, it's obviously good against the arena as well. And they intended to leave the Morphling in the pool because they didn't ban the Morphling in the second phase, right? So they felt like maybe this build could deal with the Morphling because they're doing magical damage against a high armored hero.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it didn't work out for them this time. I mean, superb play once again from 23, especially on the Morphling and the rest of Aurora, as Aurora are going to take game 1 off of Extreme Gaming. Should be a very fun series, though, folks. We're going to be going to a very short break. And when we come back, we're just going to have to see what Kanda game we're going to have. See you soon.
Just when you think I'm down for the count, you think I'm out of the bout, that I'm about to strike out. I rise and silence the doubt. Just when you think that I've got nowhere to go, that it's the end of the road, the curtain's closed on this show. It just keeps getting better and better, getting better, just keeps getting better, better, getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better, getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Just when you think I'm over the hill, that I've forgotten the thrill, that I'm losing my will, I go in for the kill. Just when you think I'm wasting my time, I'm at the end of the line. But just like a fine wine, it just keeps getting better, better, getting better, just keeps getting better, better, getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Getting better, just keeps getting better, just keeps getting better, just keeps getting better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better, getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Just keeps getting better, just keeps getting better, we get better, we find another level.
Welcome back, everyone. Dream League Season 22 continues. We just had one heck of a game as the Uncrowned King trying out an untested build, and you know, we talked a little bit behind it about it. Sorry, as soon as we started the break, and I think it actually really had a lot of merits. I think the idea he was going for made a lot of sense, but like you said, it's like 10,000 gold. It's just a really expensive item build on what is already kind of considered to be a slow hero. Maybe it needs to be workshopped a bit. I don't know.
Yeah, we were also talking about what else do you get in that situation. There isn't really anything else to get against Morphing. I mean, you can maybe buy Abyssal or just go for a rapier right away. I mean, I wouldn't think that those are even that much better than getting the brooch and the Kanda on that hero. So maybe that's actually the most optimal build. Like Deso doesn't feel good against Morphling, so you definitely don't go for that. So apart from Deso, there's nothing much you can buy, you know, on this hero.
Yeah.
I mean, you just want to play from range and do a ton of damage. So
do you, what you were suggesting, maybe just to like keep theory crafting this just a little bit more, as we are about to get underway with our second draft. Pardon me, you're suggesting the whatever Battle Fury, Wraithband, Shreds, and then you go for like straight Divine. Like what's the build up though? Do you go for the Brooch right away? What would you have done?
Probably brooch into rapier. I feel maybe that will be what I did. I think the brooch is still fine, but with the Kanda, I think both of them are just way too expensive. I probably rather have a rapier plus brooch. I think that gives you a lot more damage. But then, like you're right, there's no build up, right? Because the items are also expensive.
It's just
Kanda
like a
has
sacred relic. Yeah, I mean that's trouble. And I also feel like if you go brooch first, you're gonna have it by the time your enemies have like 9 and 8 second BKBs, and then it's like, well, I guess I still have the damage. It's good, but I don't have like anything else that would have been, you know, at that point like a Deso's better into the. It's hard because I think that build has some timing issues. Either way, I don't really think we're gonna see it here again. I would be shocked if Aurora moved to ban out the Phantom Assassin, and I'm looking forward to seeing whatever else Ame wants to try, honestly, because even though it was shocking and not so easy to understand at glance value, I do think there is actually something there, and that's why I've always, you know, you got to appreciate the legends in Dota who are not afraid to experiment and show us how they think about the game. So already our first phase, nothing super noteworthy. There's going to be the Mars ban from Aurora, so I believe that was their first ping thing last time. I'm wondering what their opening is going to be here for them. But first, of course, Extreme Gaming have the first pick, but they'll be able to get a response here. Mars DK Centaur also in the first phase. Has been a Jabs classic. Maybe he's trying to like force his enemies to let him play Nagas Iron or something greedy again.
Yeah, maybe. Ooh. I think the Mars is just a hero there's so much value on the first pick. Like I said in the previous game, if you can overall open an off lane, one of the cores, and not get countered, or you don't really care even if you get countered, then it has a significant amount of value towards the draft. And we also been highlighting so much about the 3 against 3 in the first 15 minutes, and if you open your draft with the off lane first, it gives you a lot more leeway to plan for the other 3 heroes that's going to be very, very crucial later in the draft. You know, one pick is actually a lot, you know, because you pick one hero first, you're opening, and they pick 2 before you decide your next 3 heroes. So I think that itself is a big deal. Maybe that's why the first pick side has so much advantage right now, because of how the game shifted towards the 3 against 3 in the middle. Like so much is decided if you can actually win the rune fights and take the mid tower early. So Enigma into Conquer. I mean, this hero, we've been talking about this hero in the previous series. Been mentioning that it could be a very strong pick right now with the buffs to the Halberd. It's a very good hero against Enigma.
Are we going to see the Halberd build? Is that what you're suggesting? I mean, that used to be one of the core build-ups. So it was like Vessel, Halberd, Blade Mail. Those 3 items were strong back then, right?
I mean, obviously the Aghanim's.
Right, yeah. Yeah, Axe is pretty good. Yeah,
and
that's
there
true.
was
I think
also a patch where we did Conquer carry against Enigma offlane. Remember that patch?
Honestly, no. I don't remember that patch. I don't really ever remember Conquer going any lane other than mid or
because there was a time where Enigma was very, very strong as an offlaner. It was probably the Wraith Pack time or something. and people would resort to just trying to drop something to win the lane against Enigma. So Conquer was one of the heroes that people tried it out.
Ah, okay. That makes sense, yeah. Second pick then. After the puck, Naga and Alchemist are gone. Aurora will snag the Tiny. And it was Extreme's mid of choice last game. Also, like, honestly, a great Tiny game. I just don't think he had a lot of other heroes to play with after PA went into farming 10,000 gold item mode.
Yeah, you want something that can actually join you to move around the map to fight. Ideally, like something like that just needs like a 5-6k gold item, like, not too much. You know, like what the Morphing did. You know, he has Blitz and Manta, and he just joined every single fight. And maybe the Tiny is also still potentially a flex pick, and could be also like a block pick, right? Because you don't want to give Tiny and Enigma to the same team, you know, because the laning is very, very scary. Even we see it one game, I think on the first day, Tiny, Enigma lane's very, very strong. So maybe that was also part of the thought process. So right now with Extreme Gaming revealing the Tusk and Razor, so it probably means that Enigma is going to most likely be a 5. With the Tusk and Razor going to the off lane together. And the Tusk with the Snowball is also useful to save against the X-Mark. So definitely a lot of value here in this game.
That's actually a really good point. We don't really have any big solution to the Enigma black hole right now. But, you know, there's no... I mean, I don't think we'll see a silencer. The Rubik obviously banned to protect it.
Wyvern? Phoenix?
Wyvern is a choice.
And Phoenix is kind of okay because you're up against tag team Tusk, you know, so your Fire Spirits are useful against him in the lane. So that could be a consideration.
Actually. Good point. I also like, it's a good item against Razor. Razor also not a hero that wants to particularly break off his link to hit an egg, nor is I think he's okay at it. You know, I don't think he's amazing. He's got what? He's got like the worst agi gain out of all the agi heroes in the game, right?
Razor?
Yeah, doesn't he have like terrible agi gain? Am I mistaken about
also
this?
Pretty bad. Let me see.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
I think Slug it could be the worst, like Slug.
Might be Slug. You might be right about that. I'll look it up real quick.
Yeah, Slug has where is it? 1.5 per level. I don't think any other agility hero has less than 1.5.
You're right. Actually, Razor does not have bad. He's 2.8. Yeah, that was I was pretty far off about that one. Phoenix pick. I mean, there it is. You were absolutely correct, man. You know these C players like the back of your hand. Oh, Meepo also has a bad one. Spectre. Yeah, okay. I was a little bit off. And then Riki 2.4, and then everyone else basically. Okay. I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, fair enough. It's a pretty average agi gain then for the heroes. I think perfectly average. And the AM pick. Wait a second. Is this like a Phoenix AM lane?
Yeah, because they are anticipating the Razor to be the off lane, right? So anti-mage. I think we've seen one time yesterday or the day before as well against AM, against Razor. People pick AM.
I think
it was Yatoro.
Haven't we seen two? No, we didn't cast a Spirit game.
Who was it? I remember we definitely saw AM against. RTZ. Yes.
RTZ. It was Artor. Yeah.
Okay, so do you actually change the lane now? Don't put the Razor off lane. That's what I'm wondering. Do you actually move the Razor to mid and pick another off lane? So they go for the Lifestealer, which is great against the Kanka and the Tiny. And you're pretty good at killing the egg too. Against AM, you kind of have like a timing, I would say. But late game, I'm not sure because you don't really have a lot of mana to be burned and get a mana void on. And you can kind of right click and fight the AM. And I'm wondering what build do you go on the Lifestealer this game? Do you actually try to go like Desolator to finish the game and play around your Tusk Enigma timings to push with the auras? Or you just go Radiance and you play for the long run? I feel like you can go Armlet Deso and take Roche early, push towers, and try to just end the game before the anti-mage is relevant. Because you're gonna have a good start. Your lane, right. If you're laning against Kanka, then it's a free lane, you know, Lifesteal against any strength heroes in a lane, melee hero. And you have Tiny on position 4, so It doesn't matter who you put mid. If you put the tiny mid, the mid tiny is going to be bad against the lifestealer also.
Okay, so let me come at you with some stats, right? I am seeing lots of armlets. I'm seeing a couple of desos. What I'm mostly seeing, Winter, is armlet Sanjin Yasha as an item build, right? Because I got a huge buff in this last patch.
Sanjin Yasha, and then you build Basher after that.
Let me see here. Yutoro likes to go. So this is an interesting Yutoro build. He's lost all 3 of these games, I will say. But I highly respect this man's intuition of Dota, so I'll bring it up anyway. He goes Armlet, Radiance, S and Y, and then kind of pivots from there.
Interesting.
Which is really interesting. Yep. Alternatively, if you don't go for the Armlet, you see Battle Fury on this hero. Whoa. Hold on. That was complete. I was on the PA page. Pardon me.
Battle Fury?
Yeah.
Did I hear Battle Fury?
Yeah, no, that was a lie. Hold on, I didn't look at the hero icon on the Dota 2 Pro Tracker page. I apologize. Oh no, it's basically like, you know, sometimes Maelstrom, but mostly sometimes Midas, but mostly it's kind of undecided. There's not really too many people trying out the Lifestealer yet. How many games does he have? Yeah, not many.
So it's
really
a new patch, you know, like with all the Halberd. I mean, the Sage getting changes, you know. I feel like people are still unsure which heroes can abuse those, like the SNY and the Halberd. Those are the 2 items that come to mind.
Do you think you'd like something like an Armlet SNY Basher, Armlet SNY Deso, maybe? I just think SNY is so good.
I think Deso is always good against AM, physical damage, because he doesn't really build a lot of armor until later in the game. So he's always vulnerable to that.
Yeah, that's true. And I guess no one else on your team. You don't have Avenge. You don't have anything. Yeah. Synergizes with the Tusk. Okay. I think you're right. I
mean, if actually can find like a flex hero between the mid and the off lane, that would be great for them. But ideally, I feel like you maybe don't want the Razor against AM. But you also want a hero that can swap lanes just in case what the hell just happened? I mean, this is a good hero to catch anti-mage, but we haven't seen this hero in ages. So Enigma is the off lane. So they're going to change the lane, indeed. So Razor is going to go mid. Thus Enigma. I mean, they have X-Mark to kind of counter the glimpse though. So we're probably going to see some of that in the game.
That's true. I'm just checking out the builds here. It's mostly, I'm seeing Max Glimpse builds and then Thunderstrike.
I mean, it's a position 5 disruptor. It's gonna be boring, you know. You hope you get your Ada lens if you can, or sometimes you have to buy 4-star. This game you might have to get like Glimmer or 4-star of those kind of items.
Yeah, I think survive. Like Glimmer Drums is pretty good here. Honestly.
Yeah, Drums nice on this hero. Anything that can help you position yourself in the team fights. But the idea of this hero is to find a solution to catch anti-mage. They feel like they don't have a solution to deal with anti-mage apart from Black Hole. So Glimpse and Static Storm gives them another. And because Disruptor's pick is he's a weak laner, Jebs decides, okay, I am going to play another carry so you can catch my AM, but I don't need my AM if I am Slardar. I win my lane against Lifestealer and I carry the game on my own. But I think this is like a bit risky because what might happen is the Enigma is self-sufficient on the off lane, and then the Tusk can actually freely move to gank. And Slardar is a hero where if you die once or twice in the lane, it could set you back a lot. So those are the risks of running a Slardar off lane.
What would you have preferred to see rather than this Slardar? You know, you've kind of spoken how it's a bit risky, a bit greedy, but like, what's something that you think would have been more suitable to try and, you know, keep the pressure on?
Against Lifestealer, it's kind of hard. All the melee heroes are not very good. You have to be like some range hero. I don't know, maybe some Viper?
Really? Viper into, you know, yeah.
I mean, they have a melee position for, you know, could work because Disruptor, Lifestealer, the lane is definitely not good, not strong, you know.
Right.
I mean, the Slardar doesn't really synergize very well with the other cores, you know, like the minus armor against with the AM. Sure, I mean, it's okay late game. Early mid game doesn't really have much of an impact. It's mostly to win the lane and snowball from there. I think Jebs, he has a lot of priority in terms of picking himself a winning matchup rather than just I'll pick something to work with the whole draft, you know. But if it doesn't work with the laning phase, I feel like he usually chooses the one that gives him an edge on the lane to try to simplify the game and give his team an advantage early on. And
Makes
you always
sense.
hear me say, if you can't play the lane, you can't play the game.
That's true. I mean, otherwise you end up in what we like to call the Shopify verse, and there's no way getting out of that one.
Shopify verse. You really like that one?
I think it's just true. I mean, you see how that team plays, you see how they like to play. It's just that's how they get you. They sucker you in with oh yeah, go ahead, pick this hero, and then they counter pick you. They win all 3 lanes, and then you're just playing the hardest game of your Dota life while Arteezy farms away. Lane ward set up here by Q up top. What's this all about? Why does he feel like this is important for him? Because he's a tiny.
So do you remember what I just said? He's afraid of the task rotations through the game. You come and gank. Or the task TPing top. His bot is actually gonna help. Because you're with a Sala, right? Sala cannot afford to die early on. And I think this bot is gonna... Maybe it's not just the reason, and it could be like just helping them to dominate the lane as well. But I feel like protecting the Slada in the early game is absolutely important, you know. Like killing the Lifestealer is another thing.
But you can't let the true carry die, right?
Yeah, but you can't let him die above everything else, you know.
The battle begins.
Makes sense.
2 apiece.
All right. Yep. Nothing too exciting. I think we can. Well, we can expect the lanes to have a little bit of action, right? A couple of slightly rare heroes. Is this? I can't imagine it's the first Phoenix game we've seen, but it's probably the first Disruptor we've seen.
I mean, Phoenix isn't as weird as Disruptor. I think Disruptor is definitely the odd one out.
Yeah, exactly. Let me just double check here.
Wait, tri-lane?
First, no.
Wait,
this is the second Disruptor game.
3 heroes top? What the hell?
Yeah, 4th Phoenix game, 2nd Disruptor game. And he will TP. Yeah, he's going to probably be needed down bottom. Fire Spirit's also into... Well, actually, Phoenix is just... Sounds weird to say, but Phoenix is just good in this lane. The attack speed slow against the Eidolons and against Tusk are very punishing, which is not what you'd expect against so much physical damage into a 0 armor hero.
Yeah, but at lower levels, it's still a very long cooldown, you know, so you have to be very, very careful when you use it. I think usually I would say that you use it when you're trying to at least secure the range creeps and when they are really pressuring your AM.
Oh, that sucks. Both range creeps denied, so that's
because he used it early. I mean, he kind of had to use it early because the AM was also under a lot of pressure. So that's the exchange you get. You know, if you use it early to protect the AM from harass, then you won't be able to use it to last hit the range creep. Like in positions like this, you always have to put a lot of thought on which one you feel like is more important given the scenario. There's no like one set in stone way to play the lane.
First glimpse back is just going to be some very easy and basically free harass. That's just the advantage of pushing this early wave, or having the first wave push, I should say, and getting a little bit of more XPM. Good efficient play there. Lorinov is having a great time in this mid lane so far. 13-2 to the 7-2. Another deny casually underneath the tower. A second. Wow. This guy is... Yeah, it's popping off.
Isn't this matchup Razor favored? Or am I crazy? Oh, you mean he drags the wave? Oh, that's so smart. He saw the Razor going to the rune and he drags the wave away. That's very, very smart.
Yeah, maybe he's just going to avoid a little bit of this lane, stack for himself a bit. This is... I've genuinely been so impressed by Lorinov in this tournament. I think everyone has. I think, honestly, by the sounds of it, even 23 Savage was when we talked to him yesterday. They feel pretty darn good.
It's good to play without pressure when you're standing. I mean, that's the benefit about being a standing. There's no expectations. You just go there, you show up, you do your best, and you're not worried about anything else. You just play Dota, enjoy yourself, and that's it.
I think Ame having slightly difficult time as one would expect in this kind of a lane, but otherwise, honestly, kind of holding his own, right? 10-3 to the 12-4 currently of Jabs. So nothing criminal happening in this top lane so far. You know, Disruptor's got to be
gonna get harder and harder when Slaughter has more levels.
And the Tiny as well. He's holding on to that second skill point Q. You know, sometimes going fishing for a toss back. He's taking the point in toss now, but maybe we'll end up seeing something go flying a little bit later on.
I think so far so good still, you know, for the AM. I think he's still getting some good amount of CS in this lane, like not really getting destroyed thanks to the Phoenix Fire Spirits all the time. And Xin-Q just being very annoying, making sure that they can't pull the wave. I mean, that's what you do when you're laning with Enigma. Make sure that they can't pull and just force them to play the lane.
Yeah, I mean, and Ollie doing his best, but like you say, the uptime of these Fire Spirits is limited. Better now at level 2, 10 seconds better, in fact. So will be dramatically improved, about once per wave. How's that compared to the cooldown of Eidolons? It's pretty similar now. 1 Fire Spirits per Eidolon summon. If you can prevent them from splitting, it's a fairly good job done. Just have to be careful not to overcommit, not to push, and yet not to get yourself in a tricky spot like that. But that's why you have your Icarus dive. Oh, he's gonna, yeah, he stopped one of them from splitting. That's pretty good, actually.
Yeah, all he has to do is just make sure he does that every single time he summons it. And Lorenov, not really playing the lane, totally avoiding the Razor. That's what you should do when you're playing against all this like Huskar, Razor, all this Viper, all these lane winners. It's not doing too bad for himself.
No, and everyone's kind of getting their farm. I mean, we're 5 minutes in. We had a pretty slow burn last game. I think we'll be in for a bit of a slow burn until we get some more levels. I mean, we're hitting this minute 6 points. Both mid laners not really playing the lane, but obviously you want to get some rune control here soon, Winter. So we might actually get to see some rotations.
Yeah, I mean, Lorenov is almost level 6. He's going to have level 6 by the time the rune spawns. So this is going to be a huge thing once the 3 versus 3 happens.
Kunkka's so great at rotating too, isn't he? You hate to be like, oh, I got the haste rune, I'm gonna rotate top, and then Kunkka just TPs and drops a boat to completely cancel everything. It's just ends up being painful. Jabs is gonna get glimpsed back under tower, but a well-timed stun sees him only taking a couple points of damage, really.
I mean, still has a Lotus, and he's gonna pick up another Lotus, and
Lauren off.
Aldi.
Nice. The rune's gonna spawn top ultimately. It is a haste, and he already used Torrent, only has a boat. He's going to have to let XM take this rune. Doesn't really see what the rune... I mean, now he's going to see it because XM's just going to leave it in the bottle and show him, but thought maybe XM... top's really hard, honestly. Yeah, all right. It's an impactful rune for our Razor, though. We'll see if he wants to rotate with that eventually.
I mean, I guess this is the only rune that allows the Razor to rotate. Anything
yeah,
else,
right.
Not.
It's really his choice.
Rune, Illusion, Invis... I mean, DD, amplify damage, nothing really helps him rotate.
Nope. Okay, top though. Oh, Avatos, yeah, onto DY. There's gonna be the rotation. Haste rune active though. How many can they get in return? Just Jabs really is a phenomenal trade, and perhaps even Q. No damage on the link, unfortunately, for XM, so is gonna fail to get a second. But even just the 1 kill there, fairly valuable here for XM early on.
I mean, Jabs is okay with it. He got first blood, and they forced the Razor to use his haste and TP, you know. I think that was actually good for them.
Casual 7-minute first blood.
And DY is gonna TP bot. He wants a glimpse kill here.
Yeah, but they're gonna get scouted by the ward, picked up though by the glimpse. Lorenov is here as well. 23 makes the jump on XXS, who does not have level 6. He's not necessarily close either. X Mark, it's gonna be onto the Disruptor, who I believe is gonna be able to dodge that boat damage courtesy of Xin-Q's Snowball. This is a very aggressive blink in from 23. Very aggressive blink in indeed. He's gonna get the kill, but he's gonna die for it, Winter. XM is here. Nothing Lorenov can do. Lorenov is like, guys, what are you? Come on.
I mean, he's like, I'm done with this thing. This Enigma denying my creeps. I just want to go in to get a kill.
Yeah, I guess so. Lee Rune here. Oh no, XM Oh, 50-50 chance there. Missed by Q. Unlucky there on the toss, RNG. Probably would have been well.
Now Jebs is going to be in a 1v1 against Lifestealer. This is where he wants it. Level 6 with 3 points in bash against a Lifestealer in the lane.
Jabs rubbing his fingers like finally 8.5 minutes in, the real lane begins.
The real lane. The real lane 1v1, you know. Sorry to tell you, Dota is not a 1v1 game. But for now it is for Jabs.
For now, he will be rudely interrupted by this smoke ant coming his way. That's DY and XM making another rotation. However, through the gate, Q is going to be able to pop him from behind the DY. Gets the glimpse. Sin Q setting up here already as Jab's going to try and get some return damage dealt, but I think he knows he's already dead. That's a Sunray from the top, and actually 23 Savage. He's here. Oh, little Mana Void does collect the kill onto Sin Q, but is he going to die again here? He's got level 2 Blink. That's 27 stolen damage only on the Razor. 23 should be just fine here, but he's actually trying to bait them because Lorenoff's made the rotation over as well. Unfortunately, Extreme Gaming not taking that bait. They have this mid rotation ward set up, so they saw him coming. And in fact, they see 23 Savage running mid, but Ame can't really kill him.
Both the carries definitely not having a good time. You see them looking at each other in the mid lane.
Like you too, bro?
Yeah, you too.
I was like, yeah, man, you guys draft some nasty offlaners. Oh, and this is going to be a nasty kill to XM. Here's that ward paying off that Q planted almost 5 minutes ago. Really well done.
Yeah, this is like the offlaners making a stance, you know. We are not going to get bullied by the carries ever again, you know. Give me the last pick. I'm going to counter him in the lane.
X mark into boat. Well set up there. Well killed.
I mean, here comes DY bottom lane. Glimpse.
Yeah, no Icarus diving away from something like a disruptor, unfortunately. Ali denied his level 6. It's just a few creeps away. How frustrating for him. XXS already has the Vlad's up, by the way, so these Eidolons kick some butt. I think this tower is going down.
I mean, indeed. I mean, it's an Enigma. It's a play that's going to happen no matter what you do in the game. Just eventually it's going to happen. And now it's about it's gonna be about the Sada and Tiny making moves for the AM, you know, to help the AM recover. And for the Lifestealer, it's the same thing, you know, the Disruptor, the Tusk, the Enigma moving around to help him. A long road to recovery, Richie. It begins now.
Any items queued up? Yeah. Omelet, Death So Shard. Okay. Open wounds into bashers. So kind of standard stuff from Ame, who was feeling very experimental last game, I will say, Winter. He's going to go back to basics here for game number 2.
I mean, that's kind of like the bread and butter build you do against anti-mates. You try to outpace him in a game. Go for minus armor, go for Roche. Try to kill him. And DY, another glimpse.
Another glimpse, another catch. This fish might be in for some trouble as the Icarus dive on through. Ali has a supernova. Do they really have a fight here, though? Seems like with that static storm placement, not a chance. They will have to lose Jabs yet again. Big rotations here, though. They would like to eventually push this tower. That's a Blade Mail already online for Lorenoff as Q. The good X mark on back is going to basically waste that glimpse. It's level 3 here, so not much else that DY can offer with the static link on cooldown. XM, his Eye of the Storm is now going to time out as mid lane. Ame and 23 Savage going toe-to-toe. 23 blinking on up, but not did buy enough time for Lorenoff. Oh, nicely done.
Fair. I thought it was a manly 1v1 duel. How could you have brought an extra man to the fight? How could you, 23? 23 says, I do not care. I just want to win. I have no honor.
23 did not care at all. He's just here for the win. Got reinforced by Lorenoff. The Ukrainian to back up our Thai carry. Crazy, actually. Remember in the interview, he's like, how did you guys get Lorenoff? And then he's just like, we messaged people on Steam and they recommended us this guy. And we said, okay. And here they are, beating Extreme Gaming, topping their group. Well, hold on. Let me just check standings real quick so we can check the other games. But I believe topping the standings 7-2 now, actually. Extreme Gaming is 6-3. so they could equalize. And it doesn't seem like any of the other games have elapsed quite yet. 23, trapped inside the static storm. Do they have enough damage, though? He's going to get a blink on out. And actually with the supernova placed on down, Lorinov keeping him in place with the X mark as Xin-Q is chasing, wants this kill, but there's another blink on back. AM is just fine. In the meantime, XM is going to end up dropping to all that damage over time underneath the tier 1 tower. Can they actually go for more? Seems like yes, quite easily. DY, yeah, he's not going to die to the Kunkka, but he's going to go down to the right clicks of Q as even Jabs in the river here. Level 3 Guardian Sprint held back by the Malefice instances is not going to be able to get any more.
Yeah, with the dagger, there's no way he was going to die there on the Enigma. So Sada gives up the chase, decides to back off, go back to farming.
Winter, Shopify beat Liquid in game 1. That's incredible. Q is in trouble. Mid lane is maybe just dead. That's a good toss onto XM at least. He's tanky. 21 charges will pop them, forcing Extreme Gaming to really commit under the tower. But otherwise, ooh, and maybe get this stack. Oh, that's not what you want to see here. Torrent is not going to get any of the last hits, though. That hurts, man. 3 minutes of efficiency kind of burned on some of your supports. That's the experience that, you know, your Phoenix, pardon me, and your Tiny are really lacking right now.
That kind of sucks, but right now it's all about dodging this Disruptor. This Disruptor is so scary at this point of time.
Max glimpse.
Yeah, I mean, until your Tiny and Slada have their daggers, then you have to try to avoid this Disruptor at all costs.
Do you think we're ever going to see Kandra Disruptor?
Should I give you... I'm not going to dignify that with a response.
No?
No. I won't give you the pleasure.
You don't think that's a good kind of build on him?
I'm sure you are seriously asking me that question.
And then you take the Glimpse talent at 25 and Glimpse max damage. I mean, this spell actually low-key slaps now. Don't forget, this Glimpse does damage. I'm going into the demo, but I'm testing this after. You wait. You'll regret my words, man who used to play Morphling support. Oh, big kill on the 23. Ame joining that one.
That was not meant for everyone's ears, the Morphling support. How dare you, Richie?
What do you mean? You told everyone already.
I mean, it was kind of a legit thing. Yeah. I mean, back then, a lot of people did it. I wasn't the only one. I mean, right now, Morphling is a exclusive carry hero.
Yeah, very true. I don't think you can really run him in any other role. Probably the one of...
You should, you know what? You should ask Boboka. Maybe he'll give you a different answer.
If he's
if I can do Tyro Blade support.
Yes, indeed. I will go Manta style Crystallis on my support. Oh man, I do wonder. I hope one day someone asks him about this phase of Dota that he's currently going through. Boboka, do you remember when you kept playing Terrorblade support? And he'll go, yeah, it's dark times, you know. Kept losing all my pubs.
Then you should ask him to compare it to the times where he was playing Monkey King support.
Yeah, but Boboka Monkey King support was pretty legit, wasn't it?
Yeah. He's just trying to trying to play support with a core hero.
This could be dangerous. He's got a Blink Dagger. He's got a ward, but he doesn't have a Black Hole to blink away. But Q, he's going to catch him his own Blink Dagger. Coming in clutch here. Very nice Supernova right in the middle of the two as XSS silenced up by the Orchid of the Kunkka. Satan Q getting stunned here as well. It's a pretty good Static Storm, though. It's Extreme Gaming bringing the numbers. Ame showing up to fight now as well. So they're going to try and focus onto the Kunkka, but he is cut down. No TP away for him. Jabs gets the kill onto Sin Q. But in comes the Infest Bomb. Q trying to do his best at actually managing to turn. What a toss. What a Mana Boy. 23 Savage showing up to fight. Has the double kill. Diving the tower now for DY, who has 14 wand charges. Will get a glimpse off here, I believe, but might just choose to save them. Counter spell. You not going to even be needed because the Tidy's going to be the one that's sent back, and it's 23 Savage showing up to fight Winter. His inventory, Treads, Battle Fury, and a Wraithband, and he gets a triple kill in this fight. Look at the impact you can have on AM.
4 points in mana break and 4 points in blink, you know, so he's ready to fight. Gone are the days where you take stats and 1 point in mana break and 1 point in counter spell.
You love to see it. Slightly surprised that Extreme Gaming is still trying to force a fight out of this. I mean, they get the kill on a Lorinov, so you know you could definitely see why they thought they were going to feel strong. I guess they weren't expecting all of Aurora to show up, but As soon as Ame's there.
And also you're playing against anti-mage, right? You would think that you're gonna have a numbers advantage when you bring your carry, because AM usually doesn't show up to a fight.
That's true. Okay, Wilson Q get a bit aggressive now. However, there is going to be the Sunray heal doing some serious damage now, actually. Another team fight as XM feels very strong now with that Manta style. He certainly hits hard. Support for support is down. The Disruptor and the Tiny taking out of the fight as Jabs opting to try and TP away, but XSS blinking on forward, has Black Hole. Didn't need it in that instance. The Malefice will do. And it's a 2-for-1 trade this time in favor of Extreme Gaming. Winter, we've got a very close back and forth and very skirmishing heavy game. I like this game quite a bit.
It's an anti-mage game, you know? Eventually it's going to suck the fun out of you. But for now, you can still fight. And you can still try to pressure the AM. I think there's going to be like a very, very sharp window. You know, once he has his Manta battle free, if he wins one fight after that and he gets to complete his Aghanims or Butterfly, then I feel like the fights are going to be very difficult, because then he can throw his Blink Fragments out to make sure he scouts the Enigma, because I feel like that's the only thing that can kill him later into the game, the Black Hole. So if he can always reveal the position of the Enigma, and then you have the jumpers, the Slada or the Tiny to find him, then you can always win the fights easily. That's going to be like the advantage.
So Q's actually so close to his Blink Dagger. Look at this wave top, and that should be enough if he doesn't miss any. Oh, no, he's just shy. No, he's got it. I was right. I needed to trust my math. Normally, that's a bad idea. Been losing a lot of Battle Shroud runs lately. Ame has his Deso. This is a pretty big time, and you have Blink BKB Black Hole now. Again, the only solution is going to be this Phoenix Sunray / Supernova. Does he have a shard already on Phoenix? Don't think so.
He's waiting for his team to kill the Tormentor.
The Tormentor? 50-50. I mean, between him and Q.
Oh, he'll be raging if Q gets it.
Oh, I mean, that'd be really unlucky, honestly. I mean, unlucky,
I think usually you just take the chance. If you don't get it from the Tormentor, then you farm it for the next few minutes.
What kind of supports right now do you think just can't afford to wait? I know old Lion was like that. But...
Treant Protector.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, good point.
And old Lion. Yes, I agree. I think the Phoenix one you can wait. It's good, but you can wait. Because sometimes you need like to buy something like a Glimmer or some small defensive item.
Breaks. They want to go for Q here. They're very fast. Oh, but Q, he's ended up body blocking himself. Gets the vision for the snowball. Onto the camp at least as Q trying to TP away. No. Punched by a Walrus. And out comes... I don't really even know what Life Stealer is technically.
A ghoul.
But a big kill. What is he? He's a ghoul?
Isn't he a ghoul?
Actually, I don't know.
He's like, you know the movie Resident Evil is like one of the dogs that got infected.
I see. Jabs. Cheeky little Tormentor steal. Gives himself a shard. Okay.
Only Slada specialist would know he can do that.
Honestly,
he just barely had enough to kill it.
Kind of crazy that he could even get it done. And I think he's going to do their own Tormentor now, right? What's up? Oh! Black Hole there. DY pulling it back with the glimpse. Static Storm committed as well, but a quick and easy kill there onto the AM.
Send thy dead gods legions. I will put them all to death.
It's a huge commitment, but he was able to get his Manta, I guess, before he died. So he didn't really lose anything. Didn't lose much. And they don't have a lot of time with this window, you know. With this Aegis, they have to try to take a part of the map, try to shut the AM's map down. I mean, if they don't do it and they lose the Aegis, and AM's going to be up to farm his Aghanims, I think the game is going to be a lot more difficult then. So they have to try to make the most of the current timing now if you're Extreme Gaming. Yeah, I think
how much more time does
even without Black Hole they have to go? How much time do you have before AM is gonna destroy you?
Yeah.
I think when he gets Aghanims, it's gonna be hard. So ideally before he finishes the Aghanims, you deal more damage.
Job wasting a bit of time there. X mark. They're probably trying to force. Oh well, actually, there's no BKB on XSS or on XM. This could be a kill. So Avatos, Jabs being jumped. Down he goes.
He's one creep away from BKB.
That's frustrating. He'll be put back further now, and in fact, Tiny's water park's gonna get closer to opening up 23-7, also getting a hand in that engagement. Excuse me, was he 5 something and 7 or 5-2 and 5 something and 2? He's got very good kill participation here. That's very impressive for NAM this early. But Extreme Gaming, and to try and strike back now, even without the black hole, this could be an opportunity. Smoke breaking. Once again, it's just Q. I think they punched a creep, but it doesn't really matter. They have the kill very easily there. Ame now 4 charges on his Deso. It's always so funny whenever you accidentally use a big ability on a creep. I don't know why. Bottom, X success. Doesn't have black hole. Is going to BKB, but it's going to lose all of his mana. Malefice here is going to pop. Oh, but he's still going to end up going down. XM still does not have BKB as the tip from Jabs on the 23 Savage. That is a big kill.
Crazy, man. That was like a solo kill.
That's 700 gold, by the way, as Snowball is going to be reflected. Okay, disruption. He ends up on the high ground. He's just gonna try and TP. What? And he's away.
Holy moly, this guy is good at Dota.
Oh yeah, he is. He is a gamer, I believe you could say.
How did he actually survive there? Like the instincts to know that he can actually TP out right there. I think maybe he waited a little bit. He would have just got caught and died.
Yeah, 100%. He had a TV right away. He could waste no time. That was really smart, right? Because when you counterspell Snowball, you just cast the spell. You don't get like the snow. You don't get like the ability like a Rubik would, right? Or a morph.
Make it like go faster, right? You have to
correct.
Wait.
Okay, wait, hold on. Ame, silence. There's no way he's dead, right? Avatos, that might be enough. Ame, no, he's gonna be able to fight through this. He's got a Sanj now. He's so tanky. But the drive by Glimmer Cape saves Q out from Ali. Nice job in the midst of the Icarus dive. Sin Q blinked into this fight, so he doesn't actually have another blink to initiate. But that was the water park out from Kunkka. Just a little bit of saber rattling here, and they will send Ame back into the jungle to heal off some creeps. They nerfed this pretty bad though. Healing off of creeps. This used to be way better, wasn't it? With like Sanj and all your lifesteal. Back when you could just like hit a creep once with Satanic and you would just full heal. Remember those days? Now it's basically just Feast, which is still amped, so decent. This Aegis Winter, 49 seconds. BKB, Black Hole, ready to go on your Enigma. You've got BKB on Razor.
Aghanim's is done, right? On AM soon, 100 gold.
Yeah, and your Aegis is just firing.
I think the game is still like still hanging the balance once he finishes Aghanims on AM, but once he gets Butterfly, it's going to be really difficult. The pickoff for Aurora.
They really, I mean, I guess Lorenoff's like, let me get the kill so I can get my BKB, but they really let him die to Orchid Malevolence. That was pretty, it's kind of a baller move to let someone die to Soulburn.
Like how about just letting some hero with Doom on, just let him walk away, just let him TP back to base, even though you have a stun to cancel, but you know he's gonna die, and you just let him TP away.
I do that all the time when I'm playing Witch Doctor. When you get a fat Maledict off, you're like, that's fine, you can leave. And they die in the base. It's too sweet.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Only a madman would actually play Dota for that reason.
Oh, I mean, I think that reminds me a lot of Ice, right? Who would do a lot of these bait TPs, right? And then cancel them and ravage you.
He dropped your item. He dropped his item in front of you when you try to TP.
Q has trapped himself in a tree.
Incoming.
Oh yeah.
Lifesteal bomb.
He's a pretty good target. Oh, the X. If they can find the X destination, if they can find the X mark, and they have, Static Storm dropped immediately. Does have himself that blade up, but there's too many heroes here to split the damage. He is dead immediately. Wow. Nice initiation there from Sin Q. Just so fearless. That's I don't know. I like the confidence. I mean, you need that on your Tusk player, but it's really cool to see still.
Not just your Tusk player. You need that on your initiating player. Any hero that they play on initiating role. It's not easy, to have the confidence and to not think. You don't want to overthink a lot of situations, because sometimes you have a half a second to react, and if you think and spend 1 second, you might lose your window.
That's true. It's a valuable skill. Maybe, at least when you focus on team fighting for a position 4, probably the most important skill you can kind of train, or the most important instinct I would say you can have, right?
Yeah, you need to have good intuition, and you need to have courage to do stuff. You know, you can't be too afraid to. You can't be afraid to lose, basically. You just have to feel it and do it.
I like that. I like that.
If you're an overthinker, you probably not going to be able to play the heroes that need to jump very well.
No, it's a really good point. It's reasonable, you know, to have fear
but
jumping
actually
in blind.
there's another side of the coin to this, you know. So if you are an overthinker, you're probably good at Enigma, like a hero that has is an initiator but has a long cooldown, so you have to be very careful with how you use it. Then those are the kind of heroes that you might excel at.
Right, because like Puppy, like Shiver, like someone else said, it's not about the black hole, it's about the threat of the black hole. Sin Q, smoke's breaking all around him. He's infested though. Q will kick things off. Jab immediately making the jump now as Sin Q, he's gonna get some protection. The Icarus dive in, the tree volley is gonna cut him down. He's yelling timber. In 23, he's got blink fragments all over the bloody place now. Just giving vision, giving him the confidence, farming for him as well. Wait, are they gonna really try and fight here? There is a ward. Yep, glimpsed. Okay, that's something. They actually have
only
caught
one
jabs
charge
here.
of blink fragment. He only has one.
It's not too many. You got to be careful here. Got to watch out for this Enigma positioning. XXS can really be a game changer here. Again, the solution to Enigma Black Hole right now is simply going to be Supernova with Sunray. That's it, which is not bad. But if you catch 2 or 3 heroes in that thing, then
well, can I
be just over.
Bash of the Deep?
For wait, for what? What do you mean?
Black hole counter.
I mean, hold on.
Blink behind him and bash him.
I mean, that would be pretty sick. Wait, isn't there that neutral item that allows you to counterattack a random hero if you're attacked? I'm not crazy, right?
Yeah, the shell. Defiant
shell. Defiant Shell, right? So what if you have, I mean, he doesn't have it, but what if you got Defiant Shell on a Slardar, you kept 3 charges of bash, and then you just got Chronoed to cancel it, you know? And then you just bash the Enigma.
Have I ever told you that you have the best ever imaginations?
Look, man, I mean, we did the major where we had a Coddle Basher first hit bash the Enigma. Ain't nothing impossible, okay? You need to have more a more unlimited imagination, Winter. Dota is more fun when you think this way.
I need to be more open-minded, right, about things. Anything is possible.
Aurora setting up some more wards will be picked up by the Eidolons. 23 will gladly farm them, but Extreme Gaming waiting patiently and honestly kind of getting the middle finger from Roche right now. This is a long Roche timer, and I don't know if they're going to be able to hold this position much longer. That's a crucial D ward at a minimum as Jabs. He's scouted, trying to go for the backstab. Immediately Walrus Punch. He gets the BKB active as, at the very least. The Blink Fragments doing as much as they can to support him from a distance. But Jabs, you're in far too deep, my friend. Dead for 60 seconds. That is going to be Roche now for Extreme Gaming. Kind of a big misplay, unfortunately, from Aurora.
Yeah. Loranov, he was waiting for his BKB that was on the courier. He didn't want to go first, you know. Then Sada was already in a very advanced or forward position, so he couldn't really, come back. So a bit of a miscommunication there by Aurora. So they probably can't really do much about the Roshan now, but it's not over. You know, you have anti-mage at the end of the day. Once you hit your butterfly timing, it's going to be huge. None of their heroes want to buy MKB, so it's going to be a lot of value on this butterfly. And when it comes down to this type of situation as AM, you have to figure out when is the time to just go speed push and not come back to base. You have to make the hard decisions.
Well, he's made one decision, and that is buying out for the butterfly, like you said. So it's a big move. It does give him some advantage, right, to possibly coming back and fighting. Now, I do want to mention that any sort of, well, they're not called unique attack modifiers anymore, but, you know, Mjolnir, Basher, those percentage-based on attack modifiers, right? Those do, if you proc them, will always land the auto attack, right? So you roll first to see if you're going to hit a bash, for example, and then if you get lucky on that 25% chance or whatever, you are going to hit that auto attack. So it does give you some pseudo accuracy, but of course it's not as good as an MKB, as you say, right? And this is a very dead disruptor.
He just got cleaved to death.
He actually did.
Oh, that's so sad. He can't even finish my sentence. Guys, I got top. Oh, I'm dead. I mean, right now it's the race against time, you know. They have to try to inflict damage, you know. I mean, at this stage of the game, even if you get one lane of Rex on one side against anti-mage, it's not enough. Even 2 lanes, you know, sometimes it's not enough. I've seen so many games where AM could just finish the game on his own, even though he's like 2 lanes of Rex down. And this black hole is going to be very, very crucial. It's going to be their way of killing the anti-mage. That's why I feel like maybe at some point you just go red, you know. You talk about the butterfly being an item that helps the AM TP back to base and fight, but I feel like it also helps him speed push and hit the buildings. So that's probably a safer choice, you know. Like you come to a team fight, you mess up, you get black hole, you die, you know. And that's it, you know. But if you're speed pushing and you go back, you force somebody to TP back, then you only TP back yourself to the base and fight. I feel like that helps them a lot more.
Almost getting caught out there again. I hear what you're saying, but I also think that even from a distance, if you're wait, hold on, 23. There's no TP cancel here on XM, no danger. But I also think you're actually fairly strong with just your blink fragments. You know, you can just poke from a distance. And honestly, with the butterfly now, Extreme Gaming don't have a way to deal with your illusions. You're not going to glimpse an illusion at this state when it's a blink fragment, you know? Q. Oh, Q. Okay. Sin Q getting jumped immediately. 23 jumping in there to secure the kill, but he does get off the snowball. XM nearby with a fresh AC. He hits pretty hard, but he's just going to be pulled back way too deep. Well, hold on, though. Sin Q, just managing to escape. Q does not have Avalanche for another second, but they will still be able to snipe the kill as 23 sends in the blink fragment. Yule Scepter here, and also the Torrent onto Ame. He's actually already half HP. I mean, he's got Aegis, but not the place where he wants to be. Very low already, and this fight is going to be forced back. There's that Vindicator. No, actually, no, never mind. Wow.
Now look at how annoying the AM is. I mean, I see what you mean, you know. Like, he just comes back with the butterfly, throws his illusions out, burns away the mana of the support. Yeah. You have to back up.
What do you do? Like, until you get a scythe, then there's... I guess maybe someone needs a Dagon, honestly.
No, you need Ghost Scepters on that support so that he can't do that.
No, but I don't think Ghost Scepter solves... Because for me, the problem is fundamentally that AM gets the vision and is also able to harass with the blink fragments. I think you need to get rid of those illusions. At least maybe 1 or 2. But he's got charges. I don't know. I get what you mean, but... You just can't let him get any vision here, because then who takes advantage of this vision, right? Kunkka can, Jabs does, obviously allows him to find the right crush. Phoenix plays very well with vision, and then Tiny can just get a toss back on you. It's so scary, right? Having this free, what it feels like risk-free vision, in my opinion. I mean, it's just ridiculous, honestly. This is really good Ags.
This is the
now he's
best
got full
iteration.
disperser.
I mean, it's the best iteration of the Axe on this hero. It got changed so many times.
Zayam's also got like an insane amount of magic resist right now. Because he's holding on to a Cloak of Flames. He's at 68% magic resist. So it's pretty nice. It's not just nice, it's pretty nice.
Enigma
minus
needs refresher right now. And they have MKB on lifesteal. I think they won't get any stronger than this. They have to...
True, but you're going to lose this
set
Aegis.
Up some wards. I mean, they're going to have to try to set up some lame wards and try to pick the AM off. I think they need to kill him 1 time before they can push.
Do you just go for it? Even without Aegis, you just can't really afford to wait because AM's next item is...
I feel like the longer you wait, just the harder it is. I mean, you can make the argument that, oh, I have Enigma. I'm going to get Refresher late game. I'm going to get Aghanims, you know, I have Refresher, Aghanims. I'm going to kill the AM, you know, but... Killing the AM is, you must find him first, you know, but if you can't find him and he's spitting out the map, picking you off 1 by 1 with the blink fragments, then it's also a problem.
Mana Void cooldown taken, by the way. 20-second Mana Void cooldown now at 25 here for 23 Savage. Who is, I mean, I kind of was about to clown him for picking up a Clarity at 37, 38 minutes, but now I understand. His mana consumption is very high.
Yeah, you don't build any mana, any significant mana items on this hero. I mean, apart from having Battle Fury, that's the only item that gives you mana regen.
The Disperse is pretty nice for it now. But it's not great. Agreed. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty funny, isn't it? This guy has mana issues, actually. Anti-mage.
Because of X. Anti-mage having mana issues. Imagine if Medusa had mana issues. That would be hilarious. Medusa running out of mana, casting Mystic Snakes in the team fight and dying.
Before the snake comes back.
Uses a
Jabs
snake,
it's
uses
25.
Stone Gaze, out of mana.
Torrent CD. Waterpark Kunkka's almost, you know, it's getting pretty online. Refresher is still a ways away now, but it's getting there. And, well, actually, XXS is a lot closer to his on top of this Octarine core. Still no level 3 Black Hole. He's about to get it, though. Now he's got a 2-minute flat cooldown on Black Hole. Pretty significant for him. Anything else very fun and exciting being built? Q's going for a Wind Waker, if I see that right. Indeed.
Yep, time
second
to save
Wind Waker, actually.
The AM. All they need to do is just keep the AM alive. I mean, the only way they lose the game is, like I said, you know, the Enigma getting a Black Hole onto AM. So if they can get Wind Wakers on the supports, then it means that there's no win condition anymore for Extreme Gaming. I mean, there is still, you have to Black Hole the support and AM, but good luck.
Do you know what the cast range on the Phoenix Ags upgrade is?
It's very near.
Whoa! The huge initiation, all right, and they're just going to drop the Supernova right in front of Ame. Unfortunately, he landed right in the middle of the bridge, and Jabs, he's going to be in a spot of trouble as well, but that's actually a phenomenal boat. SidQ is still alive, and with the Torrent Storm in 23, jumping straight on in. They have a kill onto Ame. It's got a buyback here. Success forced away from the fight. I want to say by the Blink Fragments, but now Q giving chase. He's going to land the toss onto Lorinov. I don't know if Lorinov necessarily wanted to be right in his face, to be honest. And Q, in a spot of trouble here, doesn't yet have that full Wind Waker. Will buy out for it before he's taken down by XM. But the Black Hole, they have managed to get on top of Lorinov. BKB or not, Ame will rip right through him after he buys back. 3 dead in exchange for 2. Black Hole was utilized here, Winter. Ooh, and a pause.
Yep, but they wish that they could have killed the AM, you know. AM's not dead, still has buyback. You have to like somehow force him to use his buyback as well to have a chance to win the game. That's just a very awkward spot for them to take the fight there in the bridge and just stuck there.
Unfortunately, so like when you when you Icarus dive and you end up, the dive ends, or you try and end the dive off the map, it just puts you onto the closest point on the map, right? And for him there, because he kind of Icarus dived like straight east or right off the map, he ended up right in the middle of the bridge when he probably wanted to be on the other side. If Jabs could have protected him a little bit longer there with a bash or 2, that fight probably looks a little bit different. Still a strong fight for Aurora, and now they've got a clear win condition with a buyback out from Ame.
Yeah, I mean, if they can kill him again, then probably the game is gonna be over, you know, for XG. So they have to try to prevent that from happening. Maybe they can bait that, you know. When Enigma is Black Hole, just try to sit behind the lifesteal and try to anticipate the move and counter Black Hole.
Okay, there's the Roar of Retribution. They're going to get through the Sags here eventually. Aurora smoked
Refresher
up.
shard on to Enigma if you get it. It's going to be huge.
Ooh, that's juicy. I think he'll have 3 Black Holes.
Does he have the mana? Probably not, right? For 3.
Refresher shards, how much? 350?
Yeah.
Is it the same? I always forget.
I mean, he has the Stormcrafter, you know, that's a high mana regen.
It's a good item. Yeah, but maybe you just actually keep this with Razor, right? Because then double Eye of the Storm, double BKB.
Yeah, double everything. Probably more worth it in the team fights.
Then a third Black Hole, which is like how likely are you going to get 3?
Yeah, you are only going to actually need 2. 1 for the first kill, second one for the buyback.
Yeah, actually. It's very true. Well, that's kind of makes you sound like a baller when you say it like that, Winter.
Thank you so much.
I'm not scared of you, 23 Savage. I just need 2 black holes to kill ya.
So the next big item, Aghanim's on Disruptor. Mute, kill the anti-mage, so that's gonna give them another way of killing him.
Yeah, that is true. It would also potentially stop people from using Wind Waker on him in the middle of a black hole.
Oh yeah, that's right. So you have to black hole him and
you have to black hole and Static Storm. Otherwise, Tiny's gonna blink in and Wind Waker your man.
Yeah, unless you get a nullifier, right? So you black hole him and you nullify him.
And you nullify him. Yeah, that's true, right? That's the strat. So ridiculous. Well, it's fun though, honestly. Ooh, scary moment there for DY. He does not want to get caught outside the base right now, but he's so desperate just to be able to get this farm. He's like, please, please let me have it. XM, not allowed to have any more mana. Yeah. Oh, wait, okay, hold on. And they're just going to harass. Oh my god, that was just the illusions from 23 Savage. Safety snowball up to the high ground where XM is still fighting these illusions. So I mean, man, these illusions are so strong from AM. Do not want to be next to him with these casual blink throws. Almost, well, he can't really just casually throw Mana Void in the fights. He'll not have enough mana for anything else, really.
I mean, if he gets an Octarine Call, he'll have the mana. I mean, he's throwing illusions anyway.
Yeah.
I feel like that could be a choice for him. Octarine
but then what do you get rid of? Do you get rid of Battle Fury?
I mean, you just
eat the eggs.
The Octarine Core when you want to use it from far range.
Crazy. Wait, hold on. Mid lane in the river. Ollie's gonna get scouted. Does get the Icarus dive away. DY does not have the vision. They're gonna try and TP away, but he is dusted. Brought back by the Walrus Punch. Excuse me, and the Glimpse. It's just a Yule Scepter and not a Wind Waker. Ollie has buyback, but now with the Aegis, this certainly feels like an opportunity here, Winter. 23 Savage, we'll see what he wants to do. Q's already TPing back, 23.
He's not even cutting waves. He just wants to fight. Yeah.
He really wants to fight. We'll see what they can get done. Xmark holding back the Lifestealer as XM toss back into the base. They are going to at least force the BKB. Sinking that with the buyback now of the Phoenix as the Blink Fragments giving chase now. Jabs from the side, an immediate counter initiation, and now the Black Hole, but they didn't get 23 Savage in this. There's going to be the Sunray and the Supernova, but Jabs, he's not living through that one. Oh my lord, he absolutely deleted DY. That was filthy. BKB active now from 23 as he blinks away, but the second life of Ame, he is ready and rearing to go. Jabs, no BKB, he's going to end up blinking back, but no, Q, he's going to go back on in. The Avalanche, the toss, it's there onto XM. It's 23 Savage, the second Black Hole, it's exclusively for him. He's going to buy back instantly, though. That's both Black Holes already used. He feels like this is a weakness for Extreme Gaming. They can end the game. There's no Aegis. There's no second Black Hole. There is no XM, and there is going to be no DY. Aurora taking a fight into that Aegis. How bold of them.
And this is it. This is their timing. They have to deal a huge amount of damage or even maybe end the game right now. Razor has buyback, so maybe they can still hold. They're probably going to do the safe route right now. Try to take 2 lanes of Rex. It's going to be another glyph.
That's fairly safe. There's going to be another glyph. There's a Fortify on XM. He did commit the use of the Refresher Shard, though, and there's no Black Hole for 60 seconds, but in 65, you will have 2 Black Holes. A toss back. Ame is going to pop out and try and get this kill on the time, but he's got a damn Wind Waker. Ame persists, though. Should be able to collect this kill, and XM doing a fantastic job alongside the Static Storm. They're going to be able to get the Phoenix. That's a dive back on him. 23 Savage, he bought back as well. He's dead. Dead for 2 minutes. They're all caught. They can't get out, but Water Park Coca and Jabs, the true carry, finally online. But Lordoff, he left him. He's abandoned him. Left to die all by himself. It's going to be a 2 versus 5. They're going to have 2 Black Holes in 37 seconds, Winter. DDQ.
I mean, that has to be it. I mean, how is this Tiny and Kanka supposed to... I mean, sure, they maybe can cut 1 wave, but who's going to kill the wave?
Oh, the Couriers.
Oh,
the Couriers are coming out. And the Couriers are here.
The second wave. But there's a lane creep bot lane. It's a big wave.
Yeah, he needed to slap it once. There is a big wave down bottom. Oh, it's a huge wave. how in the world did this wave get so big? Check out those scans as well. They're trying to see if anyone's up on the high ground. That actually almost pinged Lauren off. Q, he can cut another wave, but I don't know if he's going to be able to buy the 70 seconds they need for 23-7 to be back, because they're just going to go ahead and skip. They're going to go straight to the base. Laurenov, I think he's going to try and cut the megas here, but he doesn't get the wagons, and so the tier 4s are down. The Ancient exposed. The Fortify is out. Q trying to run himself on back. Laurenov doing what he can, but he does not have any ultis, has no spells. BKB active from a Black Hole Static Storm just to make sure, Laurenov, you can do nothing here, as Extreme Gaming will equalize after a dramatic game 2.
Yeah, what a game, you know. Extreme Gaming knew that they had the team fight advantage with the Aghanim from Disruptor and the double Black Hole, and they were able to just use it to their advantage. You have only one buyback, but we have 3 of these big spells to kill you. So in the end, that was it, you know, they had one more extra, you know, in the high ground push to kill off the anti-mage. This is why I felt like it was always very risky for the AM to come back to fight. Sure, you know, you're really strong at throwing out the fragments and everything, but when the opponent catches you in the black hole and your supports are nowhere near to save you with the Wind Waker, I mean, you're just gonna die, you know, there's just too much damage from Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, and really Aurora almost too aggressive there twice, right? AM coming back to fight the once, and then I would say AM pushing so hard up the high ground as well, not really respecting the strength of that potential Disruptor Scepter, you know, after you've committed the buyback. There wasn't even any black holes when AM got killed on his second life, and ends up being kind of a tough loss to swallow here, honestly, for Aurora, who could have taken a very impressive 2-0, still have a very impressive 1-1 draw now with Extreme Gaming, which sees them both at 7 and 3 apiece. And that is a very strong place for them to be, Winter. For us, though, we've got a place to be, and that is going to be in an interview in just about 3 minutes' time. Stay tuned, folks. We hope to have an interview with someone from Extreme Gaming after a break.
Wake up with no alarm, brand new kind of charm, and fresh hot coffee in a big old mug. Can't wait to get my face in the morning sun, yeah. Make a list, check it off, doing only what I want. Cause there's nothing better than making waves. I'm front and center in my own parade, on parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. Hold up, windows down, rolling with the classic sound. I spent $5 on Walmart shades. Can't wait to stop traffic in my own parade. On parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Dream League Season 22. We just saw two of our top 3 teams actually take a draw and continue being potentially top of the group. Let's see if Shopify has finished their series as they were taking on Team Liquid. That's currently still ongoing. But if you're here, that's because you are awaiting an interview. We'll have one up for you very shortly here. Winter, your impression, this is the first time we actually got to cast Extreme Gaming. Your impression on them after seeing a full 2-game series?
Very resilient team, resourceful. I feel like they are very, very good at team fighting. I think traditionally all the Chinese teams, they are always very, very keen into going into a game where you have to 5v5 a lot because they have excellent execution, communication on the team fights. It's not easy, to coordinate all those big spells and making sure that you know that you're supposed to save this for, like, for example, the anti-mage, and I'm gonna try to use this to bait him out, and everything just looked really nice, from Extreme Gaming's point of view in the last game. So it wasn't easy for them to win the game. I definitely felt like Aurora had the upper hand in terms of who I felt had more chances to win the game. But Extreme Gaming in the end, with their team fight execution, managed to win the game.
Do you think it's those kinds of games where maybe the stand-in difference does start to show a bit more, where things get a little bit tense and less?
That was the fight where I think you're referring to the fight where the Kunkka got BKB and was on the courier, was coming over, and then Slada was just a little bit too near the enemy. Like I'm not sure if he went in or he just got caught, and
he got caught, right? Because the plasma fields did catch him, but he was still rather deep. I mean, BKB was on the way, but my point being, those kind of small little situations
sure it's
where
have some effect on the team when you're using a stand in this kind of very tense situation. There are certain things that you can't really communicate in 1 or 2 seconds if you compare to having a stand-in and having your usual teammate beside you. Like, obviously it's easier to talk to someone that you are already accustomed to. Like in 1 or 2 seconds, there's only so much you can say, And maybe if you're talking to your fellow countrymen, it's easy to express it in your native language. But if you're talking to a stand-in that speaks a different language, then it's going to take time, and sometimes you don't have time.
Yeah, I don't know if we ever asked them if they're all speaking English or what the comms are like over there. I assume they probably speak in English, right?
They should be using English. Pretty sure all of them know. They might not be proficient with it, but I'm pretty sure all of them speak English.
Dota proficient at least by now, right? I mean, if Sumail could play with Astra for almost a full year, I think it can be with what, just GIO, and what was the other one he knew?
I think he knew Go and Back. I think that's it.
Yeah. So Go was GIO, right? Add oil.
No. GIO is like it's like you're trying to motivate your team to let's go,
Yeah, but that's what he would say if he wanted to keep fighting. Like if he wanted to fight, he'd say GIO, like he's going in, right? Go, let's go.
I know GIO generally chat will, I think, makes a lot of the basic communication a lot easier, even if you don't understand the language. I think to a certain level, the language barrier isn't gonna be a problem. But when it gets to a very late, long game, like very tense team fights, then it's gonna matter. You know, I think early game,
right?
If you're talking about controlling runes, waiting for, oh, I need 500 for my dagger, BKB, whatever it is, it's not that big of a deal because you can use chat wheel and because you can ping items and ping your goal and everything, you know. So then it's not that big of a deal. But when it comes down to the execution, whenever you have to say, oh, you go on this hero, I go on this, wait for me, don't go first, let me die first or something like that. Oh, I have buyback, don't come and save me. You know, then how are you gonna say that in 1 or 2 seconds in the team before the team fight, you know? Or when you are going to make a fight happen, you're smoking and you have to say certain important things before the fight actually happens, then it becomes very difficult because you have to focus on your hero's positioning, you have to focus on the map, where the hero's showing, observe wards, sentry wards, etc. You know,
right.
If you have to,
I imagine like
with a lot of
you're
words,
constantly,
then it's very hard.
You're in your own head. You're like, if I see this hero, I'm going to do this. If I see this hero, I'm going to do this. If I don't see this hero,
your teammate is trying to communicate something important to you, then it's not your comfortable language. So it's so
and then you
annoying.
I don't know, maybe Lauren is like, my BKB is here, and Jabs is like, great, we can fight. But what he meant is my BKB is like coming, or you know what I mean? Like I imagine these scenarios. Whereas like if you I don't know, just like if Makoto's on that team, Makoto's like, no, this is how I communicate. You already know this, Jab. You know what I mean? Like they have already a set way of just speaking.
Saying
right?
wait for my BKB, it's flying on career, and saying my BKB is I got BKB, because if he can't say it in a complicated way, then he just says I got BKB now. So then you would assume that he already has it instead of thinking that you need to wait for it. Yeah. So
and that's just like a possible explanation, right? Obviously, but these are the situations where like it obviously matters, right? Where once you start playing more games and you learn how to communicate with other people over and over again, things like these just tend to melt away, right? These and this is usually what teams mean by like communication issues, because it's kind of hard to communicate and all be on the same page. There's a lot of information always that is pretty crucial in Dota. A lot of it's mostly irrelevant, but a lot of it is very pressingly relevant, like that BKB status and spell status and whatnot that can be tricky to communicate, especially with a stand-in. Do you have any good stand-in stories when you were standing in, or when you were playing or coaching, or any kind of situation like this where you guys were like, oh, I see what you mean, or some little silly thing like this, right?
I mean, definitely it will happen, you know. But yeah, it's just difficult, you know, to solve it within the game itself. I mean, just what you have to deal with, you know. And sometimes you see captains when they are playing with stand-ins, they will have ingenious ways of trying to mitigate it by having specific timing drafts that you just try to end the game, you know, so you don't have to deal with that. Or you try to just give the stand-in a specific kind of hero that doesn't really need to rely on communication, or let's see, what type of hero would that be? Something like maybe a sniper, someone that just stands and right clicks, so you don't really have to say much, just need to say look at me and save me, or I need help, those kind of things. You don't have to coordinate everything, and you leave the coordination to the other players. So I think that would be also a possible solution when you're in a situation where you have a stand-in that doesn't really speak the same mother language or native language.
Yeah, I mean, it was like that scenario. I think, who do we ask? We asked 23 excuse me, just yesterday about like, oh, how is it having a stand-in mid compared to other lanes? And he's like, actually, having a stand-in mid's probably the best solution, or the best position to have a stand-in, because he kind of just is mid, solo 1v1, doing his thing, and eventually they just kind of have all the experience to be able to get things done together, right? So I think situations like that stands out. It's only in these kinds of situations where, yeah, it probably does make a difference. What else? About like stand-ins? I mean, I don't know, for Extreme, right? Kind of making these big comebacks. I think they are going to be looking still pretty strong, right? And being able to finish at least, it looks like, top 3 in groups. Now they do have another 2 matches. Extreme taking on Shopify, and 1 win, so that's actually going to be quite a good game. Extreme versus Shopify, highly recommend you check that one out. And I also think Aurora have Team Spirit and Secret remaining, so that's going to be fun, right? The Western European mid versus the C mid, but doing, pardon me, a little bit of a swap. Unfortunately, Winter, we talked over the interview. They ran out of power, unfortunately, over at the Extreme Gaming Bootcamp. So we will not be having an interview. But But yeah, I mean, that's about it for us already. We are going to be going to a break, but not to worry, folks, because we have another match coming up shortly. We have a shift change as well as a group change. We're going over to Bet Boom taking on G2IG with Cryptic after this short break. We'll catch you soon.
We really know it. I got to really hold it. Whoa. We're gonna get. Who am I? This dude can't fly. Who am I? And who cares why? Keep it going up now. And do what you do. That's right. Keeping it up. Want you there, give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down, We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down, We're gonna get down. We're moving up now. So keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Light up and shine the crowd. We'll burn the house right down, yeah. No thing you're not allowed. The party just begun, yeah. Keep it moving up now. So do it like before. That's right. You better believe you got something more. So now you're number one. You feel the satisfaction. And when the night is done, you like that interaction. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Come on down, let's pay the fare. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. I wanna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down.
Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Wake up with no alarm, brand new kind kind of charming. Fresh hot coffee in a big old mug. Can't wait to get my face in the morning sun. Yeah. Make a list, check it off. Doing only what I want. Cause there's nothing better than making waves. I'm front and center in my own parade. On parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into foot. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. Hold up, windows down. Roll in with the classic sound. Spent $5 on Walmart shades. Can't wait to stop traffic in my own parade. On parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into foot. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. Shot, new kid on the block. Currents running strong like a solar wave. Locked, plugged into the socket. Watch me burning hot, yeah, I radiate. Coursing through my veins like a power surge. Call it misbehaving the way I burn. If you're gonna wait, then you miss your turn. Charged up and ready, I'm going steady with you. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, get that future shot now. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Breathe, feel that energy. You can change the lights from red to green. See, I got what you need. Sparking a connection, go VIP. You feel electric. You feel electric. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, get that future shot now. Future shock, the future shock. Once we started, there's no way to stop us. Like a rocket, not for static hearted. Once you got it, you'll go supersonic. You know you want it, you know you want it, you know you want it, you know you want it. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. shot now. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, got that future shot now. Future shot, future shot, you know you want it. Future shot, future shot, you know you want it. Everybody stop, got that future shot now.
Out on the street, people pass you by. You don't meet their eye, you don't care. And out in the night, you see a light. From the cafes, there's more singing than despair. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. At the bar, two drunkards sit. They're talking shit of what's been before. And the dancing girls, they twist and twirl. They sweat like beads of pearls, scattered before swine. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. Well, hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done.
Hello everybody, welcome back here to Dream League Season 22. It is a fantastic evening here today as we're getting into the second half of the day. My name is Cryptic, I'm here with ZQuix Audix. Very excited for some of the games we have coming up, but before we get to those, Zach, how you feeling so far about the tournament? Because this is day 3, this is, it seems like maybe your favorite day of the group stage right now?
I think it could be. It's new patch Dota. I was very excited for that. Nothing too crazy so far, you know, some small adaptations, but we are getting to the point where some teams are securing their spots into going into the next group stage, and some teams, unfortunately, I don't think anyone's guaranteed eliminated, but it is do or die, and as they maybe start getting knocked out, I'm hoping we start to get to see some more experimental drafts, which I think will be a lot of fun for the viewers. You know, the teams are, they're a little more focused on some other stuff, but we get to see hopefully some crazy stuff.
And we're like very close on the edge of seeing some tiebreakers for that 4th position here. As we see in Group B, it's a little bit more like unlikely. We have 3 teams at 7-3 right now: Extreme, Aurora, and Shopify. Meanwhile, on the side of Group A, BetBoom is really starting to pull away here at 8-2. Of course, Falcons at 7-3, and then you have this kind of middle grouping of teams that are all kind of neck and neck. And honestly, just one series could turn it in favor of one of the others.
Yeah, so we were trying to go through it. There's a lot of different possibilities, but for this upcoming series, BetBoom versus G2IG, we got the opposite end of the teams. So it's pretty much do or die for G2IG. If they don't win a 2-0, I think for the rest of their series, I'm pretty sure they're guaranteed out. It is going to be a tough task for them. BetBoom, we see here Nightfall, Miero, Toronto, Tokyo, Save, GPK. They're bringing it to this group stage. They're at the top, playing very nicely. I don't know if it's because they have a better read on the patch or if they're just playing better. This is the first time we're gonna get to watch it on this stream, and I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, I think for the most part, one of the things that has kind of separated BetBoom a lot from other teams has been like a very consistent draft followed by just very solid team fight. Like they're always super clean in their fights, and I think that's one of the things that, especially this patch, seems to be really, really important. Like the teams that are fighting better are kind of just snowballing the mid to late game, and even if like you're winning the lanes early on, like that's a huge component in terms of getting to that mid late game. But yeah, well fought team fights are pretty much the most important thing that I've seen at the moment.
Yeah, and some of that could be the player we just saw there, Toronto Tokyo. He is 2 of their priority picks right now. In a lot of these drafts, we're seeing if Timbersaw or Enigma is available, they grab it. And it's Enigma 5 almost all the time for Toronto Tokyo. If those are banned, they go down to Mirana or Lion, and Toronto Tokyo is playing that Mirana. So we already see from their position 5, Mirana and Enigma, 2 very high impact heroes potentially. I mean, they can be countered, you can have a rough time, but off a strong laning stage, they can do a lot leading to that mid and late game snowballing you were just talking about.
Yeah, and they're just a fun team to watch. And like you said, their drafts have seemed very consistent. Like they're looking for the same subset of heroes. And I think this kind of just comes back to this first pick priority that almost every team is going for. Like most teams are choosing first pick at this point because you're going to see about the same 6 heroes banned every first phase for the most part. Like there's some slight fluctuations, but that's just always going to leave up a comfort hero. And for them, it's looking like it's Toronto Tokyo's. Like they just want to give him his priority pick, and it's working. You can't argue with the results, right? Like if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Meanwhile, G2IG has had a little bit of a struggle so far in this tournament, as might be a little bit of a surprise to everyone. JT, Bobica, Nothing to Say, Monet, and of course X Nova. Here's the thing though, like this team looked pretty good in groups at the last event, right? BetBoom Dacha, they actually dominated their group, came out in the top, but then got absolutely slapped in the playoffs. They bottomed out immediately. But the thing was, is a lot of people kind of wrote it off because they ended up playing against the 2 teams that were in the grand finals, essentially, right? So you were like, okay, it was just a rough playoffs like seeding potentially for G2IG, but I don't know what happened from last patch to now. Maybe they can bounce it back. Like you said, they need 4 wins here. They have to win both games against BetBoom and then both games in their final series to try and keep their tournament lives alive. It's not easy. Is it possible? Absolutely. These guys are super skillful, and hopefully we get some very close games. As we're taking a look at Monet here. I think he's been one of the most consistent carries of the last tournament. Like he looked very good. It's hard to say what is kind of not clicking for G2IG here in this tournament, but I don't know. It might be a little bit of draft, but their team fights have looked a little shaky from the series that we got to cast earlier.
Yeah, their drafts compared to BetBoom, who has been very consistent with what they want. G2IG, they seem to still be experimenting, trying to figure out. And I mean, I guess you have to when you're having such a rough group stage. You're like, well, what we just did not work, right? Or it's BetBoom like keeps working, keep going. But yeah, they're all experienced players. That's why I think many of us had pretty high hopes, along with that last tournament, how they looked good that you just mentioned. So I don't know, maybe it's the new patch. We have been throwing that out there. Some teams are maybe just better at adapting to a new patch than others, but I'm sure they don't like that as an excuse, right? They want to be at the top. Yeah, we said it's technically not eliminated, but they're definitely going to be feeling some pressure here. I hope it doesn't get to them. They just need to keep trying to figure out what is the best way for us to play And maybe if BetBoom is feeling confident that they're in, maybe BetBoom's going to explore a little bit here, which might be good for G2IG, or maybe it's not. Maybe they experiment with something even better than what they've already been doing.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. It's when you're at the top of the groups, you have like the ability to kind of experiment a little bit if you want. It's one of those things that I'm pretty sure it's almost impossible for them to be in a tiebreaker scenario outside of a like 1 in a million stretch of of like these teams. So I think for BetBoom, if they get one win, they're guaranteed through to the group stage number 2 or group stage round 2. But yeah, it's maybe you get that one win first and then you experiment. It's hard to say, but at the same time, like there's no seeding differences going into this. Like after group stage 1, a lot of times you'd go into a playoff bracket and you're like, well, we're still playing for seeding, so we want to get the wins. We want our best matchups potentially. We want to be able to pick which team we want to play against. That's not the case here, right? You're going into another set of round robins, so maybe we do see some funky drafts if they get themselves, you know, that guaranteed spot into playoff number 2 or into group stage number 2.
Yeah, I think it could be a good time for it because we were talking about the expectations for G2IG, but BetBoom actually as a team since they formed, also a bunch of star players that people had very high expectations for. They did well like in the DPC, but then they didn't do just so well in the tournaments. Lately, they're getting better and better, higher and higher placements. So coming into the draft here, like you said, I wouldn't blame them if they want to like just keep full throttle. Let's just keep playing well, keep that momentum going. Let's finally get our big tournament win that we've really wanted as a team.
Yeah. And one of the things you've already mentioned, the Mirana Lion removed immediately. Like they are actually just focusing up on that opener pick here. And you can kind of see BetBoom, you know, kind of chuckling at the side here, like, okay, all right, interesting idea, leaving a lot of heroes in the pool. So they will get rid of Dragon Knight as well as the Kunkka. And you only get one ban here. So the question is, do you leave like one of these really strong heroes? Do you leave the Enchantress in and pick something else? Do you ban the Enchantress? I don't know.
Yeah, Enigma is still in here as well. I don't think I've seen G2IG play it. I'm sure their players have, you know, like there's no skill level holding anyone back from any of these heroes. So if they put in the practice a little bit, I'm sure they can grab any hero they think is good in the patch, but they haven't done it yet, I think. Oh no, they did do one last pick, but it was for their off lane. So I don't know if they do the support Enigmas. We might see BetBoom just grab it here, unless they have another pick they want against this Mars.
Okay, the Undying. I was gonna say one of the other main big Toronto Tokyo heroes that comes to mind is the Undying, and as soon as I see the Mars, this seems like a better 5 pick, right? Because it is much stronger in lane against the Mars. I have a hard time feeling like Mars is balanced right now, just because of the fact that he doesn't lose almost any lane. Like this hero is so good in lanes, even in bad carry to off lane matchups. Like he still somehow manages to win the lane, but Undying kind of balances that out.
It's pretty interesting. We see here BetBoom. Sorry, not to skip over your talk about Mars, but BetBoom tends to prioritize first pick, we see, whereas G2IG takes second pick. I wonder if that's part of the problem. Maybe first pick truly is better. But it is interesting that at least that's what both teams like to have, which means we're likely to, like, both teams are happy, like, oh yeah, we just keep getting first pick, you keep getting second pick. But in this case, actually, it's the other way. I'm not sure how that happened when both teams have a preference for the other pick.
Maybe they chose Radiant this time. Like maybe BetBoom wanted to go for the Radiant side. As we saw in the earlier stats, it was like over 60% of coin flips right now have resulted in a first pick decision. And then it's like the overwhelming majority after that was definitely Radiant side. So I think G2IG is definitely on an island of their own in terms of they're prioritizing second pick.
Yeah, but maybe it changed, because if BetBoom took Radiant, then G2IG is like, all right, time to mix it up. Let's try this first pick thing. It seems to be working for other teams. So they do get the Mars, which is has been a very good hero, countered a bit by the Undying, but that's kind of the nice thing about Mars. He has so much utility, like the spear knockback, God's Rebuke pushing you back, that even in these counter matchups, he can often find something. But I think it would be nice to pair him up with a strong ranged 4 here who can help Well, you have two approaches. Either you play a very weird lane, like creep dragging, all that stuff, in which case you probably want a fast hero with a lot of natural movement speed, or a ranged hero who can help you fight this Undying, keep away from you so you don't get double decayed. When that Tombstone comes out, you kill the Tombstone, maybe help Mars get away. Snapfire is available if they want to take that. That's a common counter. Enchantress could work. They actually do run position 4 Enchantress. They're one of the few teams that do it, and actually fits both the things we just talked about. She's a fast hero who is also a very strong laner.
I like this. I mean, we were looking, I was mentioning the Enchantress early on. It's like, this is a hero that a lot of teams favor. And, you know, we're going to see Undying Tiny as the opener here from BetBoom. So the response on the Enchantress Shadow Shaman, it does mean that your pick here at the end of phase 2 for G2IG should give you your counter matchup for whichever core you decide to go for, which is great for them. Tiny is still flexible. We've seen it mostly. I think he is still the most picked hero of the tournament at the moment. But he has a pretty rough win rate, which is, you know, it's one of those things that's kind of like when a hero gets played so much and like every team is playing it, the win rate is going to be a little bit iffy because you never really know like which team is getting it more often, and like sometimes you just pick it early in the draft, and because it's so early in the draft it gets countered or something. But I don't think that means Tiny is a bad hero. Like, the hero is still very good, it seems.
Yeah, there's always some give or take with win rates. Like you said, it's very hard to dive into the very nuanced details of, oh, the worst teams were allowed to pick Tiny and then they lost, not because they had because Tiny was a bad hero, but they just played a better team, or like, oh, it was counterpick, things like that. So yeah, don't read too much into the win rate sometimes, but it can also be, it's interesting sometimes when every team thinks like, yeah, Tiny's awesome, then he's not awesome. So it is always something I find very interesting in these tournaments. And I supposed to be an analyst, but I can't tell you like which way it's supposed to go, because he does still seem like a good hero to me.
He has, I just double checked his win rate again, and it has gone up a little bit from where it was. I think when he, like in the first couple days of the group stage, it was in the 30%. Now it's getting closer to 50. It's like mid 40s. So it does kind of show that maybe it's kind of peaking back up. And I think as the tournament continues, we'll see where that ends up. But Terrorblade pick here, and one of the few heroes that actually does decently well against the Mars lane naturally, but pair that with an Undying and you've got yourself a pretty tasty duo there.
Yeah, it'll be a nice lane for them, I think. Enchantress can steal illusions, which can be a little annoying, but not that big of a deal. Terrorblade has seemed a winner of the last patch, got some strength. It may not seem like a lot, 2 base strength, but it's quite a lot relative to what he had before, along with his strength gain going up, so he's just harder to kill. Oh, and they're gonna grab Doom as well. And you can just eat Enchantress's creeps.
I mean, that's a pretty cool like idea. Maybe you put the Enchantress in the off lane anyway with the Mars, and we're gonna see the Shadow Shaman into the 5 role. Now, in terms of like farm priority, that's kind of up to them, but I do like the Enchantress into the Undying lane a little bit more. Especially now that we see the Doom, right? She's just got much longer range, is going to be better at taking down the Tombstone, and of course has the summon. A Zeus. Okay, this is a hero we have both talked about multiple times, and we have not seen it. And this is a great Zeus game.
Yeah, he's a classic counter to illusion heroes. Brings a lot of damage. Mars, well, actually, he's got a very fun new build that has a lot of damage, but sometimes you build just utility Mars, and then he can trap people. He has the arena to block out like the Terrorblade auto attacks, but maybe he doesn't have the damage himself. Zeus, problem solved. He's gonna bring in tons of magic damage now.
I don't think we've really seen this hero much this tournament at all. I want to say it's probably like 5 picks or less. So the games that it has like looked kind of decent. We've seen it banned usually in the final phase, but they actually grab it on 18, which I think makes a lot of sense. So yeah, one of the benefits of that 18 pick, you don't have ultimate last pick, but 18 does end up kind of being pretty strong in this draft.
So Tiny can technically go mid, but I don't think you want to do that into Zeus anymore unless there is a support you're very interested in. The nice thing for Bet Boom is that they do have last pick, so they're going to get to see what G2IG goes here, and I imagine they'll pick a mid laner who will deal with that. I think someone who does well versus Zeus, and then some natural mobility would be good versus this Mars. Since it was a first pick Mars, you don't want a mid laner who's going to get stuck in that arena. So either natural mobility to get out of the arena, or you're just such a big threat, you just stand in that arena and you don't care. I guess they have a couple options here, but the G2IG is going to have to reveal their carry here. And okay, PL.
This is such a free PL game. I'm like looking at this, I'm like, you just pick PL. I think they respond Lesh, but it's still such a good PL game.
Leshrac or someone who can bring that early pressure before PL has a lot of time to farm.
Primal Beast can also gap close the Zeus.
I wouldn't mind, but maybe it's annoying with that arena. I guess you might go BKB fast anyways, but Storm Spirit?
They banned it. Last ban.
Oh,
wow, they actually go back for the Ember. So, a classic counter to the Phantom Lancer for sure, but this hero has seen some solid nerfs, especially with the Mage Slayer nerf, and it's kind of fallen out of favor a little bit, and we're seeing things like Void Spirit kind of pop up a little bit. I wonder if it's enough to deal with the PL though, because as soon as you see a Terror Blade and you have like this double melee offlane, like this is just a super sick PL game. So I don't know if they have enough to deal with it. If Monet gets to like that kind of critical mass of like his third item with that Heart of Tarask, it is going to be very difficult for Bet Boom.
Oh, we see some smiles from Bet Boom though, so I guess they feel good about it. And one potential idea here is that I agree the Mage Slayer got nerfed, and I'd say the most obvious issue with that is against this Zeus, where you would like to apply that 6-second debuff, and he just loses 40% of his damage output, at least when it comes to his spells. But you have this Doom. It is tough to Doom PL without knowing the real illusion, and I think that's kind of what Ember's supposed to do, is to deal with all the illusions. So if you can actually just Doom Zeus, you don't care so much about that Mage Slayer nerf. I'd say like Zeus and Mars look like the Doom targets, of course, depending on the situation. But maybe that is a little bit of what they're thinking. Ember is the response to PL, not so much going to need the Mage Slayer that did get nerfed.
I'm excited. I think this should be a pretty fun game. I think both teams have some good ideas on how they want to approach this. I'm excited to see a Zeus here from NTS. JT's Mars. Finally, we get to see a Mars game. I don't think we've seen Mars slip through once so far in our tournament. So at least for you and me, obviously it's made it through a couple times, but I think our first Mars game. This should be good. There's a lot of heroes here that I'm excited to follow. So exciting to say the least.
Yeah, I just noticed they did decide to run Enchantress 5 and Shadow Shaman 4. I'm just the caster, right? So we're gonna see how it plays out, but I feel like that's going to be harder on the lanes. I feel like Shadow Shaman as a short-ranged hero, okay, he already has Windlace, so he's trying to help deal with this a little bit, but I feel like he's not gonna do as well versus Undying. But maybe putting more priority on giving PL a good game. Maybe they recognize PL as their win condition, and they want to guarantee he has a good start, and they feel Enchantress will be able to do that better than Shadow Shaman.
I think that's actually a pretty good read. I think you might be correct on that. Is the Enchantress would definitely be a stronger lane against the Undying, but it's one of those things, like you said, your PL is probably the win condition here for the side of G2IG, so we'll see how they end up doing it. For those of you who are just joining us, welcome to the stream. It is the third series here this evening as we've got Bet Boom taking on the side of G2IG, a must-win game and a must-win series for G2IG as their tournament lives are very close to being done. We're going to see Bobica on the bottom side. He's going to go for the cheeky sentry play there, so that will freeze the lane for a moment once the creeps actually get there. So they're going to go for an offensive kind of creep block there with that, and as a result, try and pull that creep equilibrium back their way and not play into the Undying. Tell me, how do you feel about that as the as like a support? Like how much does that change your lane?
It could potentially be huge. It helps to resolve the issue that we were saying. Like if you play this lane normally, like Shadow Chomp's not gonna have a great time. We see the Windlace already coming into play here. He's pretending to be over here like, oh, I'm gonna body block. It's like, no, actually the sentry's already there. So on the Radiant side, the creeps meet so close to the tower naturally that any level of blocking of the creeps will cause it to go under tower. So you see Terrorblade now responding, trying to body block the Dire creeps.
Nice
JT gonna knock him away, and so now we see the creeps enter under the tower. Like you said, this will help them avoid playing into an Undying lane.
Yeah, really
Next
strong.
steps. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say it's a really strong like way to like avoid just the constant harassment of an Undying, especially near his tower. So
the next step is we'll see Baboka block a camp. But from now, it should just like sit up here and be okay. So maybe we can take a look at other lanes real quickly.
Top lane Miro is, I think, dead. This is the Enchantress effect, man. He uses that blood grenade with that early level of enchant, and people forget it does damage now. People always complain like, oh, why are we adding damage to everything? This is one of those scenarios where I was like, all right, I can actually maybe get behind that one.
She wasn't
maybe
very
this
popular
spell
until she got
didn't
that
need
buff.
the damage.
Yeah. It's a cool adaptation. Sometimes you'll see Enchantresses start with a heal actually and just go for very efficient trades, but this is two melee heroes. They don't really harass her. So she actually starts with the level 1 enchant and uses it to harass and get a kill actually.
Yeah, I was saying when you're tiny into this matchup, you have to go for that ring of protection early. We see JT nearly going down bottom as they commit the meta, as well as the tombstone, and this is the only reason he's not dead is because of that level 1 creep block, and they try to punish it with the level 2 timing. If you get it there, it ends up paying off, but definitely unfortunate for the side of Bet Boom.
Yeah, and this is actually, I think, really good for him. I hope he has some regen on the way, or someone's going to pass him more tangos or something, because the tombstone actually also helps push in the lane, so he'll be safe here. And this is the hardest part of dealing with Undying is these early levels. So the fact that he looks like he's going to be able to make it to like level 3, so long as he doesn't die in the next minute, should be okay. That's a lot of the regen from Toronto Tokyo burned out on that attempt.
Oh, the Kobold pull! It's so insane. I'm just kidding. Not one creep has taken any damage yet.
The issue is these trees aren't cut. I don't know if Nightfall has a Quelling Blade. Maybe cutting those trees earlier. When they have to funnel through that one gap, they end up doing literally nothing, like you pointed out. They're too fast, actually. The Kobold Foreman gives them too much move speed. They just run back and forth forever.
It's OP, man. We haven't really talked about mid too much, so let's focus upon this for a moment, as NTS is having a great start, 19-5 to the 13-1 of the Ember. So, I mean, if you're the Zeus, you gotta be pretty dang happy about that. Like, this matchup, for the most part, ends up favoring Ember Spirit in the late game just because he can gap close. He can find the Zeus and allow his team to actually, you know, take the fight maybe in favorable terms. But getting an early good start on the Zeus, like, he's gonna have, you know, 3 points in the Arc Lightning. He'll get his ult at 6, and mana boots are not that far away anymore, so we could see him start to find some early kills with that gold and XP advantage.
Do you think we'll see him do the Lightning Hands build?
I don't think so. It's like, the Lightning Hands build is definitely fun, but I think for the most part with the Kaya change, you're probably just going pure magic damage and then maybe like a Blink Dagger or something.
Yeah, I think it'll be good this game if he just brings spell damage, but it could be fun. I think in the late game maybe we'd see him pivot a little bit to it.
I agree with that. I can definitely get behind like a late game change to the Lightning Hands, right? Once you have like your core items, like going back for like a Hurricane Pike, because you want to build a 4-staff a lot of games on this hero anyway. So you can go back for like a Pike, pick up something just like a casual Moon Shard, and by that point you probably have a free shard from Tormentor, so I think it's fine. X-Nova here in the top lane, gonna get tossed back here from Save. He doesn't have any points in those Nature's Attendants, and he will burn down here to Miro. So a very nice grab from the side of Bet Boom, and yeah, recognizing they see the 2 points in the enchant, right? As he grabs the Centaur, they're like, this guy doesn't have any heals.
Yeah, that is the downside of that build. He went for a more aggressive option there, which, I mean, they got the kill first, so maybe he's still okay with it. Or not like a trade here, but like earlier that first kill.
I think top lane, Monet. All right, not the luckiest doppelganger, but he's out. He's away. The Scorched Earth off cooldown now. I will say Doom having the heal, the Troll Priest is actually such a good creep nowadays. That heal and aura is sick. And the active, right? It used to be like no cooldown, like 5 mana for 15 HP or something, which was kind of funny, but now it's an actual heal, which is good. As bottom lane, they do manage to run down the Mars as they've brought heroes. They're just focusing up on mid, right? Like they've brought the Hellbear Smasher mid. They wanted to try and get the catapult, but unfortunately it walked into the tower. So that push is going to get pretty much put to an end here pretty dang quick.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate, but there was a cool series of events there that BetBoom capitalized on. So X-Nova went mid to fill the bottle. Decided to stick around to apply that pressure. So Baboka had to go top because PL was having a rough time. And BetBoom recognized that and say, yeah, just kill Mars. He's on his own. No supports can help him.
Zeus gets to jump up onto the high ground. Nicely done there. And with Thunder God's Wrath at the ready, you got to be a little bit careful. Meanwhile, X-Nova was fighting for this top rune and save. Does do a lot of damage. Lucky for X-Nova, he has a salve ready to go. And top lane, Miro, again, just putting pressure on the PL here with these early points in the Scorched Earth. It's got about a quarter of the duration left, so Monet, he's not going to die, but he's going to need some regen here pretty quick.
Yeah, that catapult going onto the tower really screwed them over in the mid lane, because if you get a lot of tower pressure mid, you maybe don't kill him, but like it's mostly dead. That kind of pays off because you're starting to open up the map, but they didn't really get anything out of that. In the meantime, PL's not been having a fun time, and Mars got killed. So we kind of see in the last hits, Zeus doing great, but the side lane starting to suffer a little bit compared to their counterparts. Not too bad yet, though.
We are going to see Toronto-Tokyo portal to the top side of the map here, so it looks like they do want to try and punish this Phantom Lancer. That being said, we're also going to see Baboka make this TP on in. Does Scout save? They do now see the Undying behind them as he walks right under the Watcher, and there it is, the Tombstone level 2 right next to the tower, and that should be a kill onto the Shaman, as well as GPK making his presence known here, chasing down the Enchantress, and it'll be a little bit of a slow death, but Sleight of Fist up in a moment, and that is it. Nice 2 kills here for the side of BetBoom.
Getting in some tower pressure as well with that Tombstone being right under the tower. If they can keep it alive a little longer, help kill off this next creep wave, and this top tower will fall soon unless G2IG brings a few heroes up here. They're actually pressuring mid, so I don't know if they feel like they can go up there.
Yeah, these are just honestly really good movements from BetBoom, and they are still very even on net worth. It's one of the things that you kind of have like the Doom effect, right? 2 points here in this Devour, so his net worth slightly elevated, of course, but the Mars is getting a little bit of solo XP. He hasn't been farming super well. Like you said, he had that 1 death, but the solo XP does go a long way on this hero. Getting the 4th point in the Spear to combo with that Arena is pretty scary to play against. Like a lot of times it just means death for whatever hero he finds, but we'll see if he actually is able to connect on that anytime soon, as Nightfall playing pretty deep in the lane, and he's itemized to try and survive the Mars lane. Yeah, Doom onto the PL. He's gone. There's just no surviving that at all. And there it is, bottom lane. They drop the Arena and the Spear if they can get him. Again, this Terrorblade's tanky, but with the Zeus's help, they got him. And now looking for Toronto-Tokyo, they will turn their attention to finish up that Undying Tombstone as JT has to back away. So you trade carry for carry. I think overall that's better for G2IG if they can stay down here and get the tower, because this top one was definitely going to die at some point.
Well, yeah, considering they're a little behind, I think if they get this, they'll be relatively happy. They do have an Enchantress here. I think G2IG maybe could have, or sorry, BetBoom could have defended it if they wanted to come over, because like you said, top tower falls first, so if they all wanted to rotate in, they could defend it, but I think they just maybe feel it's too hard, and they're actually getting some mid pressure in return.
There's a good ward here, scouting save, so they kind of know that the supports are going to be here towards the mid lane. As we get close to that 10-minute rune, it will be a big one. No Thunder God's Wrath available. It was committed to help bring down that Terrorblade, but Toronto Tokyo just dies to the Enchantress solo. He's got the 2 little shard golems as well as the Centaur, and that's a lot of damage. They're gonna grab a haste rune here on the Zeus, as the Ember Spear will be able to get away. Spear just barely off the mark. A nice attempt there from JT. But good movements now in response from G2IG.
Nothing to Say is almost done with his phylactery, and I think they need to start making some plays around that. We were saying PL feels like their win condition a bit, and he's at the bottom of the course. So if they can start making some plays, give him some space, slow down this Terrorblade, I think they'll be okay.
There are some stacks here in the jungle that Xnova has just kind of been poking at, which is kind of funny. Almost managed to steal a couple away there. Does end up dropping a sentry up onto the high ground there to block the camp as well.
Oh, it's so sad. He could get that D ward, but he doesn't have vision of it.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Unlucky. That being said, like, Xnova is kind of just using this time to farm. He's got the 3 points in the enchant. He's about to hit his level 6, so he's going to become way tankier here in this game. He will have it now. Meanwhile, top lane, they looks like they might want to go for Miro, as Bobica is pretty close, and they're bringing the Mars in as well, but he can't close the gap. Those early levels of Scorched Earth plus the phase boots just a little bit too much.
Would have been a really nice kill. Miro's been having a great time, and you see him working on his blink. He's been staying top. Sometimes you'll see people rotate out faster, but that's dropped off a lot. A lot of offlaners, once winning your lane, they like to stay top. They like to farm up a certain amount of items. For example, earlier we saw him deny a creep wave as well by pulling it. So you just continue to apply pressure to the carry, whereas if you leave, the carry's kind of just like free farming up there. You took the tower, but the carry goes back to farming. That doesn't feel great.
The other thing to note as well is just how, like, with his build, he's not playing greedy at all. Like, they know that they want to actually end this game before the Phantom Lancer gets, you know, to that critical mass. So he's got just this early Veil of Discord. He's got his Blink Dagger. He's going to TP home and probably head back out to a lane looking for a gank to put that to good use. And then he's got the Shivas queued up immediately. Like, he is not going back for a minus. He's not going this Octarine, which I really like. I think this build will end up doing quite well for him.
You don't like seeing Doom's Midas Devour for 30 minutes? Ricky, I'm appalled.
I know, call me crazy, right? Call me crazy.
That's gameplay.
Now we're gaming.
He has his blink. He is, in fact, gaming. Let's see. Oh, Zeus is a huge kill.
Yeah, beautiful find. Honestly, great smoke. Good use of that slight chains from range, and absolutely worth it. This should allow them to put a lot of pressure on this mid tower as well. Zeus is a big part of their tower's like counter push, and now looking for more. Bobica will be able to get away for now. Terrorblade, hop in that meta.
Mars is almost at his blink, 100 gold about, so I think they're just going to sack this mid tower at this rate, wait for the Zeus, and then try to make their own play. This is Metamorphosis down, that is Doom down. We see Zeus TPing in. Maybe they'll smoke after this. Okay, there's the Mars TP behind. Get their own smoke play going here.
This is a really good counter smoke if they can find an opening. Like, they have to actually grab an important hero, and I think they want Miro. They know this guy is super farmed, but look at Bet Boom. Toronto Tokyo is not going to be able to break this, so they're going to try. Well,
wait.
They see the Doom now. I think they do. There it is. JT comes in. Thunder God's Wrath comes through. Nice stomp for the moment. They're trying to save the arena, and they actually don't have to commit it. So pretty great kill. And if they can get more, even better. Wards somewhat close to the tower. And with the PL, they should be able to grab this tier 1. So
like only 4 are hitting, but maybe that's enough.
A little bit of an Uno reverse card from what we just saw. But I think still Bet Boom getting the better of the exchange, right? Previously getting the mid tower.
And more kills.
Well, but JT still has Blink in Arena. Yeah, they just grab themselves a tiny. Never mind. It's actually a pretty great start. Is nothing to say. Does need to be a little bit careful. There's the slight change. They're going to TP in here on Nightfall, the arena, to try and trap these heroes in place. Doom can't get to him as well, but there's the blink on forward. He's got the stomp. They've got the Zeus. All right, they even deny the tower. Monet will TP to safety, but a little bit of an overcommitment from G2IG that gets heavily punished.
Yeah, oh, man, if the Serpent Wards had just been a little lower, they'd probably take it faster. If they maybe just back out a little sooner, could have been a bit cleaner for them. That kind of return, like overcommitting and then dying like that, is really rough, especially because now, like, Doom didn't even have to use Doom for that, so they can actually make another play. They really didn't commit too much. The tower just helped them kind of do the work there.
Yeah, they're definitely struggling in terms of net worth now. If you look at the Terrorblade, he's gotten a lot out of these last couple fights. He's now finally passed the Doom. PL is definitely closing the gap a little bit with this newly completed Aghanim Scepter, but I do worry about just the strength of this Terrorblade and Doom in the next like 10 minutes. Like, these guys are going to be doing so much work. And Mage Slayer done on GPK. I'm curious if he's going to go for a BK, like just an early BKB this game or not, or if he wants to just go for things like Kaya-san. Oh, blink and stomp onto 2. He gets the Doom onto the Zeus as well. Bet Boom finding everything they need here. Bobica will just burn down Toronto. Tokyo does not care about these wards as they grab themselves too, able to TP to safety here on JT. But what a grab from Miro.
Bro, Tokyo literally just placed that ward. Instant dividends for him. He's like, guys, I'm so good at supporting. Wards into double kills, into regen runes. It's so easy. Look at them playing around this ward.
Tokyo's like, man, I sat here for so long for these.
Yeah. Having a little bit of fun there. I mean, it's actually a lot of gold when you get the Servant wards. It's worth another kill, pretty much, if you kill every ward.
Really good stuff there. 3,000 gold now, going the way of Bet Boom. Is the last fight, it's only about a 1,300 gold swing, but getting the Zeus again and slowing down his item progression is massive, and it looks like he is going Lightning Hands now. So he's decided that's going to be his actual ability to farm into this game and potentially scale late game. As we are smoked up here on G2IG, they're looking for something. They jump in, they get the Ember Spirit, the arena. The Spirit does come out, but he's protected by his Flame Guard. Bobica with the shackles, but he doesn't get off a great use of the Avalanche. And now Bobica needs to back out. Monet looking to get active, but GPK getting out is huge.
Oh, such a good Avalanche. That Shackle. Oh, you know he was spamming that button. Please, Shackle this Ember. We need this. They will at least get the Tombstone. It looks like they're going to get the mid tower. So you're getting something out of it, but they really did need some of these kills to start pulling their way back into this. I'm curious if you were just talking about nothing to say committing to the Lightning Hands build. I wonder if he would have done that if he had a better game. Like, maybe he wanted to do a different build, but now feels he needs to farm up. Or maybe he just thinks, like, that was what I was going to do anyways. It is a lot of damage output once you get there. Maybe that is what he wants. Oh, scouting ult.
Yeah, they were looking for the Doom, and he basically walked under the Watcher and was like, oh crap, they see me, and just blinked TPs. So they're looking to try and chase him down. Bobica actually only missed him by like maybe 20 or 30 units like of night vision, and he placed a ward at like the exact same time he went out of vision as well. So it was very close to finding Miro. But that does change like eventually when Bobica grabs a blink dagger. But I'm not sure if you've noticed his build. He has a Midas.
He saw Doom didn't have one. He's like, well, that feels wrong. Someone's got to have a Midas.
How does there not a Midas in this game? Don't worry, guys. I'll do it. I'll take it. I'll take the L for the team and get the Midas.
I mean, Shadow Shaman is a very, very good support in terms of scaling when given enough gold. Ag's Refresher is pretty much a win condition on its own. So maybe feeling like there's not another item I want. I'd like to secure our mid to late game. I have to feel like that's the logic between Hand and Midas. I don't know why else you would do it.
They're baiting JT so hard. They dropped the ward, but they didn't know this many heroes were here as in comes Monet. They get the ward trap here onto the Tiny, but next to the tower, as well as this Ember Spirit, I don't know if they want to stick around too much longer. Is save, will he survive? He does. Great usage of the smoke. Toronto, Tokyo on the backside tries to get some vision, drops a tombstone onto the high ground, but they're ready, and now Nightfall forced to pop into the BKB, but there's the Doom onto the Zeus. They're going to get away with murder. Nightfall with a nice Sunder there onto the Illusion. He's going to continue to make some space, but can he get to safety? JT's looking for an opening. He's got a Blink Dagger at the ready, but it looks like G2IG will pull back without the Zeus. They're a little bit afraid, but they've still got the ward advantage, at least on the high ground.
That was really close to working out for G2IG. Several heroes dropping low, but not quite able to finish up those kills. BetBoom gonna feel pretty happy with that, I think. I'm trying to look at like who committed more spells. I guess that was your BKB on Nightfall, which you buy early, but you don't necessarily want to use early. But he did get a Zeus kill out of it, so, or did he get it, or did Doom get it? Oh, he got it. He got 2 kills. I think he'll be fine with it.
Yeah, I think that seems pretty worth it. He grabs himself like 650 gold for that fight and just goes right back to farming. And you might lose this bottom tier 2 tower here in a little bit, but we'll see, as they are just doing a really good job at invading here, using this creep from the Enchantress to try and scout out these members of BetBoom. And with the Shadow Shaman coming back down as well, with the Mars being here, you will grab this tier 2 first. And honestly, this game is neck and neck. It felt like BetBoom has been in the driver's seat most of this game, but this gold lead is pretty much non-existent now. And with a Midas on the Shadow Shaman, I know we were kind of memeing about it a moment ago, but we do know G2IG's late game should be superior. It should be, because even if you doom the Zeus, he's got lightning hands, baby. He's got them spirit fingers. He's going to take you down no matter what. So that might be the idea behind it as well.
Yeah, maybe that is it. He's like, hey, he's just going to doom me, and I'm not going to get to use my spells. So screw the spells. I'll just right-click. My worry about lightning hands that we kind of saw it in that fight, when you try to right-click war at Terrorblade with meta, you don't win that. But maybe with the right arena placement, it will work out, and maybe it's just better than being doomed and having no spells. So that is a good call. It's interesting he still got Phylactery first, but maybe it's just too good of an item to pass up.
It does give you a lot of that early game momentum, I think, and on top of it, it is just really good stats. Like, for most heroes in Dota, 200 health, 200 mana, 7 all stats is just generally very good. And Zeus also being able to take advantage of the passive. It's just...
and the Conda later on with the right-click build.
Yeah, it's like Conda did get buffed. It could end up being something that he transitions to like 4th or 5th item, like as an eventual upgrade after the Manta. Probably after a Hurricane Pike as well. It's like, all right, now I can get a Conda. It's not bad.
All right, I'm up for it. Zeus Lightning Hands Conda. Coming to your pub
Toronto,
soon.
Tokyo, run! Oh, no! They're like, yeah, he's out of range. Continue hitting it. And he just instantly died. Dude, okay. I swear, if there's... Ooh! Thunder God's Wrath.
Nice
so
try.
close. So close. I mean, it's one of those things that, like, BetBoom probably has more deaths to the Tormentor than any other team in Dota. And I would wager that it's by a significant amount.
I think you might be right.
By a lot. I've never seen a team die to Tormentor as much as I've seen BetBoom do it.
Yeah,
it doesn't mean it's costing them games, but it's just very funny.
This particular death, not a huge deal, but we've definitely seen them die to it at more critical moments, especially in that mid to late game. Oh, man. I bet they knew. They're like, let's kill them.
Dude, it was funny. Like, Toronto Tokyo gets out of the burn radius, right? And then you just see you just see Nightfall hit it one more time and he dies, and you're like, ugh, what can you do?
Yeah, nice try from the Zeus for the follow-up kill. You mentioned it the other day, like putting a ward as Nature's Prophet. Someone's trying to go for an ultimate kill on that. Zeus can do that without the ward. If he built an Ags, actually he probably would have gotten one of them, but he's got the Lightning Hands build.
Honestly, if he had ulted maybe like 4 or 5 seconds earlier, I mean, right as when he sees the Toronto Tokyo death, he might have gotten Nightfall. It would have been very close. But Nothing to say. Needs to be very careful. They have found him, and they've got to do if they need. They don't even need it. They just bring him down so easily thanks to that blink out from the Tiny. That's a great kill. And keeping the Doom available now is probably best case scenario here for BetBoom. You do have this Aegis on Monet, of course, which
he's just running in.
Yeah, I mean, I think he can. Miro goes in now as he has to pop the BKB. The Diffusal just burning way too much of his mana as he will just force the TP on out. Does he make it? He does. Tombstone will should be a freebie here as it does at least allow the rest of BetBoom to disengage.
You did have to use a BKB there, but BetBoom found a big kill while G2IG has Aegis and took a tower. So I don't think you feel too bad, but you probably chill a little bit till you get your BKB back up.
I don't know if they saw the Undying under the ward there. It doesn't look like they did, or else they would probably be moving, but you're starting to get a little bit scared of this Phantom Lancer. I mean, we see right there in that fight just what happens if you don't catch him right away, right? Like he pops the Manta, throws out that Spirit Lance, and suddenly Doom was at like a quarter HP down, losing his mana super quickly. And there's a great catch on the front side. JT, the Arena, the Spear will pull back the Tiny. He's like, here's a little bit of your own medicine, my friend. I can also reposition you. That's a great pick.
Are they gonna go for more?
He's gonna have to buy back on the Tiny.
They don't have a Fortify here.
Oh, you're right. They forwarded the tier 2.
They gotta bring heroes or this is gonna fall.
They will get an extra fort here, and it's one of those things that like Tiny is your way of taking this high ground engagement, right? Either that or the Doom, but you don't want to Doom this Monet Phantom Lancer. And look at Zeus, man. He's nowhere near this. He does not want to be a part of this engagement, so they will get themselves a ranged barracks. They do get the nice stomp. They will burn the Aegis. As they're going to look for the second grab. Bobica will walk right up onto the high ground. The BKBs come down. He's trying to get Monet to safety as he kind of sacrifices himself. The 4 staffs are there. He needs a doppelganger. The Thunder God's Wrath trying to make space, but Monet, he's falling low. Nice inhibit, but the jump in from Miro, he's got him. He finally grabs the kill. And with that, a great hold. You don't lose the melee barracks, but getting the Phantom Lancer, the best case scenario.
Are under attack.
Still, that's a really early high ground and range racks, which is not as good as the melee, arguably, but it will always push this lane in now. So that really changes the course of this game, which was a pretty even game. Suddenly, G2IG has some really good map control there.
Yeah, that will definitely help. And second Roche likely to be on the Radiant side as well, which will also be a banner. So if you happen to get it on G2IG, even better for them. As we're going to see them take the Tormentor here. A little bit late,
but you
do get it
without
Bobica.
losing a support.
Yeah. I mean, this is a great shard for him. He's already got this Midas, right? And so now you have even more farm potential. Good wave clear just from a single use of the Shackle, which is level 1 as well. So now it's even more value.
What a guy. Midas into Glimmer Blink.
He also has the Psychic Headband.
Real support items here after the Midas. But,
after the Midas. A little asterisk on there.
No, this is how you justify. Guys, I need gold. I'm going to get the late game, but not yet. I'm still supporting. Look, here's a Glimmer. I even saved. I tried to save PL, right? He ran in, all the BKBs popped, which was great. If he hadn't gone in, they wouldn't have popped those BKBs yet. By going in, he made them pop those BKBs early. They did eventually run down the PL, which is too bad. If PL had gotten out, it would have been really nice.
He was straight going for the Doom.
Yeah, you don't make that threat without the Glimmer and the stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny, like, watching him just run in with the Glimmer Cape. He's like, I'll hex the Doom. Everybody run. Like, get down, Mr. President scenario, you know? But Doom instantly BKBs, and at that point, Bobica is just kind of sad. So, what can you do? But, the timing on the Blink Dagger, it's not super early, but when you have all these extra items, it'll be nice. Instead, he's actually queued up a 4-staff, potentially. We'll see. I mean, eventually, you want a BKB on the Shadow Shaman as well. So, there's gonna be some big item progressions. I think part of this itemization for the Shaman, like going for this Midas, is you look at heroes like this Tiny, like this Enchantress. They farm really fast. Like, they usually have a lot of net worth, and even Toronto, Tokyo, from the support Undying. He's huge, so he kind of just wants to stay with them, it seems. And we're gonna see a smoke come out. Yeah, actually. We're gonna see a smoke come out. Xnova not in a position to pop this, but the scan from the Radiant, I don't think it connects. So
if G2IG just gets out of this, that's really good.
Yeah, it's huge. And
it
will
someone at the end?
Save, just unable to connect. Oh, just off the mark as well, JT. Oh, oops. No. That is really unfortunate for him. That would be a fantastic kill, but not going for that God's Rebuke first punishes him pretty heavily. I mean, maybe he thought the Tiny blinked in, right? So it's hard to say, but unfortunate for
you get misses
G2IG.
sometimes.
Yeah.
JT's have been having a little bit of a rough time this tournament. It happens. Hopefully it's getting better and better. But I will say we should all forgive him because he's going the Revenant's Brooch build on Mars, which means he doesn't have to land spears. He just needs to hit God's Rebuke.
When you're against a Terrorblade with eventually like 50 armor.
And
it
evasion.
Kind of makes sense, Yeah, and evasion. You're just like, I'll God's Rebuke you for 1,000 damage. That seems pretty good. Meanwhile, Bobica's on the bottom side of the map, just having some fun, trying to split push here. But they will lose their tier 2 mid shortly as Nightfall will clean it up. Toronto, Tokyo at the ready behind him. And I do really like the pipe pickup here on this Undying. Like, this is a really solid grab.
Yeah, gonna protect him versus Revenant Brooch Double Divine later on.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's really good versus the Zeus too, but good creep cut in the mid lane, so they're not going to be able to go high ground or anything. Not that I think they want to. I think they're just going to position for Roche, which is bottom.
I'm surprised they're not warding the Roche.
Yeah, I thought they would stick there. Maybe really scared as Bet Boom disappears from top. They don't know what they were doing. They could have gone through the Twin Gate, but they get out.
Words. He did. Yeah, I thought they would like ward the gate or something because you kind of just know that bottom is where this fight's going to happen. Dire scan off the mark, so they are going to start to move in. But again, Bedboom's in a pretty good spot, and taking a high ground engagement into an Undying is usually not a recipe for success. But if they all walk into the pit, the tombstone goes down, maybe you get the best arena you could ask for. There's going to be the Thunder God's Wrath, but who do you go on? They're starting to split up onto the backside. JT thinking about it. Xnova will clear up a ward onto the backside. They're going
JT
for the
is so tempted by these couriers. Don't do it.
Don't bait yourself. Look at save. He's here on the bottom side. He's going to be able to get caught, but he just the blink dodge barely. The instant shackles. They want to remove this Tiny from the fight. The Eul's comes out. Great start here from them, but can they actually bring down the Tiny? They can't. Nightfall pops the BKB. He just runs in. He's trying to find a target, but they just hide in the trees. It's going to be the Doom on the backside, though. That's caught Monet, and that is going to spell disaster for G2IG. What a find by Miro.
The actual catch was pretty good, but the two damage dealers weren't there with them. The Zeus and the PL. They had to come from a different angle, and yeah, that just lets the Doom find the PL. It's going to be a Roche for them now, along with pretty much the best kill they could get.
It's very strange because they are not even remotely close, like at all. Like you see this whole fight breaking out, and if you take a look at the minimap, like PL and Zeus are completely zoned off here.
Still. Yeah. So maybe this is part of G2IG's struggles right now. A little bit of miscommunication in these team fights, which are so critical.
Oh, they will find themselves a nice little Tiny kill there. They were looking for Bobica. Didn't realize JT was right beside him, as Bobica probably going to go down here. They're going to pop themselves a... Whoa, they actually caught Ember Spirit on the other side of the map as well. And JT will just TP on out. Wait, how did Ember die?
I missed that as well. But that is a big kill for them to get.
Enchantress just destroyed him. Did he have no remnants?
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Dude. Maybe he Hurricane Piked him. I see his remnant charges are kind of low, so maybe he was running out. Just got Hurricane Piked down along with the rest of the damage.
And the Nemesis curse. I mean, he took 1,700 damage from the Enchantress. Just 1,800 damage. Zeus literally threw a single bolt, and that was it.
Classic Zeus contribution.
Don't worry, guys. I got this. Oh, that is an Eye of Scotty on this courier, and it's gone. Ooh, that is a very nice thing to find here from NTS. That will slow down that Scotty for 3 minutes from Nightfall.
That's really big. 3 minutes is how long they have left on this Aegis. It puts you in this really weird spot where you think you're supposed to be strong. You maybe, I don't know how they feel about it. Maybe we think the late game for G2IG is a little better. So if they also think that way on Bet Boom, it's like, I really wanted to try to equalize this high ground. We have still lost our mid racks, right? But do we go without a Scotty? It's a lot of money just not actually meaning anything if you don't wait for that courier, which means you have to give the Aegis.
I mean, this net worth is still pretty much dead even this game, as we can see the support starting to pull ahead on the side of G2IG. Meanwhile, the Mars definitely struggling here. He's got his Revenant's Brooch. He's queued up the Divine Rapier. So JT will get to a point where he is very scary. That being said, you are just playing against several extremely high HP heroes, and that is the only real counter to that build, is just have more health. And Undying, well, he's pretty good at that, and you factor the Tiny as the other support, right? 4 strength per level.
Zeus?
Quite good. Oh, they got him. No way. What a find here from GPK, as NTS gonna try and wiggle through these trees, but no escape. They've got the numbers, and the Zeus will go down. That is such a good kill.
Zeus might have lucked out of that in the past when there was only 2 Searing Chains, but now that there's 3, it was guaranteed to catch him. They're going to try to get Bet Boom to come back by dropping the wards on this tier 3 tower. Maybe he could have gone mid and dropped it there for the melee, but they at least won't lose the high ground off that Zeus kill.
Good force staff.
Is
he out? Dude, he's out. He's not out. Oh! All right, I didn't say that. I didn't curse him. It's fine. Bobica does still take the tower, which is quite funny.
Working on that range
putting a lot of damage onto the range racks as well.
This'll never heal.
Dude, what a gamer. Honestly.
Wait, is he actually gonna get it? He's gonna force the fortify.
So I think what he was trying to do was to get a shackle for the extra serpent wards there, but when he sees the extra heroes, he's like, oh crap, and tries to get out. So you still lose that Zeus. You know, that was a pretty costly death, but in exchange, Bobica takes another tier 3 tower and most of a ranged barracks. So you are getting some objective damage done, but this Zeus needs a lot more. He needs a Lincoln Sphere after this Hurricane Pike. He cannot afford to keep getting caught like this.
Zeus is old news. We're now on to the JT Revenant's Brooch Divine train. He is the magic damage source. Zeus is utility.
True.
Zeus provides vision and true sight. He's buying the Lincolns. Buy me a Hex next. I am the magic damage now. I'm on this train. Let's go.
Yeah. I mean, JT is now the main character of this story.
Ooh, Doom
Nice
blinks
TP.
the wrong way trying to guess. Might have been able to have that. It would have been really close.
Yeah. Well, there's the Scotty gets delivered right as the Aegis is timing out. So one of the things that we were talking about, right? It's going to come back right as the Aegis is done. So that courier kill ends up being very useful for them. The Lincolns is 250 gold away here for G2IG, but we're going to see them smoke up anyway. The Zeus does hit his level 20 talent as well. So he should probably end up going the Arc Lightning talent, especially, you know, being lightning hands, but we will see what he ends up doing. And there's the Lincolns coming through.
Pretty late Radiance, but it is pretty good versus a PL. It's not going to help him when he gets God's Rebuked, though.
Yeah, I mean, anything to help start dealing with this PL I think is necessary, because he's going for the Bloodthorn, and in terms of heroes that are very good with Bloodthorn, Phantom Lancer's up there, you know, especially late game. You want to get these other items first, but at some point the Bloodthorn becomes a significant issue, especially if you don't have if like your BKB is on cooldown, you don't have any way to kind of get away from these illusions.
Ooh, thinking about the scouting ult.
They're on the melee barracks bottom. If they move these over, maybe they grab the ranged, but for now, they will clear up these. They do force them back into the base as the Zeus just continuing to cut. And honestly, G2IG, it's all about stalling the game here for them, and they're kind of doing it. The net worth has been a little bit up and down, but it's never really gotten out of hand for them. 4,000, I think, was the largest lead BetBoom ever had this game.
I can't believe they're actually ratting down buildings, too. It's really annoying.
It's a Terrorblade lineup, right?
Yeah, Terrorblade and Ember, which makes it a little... Oh, they're going to find JT.
That's a good find. Okay, nicely done. They lose the gem for this. Of course, doesn't have that rapier yet, so you at least have that as like a saving grace. Doom on cooldown, but definitely worth finding that kill.
I needed to open a slot for the Divine Rapier soon anyways, you know? We have Zeus for the true sight. It's fine, guys. It's fine. No, the gem is very painful, especially in a game as close as this. Winning the Vision game could find you those the big kills that open up the game. They're going to see the Doom here.
Can they get the full? Oh, what a shard block. But he gets the BKB off. He doesn't shackle in time. Oh, no.
That definitely should have been a Doom kill.
Yeah.
Maybe just a little out of range. He doesn't have any cast range, and Shackle's actually quite short.
For a moment, I was like, maybe they didn't see him because he got glimmered, but there's a ward sentry just right on the high ground. That just, yeah, needed to be an immediate shackle. Unfortunately, Miro surviving is a pretty big loss for IG there.
You did get a BKB out of it, so maybe you get lucky here with the fast Roche spawn. If you're ready for it, you could go.
There's your cast range problem. He's like, all right,
it is really fast Roche.
Wow, you're right. 5 seconds, basically. The Shaman's build is ridiculous. He has Boots of Travel now, and now has an Aether Lens. So Bobica is looking to play fast and furious for sure.
I'll never be out of range for another Shackle again.
Yeah. I mean, he's looking for save. He wants him so bad. That being said, though, BetBoom in a pretty good position here to fight for another Roche. Level 18 now picked up on the Shaman, so those 3 points in wards are available. A pretty significant boost to his damage.
They're just going to start on
who's
Roche.
going to find who.
G2IG's on the way.
Dude, this is falling
really
so
fast.
Roche. They're not going to make it even nearly in time, and with that Aegis being picked up, I mean, maybe JT gets an opening, but he doesn't want to go for it. The Thunder God's Wrath already spent. They're looking maybe to go for Nightfall. The Bleakberry just hits the Doom into the tree, though. Can they bring down the Terrorblade? Saved by the Tombstone of Toronto, Tokyo. Beautifully done, and in come the rest of the team, as now you got to get out if you are G2IG. It's looking scary. Bobica falling low, just barely going to survive. Has the Glimmer Cape to safety, but they've managed to take down the Enchantress.
I can't believe they almost killed Terrorblade with the Enchantress pure damage.
Meanwhile, mid lane.
I thought maybe they could get something. Oh, I see. Baboko is here ratting. No, I think he Boots of Traveled in, didn't he?
Yeah.
I think he was there for that fight, right? Yeah.
As soon as the fight started looking bad, he popped the bots and went mid. Dude, I mean, this is one of those scenarios where you don't want to spear before the arena, right? Like, he arenas, the spear ends up pinning him to a tree instead of the arena wall. But yeah, not getting that Terrorblade, an incredible save there from Toronto, Tokyo. Ends up doing quite a bit.
Yeah, Doom's a great catch, but again, maybe the damage. Well, X Nova was there, but I don't think PL was actually like, I didn't see any like doing enough damage in that fight.
Yeah.
So, Refresher Shard just on the ground for now. I'm trying to decide who to put it on.
I feel like we're going to be here for quite a bit longer. You have an 11,000 gold lead now on BetBoom, but I don't feel like you could go high ground still. Like, legitimately.
High ground's really hard versus Zeus. Even with Lightning Hands build, which puts him in a little more risk, like, it's a very tough high ground. Zeus PL.
It's also the Enchantress. X Nova has a freaking Hyperstone, and he's going for a Bloodthorn. Like,
I love it.
This guy is really scary.
Oh, can he get Little Friends later? Does that works on the illusions, right?
It's a BKB piercing root, man. It is, and it's undispellable.
And the
it's
Bloodthorn?
Pretty cool.
Bloodthorn Little Friends? Oh, this is the new tech. I had not thought of that.
We're in for the long haul, man. This is going to be a long game, I can feel. I mean, assuming like there's not like some fight that catches G2IG out of position and then they just take the base, because you always have that ability as a Terrorblade, right? If you get caught out without buyback, you lose a crucial fight, Terrorblade will take your base. So they have two sets of fortifications still, which helps them quite a bit for this Aegis timing, but Nightfall wants to push the objective. He's got himself the Terra Wave, which our observers pointed out a moment ago, so that Ag Synth now picked up on him.
Just buys a defusal too. Sells it. Never mind. I don't want a defusal. I want to point out they have 2 Roche banners on BetBoom, and they've placed them both. One by the top tier 2, one at the mid lane. So they're committed. They're really trying to get something out of this. Keep those other lanes from being ratted.
Well, they've caught the Ember Spirit, and he gets instantly deleted as JT reveals that brand new Divine Rapier.
Yes.
So it is online. That being said, they are looking for more onto the backside here if they could find it. It looks like they managed to disengage a 1-for-1 trade. I think you're pretty happy about this, especially playing into this Aegis.
I think so. Don't overcommit, guys. Just chill. Your high ground's good. Your rat potential's good.
Does end up getting the D ward. That was scary. I thought Miro was going to go in for sure, but they decide against it. I also wanted to point out, now that we're paused, we actually can. PL sent his Manta Illusions mid and killed the banner. So the mid banner is gone. I don't know if they saw the one at top, but that will at least continue to allow that mid lane to push out a little bit.
I think they should have seen it while killing Ember, but yeah, they had to get out of there, so they weren't able to deal with that one yet.
Oh man, my eyes are going to be on Mars so much now. JT, I don't think he can show on the map at all. This is like one of the scary things is like once you have this Divine Rapier, you are 100% dependent on BKB being off cooldown.
Yeah, you want to be really careful about going in. If you give this away, Ember and Terrorblade, that's terrifying to give them a Divine Rapier. So he's going to be careful with it. At the same time, you can't play too scared. Like, that's the danger of the Divine Rapier. You get it, and it massively changes your playstyle because you're too scared of using it. You can't let fear affect you. You still got to go in. You got to be brave. You got to make use of it. It's tough. It is a fine line.
Zeus has the Parasma, man. He is very close. And
utility Zeus.
Yeah.
Amplifying that Divine Rapier damage.
It's one of those things that, like, Lightning Hand Zeus, scales incredibly well. It's one of the scariest late game, like, damage builds in the game, but it takes a while to get there. And that's one of the things that balances it, right? You're like, I'm going to spend all game farming. Like, we're 46 minutes in, and he's still trying to farm for his core items, right? To make this build work. You're like, in pubs, maybe not so much, but NTS... He's got himself the Parasma. He also has a Telescope, which probably one of the best items you could grab on the Zeus. And
it's
now going back for a Boots of Travel.
No, wait, Monet. Give that amplified damage over to Mars. Get that massive crit. That's double value on that.
Dude, he's like, nah, I am the carry.
I am the carry. Are you sure, though? Are you sure? There's Lightning Hand Zeus and Divine Rapier Revenant Brooch Mars. Is he the carry?
That was a nice ward placement here from Bobica. They're looking for the Ember here once again. If they can get him before he gets the BKB. There's the Hex. They get the Shackle. The Thunder God's Wrath reveals the whole backside. GPK is able to get the BKB off of the Terror Wave out from Nightfall. JT has to leave. Again, he's gone. They're looking for more. They're going to look for X Nova. Onto the low ground he goes. Force Staff. Will it save him? The Refresher from GPK just to get the kill. Will be nice to go in the way of Bet Boom. And IG this time will get punished. They will get the D ward as well.
I know Zeus doesn't have buyback, so they want him to play safe, and he can globally contribute with Thunder God's Wrath. But I still find it interesting that they made a 4-man play at this stage of the game. Like, with him so far, it feels scary. I kind of see it here.
This is kind of where I'm like, you need a BKB on your Shadow Shaman. Legitimately, like, these full duration shackles will kill anybody, but he needs to be able to not get avalanched. And I think that's becoming the biggest problem for him. Is if the Tiny is even remotely close to him, you have Yules and you have an avalanche from downtown.
Yeah, but he's instead going for an Aghanims, more
rat
potential.
Getting close to the 50-minute mark here as GPK has got himself an Octarine queued up, which I like quite a bit. As I thought he might go for the Aghanim Scepter first, but Octarine is pretty great stat-wise, so it gives him a lot of HP to work with. And I think that's kind of the main idea. Like, that extra 625 health might prevent him from ever dying, especially when you factor in that 25% status resistance from the Sange.
We might see him not commit anything yet. I say as his courier is already going to the... Okay, he's committed. I was going to say maybe he'll wait because the next Roshan's coming up, and if it happens to like spawn instantly on the dire side, you could get the Aghanims, though it looks like... Yeah, it would have to like instantly spawn, and you have to instantly do it. So looks like it's going to be another refresher shard. I doubt they'll wait for the 5 minutes for it to go from Radiant to Dire. Although actually, if it's a long spawn, maybe it will end up going back to the Dire side.
Yeah. As of now, it's a 7,000 gold lead. Doesn't mean a whole lot. Now 6,000. At this point in the game, is we're going to see Radiant grab themselves another Tormentor this game. Go in the way of Save. To be honest, it's not the best shard early on, but at this point, considering he has an Echo Saber, he's got an Ancient Guardian, and he's going Daedalus, it's like Save's realizing he's like, I also need to be a carrier, man. Have you seen the supports on the other side? I want to do that.
Here's what he's thinking. I need the Aghanims, and then when this Divine Rapier drops on the ground and I pick it up, that's my time. I got to be able to capitalize on this Divine Rapier. Divine Rapier tree toss is scary, dude.
Yeah, that's true, actually. 1 minute for the Roshan, so it will be spawning here on the Radiant side fairly shortly. The question is, will G2IG be in position to contest it this time, right? Like, they've definitely struggled in being able to catch the Rosh.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to see a smoke out from BetBoom here. Looking for some opening. The Radiant scan did clip for a moment onto X-Nova, but he's already TP'd.
It might be something they need to work on as a team, because I'm actually surprised they have not been able to be in position for these Roshans early, because they even have the mid-rack. So map pressure should go their way. They have like the rat potential with Zeus and PL illusions. I suppose BetBoom has it as well, but I thought, yeah, we saw the last Rosh too. They were like in that area. They didn't place wards quite yet. They just haven't seemed to be prioritizing setting up for the Roshan. Maybe they don't think it's worth it. That's a possible read from them, where they think like our high ground is so good, but our Rosh fight is not as good. Like, let's not risk it. But
this Rosh is just dead again.
Yeah, means BetBoom just keeps getting these Roshans.
I mean, there's the roar, and they're going to use this as a moment to go split push. You see Boca instantly TP mid. He's like, guys, I got this. We're going to get the racks eventually. He's trying to force another fortification as they're TPing back. It's going to be Ember Spirit and the Mira and Mira on the Doom are going to be the ones to deal with this. They really do not want to lose the fortification.
Oh, the Catapult's hitting Ember. Catapult, focus up.
All right, they will manage to keep the fort alive. That's huge. If you get the fort, maybe it's worth it, but again, another Rosh, another cheese, and another refresher shard going the way of BetBoom.
Maybe he should have blinked bottom and ulted that ranged one. That might have been better, but I mean, it was pretty close.
They did get the tier 2 top as well, so all 3 lanes of barracks are essentially or I guess all 3 lanes of the high ground are available now. That top lane tower has kind of eluded them for a bit. They do hit some pretty good level talents here for a lot of these players, right? We have 3 heroes at 25 now on the side of BetBoom, as we're going to see the Mars and the Phantom Lancer hit 25, and we are closing in on the Zeus as well.
What? They left Rosh banner in the pit.
Huge. They ran out of slots, I imagine, right?
Baboka, go get it. Think of the rat potential. Go.
Just
go check.
Just drops banner as he links in again.
I actually think banner's so good. Teams are still just trying to figure out the best way to use it, but conceptually it is so useful. I suppose it's dropping as we get into like later and later, but just the fact that lanes will always push out in your favor for 5 minutes, I think there's a lot of ways to use that. And certainly you don't want to give up free stuff anyways, right? So yeah, maybe they are slot restricted.
Okay.
Did they have like 4 heroes there? No one could pick it up?
Look at Bobica. He is going for the BKB now, and I'm happy to see that for sure. I think you definitely need it if you want to be able to like get a kill. But he's hiding. He's looking for a drop onto the high ground. I think they saw the Serpent Wards for a second. They're pinging the bottom lane. GPK will be the one to come back and deal with this. And I think Bobica... Oh, no, he's under a ward. Are they going to go for him? Tiny, he's on the run. The Avalanche comes out. They have the gem as well. Bobica has been found. No more, they say. Ends up dropping the wards as well here, so they just say screw it, leave them.
Yeah. Our observers have highlighted for us JT is at double Divine Rapier, third queued up.
This guy knows how to build some fan base, you know. He's here to please the audience. He is a gladiator, right?
One shot this.
He's gonna die if he does anything. I think he presses W and he just dies.
Do they even have anyone who needs a shard? I mean, it's money, but
yeah, it's just money. Yeah, they don't need a shard.
All right, with Baboka being dead, maybe you don't want to reveal to the enemy team like, hey, we just did Tormentor, we're all low, come push us. So
yeah. Zeus can sit pretty far back. What a jump in from save! They do manage to catch this Enchantress, and next Nova can force that foul. They have the buybacks available to Doom. Catches the real PL as well. They've got to get him to base. All right, some time and some space made. They managed to get out completely on Bet Boom here. They force the buyback onto the Enchantress. One Doom is down, but a second one at the ready. Fortification not spent yet.
But Boca's stone cold. He did not buy back in that. The enemy all jumped in the base. He's like, it's not needed. That's crazy. And he's right. He's holding. I mean, Enchantress had to buy back, but he wants to save his.
He wants BKB. I'm sure that's what it is. He's looking at this game. He's like, if I get BKB, we can kill anybody. So I'm sure that's what he's playing for. It's just taking a long time now. Oh, it's the Stormcrafter hitting it. I was like, how is Mars taking so much damage from this Tormentor? It's a Stormcrafter just zapping it and giving the damage back to him. That's funny. Okay. What are we going for at this point? Because this Aegis has 30 seconds left. He's got 7 items on this Terrorblade. And he's just casually sitting on another 5,000 gold. He can't really do much else outside of buying a refresher at this point.
I mean, at this point, we're going to tier 5 items, I think. I mean, we are at the point where, like, one huge fight could just end the game. Both teams have such insane build and taking potential, but both high grounds are really scary. On one side, you have the Zeus PL Mars and the Enchantress throwing in damage, like, so much. On the other hand, if you try to go high ground, you got to go into Tombstone. You got Ember, Terrorblade. It's really scary to dive into them. So both teams are being really cautious here, and I think we're just going. I think we're getting our first hour-plus game together, Ricky.
We might be in purgatory, honestly. This could just be a never-ending game.
I love late game Dota.
Same. It is always so chaotic. As let's see if there's any new talents. Tiny is like, jeez, everyone on Bet Boom is super high level. So he's got the double toss charges. Toronto Tokyo almost to his 25, which we haven't really item checked Toronto Tokyo in a bit. I did notice, but he has BKB and his Ags going for an Aeon disc now. So yeah, when he
Give
gets
that man a Giant's ring, he's gonna be huge.
Yeah, give him a Giant's ring plus the 60% Flesh Golem strength bonus at 25. This dude's gonna hit that 11,000 HP we've seen him do before.
Let's go. And then it's all gonna disappear into the double divine God's rebuke. It'll take two God's rebukes to kill 1100 maybe.
Yeah.
He has the pipe and Trickster Cloak. That is a lot of magic resistance, which is really good for him. 62%, I think, right there. Yeah, so yeah, he's prepared for it. He's like, that Mars, I know what he's gonna do. He can't help himself. No one can resist the call of the Divine Rapier.
Under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I think they walked into a ward, but they just TP back out instead. They're gonna go deal with the rat coming through from this Terrorblade. The game has been a lot of just kind of dodge the other team for G2IG. Like, they have not really wanted to take a head-up fight against BetBoom, and I can't blame them. Like, the 5-hero fight of BetBoom is terrifying. If this dude manages to find his target even once, let alone twice, your fight's probably over.
Yeah, we're at the stage of the game where drafts. So we were saying like, oh, late games G2IG. We're beyond late game now. We're ultra late game. And at this stage, it really comes down to execution. The vision game is huge, and then picking the right fights, because as you get these crazy items, like anyone can kill anyone. The supports are killing cores. Like, things are wild at this point. So both teams are going to be very cautious with how they move around. You see like just a couple creeps pushing the lane. They're like, whoa, guys, we all got to back. If one person backs, everyone backs. No one's willing to risk getting caught out because they could just end the game.
Dude, this is actually a sick play from Bobica. I was going to say, are we going to see anyone stack for the, 60-second or the 60-minute tier 5s? He actually clears their ancient camp and TPs out so that they won't have the stack available.
Well, these
meanwhile, JT does the exact same thing.
JT, you need... Actually, I don't even know what the best... What's the best tier 5 for him?
Probably... I mean, obviously you could meme and go damage, but unironically, I think it's Magic Lamp. 500 HP, the hard dispel and heal is probably just the best option. It's either Magic Lamp or the Mirror Shield, because he just doesn't want to die.
Wait, is Unwavering Condition actually good for BetBoom? Will we actually see this item picked up? Think of the magic resist, and then immediately killed by 5 impetuses. But think of the magic resistance.
Yeah, I was like, you just died to an Enchantress. All right, here we come. Tier 5 items starting to drop.
Ooh,
as
ratting.
we'll see who are we going to get first. Who's going to do it? Who's going to do it? I see Nightfall, GPK, both sitting on theirs. JT will grab the Mirror Shield. Okay. I think that one makes a lot of sense. We're going to see a Pirate's Hat pick up for the Terror Blade. Fantastic drop for him. I love seeing these
up these
Book
so
of
fast.
Shadows.
That's really
good.
solid.
Giant's Ring for Doom. It's a big boy. Very big boy.
It's so scary to use Book of Shadows correctly. It's so easy to grief, and at the same time, it is like insanely powerful as a save tool.
GPK will grab the Stygian Book of Shadows for the Shaman. This one's very on
yes,
on brand for Bobica this game. So more ratting potential, as the speed aura is actually pretty good as well, especially this late in the game, right? Like it's max. You're only gonna get it at max at this late of the game, but it gets these creeps down the lane that much faster. Roshan respawning right now. It's gonna be scouted by both teams, but again, does G2IG care? Are they going to show up to this Roche fight, or are they just going to let it go? They're looking maybe for the Ember Spirit in the mid lane. Glimmer Cape comes out. Oh, he blinks. They get the Hex. They get the Shackle. They're going to be able to take down GPK.
Oh my God,
nice
he got
fight.
deleted. Bloodthorn, so much damage there. At the same time at the top lane,
Apex as
GG! His rapiers!
You guys. If
Tiny
you're
gets
BetBoom,
one.
I think you're okay with this trade. I'll be honest. Remember what I said where I think the Magic Lamp would have been better? That's one of those scenarios where Magic Lamp might have been better if he had the option. Well, 2 Divine Rapiers now have been deposited into BetBoom's bank account, as Bobica is going to come up once again to try and take himself a lane of barracks, and he might get it, but they do have a fortification available.
Terrorblade attacks real
They will
fast.
pop it.
That's another
Yeah.
fortify. Fortify down. I mean, I think you're really scared of this Shadow Shaman ratting you.
Yeah.
It's tough.
But you now have a Divine Rapier on a Tiny who almost has a Daedalus.
Yeah, that's going to be good. Where's his tier 5? Was it so bad? Did he... It's available. I wonder, was it not good?
I don't know. Do you want to look at the net worth and do a little funny haha for a moment?
Okay.
Take a look at where the Mars is.
Oh no!
Oh no! Oh no! Dude, that
He can get those back. He can get those back.
It is possible, I suppose. It is possible.
He's almost at his replacement Divine Rapier.
Well, They are going to go ahead and pop the Terra Wave here just to try and secure this Rosh on, get themselves the 5th Rosh of the game, I believe, at this point.
I think so. And they're going to have another 2 Rosh. There's just a casual Sanj and Yasha drop on the ground. I don't have space for this.
He's like,
Just
someone
leave
else
it
get rid
there.
of this. Undying has a pirate hat as well, actually.
Oh, when he steals all that strength, he's going to be doing so much damage.
He's just going to be bopping people. I mean, it's also the bounty rune efficiency, right? You have 2 pirate hats on the side of Bet Boom. That's going to be a lot. I mean, they haven't been able to close out the game quite yet, but you now have a 40,000 gold advantage, and it's only going to get worse as these pirate hats continue to just come off cooldown every, what, 40 seconds, so...
How close is Baboka to Refresher? He almost has the money, but I imagine he saves buyback.
Yeah.
Is everyone 25 at this point? Yes. Are there any, like, double up talents that are massively game changing? I guess 30 on Terrorblade for the reduced Sunder. 30 on Ember's good.
PL's extra 20 talent is actually very good once he gets the juxtapose damage, especially after you have that crit talent. It ends up being a lot of damage, but he still needs 2 more levels. Ember Spirit will get the +1 Searing Chains target talent. That one's doesn't feel as useful as it used to be, but
especially into PL.
Good. Yeah,
all the illusions everywhere.
Are we going to see the high ground push finally come through from Bet Boom? They're going to attempt it. Meanwhile, Baboka doing what he does best. He's just running for the bottom barracks. Nightfall up onto the high ground, pops a Terror Wave. They do have a fortification available. Tombstone there to make a little bit of space. Don't want to get popped here on this Terror Blade. I don't know if he can get popped, but okay, that's a lot of damage. Maybe he's got to be a little bit careful. The Parasma from the Zeus combined with the illusion spam from this PL is very scary. They're trying to bring down this Tombstone. It's coming closer to jump in from safe. They've got the Doom. They've got the Zeus. A nice find as buyback is available. The Rax is going to go down. X Nova needs to get to safety, but they're running back. There's a Thunder God's Wrath. Their base is in trouble. You've got Nightfall. Wait a minute. Bobica, he's dropped the wards inside the base, but it's the Terrorblade dying inside the side of IG. Divine Rapier goes back his way. Your tier 4s are falling. G2 IG are just playing a completely different game.
This is Dota right here.
This
Mars,
is Dota
he's
2,
almost got
baby.
he's got his Divine Rapier. He's got one back. Could buy another. I really think you have to save buybacks though on everyone, especially now that Zeus used it. As annoying it is for Betpoom to have to retreat like that, that is the Zeus buyback. And you saw how easy it was to kill him. He was even like by the tier 4s. Tiny BKBs, chucks him back, instantly dead. So that is one of your win conditions. You can't throw, like dive way too hard for the Zeus, but if you just catch him once, that could lead to the end of the game for them.
He almost got the Book of Shadows off. I don't think he managed to get it off in time, because as soon as the toss came out, he kind of like passed through the Doom, I think is what happened. So he didn't get to cast the Book of Shadows because it applied the mute for just a second. And then he BKBs, and then suddenly they're able to just finish him off. But if he gets the Book of Shadows off there, it might have been enough time for him to potentially reposition with like Hurricane Pike, then pop BKB and get to safety. But it's G2IG that's on the offensive right now. They want to start getting these these lanes of barracks, and Monet's searching. Nothing to say down here as well. You do have to be a little bit careful. This Doom is still very scary, but you have no fortifications available, and it's just going to be the illusions. Focusing up to bring down this melee barracks that's been exposed for what feels like 40 minutes at this point. I think it was. They took it like 27 minutes, didn't they?
The mid one they took at that time. The bottom exposed a little bit later.
Oh, they got JT again! Divine Rapier back into the hands of Nightfall. Meanwhile, mid lane, they're looking to try and rat once again. Bobica drops the wards. He's going for the tier 4 towers. He's got even the Eidolons there. Is it enough? It's so close, down to 100 HP, but they will survive just barely.
I mean, 100 on that tier 4 is not that big of a difference, because when he comes ratting your ancient, that's like one auto attack from the serpents, and they'll immediately start working on the ancient. So Oh man, they have to be really careful. They got to watch where Baboka is. He has the refresher, has already consumed the Aghanims earlier, in case anyone missed that. Has the Book of the Dead as well. So there is an immense amount of pressure on that Ancient. And if the rest of the team, they don't even have to win the fight. They just have to prevent people from going home. You could
tried
lose.
that, right? In the last fight.
Yeah. And he almost took both tier 4. So now they have prepped themselves for the win. Last time it was, the preparation step.
Well, Ember Spirit will just head back to cut the wave. He also has a Revenant's Brooch of his own, which is quite nice. And Doom TPing back here as well. They're like, all right, we're going to find this Shaman no matter what. We're not going to let him keep getting away with this. But unfortunately for them, he's in their own base. And Nightfall with this Terror Wave coming off cooldown here. We could see him go aggressive once again. Plus that Divine Rapier. Dude, save is actually terrifying with this Divine. And of course, the Pirate Hat. But Phantom Lancer seemingly much more problematic. Thunder God's Wrath comes out. Blink Terror Wave up onto the high ground as Nightfall will grab another tier 3 tower and back away.
Mars does have his Divine Rapier ready. He has it locked. Make sure he doesn't lose it while he, out and about before he really wants to make use of it. I think that's 3 in the game now.
That's 4. Ember just got one too.
Ooh, nice.
You've been wanting a Divine Rapier game, and this one's delivering, dude.
Let's go.
Oh my god.
Okay, I do want to say, as we look through the inventories of people, and they've got like extra items in the back, I don't know why pros don't like to build like Helm of the Dominator, Helm of the Overlord, because you can take a creep and then just backpack it and you keep the creep. It feels really useful in these ultra late games, but I never see pro teams do it. They always just want like extra Divine Rapiers. And I mean, I get it. I've been talking about it the whole game, but I feel like someone picking up an extra creep is really useful.
Yeah, I think eventually it's pretty good. I'm going to be curious if... I mean, it doesn't seem great for IG as Doom can just instantly devour it, but... Well, Bobica in the mid lane might get scouted here. He's going to pick up a shield rune, but he's walking potentially right into the hands of GPK. Oh, the Remnant actually misses. He gets the blink, Glimmer Cape, but they found him. There's no way he's getting away this time, right?
They're just guessing where he is. They don't even know.
Oh, okay. Bobica, you've had it too good for too long, they say.
He needs to change his Glimmer Cape to a Shadow Blade.
Honestly, I agree. That would be pretty solid this game.
He doesn't need to save teammates. He needs to play the map. Bottom is pushing for G2IG. Ember on his way to deal with it because they want to push top. They want to try to take buildings here. They feel strong in the actual fights, the 5-on-5s. They've just been getting ratted for like 40 minutes. But this might be their chance here. It's going to force a buyback.
They're going to jump in. They manage to find the fear. They get on top of the real PL, but do they know? He gets the doppelganger away just barely in the buyback from Bobica. He's looking for an opening. He actually just botses to the bot lane. He's going to go back to his shenanigans, but can G2IG find anything nice? Like, oh my goodness, Monet nearly dies to the double slight from this Ember Spirit. This guy, he's doing a little Mars imitation of his own.
He's got a Revenant's Brooch. Oh, this is the meta. This is Dota 2024. Revenant's Brooch, Divine Rapier late game.
That was
Moonshard
so much
consumed on
damage.
Terrorblade. I think we gotta change this heart to an Eternal Shroud on the PL.
Dude,
what other magic resist items can we build? I think you gotta. Well, the annoying thing is that you can just turn off Revenant's Brooch, but like you're a high armor hero, comparatively like 77% physical damage reduction versus 38% magic resistance right now. So I kind of feel like you got to bump that up now that the Divine Rapier / Revenant's Brooch is officially in the game.
I've been trying to figure out the idea behind this E-Blade for quite some time, like why Monet has the E-Blade. I mean, it is like a pretty sizable nuke as it gets into the late game, and it will potentially buy someone some time, I guess, against like Terrorblade. But now that we have like this Revenant's Brooch Ember Spirit, it's not feeling as powerful.
I think maybe the extra cast range to throw out Spirit Lances.
Ooh, and it's the Doppelganger cast range as well. Now, I kind of forget about this. In that last fight, he actually barely survives because of that Doppelganger cast range.
and when he picks up his own Revenant's Brooch, he can just attack whoever he's E-bladed.
That's true. Well, we are now at 73 minutes and no end in sight, everyone. Get your popcorn. We're going to be here for quite a while. The game's 8th Roshan or something at this point. I don't know. How many is this one? Like, legitimately, like 7, I think? 5th? 6th? 7th?
6, I think. 6.
6th Rosh respawning in 40 seconds.
I actually feel that, assuming Bedboom gets it, as they've gotten almost all the others, they should actually let it go to the Dire side.
Monet! He's trying to get away. He's going to turn around onto the Doom. He's actually pumping out a ton of damage, but he will self-Doom, and they found the PL. He needs help, but he's not going to get it. The rest of G2IG will let him go. And with that, they have to go fix their lanes once again as they instantly TP back, and they're like, all right, guys, there's probably a Shadow Shaman somewhere beelining it to our base. And they would be right.
He's kind of
You
close.
refreshed, right? Yeah, he did.
Ember's dealing with bottom, but top's coming in too, so he's also going to have to go there. PL does have buyback. They can probably get him to use it.
Radiant are scanning.
We've seen Nightfall just blink in, pop the Ags, and then take buildings. Terror Wave is on cooldown right now, so maybe they're not going to do that yet.
Dire's top
I mean, you don't have fortification for the Dire for a little bit here, so anything that they can do is gonna stick. And
Tiny
Nightfall just crushes the top lane in no time at all. And look at that. They managed to find Bobica. Finally, Miro with this Silver Edge just hunting, gets himself a massive kill. Ember Spirit deletes the Zeus. 2 Sleight of Fist will take him down, his 2nd Divine Rapier. Doing work. JT wishing that was him at this point.
Oh, definitely. I was looking at the wrong hero for the...
Oh, the Arena Spear comes out. Nightfall, great dodge with the BKB. They try to get a nice grab on the backside, but Miro comes in with that Doom. He's managed to isolate that Mars one more time, and another Divine Rapier hits the deck. Toronto Tokyo blinks in aggressively, but has the Aeon Disc there to save him. They're coming back. They've got a lot of damage coming through from this Phantom Lancer, but Monet needs to get back. The Ember Spirit's gonna come in. Can he find the right kill? Safe for the moment thanks to the Book of Shadows, and that is the space he needs to get out. They've got themselves this Mars. That's gonna be a dieback. X-Nova trying to survive. He's trying to just find a kill potentially in the meantime, and he does. The Toronto Tokyo just getting destroyed by these illusions as well. GPK's back as well. Save. They got him with the Sleight of Fist. GPK with a triple kill. Cleans up this game, and it's going to be Bedboom that take it at 75 minutes.
They learned. Damn, Divine Rapier, Revenant Brooch, that's sick. Let's build our own. They finally catch Baboka. It took them like 60 minutes to do, but they finally catch him. He had no buyback, and they just run it down. That was their call. Like, we can't be ratted. That's what we were scared of this entire time, why every other push has failed, because this stupid Shadow Shaman is threatening our base. They finally catch him with no buyback, and they just immediately go down to end this with all 3 Divine Rapiers, I think. I think 4. I think Tiny lost his at the very end.
Yeah, I one of the things I would just want to point out on the stat screen here that we maybe don't see is the building damage. All of the building damage is Bobica this game. He does 16,000 for his team, but it's not enough. Like he said, he's spending the whole game ratting, and Bedboom honestly showing why they are the strongest team looking like it in the tournament at the moment. They don't buckle, they don't give in to the pressure, and they just wait patiently until they find these diebacks, until they find these extra kills. They go for triple Pirate Hat as well, just to kind of add insult to injury. And they're like, all right, if you guys want to keep taking this late game, we'll put a ton of money eventually into our own pockets. And Ember Spirit getting this double Divine Rapier, which I don't think any of them were like delivered to him from the Mars. These were all his own purchases, right? So pretty wild game, very up and down, but
believe it or not, after 75 minutes, he found the gold to farm up his own Divine Rapiers. And oh man, we saw just a couple crits with the Revenant's Brooch on. So many heroes got deleted.
Yeah, it's a very cool game. I think when you see this Mars with this Divine Rapier build, it's pretty sick, but what makes it a little bit scary is the fact that you kind of commit, right? You blink in, and you have to like BKB and TP out. Ember Spirit doesn't really have that problem. He has Remnants to play around. He has Sleight of Fist from super far range. And with that double sleight talent was like all they needed. So very cool game, very fun and entertaining game to say the least. But we are going to go to a break because that is just game 1 of this series, everyone. And we'll be back with game number 2 of G2IG versus Bet Boom. We'll see you then.
The morning light, it hits my eyes. Last night we partied like it's 99. You took my hand, we danced all night. That's all I remember, we can blame nobody. Look where we are, so beautiful. This world is ours for the taking now. Not holding back, not giving in. Stay a little longer in the moment now. No regrets now. I'm not feeling sorry for anything I've done. We light it up just to watch them burn it down. And we don't need them anyway. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see a pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. 'Cause if we got one life to live, maybe we should just let go. Don't worry about tomorrow. Start counting your Insta follows. 'Cause the sun comes up again. New days they begin. So hold on to me, 'cause I won't let go of you. No regrets now. I'm not feeling sorry for anything I've done. We light it up just to watch them burn it down. And we don't need them anyway. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see a pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping
you did to me. Yeah. Temperature's hot and you got me caught just the way I wanna be. Yeah. My favorite addiction, you know you are just what I've been waiting for. You know that you had me right from the start, and I keep on coming back, begging for more. 'Cause just a little bit, is never enough. 'Cause just a little bit, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit. You got that touch I've been dreaming of, so don't be holding back on me. No, hooked on your love, got me so messed up. 'Cause you're the everything I need. Oh, yeah. My favorite addiction, you know you are. Just what I've been waiting for. You know that you had me right from the start, and I keep on coming back, begging for more. 'Cause just a little bit, is never enough. 'Cause just a little bit, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit. Is never enough. Just a little bit, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit. Is never enough. Just a little bit, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit.
Shot, new kid on the block. Currents running strong like a solar wave. Locked, plugged into the socket. Watch me burning hot, yeah, I radiate. Coursing through my veins like a power surge. Call it misbehaving the way I burn. If you're gonna wait, then you miss your turn. Charged up and ready, I'm going steady with you. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, get that future shot now. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Breathe.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back here to Dream League Season 22. Hope you guys enjoyed that little bit of a break between that first and second game here of BetBoom versus G2IG. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with ZQuixotics, and boy, just kind of looking back at this last game, like all the different things that were going on. What was that, like 5 or 6 Divine Rapier purchases, 6 Roshans, like just an absolute wild experience here for both of these teams. But what this means with G2IG dropping that game, they are now mathematically eliminated from the tournament. They cannot make it to group stage number 2. And that also means that BetBoom is now guaranteed through on their 9th win.
Yeah, BetBoom going to be pretty happy about that. Maybe we'll see a little bit more exploration. I think they already did a little bit there. But yeah, we might see some fun stuff coming up here. Of course, it's sad for G2IG to be eliminated here. maybe still use the rest of the games you play to start piecing together some mistakes, because we do see moments where things come together, but there are a couple mistakes. One, I'd say, like some of the team fights we saw, especially around the Roche pit, sometimes the initiation happening before the damage dealers are really in position. That kind of stuff is pretty hard to do, like in between games. It's certainly something to talk about later. But yeah, it had to happen here on day 3. Teams had to be sent home.
Yeah, I think one of those things is I think you're exactly right. Like, they didn't prioritize Roshan once this game. And the one fight that they tried to take there was a massive disaster, right? It ends up resulting in the Phantom Lancer dying. They use pretty much every spell on the backside. They lose the Enchantress, and then they lose the Aegis. It's just, at that point, they just kind of made this decision of, all right, well, we're going to take this to as long as we can and hope that Bobika can take the whole base by himself, right? Like, maybe the Shadow Shaman will eventually rat them to pieces, but you get to a point where there's like this response from Bet Boom is, all right, we'll take you late. We get the Divine Rapiers from the Mars. We have what seemingly is a fantastic counter to the Ember Spirit all of a sudden, which is Revenant's Brooch and 2 Divine Rapiers on an Ember Spirit. You spawn your illusions and they're all gone. It's a really cool disappearing act. But yeah, eventually the Doom will find the Shadow Shaman, and as once that happens, the game just kind of fell apart. But we'll see what happens as we are ready for game number 2 here. So let's jump into this draft, see what these teams are cooking up here. If we've got another, almost 80-minute game or not, we'll have to see.
I would love it, but yeah, sometimes that stuff is a little rare. We'll see if it comes up to that. The draft, man, the thing is, like, after a game like that, there's so many things you could point to of like, oh, we could have done this better and maybe we could have won, or ooh, we got lucky here, we could have lost if that had happened. So trying to learn and adjust too much from a game like that can be tough in between like a best of 2. So I'm not sure if we'll just see, we could either see them just do something similar if they do feel like, hey, that was a winning draft if we just execute a little better, or okay, you know what, I can't even break down that game, like where do we change stuff, let's just do something brand new.
Well, we're gonna see some of the picks come out now as Dragon Knight somehow slipping through the cracks here. And Bet Boom will grab that one. The Magnus, a quick grab here for G2IG. Now, one hero that we got to keep our eyes on will be the Sven now for G2IG, as this has been a pretty strong combo. A lot of the times we've seen this Magnus and Sven picked together. Just this overwhelming AoE cleave damage. Doesn't feel as great against something like a Dragon Knight that has extremely high armor, but there's a little bit of diminishing returns there, right? Like, at some point, the physical damage, having 1,000 damage on a Sven, you can kill through almost anything.
Especially if you get a Revenant's Brooch.
That's true.
I don't that might come in the late game. I don't think I've seen a Magnus build one yet. That could be, maybe that's where the meta's developing. No, for now, like you said, very stable picks from both sides. Dragon Knight's been looking really good. I'm a little bit surprised maybe G2IG didn't want it themselves. I'd say Dragon Knight has looked like a slightly better hero than Magnus, but it's understandable. Magnus is still a very solid hero. Nothing to Say has played a very good Magnus. I think they can also run in the off lane. So flexible hero there that feels like there's always a chance to win off of a big RP and the cleave and all of that. So maybe leaning a little bit towards that now that they're, they've been having some rough time. So giving themselves possible win conditions might help here.
Man, the Batrider pick here is also very good. This hero has looked exceptionally strong in this tournament. Has a pretty solid win rate as well, if I'm not mistaken. One thing the Dragon Knight pick actually does prevent is a Naga Siren pick for the most part, right? Like, it has basically been one of the great counters to the Naga Siren as the game goes on. Like, he can just stay on top of her and she can't really escape without committing like Song of the Siren and like a Disperser and hopefully running. But forces G2IG to kind of ban it out themselves. They will grab themselves a Techies, great magic damage, and actually pretty good at fighting into a Batrider. So if they end up managing to mirror this into the Batrider lane, it's nice.
Yeah, the long range poke, pretty useful. There is some counterplay where your blast off can be interrupted by the flame break.
Yeah.
So that can be a little bit challenging, but they do still have some flexibility to run this as a 5 or a 4. Techie's just, he kind of offers the same thing on both sides, but pairing with a Magnus can be quite nice. There's a lot of damage potential there.
Okay. So an early tiny pick this time. Well, I guess not early, but another tiny pick this time. This for IG. And we saw last game, Save had an incredible tiny performance. He got some very essential pickoffs in that kind of mid game, which I guess delayed G2 IG from really being able to try and capitalize on their early barracks advantage. But he also was the whole reason I think they defended the high ground in the first place, right?
He had some great catches at the end. One, he found that Zeus kill that led to the no buyback Zeus. Two, he ultimately led to the end of the game where he found the Shadow Shaman and Doom instantly TP'd on the Tiny. They killed off the Shadow Shaman, no buyback, ran it down. I'm sure there were more moments from him and all the players. It's 75 minutes. There's a lot going on. But yeah, definitely we've been talking about how it looks good, even though the win rate maybe not quite there. It's a little higher now that BetBoom just won with it. And G2IG going to grab it here. It's a little bit of a flex. It could just be the position 4, which I'd be kind of perfectly fine with, but you could run it as a core.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad mid lane by any means, and I think into a Dragon Knight, I think it's fine as well. So we'll see if that's where it ends up going. But we're gonna see the Wind Ranger, a classic for BetBoom, as they can run it in multiple positions. I know Nightfall plays it. I know they've played it in the mid lane. It's something that they can play as support. So there's a lot of options. I think it's probably into the Magnus lane because she doesn't really struggle against this hero. She can actually find some kills if it comes out of position. I think we're probably seeing the 1 position Wind Ranger, but we got some time.
Oh, Winter Wyvern, that's cool. Because I was going to say, we've seen Sven as a response to Wind Ranger. You go the Aghanims build, you can get on top of her, dispel the Wind Run until she gets BKB or her 25. So that combo that we were talking about with the Magnus could be cool, but pretty scary into Winter Wyvern, who you're a melee hero. She helps kite you with her slows and her ultimate, and then her save just prevents physical damage. So unless you're willing to buy a Revenant's Brooch, you don't get to do anything. Keeper Light, though, lots of magic damage, which he loves to aim at stationary targets.
It is pretty cool as a response to the Wind Ranger as well, because Solar Bind is a ability that like directly counters how this hero's mobility works. It's like Wind Ranger just kind of zooms away, and Solar Bind is like, well, the more you move, the more damage you're gonna take, and the slower you're gonna be. So yeah, this is a really cool pick, and I think generally if this ends up being DK mid, which it looks like it's going to be, either of these heroes, Keeper of the Light is fine playing against.
Yeah, Keeper of the Light brings a lot of the damage you need versus a Dragon Knight who has so much early armor and early health. Perfectly fine building the Spirit Vessel. But the other cool thing about it is that Dragon Knight is usually a very stable laner who it's difficult to beat him, and eventually you try to rotate out potentially and he takes your tower. But Keeper of the Light is so fast, literally in his movement speed and also in how quickly he clears creep waves, that you can just nuke down the mid wave and then either go farm or gank. And Dragon Knight, like, if he doesn't match your gank and he's like, oh, I want to try to push, takes him forever to kill those creeps, finally gets to the tower, and Keeper of the Light's, I'm back. Like, you wanted this tower? Here's another nuke. You have no creeps now. Okay, bye. I'm gonna go back to farming. So it's a cool lane counter to the Dragon Knight. We might see them try to move him somewhere else, but that early game is annoying for Dragon Knight. He does eventually still hit his timing, so they could still put him mid, since he won't necessarily lose versus the Keeper of the Light. You just don't stop the Keeper of the Light.
So hear me out here. I really like Arc Warden for G2IG. I know they probably want a melee hero to pair with the Magnus, like on paper, but it's a pretty cool Arc Warden game, because if they try to put the DK into the off lane, it's a great counter. They do ban out a Darkseer, so that leads towards like a Luna. Yeah, just a safe pick. I was gonna say you can just need something that defends your tower if it's gonna end up being a DK in the off lane, like if they want to dodge the Coddle matchup. Arc Warden has been a very good hero at doing that, but Luna a little bit safer, it seems.
And And the mixed damage is useful versus a Dragon Knight, high armor, so you bring in some of the magic damage, at least in the laning stage. And if something happens, your lane goes poorly, you can jungle pretty quickly. It won't really make use of the Magnus and power, and that's a little bit of a downside of this draft. I mean, you'll still take the bonus damage, but you just don't really get the cleave. Maybe you put it on the tiny, but it will make use of the fact that if you ult everyone together, you RP them, the glaives will do a lot of work in that time.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. We'll see where BetBoom wants to go with their draft here. Again, it's likely to be the Dragon Knight Wind Ranger cores. We're probably looking for their third core here. And in terms of where they want to put them, we'll have to see. I mean, you have potentially Batrider 4, DK as the 3. It doesn't seem like that bad of a lane, but I actually would potentially like an off lane here that can gap close and maybe punish the Luna. I mean, it's not a bad Centaur game, honestly.
Centaur might not have, like, he can get to the Luna, but you'll also see Luna's picked against Centaur because of her high base damage. She just she like harasses the Centaur down. They're gonna go for the Pango instead. Mid Pango, it looks like, so confirmed Wind Ranger carry off lane Dragon Knight.
Yeah, this is kind of just you push the lane on Keeper of the Light. I can kind of push the lane as well on the Pangolier. Both these heroes will find their farm, but Coddle will do it significantly faster. So the idea for GPK is he needs to have some way of gap closing to this Keeper of the Light, and eventually Rolling Thunder will do that. That's kind of what I was thinking, like maybe Stampede would be enough to help them gap close and find the Coddle in these fights, because you have to find the Coddle. You cannot let him just continue to throw flurries of spells. So they're gonna let the Pangolier kind of open that fight up for them with the Rolling Thunder, and then see if Nightfall and Dragon Knight, being played by Miro, can maybe follow him up. I like the pick for sure. I feel like Luna should have a pretty decent game though.
Yeah, I think I do like the draft for G2IG. I especially like how good of a game Coddle can potentially have, and I think that's what I'm looking towards. But BetBoom has looked like the cleaner team, so I think the execution has to be very, very clean from G2IG, and I don't know if that's hard to change from game 1 to game 2.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, last game was night and day in terms of the kind of team fight cleanness, I'd say. Like, they had some moments on G2IG where things looked really good, but they never really took a honest, solid fight, I think, that entire game. So they definitely been struggling on that regard, but we'll see. It is a new game. It is possible for them to take one out here against BetBoom, which would definitely help raise their confidence. But we're going to see them smoke potentially right into each other. And honestly, a Tiny with the toss and no avalanche does kind of hurt their ability to fight here. But in comes the Coddle. Can they finish off safe? He's down to 30 HP, but he's going to live. And now it's time for BetBoom to look for more. They will back away. Nothing to say. Still up onto the high ground. He kind of just tossed the Batrider in place.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. A first blood for, say, the Keeper of the Light would have been really big for them. That who picked that up? Save.
Also not the best first blood hero, but I think you're still pretty darn happy.
Yeah.
And they're doing exactly what they need to, which is to block that camp behind the Keeper of the Light's mid lane. They will get the D ward as well. They're seeing NTS kind of like play with the edge of the vision there. And X-Nova will know. He will get the D ward on the medium camp. So that is the way Keeper of the Light kind of amplifies his farm is not only does he push the mid lane, but he constantly stacks the medium camp. Save is like, nah, buddy. We can play this game all day. Goes back, wards the camp again.
And he got first blood. He's got the money to spare for more sentries.
I mean, NTS will have to send out a sentry, right? Because none of the supports are going to come back to the mid lane. So
he's going to tell the supports to bring him a sentry.
Yeah, maybe
send him one with a courier. Nah,
yeah,
looks like he's got one.
No, it's X-Nova's.
Oh, there you go.
Did exactly what you said. He's like, someone buy me a sentry.
I mean, both teams recognize it. Keeper is a big part of this. If Keeper has a very good game, he brings the damage to kill all these cores, especially these side lanes. So both teams trying to do their best to either stop the Keeper or enable him.
I mean, overall, I think this is still a very good result for Vetboom. They blocked the first spawn. It's not going to block the 2-minute spawn, but getting that first stack, preventing him, plus taking some gold out of the supports, forcing him to go for these early sentries. It works. It ends up being pretty successful for Vetboom.
How are the other lanes going? Nothing too crazy yet. Not our... I don't know if you remember, it was so long ago. We saw some cool creep aggro stuff in that bottom lane before, but these are much more playable lanes. No matchups that are so bad, like an Undying into Strength Heroes, that it looks like we're just doing normal Dota so far.
Yeah, one little creep drag there from Bobica, but JT farms it up behind the tower, and Toronto Tokyo gets the pull onto the hard camp. So ends up being okay for them if they can actually farm this and keep the wave there. Yeah, all right. They're chilling. Let's take a look at top lane. This lane, I feel like we're going to see some action with the Bat Rider and this Techies eventually. Miro is probably fine, right? I feel like it's going to be these supports where we're going to see something kind of go wrong.
Yeah, potentially could. I'd say... Well, Bat Rider will have to run people down, which is a little tough when Lucent Beam could slow him down. X-Nova has a slow, as well as once he hits level 2, Blast Off to get away. I think we're seeing a little bit. Just more poking.
NTS is actually struggling quite a bit here in this mid lane, but does eventually get these creeps to meet back up. Yeah, I mean, Pango's having a fantastic game. 17-2, getting great swashbuckle connections here onto this Keeper of the Light.
Well, nothing eventually to say. The Keeper of the Light doesn't start with the highest base damage, so these early levels are a little rough. As he picks up more points in Illuminate, it becomes easier to just shove things out, and we'll start to see more of what we talked about.
Yeah, that is exactly where I was going to say.
I stole your thunder. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. No. I'm glad my thought process was like correct, because part of me was like, maybe I'm wrong, but yeah, I feel like once he just gets to level 5, eventually level 6, he wants to rotate with the urn, right? That's typically what happens. Coddle hits level 6, he has his urn, gets solar bind, and shows up to a side lane instantly. So getting to that level 6 is very important for him.
Tossback skewer, Wyvern under tower.
That's blood? A nice one. And it does have the Golden Embrace to buy a little bit of space. I mean, a lot of healing there. I think he gets tossed the Lotus as well, but the damage, just too much from these beefy boys. And meanwhile, that is a solo kill on to nothing to say. Is he trying to go for the rune? Why is he going for the rune? It's a Coddle. Okay, well, he gets punished going for the rune and gives up a free kill to the Pangolier. That is massive now.
That's it's not how that mid lane's supposed to go.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, it would have been fine if he had his urn when he died, and then you're like, okay, at least I have an urn charge to rotate with, but he didn't. Top lane. Looks like X-Nova is going to sacrifice himself here to try and keep Monet alive. Has to commit the blast off to get away from that Bat Rider, and nice find. We're already seeing the aggression coming out from these side lanes. Vetboom having a great time. Obviously, you have that tossback skewer you have to worry about with this tiny Magnus, but for the most part, Vetboom looking pretty good, especially in this mid lane. No, Monet. He's just taking a lot of damage here from this Dragon Knight.
And Dragon Knight went double bracer, 2 points in passive. He is happy to trade because he's going to regen up way faster than you. He's 16 right now. Still higher than the tangoed Luna.
Just passive. Yeah, that's good stuff. goodness. Dude, watching this mid lane is very unfortunate. Top lane, they're going to commit again onto Monet. The blast off comes through. They almost get save. He commits the stick there at the last second. Bobica throws the tree. He has vision with the ward down to 5 HP. He needs the avalanche, and he's got him. Nice find from the Tiny. He's going to know about the ward now as the power rune spawns bottom, and it's an amplified damage here for GPK. That is quite nice.
Yeah, unlucky for them. If it had spawned top, they would have gotten it for G2IG. And we're going to try to make use of this right away.
Yeah, I mean, well, nice juke there for the moment. Gets some healing going his way. He's quite fast, but the Pango should be able to oh, Swashbuckles, just not enough not enough damage. Dude, NTS had 7 wand charges as well. They're coming top. Monet getting dove again here from the back right, but there it is. Finally, the rotation from the Keeper of the Light, throwing out that Solar Bind. What a good response.
He needs
All right, that was a sick play.
Yeah, they need these kind of kills to pick back up that momentum that they lost.
Radiant scanning.
In the meantime, it looks like Toronto Tokyo is trying to steal that Wisdom Rune. They're playing a little game there.
Yeah, Tiny was trying to make his play as well. Doesn't end up finding it. So overall, I mean, if they get that kill on Coddle mid lane, Luna certainly dies top as well. It would have been a massive change, but yeah, NTS with that rotation top ends up being really solid. And now has those early earn charges. We'll see if he can make another one, make use of the other one here as his ult comes off cooldown in about 15 seconds. Dude, they have put so much pressure on mid. Look at the amount of heroes that are just constantly here.
Yeah, it's a really cool identification of what they need to do. We have not gotten to see Keeper of the Light do what he usually does, just like blast out waves, jungle. Like you usually see him doing like bunches of jungle stacks, but he's been struggling, so he's just like doing as much as he can in the lane and then ganking a little. They're trying to get Wind Ranger, but I think they've already seen this coming. Oh, not fast enough.
Yeah, he goes for the focus fire, but guess what? You've got the Coddle here as well as the Tiny, and that's a great pickoff. Good use of that RP. Good little bait there from JT. And this is exactly what you need on G2IG. You've got to manage to get some good early pressure out with this Keeper of the Light, as Toronto Tokyo just barely able to dodge out the vision of Nothing to Say.
It's going to go back mid. That's rare. Mid tower, already down to a 3rd health. A Keeper of the Light's tower. You don't usually see that.
And Dragon Knight's been slowly chipping away at top as well. He's got 1 ult coming back up here in 30 seconds. They're going to bring in the numbers once again. Bobica as well as X-Nova are here, but so is the Winter Wyvern. Toronto Tokyo trying to do what he can. They gets the taser off, gives him a little bit of extra speed. Going for the blast off, does connect, but they still burn him down. And that tower will end up falling, so Bet Boom again. In a little bit more map pressure, but Pango with an Invis Rune, he's rotating in. He's going to be able to find Monet. They have no idea this Pangolier is sitting on top of him. Rolling Thunder will connect. He's going to be playing a little bit of ping pong, but he's completely trapped off the escape, and they get themselves another kill. Well played as they're looking for Bobica as well. The Dragon Fork comes out. They hit the Dragon Tail. They're trying to do what they can here on this Coddle, and he's dishing out a ton of damage. X-Nova here as well. Save. He's caught from the Vessel, so this should be at least a return kill. Has Nothing to Say should be able to run him down, and he does, so they get something out of it. But dude, the pressure that Bet Boom is putting on the map against the Keeper of the Light is paying off so well.
Yeah, I thought they might go mid with the rest of this Dragon Knight form as well to just finish it off. It's pretty low, but maybe just wants his Mage Slayer first.
Sorry, I just watched a nice little cliff there from JT. Forces Nightfall to TP to his tower. I mean, that's pretty big. If you manage to actually catch the Wind Ranger or force her out of lane, she has no TP for the foreseeable future. But we're seeing Miro do what Dragon Knight does best. He comes mid now. He's like, I'll take another tower. Why not? You warmed it up for me, Pangolier. Now 2 towers down here at the 10-minute mark. That's like the dream when you're playing a DK. And this is an off-lane DK as well.  'Nothing to Say does have his Spirit Vessel now. They have 2 towers down here at the 10-minute mark. That's like the dream when you're playing a DK. And this is an off-lane DK as well. 'Nothing to Say does have his Spirit Vessel now. 'Nothing to Say does have his Spirit Vessel now. 'Nothing to Say does have his Spirit Vessel now. 'Nothing to Say does have his Spirit Vessel now. 'Nothing to Say does have his Spirit Vessel now. 'Nothing to Say does have his Spirit Vessel now. 'Nothing to Say does have his Spirit Vessel now. 'Nothing to Say does have his Spirit Vessel now. 'Nothing to Say does have his Spirit Vessel now. 'Nothing to Say does have his Spirit Vessel now. 'Nothing to Say does have his Spirit Vessel now. 'Nothing to Say does have his Spirit Vessel now. 'Nothing to Say does have his Spirit Vessel now. 'Nothing
they need to find kills off of this. They're going for Blink on Magnus as well. If we don't see several successful plays by G2IG in the next 5 minutes, they're going to be in a really rough spot. They're supposed to be... I mean, it's only 1k advantage technically, but like Keeper is 1,500 behind the Pango. That is not the way this mid pick was supposed to go in their minds. I suppose maybe it's exactly what BetBoom expected because they last picked the Pango, but maybe even this is a little bit more successful than they thought.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where you're looking at it and you're like, it's a good matchup for the game. Like, maybe the lane will be hard. Pango usually doesn't lose a lot of lanes. He can draw them at least. But to come out this far ahead, I think is definitely beating expectations for them. As we're going to see them smoke up. Save is level 6 now after that Ancient stack, and he wants to put that lasso to good use. GPK, of course, having that defusal already done. Dude, Save's closing in on a Blink Dagger. He's 900 gold away on this Bat Rider. It's one of the reasons we've seen this Bat Rider get picked and have such a high win rate in this tournament is there's
Blink
not a lot you can do about
reveal.
it. Okay, they managed to actually find a great kill onto that Wind Ranger bottom save. Great cancel onto that blast off from the techies. He will be able to find that opening most likely down to super low HP, but a rotation from nothing to save. On the other side, though, they've caught Magnus. That's the big one. GPK trying to find this opening, forced to throw an RP. Maybe he gets out Blink in one. He does, but he's got no mana. He needs to TP, gets clipped barely by the defusal there, so it's going to take him a moment. Yeah, dig up a mango. This is your moment. All right.
They're just going to let him go.
That's not bad. The Wind Ranger and the Bat Rider, you only end up losing the techies. That's a great win for G2IG.
Yeah, the Blink reveal skewering the Wind Ranger back into a couple of techies' minds. A classic that we don't get to see too often nowadays, but shows it still works there. Don't actually get any objectives off of it, but I think you're okay with that currently.
Oh, the smoke pops. They're thinking of going in here, but with the Coddle behind them, it's a little bit scary.
Ooh, Coddle's going Dagon too.
Dude, it did get buffed. Like, level 1 Dagon is just a lot better.
I'm down for it. I'm sure he wishes he had a better game.
Yeah, it's true. Lasso X Nova will end up going down to Nightfall as he commits the focus fire for that one, which is not surprising. Nightfall's had a little bit of a rough game. Did he steal the whole stack?
I think so.
Dang, Save is a monster right now. Dude, he is so close to Blink. Just 60 gold.
He's very, very rich.
All right, let's do a
Mage Slayer almost done too on the Dragon Knight.
Oh yeah, coming up on Courier. I mean, it comes out a little bit slower, obviously, thanks to the increased cost, but I think at the end of the day, it is still one of the most perfect items for a hero like Dragon Knight. It gives him literally everything he could ever ask for, so no surprise that the item build hasn't really changed for him. We're going to see Monet on this Luna just farming up some ancient camps. He's got his Dragon Lance. He's going for a Yasha into Manta. Pretty standard Luna stuff here. Really nothing out of the ordinary. But top lane, they're fishing, man. They want Miro. And JT's like, okay, short blink, maybe not. The toss out as well. They're like, guys, we need to retreat, but it sets up for a nice wash and income save. No lasso, but the Rolling Thunder will connect, and they're looking for more. He really wants the Magus, but pump fakes the RP. Bobka will be the one that ticks down onto the backside. So, a nice quick response from BetBoom. They do not want to give them anything.
On the one hand, you only lose the Tiny, but I really do think they need to find these kills here. It's not as simple as saying, like, we didn't get a kill, too bad, try again. Like, I feel you got to find these successes on Keeper of the Light, because the longer the game goes, I mean, the Mage Slayer is done, right, on the Dragon Knight, so that's one target that you're supposed to be able to kill pretty early, but I think that window's closed already, and the longer it keeps going...
bottom. Yeah, they're 100%. Like, they saw the rotations coming through from IG. There's the Winter's Curse to hold this Luna in place just long enough for the rest of them come in. But a huge RP from JT connects onto 2. Do they have the damage? A great blast off. The double mines. They go boom. X Nova. A nice kill and a great connection from G2 IG. Toronto, Tokyo hiding in the trees here, but they will find them.
All right, now we're talking. That is the blink paying off. I was just telling them they got to find something, and they do. The blink payoff, he sped up on his Daggons, the Techies combo there. That was blast off on 3 heroes, mines on 3 heroes.
You got the best heroes for the RP as well, right? Both Dragon Knight and the Wind Ranger. Perfect avalanche into double mine. That is just, ooh. That's good. That's good stuff.
Yeah, don't forget. A lot of people overlook it. They just think of the Techies mines. Oh, I hate Techies. The mines reduce magic resistance. So every time one blasts off in these fights and hits a lot of heroes, that is a lot of extra damage for your Coddle, for your Tiny, the Luna later when she does have Eclipse and all of that leveled up. So there's some very nice synergy. But the more magic resistance and dispels and BKBs on the enemy team, then obviously that drops off. And that's why it's so important for G2IG to find these fights now before those items come online.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things about Techies that I'm surprised was never nerfed, right? Like the magic resistance reduction, it's scaling from 15, 20 to 25 on the mines. It's
They
like
got Blink Lasso, top lane.
Oh, wait. Can they find him? They do. Great grab here from the Batrider, but Bobika's ready. What a nice turnaround. And now Miro needs to be a little bit careful. You can't run from a Coddle. All he can do is hope to get into the trees, and he will. All right. Turns out you can just run from a Coddle if you just line of sight him.
Yeah, we do see there, though, like, that was a decent chunk of damage on the Dragon Knight. So imagine that without the Mage Slayer already being done if he didn't have such a good lane.
Oh, boy. JT, they're fishing. I think they saw the
triple mines. Do it.
They know someone's there. They don't know who it is. You don't even need to RP. They know someone's there. They see them being taken.
It's worth it. Dang. I think if they know it's Pango, they definitely do it. Did they not?
I mean, they had to know someone was there.
Oh, save is not as good as a target.
They had the bonus night vision from Monet is what it was this time. They were waiting for Monet to come down for the Lunar Blessing night vision. Committing RP for the Batrider doesn't feel great, but it's one of those little fun
kills.
little. Yeah, it's a fun little play. It's kind of worth it, I guess.
Oh, Pango would have been so good, or multiple heroes even. That damage, it ain't single target, nothing about that. That was all mine damage. Yes, level 1 Dagon done, and I love the Quick Pie. Let's go Dagon 5.
Oh my goodness. All right, I thought he might just leave it at Dagon 1 because the spell lifesteal and the cooldown got buffed so much. And he might look for something like a Scythe or the Aghanim Scepter because, I mean, let's be honest, Will-O-Wisp is super annoying to deal with. But they will go ahead and just queue up level 5 Dagon. And we'll see if it ends up coming online.
I think he's one of the best heroes to make use of it thanks to the Solar Bind, just giving you extra value. Nightfall's almost got BKB though. Not really going to be able to make use of it on him. Manta in the works for Dragon Knight as well. Still a little bit off, but you'll be able to dispel the Solar Bind after that.
I mean, G2IG are in a pretty good spot, right? The Keeper of the Light, who definitely struggled earlier into the Pango lane, he's managed to find a lot. The Luna is always going to be at the top of the net worth if you get this much space to farm. So she's level 15 now, has that Grove Bow on top of the Dragon Lance. Literally one of the best items you probably could ask for at this stage of the game. And I think you're afraid on Bet Boom, because if you don't see where this Techies Magnus is, which they're doing it again, just setting up mines, playing around a ward, waiting for some skewer opportunity. You got to be a little bit worried about it. Mid lane. And TS will see GPK kind of show for a moment. It's a shield rune on the top side, so they'll back away. Roshan just destroying mines. Good stuff. Oh, they just smoked under a ward. Bet boom, no. I mean, these 2 lane wards are actually so sick from Bet boom because they're not likely to get dewarded. And if you have any idea where the techies or the Magnus are, you can kind of play around it and dodge it. And they're just going to smoke right into them.
Yeah, they're feeling good about it.
Oh, dodging it out for the moment. Smoke's going to pop. JT goes for the blink. Doesn't see them, but save. He's got his target, and there it is. The lasso back. Bobica with a nice avalanche to toss. BKB out from the Magnus. He gets away for now, but there's the Winter's Curse. Toronto Tokyo's got a blink of his own. Locks in 2 great heroes. JT's going to fall, and now nothing to say on the run. The nice BKB from Nightfall sets himself up for a great double kill. Dude, what a find from the Wyvern.
They tried to get out when the smoke broke on the high, like he couldn't see the high ground and the smoke broke. He blinked away, but needed to skewer as well. Maybe forgetting that Batrider has such a fast blink, or I guess he didn't know it was a Batrider that was there. But because of that, Batrider was able to catch that. And then if it had just been Tiny, it would have been okay. But yeah, great Winter's Curse to get them 2 more kills.
They're looking for Miro. Avalanche, toss, and surprise, there's a bunch of mines already set up, and Miro tanking for a bit, but will eventually go down. Kill goes the way of Monet. I mean, that's a good at least return kill as the other heroes on G2IG respawn. They're pinging out the mid lane. Toronto Tokyo only 10 seconds till his ult's back off cooldown. You don't have that like bonus night vision to play around here on the Luna anymore.
This blink is scary on the Winters.
Whoa.
Nice try.
Very nice attempt, but of course, Toronto Tokyo is ready. Gets the blink away. Does slow down the push for the moment, but the backdoor protection shouldn't make it in time, so Monet will grab himself the first tier 2 tower of the game, which is surprising because both other lanes tier 1 towers have been mostly untouched this game.
Yeah, it's been easier for them to set up here. Off that earlier fight we saw them win, they took this tier 1. They've had a much easier time coming down here, planting the wards, planting the mines. It's made BetBoom a little cautious of playing this area, which maybe it's going to let them get Roshan?
I'm surprised.
On the way.
They're dropping the 3 mines here for the Roche. Your Roche take is not that fast, and now you don't have mines to scout this smoke rotation from BetBoom.
Luna is pretty strong, highest farm net worth in the game. She's got to be really careful about getting Winter's Cursed or something.
GPK just goes in, gets a great stun onto 2. The Winter Wyvern's available, but a nice Avatos in! Bobica grabs both supports, a huge win for them. And now Miro, he comes in, but the RP from JT was still available. X-Nova with a blast off. They're just getting destroyed. Monet gets an ultra kill. What a find from the Tiny.
That's crazy, actually. That seemed like such a good roll from GPK too. Just blinks on top of there, immediately hit 2 of the cores. But the rest of the team gets caught by the Tiny. Yeah, we're gonna get a replay right here.
I can't believe he found these heroes.
But in the back, the Winter gets tossed in. Just has to panic ult. Not the best ult, but had to get something off. But both cores already popped BKB, so it wasn't even that big of a deal.
Yeah, and at that point, it's like you're getting tossed into an eclipse, right? It like Luna barely got that eclipse off, just instantly dies. Mike Magnus not having to commit the RP yet. Dude, that was a sick fight from G2IG. Very different from game number 1, where we see them struggling around the Roche bit. They get it this time, as well as the Aegis.
Yeah, I was worried with you. Like all 3 mines onto Roshan was scary, but they backed out in time, took their positions, and Bobica, great catch. We saw him play really well last game with the ratting to drag the game as long as possible for his team. Now we're seeing him find some great stuff on the Tiny.
One of the reasons we see this Tiny become so popular, right? Like this hero has just looked so good this tournament. So not that surprising. We're going to see Dragon Knight trying to cut some lanes here as he heads further into the jungle. Top lane, they see Nightfall for a moment, but no Monet. He's got his sights set on this top lane. He wants the tier 2 towers. As Dragon Knight has a Manta in a few seconds, he'll probably try and cut another wave, but Coddle's looking for him. And they might run right into him as he sees the Manta. That's one of the reasons you go for the Dagon as well. Instantly kills the illusions. As Miro?
Did you not see him? Okay, no,
he
no,
did. Pops the spirit form. He's fast, but oh man, he gets away.
That would have been huge for them.
Yeah, he had no Manta to get out, so we're hunting bottom. Looking to go fishing again here on this Magnus. Save is going for a potential wraparound, but will they find their opening? JT up onto the high ground, does see GPK, gets the Rolling Thunder off immediately. Toronto Tokyo will TP out, as well as GPK.
A moment too late.
All right, good escape there from Bet Boom, as Monet is now looking for this mid lane tower. He's going for the Conda, and honestly, I don't blame you. As soon as you get to that 20 talent, you want the Conda. We've seen how much damage. Save goes in, just gets destroyed by this Luna. Has to back away right away. As Monet, good response with that Manta. And up to the high ground they go. They're gonna have to respond to this. This Luna, you cannot afford to lose this tower, but without a fortification, there's not a lot you can do. I think they saw the Dragon Knight. Coddle coming into the mid lane with those boots of travel does just immediately clear up the illusion, and he's going to just start beelining it towards his hero. But Miro, he's having his own little fight. He's going to TP home. All right. But Monet, the big objective here, it's being taken. He's getting the barracks. The fortification will slow them down for a moment, and the wave, it's gone, actually. They have no wave. So Dragon Knight's done what he needed to do. They're still looking for him, but they can't find the real DK. They do finally. Bobica grabs him on the wraparound here, and Miro will be punished, but saving that high ground, saving the entire lane of Rax, absolutely worth it.
He's going to send him more illusions in, but creeps aren't here yet. If I learned anything from last game, this is only the early game, so we're fine. Bet Broom has 60 more minutes to go.
There's two creeps here. They made it to the base, and Luna doing what she does best, takes buildings. So finally, the lane of barracks will fall. Maybe a futile effort for the DK. Hard to say. He has no buyback for 30 seconds, so you can absolutely go bottom.
It was worth trying, and he kind of had to do it. He just really wanted to get out alive.
Dude, look at the night vision coming out from the Luna here. She sees everything in the backside, and Coddle even trying to scout through the trees. JT will come up to the high ground. He's got that blink available. They see the TP in from the bat, I think. Maybe they did. It's hard to say. There's the lasso. They know Luna, she's got the BKB available, and she's just going to finish off the barracks. Save! Where did his health go? Just dies to the active of the Moonglaves. And Monet sniped. Nice find there from Nightfall. The question is, can they do anything else? I don't think so. The counter initiation just seemingly too strong from G2IG.
I like the patience from JT there. Just that was a very good high ground push from G2IG overall. Just let Monet hit the buildings. No one try to start anything. If they go on Monet, we'll see, because Monet actually still has the Aegis. So if we don't like that fight, we keep waiting it through. That's exactly what they did. Bet Boom recognized it. They can't push it too hard because they know that RP is just waiting for them. So ultimately they lose 2 sets, and they've actually got this amplified damage. They're looking for more.
This is such a sick smoke, and playing around this nighttime vision from the Luna is literally everything they need to be doing right now. They're up onto the high ground, and they find Toronto Tokyo. There's the Conda, baby! Instantly dead, and they're going to lose save as well.
Oh my, they're just going to go for it.
Might just die here. They are. They're going to go for it. They have no buybacks available. Your creep wave is coming down the mid lane. They're pinging it. Like, don't let anyone kill this. Amplified damage will expire, but Oh boy, you are in trouble here for Bet Boom. G2IG, the Rolling Thunder coming through from GPK. Nightfall with his own BKB. They're going to try and settle for the Coddle, at least for the moment, and they get him. Buyback is available. Monet still has his BKB at the ready. He's going to turn it on. Look to try and maybe find a kill, but we'll just use it to disengage. Not wanting to throw the lead that they have built right now. And I can't really blame them.
That is a great call to go for that win. I like it a lot. It's playing to win. Maybe, unfortunately, you know, being knocked out of the group, but maybe that's freed them up a little bit, willing to take some of these ballsier plays. But I like it a lot there.
I think like the Luna has just paid dividends at this point, right? Like Nightfall has just not been able to keep up with this hero. And we saw in that last fight, like when the Batrider went in and got the lasso, he managed to get Moonglaves off. I looked at the Batrider's death summary. He took 1,700 damage from Moonglaves, not a single attack. It was just Moonglaves killed him 100-0 in the lasso duration. Like that is
see how fast it takes Tormentor
nuts.
there too.
Yeah,
it's a really good shard for fighting anyone who gets in range of that. Windranger's kind of good at keeping her distance, but she's been having a hard time getting in these fights. I think G2IG has really stepped up the way they're taking these fights in this game. I don't know if everyone's just more comfortable with their heroes. The laning stage, a little rough, but once it's come together, I've really liked the way they're approaching all of this. They're in a good spot. Probably just wait for the next Roshan, grab that, and then just run it down the top lane.
Yeah. Would you see the Black Dragon now available here for Miro, level 18? Does have the Aghanim Scepter, which is great. I mean, this is the timing that you want to hit on your Dragon Knight, but you are still going to struggle at killing this Luna. And so I'm trying to figure out how that's going to happen. It has to be Nightfall, but he is pretty... I mean, he's pretty far away from like a substantial damage item, right? Like he's got, you know, Gleipnir, BKB, which are not bad, but he's going for an Aghanim Scepter next to try and survive.
Yeah, you sort of have to kite the Luna, get her to kill one of her teammates with a Winter's Curse, and then just keep moving around her while dealing with the other heroes. Because if you try to directly fight her, like this Glaives pop up and all the balances everywhere, that's going to destroy your team. So it's pretty tough for Bet Boom. They don't have the same repositioning heroes that G2IG has. They're going to try to contest this Roche coming in here.
They're sending in the DK Illusions here to try and scout this. Monet will just stand here pretty aggressively. JT goes for the Horn Toss, doesn't connect, but here comes the Rolling Thunder from GPK. He's going to be forced to BKB here on Monet. He wants this Aegis so badly, but the lasso comes through the Radiant. They get the Roshan and everything's on the deck, but Monet gets the Satanic off. Can he survive? He can for the moment. The heals from Nothing to Say, doing the work for dead on Bet Boom. Miro's going to come back to life, but it's a DK without that transformation. And boy, oh boy, are you not going to have the damage to bring down the Luna now.
Monet's
that
not
is
even
looking
die.
quite good. Toronto, Tokyo, you ain't making it out either. Basically a 6-for-0 as they will double buyback.
To protect their Ancient.
Yeah, that might do it. A completely different performance here from G2IG this game, winning all of these Roche fights. It was a great attempt there from this Batrider to go in and get the lasso, but no one went for like no one could finish off the Luna. They just didn't have the damage.
It was a really unfortunate Pango roll. On his way in, he bounces on the edge of Roche, so then he has to blink in, and then he gets stuck in the corner of the pit. So a lot of roll was wasted there, which I think is essential for them to disrupt the fight and let Windranger pick off at least one target. Hopefully this Luna, like just focus fire, run next to her the entire time. But when the other heroes are alive, because roll is getting stuck, you just can't do that.
Yeah. So G2IG having restraint, looking for top lane. JT gets the Horn Toss to skewer back the double mines, add a Conda Lucent Beam onto the top. That is always going to be a recipe for success. I mean, the single Lucent Beam did 981 damage.
There are some things in Dota that are just really funny, and watching someone's entire health bar disappear instantly, that's one of them.
That is absolutely one of them. Well, Miro gets tossed in. Great rolling thunder from GPK to try and make some space here, but Miro, he's got the solar bind on him, and there's the RP. He finds Nightfall, and he's gonna have to run away as fast as possible. He's gonna turn his attention onto Boba to try and find the kill, but the GG comes out, and there it is. G2IG. You know, a little bit unfortunate for them as they're already out of the tournament, but at least ending this series on a high note.
Definitely. Man, it's unfortunate. I think if they played, okay, they still got to clean up the laning stage a little bit, but if they played last game with the same way they took the team fights in this game, I think they could have won the last game. So
100%.
I do think it shows they've got the potential. They still have to work out some of those team dynamics, but that the skill level is there when it all comes together.
Yeah, this was a really fun game to see from G2IG because it clearly shows like when they're kind of like a well-oiled machine like they are in this game, it just works out. And JT, a much better performance on his Magnus as opposed to the Mars last game. Luna, of course, kind of the shining star, but it's a team effort, right? Like the combination of like the Techies Magnus, Bobica with like arguably a game-winning Avatos there onto the supports at that first Roche. That was what kind of set them up for success, you know, in that kind of ability to push the high ground.
Yeah, just everyone finding a lot of really good catches.
Did I lose you? Wix? Zach, you mute?
Sorry, I was muted.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah, just everyone finding a lot of really great catches that game. Just really good discipline in the team fights. I was saying it's difficult to fix that from game 1 to game 2 because there's a lot of discussion. Who goes first? Who follows up? What do we have to wait for to find these team fights? But whatever they talked about in that time, it really paid off.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we will be going to a short break. We'll be back with an interview here in just a moment, everyone. So stay tuned. We'll see you in just a bit.
Los, komm, steig drauf. Das Leben ein Traum. Los, komm, steig drauf. Yeah.
Das Leben ein Traum.
Kein Geld, kein Stress, wir regeln das. Luxus-Vibes hast, wärst du auf der Segelyacht. Low Budget, High Class, Tasse statt Weinglas. Denk nicht viel nach, wir machen es einfach. Let's go. Seid ihr sicher, die Clique ist down? Ziehen Blicke auf uns, alle ticken jetzt aus. Die ganzen Kids in der City stehen drauf. Und rollen. Droppen Banger, schlagen mittendrin auf. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Cruisen auf Scootern, fahren ans Ufer. Immer Open End, weil die Stadt niemals zu hat. Wasser schimmert Gold, wir machen, was wir wollen. Doch die Kassen sind nie voll. Egal was soll's. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Cruise mit, Baby. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Los, komm, los, komm, los, komm. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick, yeah. Kickstart, Baby, lass ihn nicht nach, Baby. Kickstart, Baby, lass ihn nicht nach. Kickstart, Baby, lass ihn nicht nach, Baby. Kickstart, Baby, lass ihn nicht nach.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed that little bit of a short break. It's a kind of cool down process from this series as we're getting prepared for an interview here shortly with G2IG, of course. And I have to say, Game 2 was super impressive. They looked really good. It's sad that they are out of the tournament, of course, but it is nice to see them not like kind of crumbling to that information, right? Like, and still performing to the team that we know that they can be.
Yeah, this is still a relatively new team, even though the players are experienced. But we've seen that in the past, where you bring a bunch of superstars together. It doesn't always work. It does take time to work together as a team. Sometimes it initially looks good, then you face some struggles, maybe a patch hits and mixes things up. But I know it'll be disappointing for them and for any of the fans, but I wouldn't, lose hope. There's still a lot of the year left of Dota 2. Sometimes you learn the most from these losses, the hard days. You sit down, you work out a lot. It can still be a good year for them. Just a rough start here.
Yeah, I feel like it was close to like the first game was very it was like a moment away, honestly, from them being able to get the win, and then that would be enough to keep them in the tournament, which they'll probably be kicking themselves about. We'll probably talk to them about that in a little bit, but I do have to say, like, Monet's still showing that he is definitely one of the best carries out there. Like, he had an incredible performance on this Luna. I'm starting to think Conda might be a little bit broken on these few heroes that actually can build it, because a 980 damage, 4-second cooldown is kind of cool.
Dude, Conda, it's so... Okay, here's the issue. Conda's on one end of the spectrum or the other, right? It's either, why is my teammate building Conda? Or,
there we go.
This is an awesome item.
Yeah, cool. We got our interview here, and it is going to be with Xnova. Hello, congratulations on your Game 2 win there. How are you feeling?
Just as usual, as I guess.
Yeah. So I do have a question for you. Game 1 was a roller coaster. It was very back and forth. You guys almost managed to pull it out, but what do you think was like the factor that prevented you guys from closing out that game?
I think we just couldn't find any chances to start a team fight. And
okay.
Yeah, that's probably the reason that we didn't close the game.
Yeah, you guys were doing a lot of the kind of split push, Bobica constantly just trying to snipe the base. Do you think it was like an itemization thing or just a hero thing that prevented you from starting those fights?
First of all, I think they had quite a huge lead in front, and when they got the 3 BKB at around 20 minutes, it's kind of hard for us to start a team fight without a really good positioning or with a vision watching them. So it's quite hard for us to find opportunity, I guess.
Yeah, that's a pretty good realization, actually. I agree. Zach, what's up, man? What do you got for him?
As a follow-up, game 1 did get crazy, like divine rapiers, everything. How much time do you as a team spend thinking about those? Because it's really hard to say like how prepared you need to be. Oh yeah, just here's our 70-minute game plan for when we get into that situation. Is it just something you work together on the fly when you reach that?
In this tournament, we have seen a few mass player that bought divine that turn around the game. So I think that's our only play for the game because we are so behind at some point. Yeah,
that's fair.
Then going into game 2, I think you guys had a lot easier of a time finding the fights. Was it the draft, or did you just feel like you came out of the lanes better than from game 1?
The second game, I think their laning is still has some advantage against us because their heroes are mostly just for laning, and we have just a better overall lineup during the mid to late game when Luna comes online. So we just need to wait until the time, and we got a game.
Yeah, I will say they put a lot of pressure on your Keeper of the Light mid. Like, they were really trying to shut down Nothing to Say this game, but we had a lot of fun watching you and, of course, JT on the Magnus just try and find pickoff after pickoff. So what is that like just your game plan once again, where you're just like, all right, we'll find these like essential kills and push, or was that something that you kind of just like realized in the middle of the game?
I think it's a combo for techies with not just Magnus, also there's a Tiny. So
true.
Our game plan is just delay the timing until we reach Luna timing. So we are just making chaos around the map. That's our objective for the early game. Yeah,
that's fun. Yeah, it was very chaotic, but yeah, the timing on Luna looked fantastic. Obviously, you guys still have some more Dota to be played. You have one more series tomorrow, so we wish you obviously the best of luck there. Thank you so much for joining us for the interview. Is there anything that you would like to say before we let you go?
Just thank you, I guess. Hope everyone have a good day.
Hey, you as well, Xnova. It's always a pleasure. And again, congratulations on the win here in game 2 and very close game 1. But we'll hopefully be talking to you again soon.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, game 1 definitely pretty chaotic, but I like that idea for game 2. It's like just delay, create chaos. Monet is going to come online, and boy did he. Yeah, that was a very, very powerful Luna.
Yeah, it's good it's a good showing that they had a clear game plan there, recognizing where they come online. That's something we from the outside sometimes, you don't know what the team is thinking. So it's interesting to see that, because we were worried about Keeper of the Light having such a rough time. I was worried about him being that momentum, but it sounds like to them they're like, yeah, I'm like, okay, we'd love for him to be doing better, but actually we're still okay. We have this strong timing around the Luna, so just goes to show the pros know what they're doing.
Yeah, it was a fun series to say the least. Of course, G2IG again, unfortunately out of the tournament for them, but they've still got games to play. Maybe they can grab themselves a couple more wins before their exit. But taking a game off of BetBoom, man, that's got to raise the confidence at least a little bit. This team has looked pretty unstoppable this tournament, and still showing that G2IG, a very strong, formidable team, just had a few hiccups so far in this tournament.
Yeah, just something they'll work on learning from, and they'll clean up.
Yeah. Well, we've got a short break coming your way, but after that, we have our 4th and final series of the day. It's going to be Aurora versus Team Secret, and honestly, another kind of make or break scenario for one of these Team Secret. They've got to get some wins if they want to stay in this tournament. So we're going to go to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back in just a bit here for Dream League Season 22. We'll see you then. Hey everybody, welcome back here to Dream League Season 22 as we are getting ready for our fourth and final series here of day number 3 in this group stage. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with ZQuixotics. Dude, this is again another make or break series. Secret needs to pull some wins.
Yeah, they are in a better spot than G2IG was. So I don't know if they have to get a 2-0 here. It's pretty close, this group. So they at least need one win. Aurora has maybe a little bit more freedom. They're at the top of the group right now. I think if they 2-0 this, they will secure themselves at the top of the group, which I'm sure they'd love to get out of the way. But I think as long as they win one game, they're okay. Tough to say.
I think the thing with Group B is like you have these 3 teams that have very firmly solidified themselves at the top of the group, right? All sitting at 7-3 at the moment. Whereas Group A, you kind of had this one standout of Bet Boom that was kind of crushing everyone else. But that means the fight for that middle of the pack is really close. Like we're gonna have that 4th slot is gonna be highly contested. Secret, like I said, they don't need a 2-0, but going 0-2 here would be a massive problem for them.
Yeah, so they're gonna bring their best efforts here, which we watched them on day 1 on this stream. They had some struggles there. Since then, they've been going 1-1 in a lot of their series, so I think slowly cleaning up the act, and let's see what they have here against Aurora.
Yeah, so take a look at the Secret roster, of course. I will say Chrysalis, still a very impressive carry. His Razor is really no joke. Like you cannot really let the Razor through against Team Secret, and I think most teams will first phase ban it against Secret, especially if they have the 4 bans in phase 1 as opposed to the 3 bans, but it's very rare we're going to see his Razor come through. I think a lot of the success this team has found has been when Chrysalis is able to play a hero like that.
Yeah, they seem to be emphasizing the Razor and the Mars in their recent drafts if they do make it through. So I guess on one hand, you could let it through knowing, yeah, they're probably going to pick Razor if we let them. So we can plan around that. But maybe just take it away because we mentioned before, it's one of his best heroes. It's one of his best heroes. Maybe you don't want to give him that.
And of course, the standout team so far this tournament, Aurora. A lot of people had predicted them to not do so great, especially with the stand-in. But man, they have proved all the doubters wrong. Lauren of Jabs, Olive, 23, and Q sitting at a 7-3 scoreline. Very close to punching their ticket to that second group stage, as 23's had a fantastic tournament. And I think part of this is honestly a buff to a lot of his core heroes. Like his hero pool is very strong right now, and I think that's one of the things that like kind of happens or ends up being like a nice little change from maybe last patch to this patch, right? A difference from last tournament to this tournament.
Yeah, it certainly never hurts. We're still pretty early in the patch, so it seems the heroes that are currently good are in their favor. I wonder as the patch continues to develop, and things mix around. It's a cool thing about a game as complicated as Dota. You think you've got it figured out, but you sit on the same patch long enough, if it starts moving, people start figuring things out. So here, so far, Aurora has seemed to have something going. I wonder as we continue going on, especially from this group stage 1 to group stage 2, teams have a little bit more time to think, to plan things out. Maybe the heroes will shift a little bit. We'll see if Aurora keeps up with that.
I would like to see some new heroes kind of make their way in. The big one that we were talking about with Celery yesterday was just like that, some of the support picks might change a little bit, or we might see some interesting support picks, particularly the Terrorblade being very experimental, which would be fun. But I don't know if any of these teams are willing to risk until they've punched their ticket to that group stage 2, right? Like maybe then you try something new, but this is like make or break really for both these teams. They want these wins bad.
Definitely. After Aurora gets at least one win, maybe they'll explore a little. Secret's going to be try-harding the whole time. They need as many wins as they can get to make this safe for them.
And one thing to note is we're going to see the choices in a little bit from the coin toss. It's another kind of confusing one to me because most teams have been choosing first pick, but Team Secret have chosen, I believe, Radiant. So they're going a little bit different from the norm. But I think they're one of the only teams that have done like kind of this, the different like drafting style, right? They have been prioritizing Radiant, I think, more often than anything this tournament, but maybe we'll have those stats when we get later into the draft. But yeah, something that we've seen from these teams is kind of weird, and in terms of how they approach the draft. But Puppy, he's got a plan, I'm sure.
I'm always curious about that kind of stuff, but I think that's the information. There's certain things pros don't want to let the other teams know, even if, like, us as viewers, they wouldn't care if we knew. But yeah, the intricacies of, like, this is why we think Radiant is so good. You don't want other teams to catch on to that, so it's hard to get that kind of stuff out of them.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're going to see the first phase of bans start to come through, and Dragon Knight as well as the Mars removed from Team Secret. We'll see the Monkey King taken away from Aurora, actually, which I know is something that they like to play on Secret, so kind of a cool pick, or a cool ban rather.
Yeah, Razor follow-up. We were just talking about that. Don't let them have that comfort hero. Chen and Enchantress still in here. Both teams play those heroes. The first pick is going to go to Aurora, so if you let one of them through, Ollie will have his pick of who he wants to play if they want to go that way. But currently Chen's sitting at 100%, I think, still. If not, he's like up there, high 90s.
I think he's still 100%. I feel like it has to be. Right? There's just, I don't think any team is willing to not pick it if it makes it through the draft, so.
Here we are, decision time. They banned out Tusk. They've banned out Faceless. Aurora gets one of them if they want, Chen or Enchantress.
Dude, there's no way you don't. I mean, maybe you leave the Chen and you pick it yourself, but I'm wondering if Secret has an idea on what they want to do as the result.
This is the discussion. I didn't think we'd get to pick Chen, guys. Do we want to pick Chen?
There's also a Timbersaw in the pool. Like, there's so many heroes that we don't normally see make it through the first phase of the draft. Going for a Tusk and a Faceless Void, as well as a Monkey King and a Razor. So the Chen does end up getting banned. I have to imagine you go Timbersaw here.
I'd be down for Timbersaw. It's looked really good in the games we've seen it. You can play it mid or off lane, so you get some flex there. You're not revealing too much of the draft right off the bat.
Use Bat Rider. Okay. Speaking of bats. Nice.
And they're gonna Centaur. All right, they don't care Enchantress, they don't care Timber. Those heroes are still available as we go further into the draft. Maybe we'll see them. But the Bat Rider has looked really good. We saw a very fast blink earlier today, because when Bat Rider gets a couple kills, you get really scared. You come online, you can even run off lane Bat. We have seen it occasionally, but not too often.
He's also one of the few supports that like easily farms ancient stacks. And he can stack them easy himself, right? Like he can stack a triangle so quickly, being super high move speed as well, having is the sticky napalm that does damage now. So this is a hero that, given just a couple minutes of space, can really close the gap on that blink timing if he hasn't already found some kills around the map. So I think one of the reasons we're seeing this hero get a lot more attention.
I do want to highlight for anyone recently tuning in, Team Secret is willing to run support Centaur. I've seen Eki play it.
Yeah.
I've seen Centaurs play position 5. I don't know if Puppy does it, but you do have that flex value there, and you see that a lot in Secret drafts. It's something Puppy likes. You leave it pretty ambiguous, couple flex picks here and there, what's going on. Can be really good. It also sometimes puts you in a weird spot where you're like, what are we doing? We have flexed quite a few things. I don't know where to put stuff. So this just the first pick. That's okay. Let's see what else they grab here. Enigma and Enchantress have been banned out. Those are really strong supports. They do run off lane Enigma as well. Many teams do, but Team Secret has been picking it a couple times. There's the Timbersaw ban now.
You knew it's coming eventually, right? There's no way a Timbersaw makes it to phase 2. I would be shocked. I will say I like the support potential picks here for Secret. They could go for either the Shadow Demon or the Vengeful Spirit as something that's had a little bit of success playing into the Bat Rider. I think some people are leaning towards the Shadow Demon now. But we'll see. They go for the Mirana. Okay.
I was going to say whatever they end up picking, I want it to keep that Centaur flex still available. I like the options you gave as a response to the the bat. We've seen Shadow Demon Centaur actually do pretty well, but Mirana will also work. This is very likely to be your position 5 hero. We've seen many teams start to favor it. It's been doing very well. The nice thing about Centaur, if it is, actually doesn't even matter if it's 4-support Centaur or offlane Centaur, that is a great stun to combo into arrow. So if they pick another lane with that, the mid lane or the carry, it's not strictly required, but it is nice when your Mirana has these options to rotate to easy arrow targets, easy kills. That just sets you up for the rest of the game.
And you can still go back for that Shadow Demon, right? If you wanted on Team Secret. So
no, you can't.
There it is. Okay, so this is a very smart pick. I think because you kind of need to take that away from Team Secret. I think right now they don't have a great answer to the lasso, but the Shadow Demon obviously would have pretty much been the best go-to. But Aurora has also had a lot of success with this hero. They've picked this up quite a bit, if I'm not mistaken, and they play around it very well. So I like this support duo, pretty aggressive, and they go back for their Kunkka. This has been a staple for them. They have looked so good with the Kunkka this tournament.
Yeah, we've seen them play a lot of offlane Kunkka. I actually don't. Yep. I'm looking through their drafts real quick. I don't even know if we've seen them play mid Kunkka. I think we actually saw them play it yesterday. He missed a couple of the X-Tort combos. Hopefully got those out of the way. Some game day nerves. Spent a little time practicing it. Because, I mean, they still won some of those games too. So that just goes to show if you start landing those combos, the game's even easier. So it does look good. I like the water park build a lot. We see some people get Bloodstone as well to make it even larger.
I think they picked mid Kunkka earlier today against Extreme, and they were looking pretty good that game. They ended up losing it though. I didn't quite see exactly how, but I know at one point they were looking pretty solid. I do just like the Kunkka generally against these two heroes from Secret. Even if they end up just being the supports, it's like Stampede kind of gets nullified when you get X'd, right? So between that, the Torrent, constant knock-up, you have the Tidal Wave as well. There's a lot of things that can become a problem. And Secret, they say, all right, you ban out our Razor, we'll pick a Troll Warlord.
Do you think Troll struggles to deal with disruption, though? I think of Troll as this timing hero. Like when you pop BKB and your ultimate, you gotta get stuff done in that time or you become a lot more vulnerable. And it's a little scary into disruption.
And Demonic Purge, right? It's like you can just get purged, so scary. Did you go back for the Venge, one of the other heroes you were talking about earlier as the counter to the Bat Rider? So I don't hate that. It does give you
Centaur.
True, actually, that's a big point. Yeah. So this should be offlane Centaur. I'm worried that Aurora can just punish the Troll pick here. Because you see the Centaur as well as the Venge, you see both supports. They end up just going for the Puck anyway. So this will lock in Kunkka offlane. I don't think it's too bad here against the Troll Warlord Vengeful Spirit.
It's kind of nice. It's another way to lock down the Stampede, the leaps. Troll can't control himself, just runs, pops coil. Even you swap pop coil. So that's pretty cool. It does commit the Kunkka to the offlane, which I feel like Troll will be okay with that. So maybe Aurora has a different plan for dealing with that. Maybe it is the Puck. Some early rotations could get the Troll killed.
Yeah, I think with Kunkka, it's not as bad of a matchup because if he's in ranged form, you still actually do quite a bit of Tidebringer damage. It's mostly just like the Vengeful Spirit that would make this lane really sad, but she did get pretty heavily nerfed on those early points of Wave of Terror.
Yeah, I think it went from 85 damage down to 60, something like that. It's like 20 or 25 damage off of level 1, which is a good chunk, especially when it comes to securing range creeps. The Troll does have his ranged axes for that. The support duo is interesting since actually we've seen a lot of Mirana 5, and I wonder if they're going to commit to that. But that means it's going to be Vengeful Spirit 4, which I think used to be better in the past. It has dropped a lot lately. Along with the nerf she got, she used to reduce the enemy damage more, so she was just good enough to play in both roles. Lately now, though, you only see her in position 5, so I wonder if that means it's a position 4 Mirana.
It's a good point. I will say Aurora have way more farming potential on their supports than Team Secret do. Because Venge is not a notoriously fast farming hero. She was always something that just like does really solid in the lane because Wave of Terror was honestly a little bit too strong. And then just has swap saves, which is always relevant. But when you consider the fact that you might have a Bat Rider with like a 15-minute Blink Dagger, your Venge has to be in position very early because that swap range is pretty low early on. They get rid of the Alchemist. I actually really like that ban. This would have been a very good out game. You just out tempos the troll, and you have like a Kunkka Puck that also want to play fast.
I wonder if Aurora, we'll see here in a moment. I wonder if they feel these 4 heroes already deal with troll enough that they can pick. Because the thing, there's not a ton of carries who are gonna deal with troll one-on-ones. It's more about like the rest of the team. They're gonna go for the Medusa. She's gonna lane really well against the Centaur. She's not gonna be bothered by him. And then the ultimate, the Stone Gaze, troll can't control himself, so you can still you can freeze him up in that time, disengage a little bit, and then kind of recommit from there.
Can you somehow put a Darkseer in this game for Team Secret? You know, I don't think so. Yeah, they're just gonna go for the Void
Different
Spirit.
purple hero.
Yeah. They're just gonna go ahead and pick up the Void Spirit. A decent counter to the Puck, of course. It's been getting a little bit more attention in terms of that matchup. I think 23's game is pretty good, honestly. Like the Medusa should have a pretty good time. She just has to be a little bit careful about the early pressure you're gonna get from like this Vengeful Spirit Centaur lane. If she's like out of position and gets caught from like a magic missile into a stomp, then you might have to be a little bit worried. But I like Aurora's draft, man. I think it's got a lot going for it.
Yeah, I like what this Shadow Demon offers for them as well. Now, Void Spirit, he has been showing some pretty strong performances versus Pucks. You get through that laning stage, and then you can start rotating around. So we could see him start trying to gank Medusa before she gets too strong. That would certainly put a hole in Aurora's plan, because I feel if Medusa doesn't have a good game, they'll start to lack a little bit of damage. They got magic damage, but as BKBs come on, you know, maybe like a pipe, stuff like that, glimmers, then a lot of that mid-game damage will be lacking if Medusa is missing an item or two.
Yeah. Well, I'm excited. I think this should be a fun game. It should be kind of a little bit of a back and forth, hopefully, but Aurora, these guys have looked so dang good, and honestly, I don't know if they've even lost a game with Q on his Bat Rider, and I think that's going to be one of the big things to keep an eye on, is how much he can get done on this hero. So we will find out as we are going into right now our our fourth series, you and me, our second series of Secret here versus Aurora. So if you guys are just tuning in, not a bad timing. We're gonna see Aurora smoke out right away. I'm surprised. Pucks usually like to orb out and get a really aggressive ward placed, but kind of holding off on it. We'll end up getting the ward out anyway.
Yeah, it's something we see a lot nowadays. Both heroes showing up in the mid lane smoked, just walking by each other. No one smoke popping. Smoke pop now.
So Secret going for the late smoke. We've seen this a couple times, right? They don't smoke down the lane immediately. They're going for like a little bit of a later smoke, and they're gonna wrap around to the top side here. Medusa is basically a creep at this point of the game, right? If you actually happen to find the Medusa anywhere, she's certainly dead. So that's what they're looking for. They have some great heroes at doing so as well, right? Just like if you happen to go Magic Missile on the opening, get a good deep ward placed as well. And who are they going to walk into? It's going to be Ollie. They actually managed to see all of them. He goes for a nice defensive disruption. The push away with the flame breaks, not enough. A great arrow out from Puppy as they will be able to finish off the Shadow Demon, and first blood will go to Boom.
That's a great kill for him. You see, he's already. Oh, I thought he might save up for the Helm of the Iron Will. He's gonna get a magic stick first, but all this extra gold gonna make it easier for him to reach that item timing. And once he has it, it's pretty hard to push him away. Shadow Demon, not a strong laner. Medusa does slowly whittle you down, but when you have that Helm of the Iron Will, you kind of counter that out.
Okay, this was actually super sick by Puppy bottom. Jabs was trying to kill the ranged creep and then like block the creeps into the tower. Puppy just snipes him on an arrow from downtown and then denies the ranged creep. That was cool. Well played by Puppy. But let's take a look at some of his other lanes. I think the top lane should still be okay for the Medusa. It's going to be kind of hard for them to gap close, right? Like, Vengeful Spirit, you go with this Magic Missile, you have the Hoof Stomp to follow it up, and yeah, it's a little bit off the mark there. Ollie just being a little bit annoying here. I mean, these illusions do a lot of damage, especially onto something like a Vengeful Spirit, right?
Yeah, in these early levels, he can use it for some harassing. As it gets, as the laning stage progresses, he's going to want to start saving Disruption to try to save either himself or his Medusa, because this stun combo could be a lot of damage to get a kill.
Take a look at mid lane. Corden not having a great time against Puck. We're going to see a little bit of a pause here. It seems as Void Spirit has to DC on out. His bottle, I'm sure, is on Courier, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. So he will be able to kind of reset here before the rune, or probably right as the rune spawns, but Puck is one of those heroes that can double rune you if you time the orb right.
That is true. If he double runes him here, it would be huge. Because right now, Void Spirit is low. It's nothing too crazy. Puck is a ranged hero versus a melee hero, so the first couple levels usually start this way, but as Void levels up and picks up more damage, it becomes easier. You get more points in the Resonant Pulse to tank through like the right clicks from Puck. So this so far is like not a huge deal, I feel like, but if you do get double bottled or double rune stolen from Puck while this low, that's going to be big for Lorinov, who has been overperforming, I feel like. He's been doing really well this tournament. You don't want to see this guy dumpster your mid lane. That's not a good sign for the rest of your game.
He's actually just going to try and push the Void Spirit back even more. And, well, all right. So he will commit to the top rune. All right. So this will mean one rune for the Void Spirit. That's fine. That's exactly what he needed. A little bit of recovery there for him. Q trying to block the pulls here from Puppy, and looks like he'll be successful with that as well. So good stuff there from the Bat Rider, but
something Aurora has been really good at from the games we saw is stacking. They have some great heroes for that this game. Medusa, give her stacks. Kunkka, Bat Rider, they'd love to clear some early stacks. But we'll see if that comes into play here as well. It's only a few minutes in. You don't want to waste too much time stacking at the start. You still play in the lane, but we're reaching the point where you've got some freedom to move around.
Yeah, once you grab the Lotus here on the Bat Rider, it gives him a little bit more freedom to not have to play the lane, right? Like he can kind of go stack. He can give this Lotus to the Kunkka if he wants, and Jabs is not really at risk of dying once he gets that second bracer out. At least, well, I guess he might need boots against the Troll Warlord, so we will see. But mid lane, Lorinov actually falling very low here as we're getting close to that 4-minute rune, but he's gonna have to pop some clarities here and try and regen at the moment. I mean, overall, it's a pretty good start here for Secret. It's like this slight gold advantage, kind of just set off on the back of that early First Blood. And Boom's opting to just go straight for the phase boot. So he's not going for that Helm of Iron Will like we thought he might do. He's just got himself a magic stick. And he'll rely on the armor from those phase boots instead. Actually, a pretty good read against these heroes, right? Constant snake spam. Shadow Demon loves to use spells as well.
Yeah, he's already got himself 9 charges.
Dude, what a rotation from Secret mid. They know that they're putting the pressure on this Puck, and they bring both of their supports here. Deny the water runes away. Good stuff.
Yeah, this is a matchup that's already going to start leaning toward the Void Spirit as well. You might need some help from supports to... can someone go play really aggressive die and then TP to my lane to fill my bottle? Q, come on. Get in there, buddy. Go Firefly that troll.
Q's been doing a pretty good job at annoying Puppey on this small camp. Like every time Puppey wants to go for a pull, Q just comes over and fireflies it, farms it, and then goes and like farms another camp. So he's been doing a pretty good job at kind of limiting what he can do on this 5 position Mirana. But Chrysalis is having a fantastic time. Like his game is super free right now, 26 and 6 in terms of his net worth, or in terms of his last hits.
Seeing the first stacks come into play too.
We're closing in on the level 6 here for this Void Spirit as well. I guess that's one way to address the stacks. You just go in there with a Mirana and start throwing arrows. Bottom lane, Chrysalis needs to be a little bit careful. The Flame Break into the X, the Torrent. He's all alone. Puppey is not here to get him out of danger, and that is a kill. Going the way of Jabs. Beautiful connection there on those two.
Q, please dive that Mirana. TP to me. Fill my bottle.
Right.
Lauren, he's the stand-in. He's too polite right now. He's just doing his best. If he's on the team, then he feels more comfortable. Like, go, die, fill my bottle. All right, 6 minutes coming in here.
Ancients to stack.
Yeah, he's gonna need some help. Shadow Demon coming in, but so is Venge. All right, he is gonna get the illusion rune this time. He really needed that.
Yeah. Especially since you have a level 6 Void Spirit who is quite strong, and he looks like he might be settling for the Shadow Demon here. The nice magic missile out into the Remnant, and the quick pick off there for Corden. He's also going to get the bounty rune, so that will end up being quite a bit of regen going back his way anyway.
You know, look at mid. Puppey's here.
Oh, that is so close to hitting the arrow. Nicely, I mean, it's a great attempt from Puppey.
Yeah, coming through the trees to give Lornoff the least time possible to react to that arrow, but great player, still dodges it, so the aggression will die from there. 7-minute runes. Anyone gonna go for any steals? Doesn't look like it. Thought maybe Puppey does after that failed gank.
I thought Q was like gonna just stack the triangle again, but no, he doesn't want to risk losing the wisdom rune. I can't really blame him.
Yeah, they don't know where Puppey is. We know that Puppey didn't go for the steal, but seeing that Puppey failed that mid gank, hasn't shown in that bottom lane, you'd hate to have your wisdom rune stolen here. Every game you hate to have your wisdom rune stolen. So.
Yeah, there is no game where you're like, yeah, it's all right this time.
Yeah, everyone watching, if you're not prioritizing wisdom runes at 7 minutes, you're doing something wrong.
Oh, they are going for a stack here on the jungle. Q wants to finish this up as Puppey can't really get away from the Kunkka. Does have one more leap available. Does get the courier. He's trying to deny himself to the creeps, and he gets it. Nice. The leap of death.
Very nice. Jabs was even trying to preempt. He knew what was going to happen, but was trying to get in position for the Tidebringer to finish it off. But these Ancients, too strong. Q, why'd you stack him? He denied himself now.
That was quite funny. I mean, he's still, there's so much stacking happening again on Aurora. We haven't even touched about the fact that like the medium small camp behind the Radiant safe lane has just been getting constantly stacked by the Shadow Demon. I think I've seen 23 kill like probably an extra 10 to 15 creeps up here, so.
Yeah, Medusa's now topping the net, the last hits. But some of these are small creeps, so it's not like, it's not crazy ahead, but it's where you want to be. It's how you want to start this.
Great rotation bottom. You're not quite level 6 on the Kunkka. The Vengeful Spirit into the arrow, more than enough. So Jabs gonna delay that boat a little bit longer. This does open up the triangle again.
Yeah, it's the downside of having supports that they know, like Secret knows, they're just stacking a bunch. It means you're not in the lane doing anything there if you're trying to stack jungle camps. So taking advantage of that to find a kill. Like Puppey's moved in here, he's gonna block one of these camps.
Is Puck actually just farming as well? Yeah, Lordov is actually just farming stacks in his jungle as well. So yeah, they really have no intention of fighting at the moment. It looks like they just want to get to these core, like really important items. The Witchblade, obviously a big one for the Puck. But the big loser at the moment is just Jabs on this Kunkka. He needs some help. Despite finding that kill earlier onto the Troll Warlord, you can't really commit to him now with the Battle Trance.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Mid lane.
Mid lane. Going for a dive here. They find Ollie. A nice coil from Lornov, and Ollie will survive thanks to all that bonus armor from the tower. And Puppey might survive here. Does barely get out to 40 HP. The Stampede paying off. As he's just, he might just deny himself to some creeps here. It's hard to say. He's got no TP for a while.
After stealing a jungle camp with arrow.
Dude, Corden gets the amplify damage rune. He's got no astral steps left, but you're not quite level 6 on these supports.
Kunkka gonna catch up as he does this ancient stack. He has been sacked for these stacks, but I guess actually we also forgot about that Mirana kill that got denied from him. He'd look a little better if he got that too.
That's true. Honestly, Puppey is just sitting under Mighty Mines, getting a bunch of HP back, and took away 2 big creeps. So not bad actually. Ends up getting some useful stuff done in that time frame.
Forgot about Mighty Mines. I think a lot of people kind of forget about the side benefits. It's just like it's there. I'm wondering how much it needs to change, and if pros like really like plan around it. Like, is that why they want Radiant? They're like, oh yeah, Mighty Mines. No, what is the one down here? Well, let's go.
The Wishing Well or something?
Wishing Well buff. It's a cool idea. I like it, but it doesn't seem like it's really come into the meta yet. It's just like there. Well, maybe Puppey does. That's why he's sitting there.
Dire's top tower.
Yeah, certain heroes definitely benefit from one or the other when they go to the jungle, right? It kind of depends. You can also like modify your item builds slightly. If you're a hero that like needs mana, but you're on the Radiant side, like maybe you can just play a little bit greedier and go for like a damage item if you want to jungle, but I think you're right. It doesn't play like the biggest role in deciding sides here. Speaking of Troll Warlord, how close are we to this Battle Fury? He is closing it, only 600 away. Jabs. Oh, he's fine. He's out. Okay.
Interestingly, this game we see Q going for a Pavis on his Bat Rider, not trying to go for a fast blink. I'm guessing their mentality then is we're gonna put this Medusa on front and we don't need to initiate. We don't need to start things. Just let Medusa be the front line, make her really strong, and then counter initiate when they go on Medusa. Otherwise, like if you need to start stuff, I think we'd see a blink from Bat Rider. I mean, he'll still probably get one eventually, but
yeah, it could be a little bit of the Venge as well, right? Like it makes it less fun to play the Bat Rider with an early blink if the Vengeful Spirit's available, but I think your read is probably the big thing, right? You just kind of want to get to a Solar Crest for this Medusa.
She's doing well. I wonder if Troll will end up building a Diffusal to burn mana. It did get a little worse, but it's a pretty nice item versus Medusa.
We're gonna see a smoke come out from Aurora. A pretty like low like kill game. We're seeing it 4 kills here, just 13 minutes, but Jabs up onto the front here. He just gets a blind torrent to Puppey. What a grab. And
Hacker man here.
Yeah, dude, that is pretty neat. But in comes Corden, a massive astral step onto 3. Disruption buys him some space, and there's gonna be a great coil as well. But the numbers from Secret are there. The coil does snap, trying to hold this Void Spirit down. Can they do it? Nice swap out from Eki. But here comes 23 on this Medusa, trying to find the kill down to 7 HP. He gets him with a sticky of all things, and Chrysalis here caught out on the bottom side, does still have that ult available. Great stomp out from Boom. Corden goes back in once again. Q in a little bit of danger, but throws out that Pavis. They're just tanking so much of the damage, and Chrysalis, he's got to be careful, man. He's on the run. They want to chase, but can they dive him under the tower? They've got another X. No torrent this time, but you do have a Waning Rift available in a moment. They will back up.
You're pretty happy with that. It got a little dragged out, but that was a 3 for 1. So it looked scary too. Secret, that was a really nice jump initially, but just didn't quite have the damage to finish it off. That boat buff coming in, keeping them all alive. And the Pavis too.
Puck needs to be careful. Up onto the high ground. Nice chase here from Boom. Does not quite get away at the moment, but does have one more jaunt away. Has that regen rune, of course, that he just bottled. And Lornov going to be very happy to get that one running.
Oh, Medusa's actually getting the defusal. That's interesting.
I mean, it's pretty good for Swap. Does snap the coil, but of course the shield helps her out quite a bit. Here comes the X jabs. He's just going to let the boat go. Do they finish him off? Lornov's got a lot of damage himself, but it's not enough. Puck goes forward up onto the high ground. Corden follows. Jabs is here looking for something, and so is Q. He sees Puppy. Can he actually close the gap? No. You don't get that movement speed anymore, you know, from the Solar Crest on yourself, so.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, that item was busted when it did it.
Yeah, dude. Cordit goes in, finds Ollie. Great remnant into the arrow, and they will take down the Shadow Demon. A great pickoff. Not worth the most, but a big part of their team fight, so.
Bottom tower might fall to this catapult. One more attack. Oh, okay, from Boom. He's gonna deny it.
That works.
Halberd almost finished by Kunkka. 23 is walking over that stat game. He's like, no, no, no. This is my Halberd. Turn around. Turn around. That Halberd will be really good. You just drop it on the troll. Even Void Spirit in this early game, he's doing a lot of right-click damage as a universal hero. So disarming any of these heroes, very strong. I also wonder if it's part of like the early game plan of get Medusa pretty strong and let's go. This fast Halberd means that troll probably doesn't have a BKB yet, right? He's still working on that Sanj Yasha. If they decide to go anytime soon in the next like 4 to 5 minutes, still not could be a BKB. Troll's not going to do anything.
Vengeful Spirit coming in very aggressively behind the tower will get scouted out, and he ends up swapping out the Medusa, but they even commit the Purge. So they find themselves a pretty easy pick off. And I'm pretty sure that, yeah, they committed the Moonlight Shadow, so an instant smoke out here from Aurora. They get the coil on the Corden, maybe, but he also has a shield rune plus that Mage Slayer, so he is not an easy kill. They're still pinging around the mid tower. This is that downside of not having that blink early on Q. He would absolutely commit it if he gets the feeling there's a hero here, but looks like they might just get the tower uncontested jabs. His smoke's gonna pop, and the ward here will scout him, so Corden just Astral steps down to the low ground. Torrent not on the mark, but yeah, they get the tower. That's all they really wanted from this, so that's nice.
That's going to speed them up on their timings. Puck just finished the blink. Batrider is going back for a blink. About halfway there. It's honestly not a bad blink timing anyways, considering he's a support who bought another item first.
He's so far.
And yeah, I do think we're going to see them start getting together. I like this. Ollie building the Aether lens as well. He's just going to stand behind the Medusa, save whoever gets gone on, which is probably the Medusa who's on the front line. So far, I like it. I feel like they have a plan and they're itemizing towards it. Let's see how, once they finish their items, how they end up actually executing on it.
Yeah, I'm looking for the next set of items for Secret, like what's going to be the big game changers here. And it's just a bunch of Kaya Sanj and Yasha items, right? They have Kaya Sanj queued up on the Centaur, Kaya Sanj queued up on the Void Spirit, Sanj and Yasha queued up on Troll Warlord. So they're just like, okay, let's just get some stats, some status resistance, and a little bit of damage, and we'll see how we go from there. Are you surprised to see the no Shivas being queued up here on the Centaur?
Bottom tower is under attack.
It was a very good build-up before. The recipe's worse, so I think unless you really need the regen reduction and the spell amp, it's not as good. And this game, he's got a lot of physical damage from his teammates. And on the other side, like Medusa heal regen, LMAO, you know, no value there really.
Yeah.
But the armor would be nice, but maybe you can just opt for another armor item later on.
Yeah, potentially.
Dragon skill, nice pickup. That'll help him with his armor.
Yeah. Man, this Medusa is going to be very farmed very fast here. Not to mention, like, Shadow Demon, you can just use these disruption illusions to split push as well, so that's very nice. Plus, it gets the bonus base damage, which pretty good for Medusa illusions.
All right, I was gonna say I think they want to wait for Disperser before going, but actually looks like they're smoked up, getting ready to go. Maybe looking to fight the 20-minute rune.
It's an amplify damage.
Yeah, fantastic rune for Puck. They're gonna smoke everybody up. I don't think there's any wards here. Yeah, so maybe they can catch Secret off guard here.
They saw a glimpse of someone. They see Eki now, which Q will reveal that Blink Dagger. That is a nice find, right? You know the Venge is always going to try and cancel out those Blink lassos, so take the one hero that ruins it away.
Yep, and then 23 just going to come down, start poking this tower. I don't think they're really going to commit here. I think they want to grab the Aegis when they can. They can do it. It is going to be slow, though.
I mean, they didn't really commit a whole lot outside of the lasso, so Lorna might just go for Puppy here on a solo kill, and my god, the amplified damage plus the Vambrace. Dude, what was that?
Disgusting. That's what that was.
Just took
too much damage
in like 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, Puck is one of the best. There's a couple heroes who do a mix of spell damage.
Oh, they caught jabs. He's a great find. He gets the halberd off, but there's still so much extra damage coming in, and the boat will not save him. Nice grab. They will know about that ward now.
Yeah, and I was talking about Roche for Aurora, but Secret actually has an easier time doing Roche with the Troll Warlord, and after a kill like the Kunkka, that's a huge part of the team fight. So they're just going to run in here right away.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing can stop them, really. Like, you would have to have that Kunkka to throw the boat, to throw the torrents. And so, yeah, just will be first Aegis going their way. It's likely going to end up, well, I was going to say it could be a farming Aegis, but you're really close to your BKB here on Chrysalis. Here comes the Medusa army. Oh, God.
Just a little too late. A little too late. I mean, it's funny now. Later, it really will be scary. All those Medusa illusions as she picks up even more agility items. It is something you got to be scared of. And she's actually changing it. Instead of Disperser, it looks like she's maybe getting a Butterfly first.
Yeah. Which I wasn't sure if she was going to finish the Disperser or not. Maybe doesn't really feel like she needs the Surge kind of yet that comes out of it. And so just going to stick on to that Butterfly. Okay, I have a question because they were supposed to add a mana cost to Diffusal. Did they just forget about that, or is the tooltip wrong?
I'm not sure. I've also noticed that. I keep meaning to test it, and then I keep forgetting.
Yeah.
And as a support player, I've literally never built Diffusal, so
I'm just gonna try and see him cast it and see what happens. You know, it's like it's supposed to cost 25 mana. I don't know if it does, but we'll see.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Do it, Medusa. Diffusal one of these creeps for us.
Both teams gonna focus up on the Tormentors, maybe, as Ollie is down here just throwing up those poison stacks. Kunkka will help him finish it off. Yeah, nice job.
Puppy got the Aghanim Shard for Secret. I think the Venge one's better. It's slowly getting a little better, actually, the Mirana Shard, but still not really that amazing for a support Mirana, I feel like. I think the double stun from Venge a lot better.
The directional cast on the Leap is actually kind of neat, I will say. Like, being able to, like, vector target the cone is not a bad, like, thing. It does a little bit of damage, you know, but it makes it at least way better, because previously you're like, well, I don't really want to leap this way, and so now the cone's not going to hit. But at least now you can, kind of like you would do with, like, a swashbuckle, throw the cone out a little bit, but Secret. Oh my. Okay, Chrysalis is realizing, it's like, okay, those are the Shadow Demon illusions, I think. So Yeah, those things do a serious chunk of damage. Almost managed to get Lorna, but a great stomp from Boom on the backside. Medusa's got to be able to get this ult off, but instead just actually walks away. There's going to be the torrent. They actually miss for the moment, but the coil connects onto him. Great swap to the low ground, but they're going to grab Boom with a lasso. Eki trying to get away. They will make a little bit of space, but they are really easy to chase, and now he will just sacrifice himself for the rest of his team. But Lornov, he's not done, man. He does so much damage. He wants to continue to chasing 4 more. The Glimmer Capes will be able to get Puppy to safety. But it looked like a potentially good fight for Secret, and instead they just don't have the damage follow-up for this Medusa.
Yeah, Medusa's pretty tanky herself, and then Kunkka did manage to cast the boat on top. So it was just really hard to like get enough damage to kill these heroes, and it also kind of forced them in to that area. Void Spirit and Centaur are able to get in there, but Troll not actually there to attack in that time.
Dude, I'm like looking at the disruption. This ability is actually so nuts with your Medusa. They get 70 bonus base damage and do 50% damage. So it's like these things are hitting for like 160 each.
There they are, helping to melt down that tower.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Well, they're gonna smoke up on the backside. Ollie does pop it. Chrysalis, nice jump in. They know no disruption this time, so they will grab themselves a little freebie there. So that's a nice find, but you lose the tier 2 tower anyway.
Yeah, if everyone gets out, I don't think you feel too bad on Aurora, but they're kind of close to Jabs and 23.
He's in a good spot on the high ground, but oh, he needs to be very careful. Oh no,
whoa,
the swap ends up giving him everything he needs. Oh, that is unfortunate. It's just
Okay,
one of
guys,
those like
we got
split-second decisions.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. That is the boat down, so you'll see Christos feels comfortable to just come up, hit this tier 1 even without creeps. Might keep going. Boat is cooldown got nerfed a little bit ago, so they have some time here if they want to keep pushing.
It was like 60 at all levels at one point, wasn't it?
Yeah, it used to be super low.
All right, well, you do have a Medusa problem. Like all of this time, like you have just been farming up on Aurora. You can also see the fact that the Batrider has passed both offlaners in terms of net worth, which is par for the course when it comes to Q. Like I said, this guy's Batrider has looked the most impressive in the tournament. Like I have seen this guy just do some ridiculous stuff on this hero. He has Force Staff, Blink, Solar Crest, and nearly Boots of Travel. So yeah, this guy is very scary.
I love it. He's living the support dream. More farm than the offlaners. That's the life.
Jabs finished up his Ags as well, so you have a little bit more team fight to play with. I like Secret's play here to just not actually go head on into Aurora. I think they are very scary right now, and try and get maybe whatever tower they can grab here is they're looking to go bottom or mid potentially, but
yeah, I think they recognize. Yeah, they're not strong enough to kill Medusa yet, I think. I mean, you're like 5-on-1 fighting her, you're fine, right? But the way these fights would play out, they don't feel confident enough yet. They want more items. But they may not be given that time.
You do not have a fortification, and this tower is not going to last long against 5 Medusas, so...
Illusion army.
Oh, man. You will be able to fort, of course, once the tower falls, but Lornov needs to be a little bit careful here. Q, if he gets a lasso, could spell disaster. We'll go ahead and pop that fortification. They do force it out as another disruption comes through from Ollie. Troll has come back, so it looks like they do want to fight Secret. They were looking at maybe trying to split push here, but my goodness.
This is the game plan. Medusa hits a strong timing. Everyone stand behind her.
They see Q, but they also see Corden on the other side. He's able to dodge out for the moment. He's thinking of going in on the Batrider, but would have been very scary. So they will just back away. They see everyone from Secret is here. Secret's going to smoke out after him.
Look how long range Disruption is. He has an Aether Lens and a Psychic Headband. It's going to be really tough to find Ollie in the back line. That's what Corden was trying to do, but ended up running into Q.
Jeez, yeah, I didn't even realize. That's quite nice. And he'll eventually get his Blink Dagger. He's only about 170 gold away, and at that point, it's even more difficult to find the Shadow Demon at the start of these fights. A very long wraparound here from Secret. They need this opening, but you aren't gonna get it. I mean, the calls from Aurora have been on point right now. Like, they are knowing exactly where Secret's moving around this map, even if, you know, they're under smoke or they're under Moonlight Shadow. Like, they're reading it perfectly.
Yeah, when those Medusa illusions killed those creeps and there was no response, they kind of know what's happening here. As they see Mirana in the base, though, they're gonna look for their own fight.
They managed to find him, but an instant disruption out to save him, and here comes the boats out from Jabs. They've caught the troll. The swap will save him for now, but you're just taking so much damage from this Medusa. The Void Spirit's gonna go down first, and Jabs with Lorna will chase down Eki. 2 quick kills, but the lasso, it's managed to catch Chrysalis. He pops the BKB, he has to pop the Battle Trance. They will potentially get him. No, there's gonna be the Stone Gaze. They've held it the whole fight, and Chrysalis 1v5, you no chance at all. And just
Roshan
like that,
could potentially
no
be up, but they're just gonna go for it. They won that fight right in front of the enemy base.
There's
Should
no
be 2
fortifications
sets.
either.
Yeah, I think it's 2 sets of barracks.
Dude, it's at least 2. I think they might get the tier 3 as well. With how fast the Shadow Demon helps push here, you have 50 seconds with no troll, no BKB, nothing.
I think you're right. They're moving down. They didn't actually finish that range barracks top. Maybe they're gonna send illusions there or something.
I mean, they should be able to get this. There's 10 seconds on a lasso. Lornov looking to just kind of put some harassment here into the Void Spirit, force him back into the fountain, make him feel a little bit less confident about going for the high ground.
He needs to kill that catapult and cut the next wave. Centaur already cut bottom, but mid's coming in now, so they're gonna have more backdoor time here. Yeah.
I mean, there's the lasso. They catch Puppy on the Mirana. He will be able to get away for the moment, but boom, he went for the stomp. Eki just getting destroyed solo by Lornov. He's going to buy back into the game, and Troll is coming through as well. They've caught Kunkka. He's got his whole kit available. He's going to try and let her rip, but they grab the kill anyway. The boat will slow them down as Lornov goes in to try and do what he can. Almost manages to take down Boom. They will drop a smoke as the Medusa illusions will get cleaned up by Chrysalis. I mean, that's a decent disengage. You only lose the Kunkka. You force a buyback from the Venge.
Secret's hoping to find Roshan at least off of that, but they're going to get here and find out it is a very long spawn. Kunkka is going to respawn and be able to contest this.
You have a level 20 Medusa now as well. So that Stone Gaze duration is very scary. It can freeze you twice now under the increased duration, right? If you get caught from it early.
Crystal's just running in.
Yeah, Crystal's going to try, but Disperser gets her away. I mean, maybe they were looking for a swap there, but... Yeah, good patience from Aurora. They see them coming out like that. They're like, okay, maybe Roche isn't up. They're waiting for their Kunkka. 23. He's pretty far forward. They get the swap. He goes for the Manta. Can they save him? An instant disruption from Ollie, but he's really low on mana. He needs help. He goes to the Stone Gaze. He gets it. He's trying to just dish the damage back out, and he does. They can't finish the Medusa. 23 Savage stands his ground. They get 3. They're looking for Chrysalis. He can't TP to safety. 4 for 0. You dropped everything, and rightful GG. Yeah, they know there's nothing left.
That was a really good swap, actually. That was like the best play they could go for, but that shows how good of the itemization from Ollie was, recognizing all I gotta do, not let that happen. So he's got the Blink, the Aether, he has the cast range item. It was close. Like, Medusa dropped low, but the extra time the disruption saved, and then the extra damage from the illusions, yeah, they just clean up that fight. It would have been the end. Roche into the rest of the base, just doing exactly what we saw them do earlier.
Yeah, and you committed everything. Like, Troll, BKB, Battle Trance was all dropped here, and no buyback, obviously. There's just no way to defend the base. Let's just look at these score lines, because all 3 of your...
12?
Yeah. It's like this game had like almost no kills, but it's just a slow and steady bleed for Secret where they just can't keep up with the Medusa. We see this hero get picked, and I'm like, I felt like you need something to deal with this Medusa, and they were hoping, you know, maybe they would just have overwhelming enough damage. The Void Spirit could potentially slow down the puck, but these guys, like 6-0 and 10 from the puck, 5-0 and 5 from your Bat Rider. Like this guy, Q, you can't keep giving this guy this hero, man.
But who do you let through? It's tough. I really like the way Aurora played that game. I feel like they had a clear game plan and everyone itemized really well for it.
Yeah, super fun game number 1 here, and this has just become kind of the norm for what we've expected from Aurora. Is they're just continuing to kind of put themselves at the top of their group, nearly qualifying for group stage part 2, but we will have to see. We've got one more game coming up, so we're gonna go to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back. We'll see you in just a bit.
you had. It's been love since we met. Right from the bar to the bed, all night long, roller coaster. A 5-inch scar on my shoulder. You smile, I'm high. I put my heart on the line. I'm addicted to you, I can't lie. It's whenever you kiss me goodbye. I'm high in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. And we faced harder times when sweet words turned into lies. We got caught in our nest, yeah. I put our love on a rest. Hit the brake, I turn over. And never ever say that you know her. Got a flame to fuel every night. Keep her safe and hold her tight. High in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. With you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you.
I'm so
Hello everybody, welcome back here to Dream League Season 22 as we're getting close to rounding out day number 3 of this group stage. My name is Cryptic, I'm here with Quixotics, and we have one game left between Team Secret and Aurora. But goddamn man, Aurora's looking so good this whole tournament. Every single game they seem to impress me, and it's not even like Secret played bad, it's just Aurora outplayed them what seemed like the whole game.
Yeah, I'd say Aurora, so far what has seemed to set them apart is a very clear game plan and pretty good execution on that. You know, there's always room to improve. I won't say it's perfect. We do see some slip-ups here and there, but I don't even know. I don't know if it's they have a better read on the draft. I don't feel like they're picking massively different heroes than other teams. Maybe the drafting order. I do think that last game, the draft helped them a lot. That Troll Warlord pick after the Shadow Demon made Troll's game pretty hard, and it set up later for the Medusa to have such a good game. You can either just siege with illusions, or you set this Medusa as this focal point. You have to deal with Medusa, but if you try to deal with her, we also have the Shadow Demon guy in the back, and you're like, oh, how do I get to the Shadow Demon when there's a Medusa in the front? And they just didn't quite have the right heroes to do that. So I do think the draft helped them out a lot, but some of these other games we've seen them do well, and it's not, you know, it doesn't feel like a massive out draft. It feels like they're just playing greedy, yet just greedy enough that they hit a very nice timing and it all comes together.
The just greedy enough thing is kind of what I honestly think is a great description, because we come back to Aurora in like post-game summaries and we look like how many camps did these guys actually stack? I think there was one game they had like 20 stacks in the first like 14-15 minutes of the game. This last game they had almost 30 stacks.
Wow.
Like created between their team. And it's like you have Batrider and Shadow Demon who are super farmed, and part of that is because they're the primary ones stacking for their team. It allows the Medusa to hit their timings. It's good stuff, man. I would be surprised if we don't see some respect on these supports, but let's find out as we've got a draft underway here, ready to go into, as it is going to again be game number 2 of Team Secret versus Aurora. So far, the same bands to kick things off right now. The Monkey King, again, respect band from Secret. Probably the Razor will be in there as well.
Yeah, I think going back to it, maybe one difference, not that Centaur played badly. I think it worked, but Timbersaw went through, and Timbersaw seems really strong, you know? Like, I think Timbersaw would have had an easier time applying pressure in this game. I feel like Timbersaw's looked better than Centaur. I could be wrong. Of course, every team has their own takes.
Dude, it is... I mean, I can double check and look back at their win rates and everything. I am gonna say with like 90% confidence that Timbersaw has had more success in this tournament. Let's find out if I'm right. Timbersaw, almost a 70% win rate. Centaur is sub 50. Okay, so my feelings are fact in that situation. It's one of those things that like definitely players have their own preference. Teams draft them for various reasons. So it's not like in every game you should just be picking Timbersaw over the Centaur, right? If you have a specific game plan, you want to go for it. And it looks like Secret are addressing a major problem with the Aurora team, which is getting rid of the Batrider. But here's your Timbersaw now. So they're like, okay, you ban our Batrider, we'll take the Timbersaw in the opener. And they still get one of the things that they really want.
Yeah, let's see what their response is, because I think you gotta have a plan for it if it's slipping through. Maybe Enigma. Okay, no, Doom. They're just going to potentially doom the Timbersaw, take him out of the fight.
It's not a bad plan by any means. I will say Timbersaws are kind of opting for more of like an early Kaya Sange instead of the Shivas,
Yeah.
so that definitely helps against the Doom, especially with the duration reduction on those earlier Doom levels. But I still think Doom pretty good in the game sense. I like it being played a little bit more aggressively as opposed to the minus Octarine build. But I have to say you gotta address Timbersaw more than just a Doom.
Yeah, I think another nice thing for Secret here is that they do flex Doom into position 4 as well. Same idea as the Centaur, which they kind of kept for a little bit, but then eventually they revealed it, like what it was going to be, and kind of took some of that flex away. I kind of wouldn't mind if they picked the mid hero a little earlier to keep that potential flex value of, is it Doom, Doom in the off lane, is it Doom 4? Because that could massively change who you feel comfortable playing as a carry. Last game, like once they saw it was like, oh, it's either Centaur and Mirana, Centaur and Venge, like we can just pick Medusa. Medusa's not going to struggle in that lane.
I like the attention to the bans again from Aurora, like just kind of focusing up on some of Puppy's heroes. I know we saw Eki play the Enigma earlier as well, so I know Puppy typically plays the Enigma, but they have even flexed to the 4 position. So just identifying, you know, the getting rid of the comfort heroes from Aurora, right? Like if you look at, I'm sorry, from Secret, but if you look at Aurora's bans, like a lot of these are just comfort picks. They're not necessarily like the super meta bans that we normally see.
Yeah, this game and last game we saw a lot of those personalized bans, which is why we were surprised that Timbersaw slipped through, but not this time.
Yeah, ban at the Shadow Demon. I think this is a great adjustment from Secret. Overall, I think it was the support duo for Aurora that enabled their lineup so heavily, so they're gonna have to do something a little bit different here as they go for a Lion. I mean, their Mirana is still available, which is something that they like to play, especially since they play a lot of Kunkka as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing the Mirana. Trying to think of who else. Natures. All right, maybe going back a bit to explore how viable they still feel Natures is. They were playing him before, got hit with some nerfs that do feel a little bad. I believe Aurora should essentially be guaranteed to move on now, so maybe they feel a little bit more room to explore to see, can we still play with Natures? Does it still feel good enough, or do the nerfs make this like not worth it?
I'm gonna double check the groups really quick. I think it comes down to the second game of Tundra right now, because if Tundra actually manages to win all of their, if they 2-0 Liquid and then they 2-0 one win, they technically could get up to 8 wins, which is where both Shopify and Aurora are sitting at the moment. So it is possible to force a tiebreaker. 9 wins would guarantee you in. But it is going to be close in Group B. I think Group B and Group A, there's definitely scenarios for tiebreakers in both. But I'm a little bit curious to see how they address the Tiny pick here as well, because we've seen this hero actually have some massive impact here today. And I think Lion really does struggle against this guy. Like if it's kind of like who sees who first, but Tiny will instantly kill a Lion.
Yeah, and if not on his own, then you'll have a Nature's Prophet who can TP in. For what it's worth, I do think Natures is still viable so long as you play to the strengths of that hero, which involve that global rotation fairly early. It is now going to be at a longer cooldown, which is certainly a nerf to the pro players who can keep up high off cooldown activity, but you can still do that. It's just a little bit worse than before this patch. Ooh, an IO.
Sign me up. I don't even care what the carry pick is going to be, but this is sick. Okay, this is Secret saying, we know what's been meta. We know that this IO has not really been that, respected, let alone Muerta, which has been basically a dead hero this entire patch. This is cool. I think this is a really good way of addressing the Timbersaw and generally in lane, but also a lot of damage.
I'm on board. I think IO Muerta, I think, is a really sick combo, but both of those heroes have not been terribly meta. So we haven't gotten to see it, but their synergy is really good. Like the attack speed, the spell amp works. Like of all the carries you can make use of that, Muerta is essentially the best. And I guess they feel like seeing Timbersaw enough. Sometimes you want to see the carry before committing to this. Like oftentimes like a high armor carry is why teams will pick Muerta, or they did in the past, not so much lately.
Dude, how would you feel
something here?
Yeah, that's true. I was gonna say, how would you feel about throwing Timbersaw mid and just grabbing a Darkseer and having like Darkseer tiny lane? And then you have like Darkseer tiny Timber natures as like an incredibly fast tempo
just always
team.
rotating into her lane. I think I'm down for that.
Okay, they just go back for the Medusa. All right,
Round
I mean
two.
that works. It is
Muerta
one of
not
those
really
heroes
a diffusal
that
builder.
Yeah, that is a good point. I was gonna say Medusa also doesn't care about damage types, right? Like
that's true.
Magic resistance and armor literally don't factor into Medusa's damage reduction in any capacity. So it's like Muerta being like, "Oh, I can get past your armor." Medusa's like, "What armor?" You know?
Yeah, at least not until you get to the health, but that's not really by that point you're in some danger anyways. So the downside is Lion will drain your mana, but a hero like Doom does not really matter to you as a Medusa. I will say that makes life a little easier for the Doom, at least so far, because like, oh, you know, who do I? Sometimes it's hard to choose who I Doom. It's like, well, okay, it's not gonna be Medusa, so I guess it's just Timbersaw. Timbersaw's maybe not gonna be happy about that. But if he builds Lasange and then, like, yeah, I actually want to be doomed so that my carry's fine. Maybe that's part of the plan. Who has last pick? Secret has last pick, right? Yeah, so Aurora, maybe you could pick a flexible hero who could also swap with Timber, so that depending what you see, you could play mid or off lane on either hero. I was gonna say Kunkka is one such hero, but I don't know how well Kunkka lanes into Muerta. It's also got to be a greedy pick. It's not an Aurora draft if it's not a little greedy.
That is true. I mean, I think you still kind of got to be aware of a Darkseer pick here. I do think it's legitimately scary if they get it. The downside is you don't have a lot of team fight to play around, but like vac wall into just an avalanche is usually enough to be very scary. If they go Pucks, they're looking backline then. Yeah, it'll be the Coddle. So that is a pretty cool pick here. There's your Medusa battery as well. It's like you had the Shadow Demon last game to keep her alive. This time it's just Chakra Magic.
There's some... I mean, it's probably a core Coddle, right? We don't see much support Coddles nowadays. Okay.
Right, and it fits, right? You're running Timbersaw with Nature's Prophet. You have a Tiny. They do get the Storm Spirit, which every time we've seen Keeper of the Lights picked previously, it's usually a Storm Spirit ban. So Corden's probably pretty happy about that. Lorinov, we'll see how he handles the lane. It's pretty decent for the Keeper of the Light early, right? Like Storm Spirit can't really get on top of him. But I like the Coddle pick. I don't know. How do you feel?
I guess it is there to make a little bit more space. I don't feel like it has as clear of a purpose. I guess it will be Spirit Vessel versus Io, but these just aren't like the tankiest heroes where Spirit Vessel is amazing. I guess in that sense, the magic nuke damage is actually quite good. So maybe we'll see that Dagon again and just nuke some of these less tanky heroes.
Yeah. I think it does kind of fit their game plan of what they did last game with the Medusa as well, right? It's like they just wait for the Medusa to come online, and then it's everyone sits behind the Medusa. And you can kind of just do it again, right? Lorinov on the Keeper of the Light will always be able to just kind of drop Chakra Magic mana into the Medusa so she can at least have a little bit more life to play with. The problem is the Lion. It really is. Like, mana drain level 4 is very scary against the Medusa.
I think compared to their last draft, there's also less like actual save and counter initiate for the Medusa. You can still buff her up and back her up in a similar way. But last time, like if they go on her disruption, first of all, huge in terms of saving her. But then there was also like Kunkka Boat buffing her up, stunning up the enemy. There's like a Blink Lasso, which pierces BKB carry, like running at the guy. There was more actual protection, I suppose, but I can still see how they do it. Like they amp her up, maybe like a Solar Crest from like Nature's potentially, or any other auras he decides to build. They could still go for a similar game plan.
Yeah, absolutely. Very excited. Anyone who may just be tuning in, well, you've missed a lot of Dota here today, but we have one really good game left here, and it is Secret taking on Aurora. Secret kind of need a game here if they want to give themselves a good opportunity to get to that group stage phase 2. That being said, Aurora, a win here will guarantee them through to the next stage. So very important for both teams. We're going to see a nice smoke wraparound, similar to what we saw last game from Secret, actually, right? Like this same kind of deep smoke wraparound where they ended up finding the SD.
Yeah, maybe hoping to find a very low health Medusa kill, but thanks to the ward, thanks to the ward that the Nature's placed, they already know that Storm came up here to ward. This might give an idea back to Secret that there is stuff here. Knowing Storm is there, I wonder if they're going to try to take this fight, actually. I feel like they suspect that Secret's over here, especially because you have that ward bottom, so you know they're not down there.
Yeah, and you don't really want to fight on Aurora. Like, yes, Keeper of the Light is pretty decent, but you have Medusa, arguably one of the worst level 1 heroes in Dota, and you also have a Nature's Prophet who went teleport. So you don't really have a lot that you can offer in the team fight. So I like the decision. Just head to your lanes. You got a D-ward. Be happy with that start and play it normal. I look at Jabs and Q, though. They're ready to kill the creep wave. You know, at least kill the range creep, right? Actually, they may just...
looks like they're throwing some auto attacks. Oh, Nature's is here, too. It's a party. No, he's going to leave. Don't take my XP. Get out of here. I report
you. Get it?
Oh, he still got some, I think.
Or
maybe that's from the D-ward earlier. That might be from the D-ward. I'm not sure.
No, it's 37 each, so yeah. I mean, the XP range got slightly buffed, didn't it, recently? I
think it just became easier to see.
Or it was
maybe you're right.
I don't remember.
I think they were all there for the D-ward, too. But either way, between that and the D-ward, we might see some like level 2 timings hit first. These aren't exactly the most classic heroes to be that strong at level 2, so I don't think they'll actually do anything with that. See some creep dragging shenanigans already down here in that bottom lane.
Yeah, Puppy, really good attempt here. I mean, if Jabs actually hit the... Yeah, you can see it. Q's pinging like, yo, get that medium camp, because that would actually like wipe the creep wave away. And there it is. Oh, well, wait a minute. What are they doing?
No, they don't. They only aggro to the pole camps, but you can get more damage from like the medium camp. The medium camps will fight it, just the lane creeps won't fight back.
Okay. Kind of a weird interaction there. Didn't know that. Then again, how often are you dragging across your jungle, you know? So
in pub games, never. But the pros, they've run into it a little bit.
And the annoyance of the Lion begins. The Earth Spike into Mana Drain. The spam will never end. That being said, you got to be careful. You have the Coddle, you have the Nature's Prophet in this lane, has his Blood Grenade at the ready. He's looking for any opportunity to join a lane, right? Whether it be mid for the Storm Spirit, which is a possibility because of Keeper of the Light, or if that is bottom lane here with the Timber Saw and the Tiny.
Yeah, Corden already aware of that. I think everyone got their Quelling Blades. Supports don't. They're going to trust their cores to do it for them. You can probably do that in a pro team. In your pubs, you got to get your own. You can only depend on yourself.
Yeah. So far, pretty even lanes. Like CS-wise, there's almost no difference. Jabs does have his lane in a pretty good spot here, which is kind of a result of how the lane started, right, with those blocks and, of course, the dragging from Q as well. So I think they're pretty happy with where they're at. Getting those early levels on the Timber Saw is fantastic. Allows you to have a little bit more burst damage to play around. You could also opt for that reactive armor if you really want it. That being said, Corden needs to be careful. Again, the Nature's Prophet could show up and he's TPing right to the rune. They know he's just going to deny that away. Puppey has to chop through one of the trees. He will make it, but again, it's just Lornov and Corden just duking it out, and it's only a matter of time. He gets it. First blood for the Keeper of the Light. That is massive. Top lane, they're looking for 23, though. There's going to be the mana drain, but Ollie TP's right back. They do not want to let that happen.
And this is a little bit more what we expected last time we saw Nature's Prophet in an earlier series, which is that the first couple levels, you know, maybe a bit of a struggle, but from there you out-harass the enemy with Illuminate, and now you've got this Nature's to show up. Whereas prior to level 6, usually it's hard to get solo kills as Coddle, but with a little bit of help, let's see, gets that first blood. That'll speed up his timings a lot. He's already got that earned boots.
That's huge, actually. We saw the Coddle in our game earlier struggled to get that earn out, and as a result, like, wasn't able to make that rotations early on. Bottom lane, we see a little bit of fighting out here. The Muerta still does a lot of damage, and she is farming exceptionally well, but you do still need to be very careful. The Io is absolutely susceptible to just like an Avatos as soon as he gets level 3 here. And then a quick rotation for the Nature's Prophet. But he's just kind of fighting it out in this top lane. I don't really blame him. He's having a great time here into the Lion. Got himself a casual bracer. And Eki actually in some trouble. He has no stun for a moment. The damage is enough. They get the kill. Boom. Turning around, trying to bring down the Nature's Prophet himself, but he's just going to TP out. See ya.
Courier delivery service. Do you need anything, 23? I'll teleport back.
Yeah, I mean, he's thinking where he wants to TP. He could go mid. They will just find Puppey bottom. And there's the Avatos. Does he have the tether? It's so close, but he won't make it. He's just going to TP back top. And like you said, courier delivery service. He's got a band here for the Medusa. Great start to the game here for Aurora, up to 3-0.
We'll say Storm doing better than expected, all things considered. He got killed, but still at the top in terms of last hits. A little bit behind because, of course, he got killed. Though. But
he's not yet level 6, and Q is here. This is going to be so much magic damage. They got him. I mean, that is all a result of that first kill, right?
Yeah, that level difference making all the difference there. Once he's 6, he pretty much won't die to the Keeper of the Light.
Well, he just goes up here to clear this hard camp, realizes Lion just stacked it for him. He's like, oh, cool, thank you.
Thanks, Lion. It's really cool of you.
Bottom lane's an arcane rune, so that is even better. Drop a little bit of mana into his Tiny. Says, thank you for ganking, sir. All right, Corden should hit 6 here on this mid lane. So things are going to be a little bit better for him, of course. Not like just going to get popped by this Coddle, who is level 7 now. So 4 points in this Illuminate is very scary. And he is... Sorry, are those Boots of Travel or Vessel? Okay, no, he's close. He's just going to go for the Vessel right away. I like this.
Nature's Prophet wants to try to steal the Wisdom rune coming up here. It's really tough into a Lion. I wouldn't blame him if he doesn't try. He might scan it to see if it's worth going.
Nah, he's just gonna stack. This is just the way Aurora have been playing, right? Like you said, just greedy enough. They're always stacking. As Tiny
when they're
stack
ganking.
Their triangle as well. Yeah, true. Except when they're ganking, they're looking for Boom, who currently on level 4, great stun out there, and he can just TP home, right? This was one of the This is one of the problems with their draft, right? They don't have a lot of stun. Well, really, or any stun outside of the Tiny.
Yeah, and that was a little bit of the... The game plan's a little awkward. When you do get to the part where you just stand behind Medusa, it's sort of okay that you don't have the actual initiation, but... Man, he tried to dodge it. Still took half his health from the very edge of it. Yeah, the plays leading up to that point, though, might be tough. Fortunately, they are in the lead. That usually makes it easier to cover the flaws of the draft when you simply are winning. but Secret's not out of this. Secret has the tools to actually catch people between Lion, Storm, Doom, and then the IO rotation. So as we start seeing those levels come into play, I think that'll be Secret's game plan.
Huge rune there for Storm Spirit, actually. This illusion can instantly dispel that solar bind if he gets into a rough situation. Obviously, he might prefer something like a regen or an arcane, but the arcane's already removed from the pool, so illusion's not bad. Jab's clearing up some ancient stacks here that were made for him earlier, so we're starting to see Aurora kind of just pick, again, just kind of farm towards their next set of items. Lorenov has finished up this Spirit Vessel, so for him, we'll probably see him get active here fairly soon.
Do you think they were made for him? This is a question we can ask them if they win here and we get to do an interview.
I think
Do you think they have a clear plan on like, hey, the ancients are his, these are yours, or is it these are stacked, first to get there, gets
first come, first serve, I call dibs type of thing?
Yeah.
Medusa top lane. There's the Doom that comes out, and the mana drain getting to work. Q is here, as well as the relo in as well. So Lorenov's got to do some heavy damage here on this Coddle, and it's kind of paying off. The Medusa's just still alive. The Vessel just chewing through this Doom. Puppey tries to save, but that means you left Chrysalis. They're going to try and just TP out, and he will make it, but Eki not going to be as lucky.
So that is another thing why Medusa is good versus Doom. You can't heal, but you can gain mana. And Medusa is all about mana. So Arcane Boots, Arcane Ring. She has a Mango. I'm pretty sure someone lotused her. I'm not sure. But no, all her mana jumped up. Oh, Coddle, yeah. So it looked like she should die. That was a really good gank. And I think any other carry would have died there. But not the Medusa, who lives via mana.
Yeah. And it's a sick rotation bottom, right? They bring these extra heroes. Eki TP's in here like, uh-oh, maybe I don't want to be here. They actually just barely don't see him, as they will take the tier 1 tower. Why did... Oh, it was denied a creep. I was like, why did it look like it had a denied symbol on it? But he hit a creep. Okay, so 6-0, 3K gold lead here at the 10-minute mark for Aurora, as they are just farming to their heart's content. This Keeper of the Light is really strong, and he's gonna get this Orchid very quickly. Like, sometimes you go the Dagon, which we saw earlier, which was fantastic, but you're against a Storm Spirit, you're against an IO. This is a really good Orchid game.
Yeah, opting to go straight for the Orchid as well, rather than the Boots of Travel we frequently see on these Coddles. Kind of recognizing I can show up to a lot of ganks, but if it's just a Storm Zip away, like, what's the point? So he's gonna opt to take the item that will actually allow them to get kills when he shows up.
Yeah. Corden is definitely recovering better than I maybe would have expected out of how rough the lane was, right? Having those 2 deaths. But he's level 9. He's like neck and neck there with the Keeper of the Light. Just about a half level behind. Net worth wise is a different story, but once he has his Witchblade, we might see him be able to find some kills, especially on heroes like Nature's Prophet. Which I was actually wondering if Nature's Prophet was going to go for a Orchid himself, but it looks like he's got a Aghanim Scepter queued up at the moment. So
yeah, I think they are going to have to try for these type of pickoffs, Storm or Doom, starting with things with the IO relocate. They just tried on the Medusa. Unfortunately, maybe not the best target. It was pretty close, actually. If they had killed her, or if Aurora had been a little slower to rotate, it wouldn't have worked out for them. So maybe not a bad attempt, but I think they have to keep trying. You can't be dissuaded from that. That is the way you recover with these heroes.
It is one of those things where we talked about the Medusa versus Muerta matchup a lot in the draft, where it's like Medusa doesn't care too much about like the Pierce the Veil, stuff like that, but her team definitely does, right? If Chrysalis is allowed to just stand there and put out damage, he will kill almost anybody else. So we'll see how that ends up going. Obviously, as IO, a fantastic partner to this hero, he is farming decently well, but because they're always kind of holding hands, you're going to fall behind in experience.
I like this, that Nature's is immediately going for the Aghanims. You can globally root people that way. So if you happen to see some of these heroes trying to like teleport around, especially this IO Storm.
This is a decent smoke here, but finding Q. Oh, what a calling comes out from the Muerta there. That would have been a very scary Avatos out, and now Chrysalis, Puppy, Corden, they all should be able to escape here as that reload is going to expire. Dude, he was like almost mid-animation for that avalanche, which would have probably spelled disaster for that Storm Spirit, so.
Yeah, great silence. The return kill for Keeper, though, does mean that his Orchid is just about to finish here. There it is.
Yeah, wow. Okay, that is very fast.
So 13 minutes, Spirit Vessel Orchid.
That's pretty good. That's a pretty good timing. Well, you'll have to be aware of that. I think they might have seen him building up parts of it, but we might see a smoke here fairly soon. Yeah, I see Tiny just swaps it into his backpack. He's going to meet up with Lorinov. No Spirit Form quite yet. Oh my god, he does have Blink. What? Dude, how does Q always have these ridiculous Blink timings?
Because the man's stacking. He's stacking everywhere.
Eki, he walks into Medusa. He's going to be a little bit sad here as Ollie comes through, but they get the big kill that they wanted, of course. It's Q finding the Avatos there onto the Storm Spirit at the bottom rune, and Lorinov is not done. He just runs across the map with that bonus move speed, gets himself a kill onto the Lion as well.
This is really nice from Aurora. Who ended up dying earlier?
Storm. It was like
no,
Q and Jabs. Yeah.
Who's died on Aurora? Who's the one person? Q.
Oh yeah, it's just Tiny, right? Yeah, right before the blink.
This team's giving a hard time. Come on, no one else has died. What are you doing?
Dude, imagine having 100% of your team's deaths.
That's okay, as long as it's not his cores. He's a support player. He knows his part. I'm gonna look for the Doom here, but Doom's over on the left side. It's a little scary to just run across there, even though they are 5k ahead right now.
I mean, they have a really good ward placed here as well. Not one that's like typically dewarded this early, because you would guess it's on the high ground and the sentry won't reach there. So that deep ward into the triangle will give Aurora a lot of information to play with. As 23 should have no problem cleaning up the tier 1 tower in the top side, so no more tier 1 towers for Secret. This is only 15 minutes into the game with a Medusa lineup, and they are feeling so confident. Like, I don't know how you actually find 23 outside of him being in a really bad position.
It's gonna come down to this Muerta. She has been farming. She's behind the other cores, mainly due to the kills that Aurora has been picking up in the towers. But she herself, like, would usually be decently farmed for this stage of the game. So if they can find a good fight, especially with like Pierce the Veil, the boost from the IO, I think Muerta can output the damage. Maybe not against this Medusa is like farming really well, but against the other heroes, they could pick up some kills. They just need to find that. And ever since that very first attempt, I don't really feel like we've seen Secret manage to make a play like that.
Man, this smoke, they're searching everywhere for these heroes. I think they're pinging them out now. They're like, all right, where else could they be, guys? Let's try and wrap around. Meanwhile, on the other side of the jungle, Eki drops a ward, gets seen. They do find Puppy and Chrysalis finally, and Jabs needs to be a little bit careful. Q does not connect on the avalanche, but will be able to cancel that TP out there with that toss. And oh boy, they finally get rewarded for their patience.
All right, they do not have the damage. I am not sure. No, that fight was a little different.
He gets the Orchid. They have the finger as well, but can he get out? They're trying. He's going to be able to get the heal at the last second with the Illuminate. Gordon's not done. Does manage to finish him off. The Doom in as well. Looking for Jabs on the Timbersaw. 23 trying to help out. And with Jabs, well, they're kind of blocked off for the moment, but with Jabs coming off the Doom there, he's going to be just fine.
Yeah, it was such a short Doom. He's got the Kaya Sange already.
Yep. And it's still only level 1 Doom. It'll get a little bit better at level 2, but yeah, it's what, 9-second duration at this point.
He's even buying a Yule, so he can Yules himself. Waste more of that Doom time.
We've been seeing a lot of Timbersaws go for a like Witch or a Wind Waker. They go for 23. They know he doesn't have an ult. Great silence out from Chrysalis. Q looking for an opening. He's got the Avatos available off the mark there with the dead shot, as Chrysalis will commit the Pierce the Veil, and Q, he's pinging like, could we go in? All right, they'll back away. 23 will grab a haste rune. He's all right.
They're pretty close to the Aghanims on Natures. I think it wouldn't be bad to wait for that.
It's a lot of damage, dude. Plus the global root like you were talking about, but I'm assuming he'll go the damage talent at 10 as well if he's grabbing the Ags. Q. Toss back. Avalanche. Solar bind out from Lorinov. And he's forced the BKB right away. So boom, not how you want to spend that first BKB, but at least he doesn't die.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scared.
Does mean Aurora should feel pretty comfortable pushing into this tower if they still want to keep going. Looks like they don't want to wait for the creep, so they're just going to farm really aggressively. They've been doing a great job of this. Just stealing farm from the enemy team.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They saw this ward get placed. They know someone's back here. Like, it's underneath the Watcher and a random sentry, so they have a feeling that there is a lion in his jungle, and Jabs will find him. As Nature's Prophet's going to try and TP in as well. Eki might be in a little bit of a tough situation here, let's say. So, going to go for the mana drain, and it will eventually just die to the right clicks.
Got to storm out alive.
Value.
Unfortunately, that ward will die. Another sentry will go down, and it will drop now. That's really tough. In this kind of situation, you really need your vision to survive, so you can find some pickoffs to return.
They've got Q. 23 Savage there with the Stone Gaze. Will get him to safety, but we see this is the moment, right, where it's like this Muerta does a lot of damage if she's allowed to kind of stand there and attack.
Unfortunately, she doesn't pick up too many kills quite yet. Hopefully that'll... They need to find some, because some of her late game scaling is the fact that the shard is now retroactive. Yeah, so you can get a huge jump in damage, but not if you have no kills, because it's 3 to 13.
It's not a good sign. Jab's clearing some more ancient stacks that somehow got created during all this chaos, so he's having a fantastic time. When the Timbersaw has his blink, the Kaya Sange done. After this, he had the Yules queued up, so it looks like he opted to go back for the blink play, a little bit more aggressive with his Tiny. I can understand this, actually. I'm okay with this. They just need people to go in. Is that a Whisper of the Dread as well? Okay. Yeah, that's balanced. That's good.
On Timber?
No. Casual 22% pure damage.
Eki's about to die.
Eki's gonna, meet death very quickly there.
Did not get to press any buttons. Looking for more an aggressive TP, but did not quite connect with Corden.
Oh,
Should
he's
be
looking
good.
for
Well, actually, I think Lorinov saw him.
Yeah, he's got plenty of cast range as well, but Corden also sees him. He gets the Orchid. He's going to be able to force a TP, but guess what? Q is close enough, and Jabs will come in to secure the kill. Yeah, that's a scary one.
Really nice from Aurora. They are playing so much of the map, but they're so fast. It's got like a Keeper of the Light. They got the Global. They got a Timbersaw running around.
Oh, they're not done, dude.
Yeah, see, they're still going. So it's like, this is usually when you're losing and the team that's winning, like Aurora, and they're trying to take a tower, you're like, okay, quickly go split out top, split out mid. Like, we'll try to catch up and farm. But Secret is trying to do that, and Aurora, they have so many greedy farmers. They finish farming like what they can, and they're like, okay, it's time to go fight. Let's go run, chase them top. Okay, farm everything here. Okay, go chase them bottom. Let's go. Like, they're actually holding on to the entire map, which is usually really difficult to do.
Yeah, and Ollie in that time finishes up his Aghanim Scepter for the Nature's Prophet. You're going to see the Force Staff come out on the Muerta, which is quite helpful, obviously, to try and reposition in the fights, because she is one of the things that balances Muerta carry is the fact that she is really slow, and it's very hard to stay on top of heroes. Io helped a little bit with the tether, of course, but Force Staff absolutely essential on this hero, and that will be the pike to complete it.
One thing that doesn't balance Muerta is Grove Bow. This is absolutely the best tier 2 neutral she could get. She probably won't even change it. Like, even up to tier 4, she may not change this item depending on her options.
Yeah, I mean, if you get the quiver, you probably go the quiver, but yeah, I don't think there's even a tier 3 item that you want besides that, and then you would wait until maybe Mage Slayer, if you get Mage Slayer, if you get lucky for the Mage Slayer.
first Roche, completely uncontested for Aurora. I do not know how you kill Medusa twice. So Aurora is going to start doing what we saw them do last time. Send in 23. Hey, go hit that building, buddy. We'll all stand behind you. Maybe not Jabs. Jabs might be up there doing some, causing some chaos. But everyone else just going to wait behind Medusa. And what will Secret do about that? I do not have an answer for you.
I'm like trying to think through it, like what really is their option. I mean, Eki having the shard, it's very annoying on the high ground when Lion can just sit so far back and mana drain without being threatened, right? Like you can't really stop him from doing that outside of like an Avatos back. But if he's already mana draining, you don't have that option, right? So that is a little bit annoying. It can help deal with the Medusa illusions, but yeah, I don't even know if they want to end the game on this first Aegis, but we'll see. They probably just start pushing lanes. 23 Savage will be able to get bottom here. This will give them a second fortification to play around, but top lane, we're seeing TPs come through in numbers. They see these heroes on the backside, and Storm goes in, has the BKB. They get the huge opening they're looking for. 23 Savage with the Stone Gaze, trying to finish off Puppies. He jumps through these trees. He's down to a sliver of HP. He gets the kill. Eki will go down as well. Muerta is online. Corden able to TP home. He does manage to survive the Soulbind. Not enough.
That's pretty good for Secret. They killed Timbersaw. I mean, we saw the damage from Muerta come in there. They deleted those two heroes. That zip was so clutch. I don't know if it was luck or what, but just dodged the avalanche. Let them get the BKB off. They lost two supports, but that's fine. They needed a kill like that. I mean, they're still not in the clear or anything, but that's definitely going to help.
Yeah, I mean, Muerta did 1,800 damage to the Timbersaw in like a second and a half, right? Like that is the scary thing about this Muerta. The spell amp you get from the Isle, you mentioned earlier, being fantastic, but all these kills eventually add up to that shard, which will end up being kind of scary if you get there.
Yeah, okay. If Io gets the shard later, she'll also have the spell Lifesteal on Muerta. That could be pretty good for her.
Oh,
she got her
true.
Crystallis. Her damage is high. So as we go into these fights, there's going to be a little bit of a question about this Muerta. If she's allowed to attack, she might make the difference, because they don't have a lot of lockdown on Aurora. It's one of the weaknesses we identified earlier.
Yeah, they're going to need to catch the Io and kill Puppy like as the fight starts. That will definitely hamstring this Muerta quite a bit in the fight, but once you've done that, you still have to kill the Muerta. So we'll see what they can come up with. Chances are we'll be seeing some items to deal with that. Timbersaw has an Axe queued up. The reactive armor shield is quite nice, but Muerta might be able to damage through that, so we'll have to see. As the high ground gonna start getting knocked at here as 23 has an Aghanim Scepter completed himself. I mean, that is one way to deal with the Muerta, right? You just Stone Gazer and spam the Mystic Snake.
Yeah, I like it a lot. Io's always going to be next to someone, so pretty easy multi-bounces and going to steal a lot of mana. Or not steal, but gain mana. Man, you remember those days?
Yeah.
Having all your mana stolen by a Medusa in the laning stage? Tons of fun. Awesome.
Very cool mechanic. Medusa just takes the tower, uncontested. As we're going to see on the other side of the map, Muerta is finishing off the tier 2. So they're getting some objectives for secrets, and they might just try and go high ground themselves, but nah, they will back. Lion is being a little bit obnoxious, just cutting waves.
I'm gonna find an ancient stack on Crystallis over here. I think they're waiting for this Daedalus. He's he just got the money stealing that stack.
They reload for this. They were like Q's fishing for Lion, Lion's fishing for Q, and they call the reload. And they committed fortification for this, so this means 23 can just go up onto the high ground and try and finish this lane of barracks before that backdoor protection kicks in, and they managed to do so. Just barely, too. That backdoor protection hit like the second later.
Crystallis did commit to the Daedalus. with some lucky crits from the Muerta could win them the fight. I've seen it happen in a lot of my pubs. I think it carries over to the pro scene.
I like that as our observer highlights. The Nemesis Curse, a fantastic item for a hero like Muerta. As mid lane, they will go ahead and just quickly punish Ollie. A nice zip in from Corden. And this guy's worth some money, man. That is a lot of gold. Almost 1,000 gold.
It helps when your team is up 10k.
Yeah.
It's pretty rich.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's 28 minutes in. They're still doing stacks.
Are they really? Yeah. Wow.
Dire's middle tower.
No Nature's Prophet means maybe you're a little bit hesitant to take the fight. We will have to see, but I think for now, if
I kind of don't think they should.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Oh, well, I mean, when you hit a really good little Mystic Snake like that, gotta be careful. And in comes Jabs on the Timbersaw. Boom comes in as well. He's looking for his Doom target. Jabs just getting evaporated. And there it is. The Doom's gonna finish him off.
Denied.
No problem at all. The rest of the team escapes. Boom will TP to safety. This Timbersaw is not as tanky as you think.
So the reason I didn't want them to fight there is that this is just a tier 2 tower. If you lose it, it's not the end of the world. But the fact that they took top means that this lane will always push in. So it should be, in theory, easier for Aurora to set up and patiently wait for a fight that is favorable to them. By trying to fight this, especially while Nature's was just at the edge of teleporting, it's a little easier for Secret to find a fight they want, like what we just witnessed.
I mean, you could see right there in that engagement, right? They hit the Mystic Snake and they thought about maybe just trying to dive onto the Muerta. I think if you're going to make that call, you have to do it immediately, right? You have to follow it up with like the Stone Gaze. Tiny has to go and get the Avatar, so she can't just turn around with the Pierce the Veil and kill everyone. But she was able to attack for just about a second and dropped 2,200 damage into the Timbersaw. So even though he had the reactive armor going, it just didn't matter.
Yeah, he actually has no magic resistance either, besides just what intelligence gives him. So, has a cloak queued up. I think that'll greatly reduce Muerta's damage output, and he'll probably upgrade into something. I feel like someone needs a pipe on this team.
Dude, they have all their tier 3 tokens available, and they haven't picked them up. They're going to find Eki here. A great avalanche and a toss out from Q. Nice one. Yeah, it's kind of funny now. If you try to mana drain the Medusa, she has the shard, so it's going to send the Cold-Blooded back, but I don't think that pierces spell immunity, so she will at least get some of her mana as a result.
Yeah, that's cool.
There's no fort for this. Like, we saw them already commit the fortification top, no Lion for 20 seconds, which is pretty scary. Storm's gonna go in, he gets his Vortex, a nice pick off onto the Tiny. Potentially he's got him. Corden though, falling low. They got him really close to falling down, but he's managed to zip away. Oh, the Storm! Does it get him the Spirit Vessel down to 30 HP? He will live. Ollie almost snipes him with the Wrath of Nature.
Muerta got nothing out of her Pierce the Veil. She got Stone Gazed or Snaked, one of them, and then the next one hit after that. Just the entire duration wasted.
She didn't BKB at least, but yeah, that always feels really rough. When you commit Pierce the Veil and you don't get to attack anything, you're kind of like, eh.
It's the really tricky part of playing this hero, which is why you'll see Blink Daggers bought quite frequently, so that you can put yourself in the middle of the enemy team and get everything you possibly can during the 8 seconds of Pierce the Veil.
Yeah, it feels bad buying a Blink Dagger on Muerta when you're playing with an IO though, right? Like,
yeah,
you either you blink away and then suddenly you don't have the IO to tether follow you, or you put your IO in a pretty rough spot. Nice little D ward there from the Lion. I'm a little bit surprised that they aren't in a position to contest this vision that they had, but
damage amp on Muerta, one of the best heroes for it.
Oh boy, yeah, that is very scary actually for Muerta.
I think they should smoke on the other 3 and look. BKB's up in 4. I guess they kind of have to deal with top lane though.
Yeah, dude, that's in their base. They do see the Muerta's amplify damage rune right now though, so she does walk through a ward, so they kind of know what's going on. Aurora are in a pretty good position right now on the map to try and dodge something out.
That's what I meant about that earlier fight too. Because top lane's always pushing in, you see these heroes here, so now you know like, okay, we can kind of look for something. Granted, it's Io with the relocate, so in this case maybe not quite, but
they're just gonna walk right in here on Secret and see what they can find. Although you need to start scouting with these treants, buddy. You're in a pretty rough spot right now. They see a ward that's going to reveal the Nature's Prophet. They will just instantly zip on in, try to bring him down. He does go ahead and get that Curse of the Old Growth off, which does give him some vision. A little bit of damage here onto Boom. Able to get away, but here comes Chrysalis. It's his turn. Hasn't popped the Pierce the Veil yet as Medusa gets the Stone Gaze off. Puppy's got to run. Corden, under the cover of his BKB, will survive. As the reload will end, it will send them back. Lion will TP to safety. It's a quick pick onto the Nature's Prophet and a clean disengage. Wait a minute, they're back mid.
Ooh. Don't get bashed, Lornoff.
Jabs is here. They're looking for Puppy. They got him, and now Chrysalis pops his BKB, pops the Pierce the Veil, takes down Q, and he's going to TP home. At least a return kill for him.
All right, cool call by Secret, recognizing we got a kill, we got out, but actually we're about to lose Roshan, so we need to try to get something else. So they go mid. Aurora chooses to fight it, and I think that makes sense because I think that particular Roche fight, they probably just feel like they got a little unlucky with the initiation, but if it's a more standard Roche fight, they probably feel like decently in the lead.
You also just like can't let Muerta hit your high ground, right? Like this hero will make your life pretty miserable.
Yeah, I wonder if they could have finished it first though. Like what would they have traded? Tier 3, but you have Fortify?
Middle barracks are under attack.
But maybe you don't want to be forced into that. Tough call. Lornoff was TPing back for that. Almost got bashed by Roche. Or there's a chance. You never know if it's going to hit or not.
Radiant are scanning.
Nice smoke out here, Corden and Eki looking for their opening. He had a Aghanim Scepter queued up for a moment, and honestly, he's had some really cool zips where if you had an Ags, things would have been very different in these fights, but he's now queued up the Parasma. So wants to just have a little bit more damage output. Honestly, he can probably kill any of these supports that he finds, but they're picking up some BKBs pretty quick here.
It's gonna make your Muerta even stronger too.
Yeah. This Roche is not that fast. It's taking him a minute. Set up how they are though. Looks like Secret do not want to contest this, so they will get this Roche on Dire side, which means Cheese as well. So
maybe they wanted it to be
Jabs. Yeah, I think they did.
Maybe that's why they teleported to defend instead.
Guess what? They see the heroes back, and this means Corden as well as Eki, they want to find their opening, and it's going to be Q on the Tiny. He's going to do his best to try and get to safety. 4 stats for a moment. Blink still on cooldown thanks to this Storm Spirit. Wrath of Nature. He's forced to BKB. Okay. So you do manage to take down the Tiny. A nice kill, but you force BKB and reload, which bottom lane, wait a minute. This IO is not in a good spot. So
don't bring Chrysalis.
Yeah, it's like you do not want to bring your boy back into this one. So ends up being a 1-for-1 across the map instead.
I think they can keep going. BKB on Storm is a big part of him being able to play this game. I think they could try to push down a lane. Gonna grab Tormentor first. And
recall.
Let's see. Do they just start running it down? Mid is open.
I wonder, like, if you're Aurora, I feel like you're still actually a little bit scared of this Muerta, right? Committing onto the high ground against this hero is a little bit scary. So what are you kind of waiting for?
It's definitely scary. I don't know if they really benefit from trying to wait to find pickoffs off the map, though, because Secret is much better with their draft to find these pickoffs. You only have the Tiny, and you essentially have to kill whoever that target is in that time. Otherwise, there's like the zip away, the relocate saves, all sorts of stuff. I guess there's a Hex on Timbersaw queued up. Hex on Coddle too.
Yeah. He's got Octarine now as well. Okay.
Yeah.
But pretty much 100% uptime on his ult, it feels like, with Octarine. It's not actually 100%, but I know it's close. All right. Yeah, maybe just going to end up being a farming Aegis for the moment, as he's going to backpack his mana boots here on 23 and slot in his Daedalus.
I guess we're not doing anything with it.
Yeah, I guess it's
pretty
just
scattered.
Just farming. I mean, why not? If you feel like you can take the late game and you've got this Medusa that you're confident enough in, it might not be bad. I do worry. Storm Spirit is a little bit deceiving in terms of his damage output, especially once he gets to like his Aghanim Scepter and his 25 talent. Like, those are huge timings for Secret if they ever get there.
I'm just worried.
Morta got her shard.
Yeah, Morta is technically infinitely scaling. Guess they just want to wait for hexes. It is one way to deal with the Morta. Just hex her up. She's not going to be able to attack.
It's also a lot of reach from the Coddle, right? When he has ult, like, you have so much cast range, so any hero you see is just going to get caught from the hex. Jabs gets his delivered on the courier right now, so you have the blink hex possibility of him. Q has his BKB now, so not as likely to just die to that Storm Spirit. They do have some good wards placed here on the bottom side of the map from Secret that are trying to keep tabs of these heroes, but we're going to see the smoke come out, so it looks like they want to try and find something here on the side of Auroras. They're just going to go ahead and maybe bait with 23 up in the middle. Of course, fortification is available.
This could be a pretty cool timing, actually. They waited for the BKB on 23, and the Aegis is getting close to the end.
They got the Hex, the toss back, but can they kill Muerta? She gets the BKB. There's the Pierce the Veil. The damage is starting to come through. 23 is out of mana, but the Stone Gaze came out, and they get the first life. No Timber Saw is available. BKB already spent as well on your Keeper of the Light. I mean, everything's kind of gone from both teams, but you at least had the Aegis on the Medusa. Your fortification is still available. Can you hold the high ground? It looks like they might be able to.
I'm not sure how good they're feeling. There's no Pierce the Veil, and that's been a lot of the issue so far, but you're fighting 4v5 into the enemy base.
They were looking
That's pretty
for like
scary in its own way.
They were looking for a toss back onto the smoked Medusa there with Q, which would have been very cool, but they're not falling for it on Secret. Oh, high ground equals defended. Secret, possibly. Pulling this game back slowly but steadily. They've caught Medusa.
23.
You don't have Doom quite yet, but the reload in. Goodbye, man. That damage is absolutely overwhelming. The Medusa hits the deck. 85 seconds and without buyback. You've got to address the lanes. If Secret can get to the high ground, they might be able to get themselves some objectives, but mid is at their tier 3. And bottom, well, a big wave as well.
Time for some rat Dota on Natures, but it's pretty scary into a Storm Spirit plus an IO.
They just recalled in. They were trying to find Boom. They actually forced his BKB, and Lorinov will continue to de-push bottom, but yeah, it's the mid lane you've got to be careful of. He did get Mind... I don't know why I said Mage Slayer. I went Mind Breakers, the tier 4 item that Muerta loves. This item is so good. And, well, the Muerta effect, you get to your buildings, has that Gunslinger chance as well from the 20 talent. These things are going to melt. Hex from downtown, jump in from Boom. He has a refresher at the ready, of course. They're going to try and sprout these buildings to keep themselves available. The Hex, the Storm Spirit, he gets caught from the silence, but he's okay. Pops the BKB, goes in aggressively instead, trying to find some openings, but backdoor protection, not available. They get the fortification. There's going to be the avalanche. They get a lot of damage. Chrysalis, he turns around. It's his turn, baby. The BKB is well protected, but Jabs, he needs to run. Chrysalis stuck inside of a sprout. Uh-oh. That's something a little bit scared about. A nice Hex. They'll be able to continue to throw in these spells here from the Nature's Prophet. Hex after Hex. How many times can they do this? Chrysalis, he's stuck here for the moment, and here comes the Medusa. Finally gets on top, and that is going to be a kill onto a massive hero. Oh my goodness. The Hexes, dude, what is that?
I guess maybe that's what they were waiting for. Timber Hex, Coddle Hex. Oh, we got to run it down, boys. I got to force this Muerta buyback because that last fight was definitely not what they wanted. Losing this set of racks. At least they didn't lose the melee one, but if they can now get this open lane in the mid, I think you'll feel kind of happy with that.
They have gotten a BKB now on the Medusa, which, I mean, we've seen this last fight. This Muerta goes in, pops Pierce the Veil. You have no option but to respond with BKB. If you don't, she will kill you. So now Medusa, even though, yes, it doesn't help her too much, in terms of surviving like the damage, it at least allows her to use spells. And that is the important thing. Like, she needs to be able to cast her spells and keep herself alive.
Yeah, now with this buyback committed. Ooh, he's
quick roast.
Wait. Chrysalis has bought his refresher. I saw him with the Divine Rapier queued up, but it looks like he switched over to Lincoln's.
This like the refresher.
Yeah, refresher is really cool. You feel a little less pressure on Pierce the Veil, needing like the perfect fight. You can kind of pop it, get a kill, refresh, be ready for another one.
So Tormentor quickly taken there as Corden will get the Electric Rave shard, as I still like to call it. The Overload active, right? A pretty cool shard. Definitely gets better as you get to your 25, but has the Parasma like we talked about. Now with the Aghanim Scepter completed as well. So the team fight on Secret is definitely scary if they get their opening. An AoE Vortex into the follow-ups from Doom as well. Pretty scary.
Amplified damage in the top. Who's going to see it? Really good for all of these. All these heroes want that.
Roshan about to make his journey here to the top side. This is, of course, third Rosh, so that means an Aghanim Scepter at the ready. Question is, who do you even give this to? It's just Coddle or Tiny. I guess you just give it to Coddle. The Will-O-Wisp is pretty solid, but Muerta's not a bad hero at dealing with it.
It's not too bad, though. If she wastes a couple shots on the Will-O-Wisp, I mean, a couple shots will literally kill a support. So you could think of it as killing the Will-O-Wisp instead of a support, which is pretty good. Especially if it's free.
He was trying to find an opening to go into the Roach Pit, but good little movement from these Nature's Prophets Treants to try and block off some of this, and yeah, unable to close the gap. So Lornev will get Will-O-Wisp available, but they are looking for... Oh, what a blink dodge. Great movement from him. Dude, that's a sick play by the Lion.
I can't believe no one got that amplified damage rune.
Yeah.
Just fades away into nothing. Time to go mid? Or are they going to wait? Because they got 5 minutes on this Aegis. We sort of saw them do it last time. Maybe had a clear item timing that worked out. So I don't know if they'll do it again here, but they can make use of like 3 minutes of this Aegis just farming up before going. There is a risk there that while farming up, Team Secret finds a nice fight, pick one of you off. Let's see what they opt to do.
I think they're just waiting on 23's talents, right? He's very close to 25. Both of these are pretty huge. Whether you go the mana per shield or the damage per mana or split shot modifiers, like both of these are massive talents for a Medusa. And Lorna finished his. Like, he's 25. He's got the Illuminate damage. This is a 700 damage nuke without amp. So with all of the magic amp he's already sitting on, that is an 800 damage spell.
There's the 25. Just gonna go with the modifiers.
Yeah, I think that's fine. You got Daedalus and a Disperser, right? Pretty good talent. Taking a look at everything here. Any 25s? We're close to Dooms. The Mute, obviously a great talent. I don't think you care about Break, honestly, this game, so you probably go with the Mute. I think most Dooms go Mute nowadays.
Ooh, okay. So Medusa's gonna get a Revenant's Brooch, which is really interesting. One, now that she has the split shot modifier talent, all of her attacks will do magic damage, but only cost 1 mana, and she can now hit Morta.
So I think when the patch first came out, it was bugged. So your attack, like the split shot modifier, wasn't working. I don't know if it's been fixed or what the conditions were to make that the case, but we'll have to see. I know it's still going to give her the ability to hit the Muerta, which is very important.
Hopefully it works, because I think that's a big part of the reason he went this item. That'd certainly be a very unfortunate bug for them in this game.
You just like turn on Revenant's Brooch and no one's taking any damage from the Revenant's Brooch. Yeah, that'd be sad.
Yeah, it'd be quite sad.
I see an Arcane Rune here, which that's going to go onto Lorna for sure. Talk about cooldown reduction already. My goodness. 2 to 3 Will-O-Wisps off in a fight, most likely, with this thing.
That's actually crazy. All right, they're coming up together.
They're going Wind Wakers on the Coddle. So if you manage to get on top of 23, they will potentially have the Wind Waker save there, which is definitely important, as Fortification is available once again here for Secret. As 23 is going to get to work. Will-O-Wisp dropped on top of her, makes it a little... Oh, Doom. Careful. Yeah, he's got another one in 10 seconds here. So not too far away, as they will just uncontested take the melee barracks. It's a very hard commitment, as again, not only do you have Aegis, but he's backpacked a cheese as well.
That cheese is effectively a second Aegis for a hero like Medusa.
Yeah.
Still have 1 minute left on the actual Aegis as well.
Cordon goes in. He gets a zip. They find the Coddle. The Doom comes out. Great find from Secret. He's going to go down. Does have buyback. Boom. Stuck here inside the trees as 23 is trying to zone off the rest of the team here with this Stone Gaze. He's on the run. There's going to be the buyback from Lion, as Jabs managed to find him, but Boom will go down. Chrysalis gets aggressive here, pops to pierce the veil. They get one, but Lord of TP back in, instantly dies. A dieback on the Coddle. Your Medusa's stuck. She's got a cheese, but won't get a chance to use it. A massive find for Secret. Oh boy.
That is finally it, guys. We have hit our timing. We are ready to kill people with Muerta. That is huge. No buyback on Lorinov. He is a huge part of the high ground defense. Illuminate is so hard to push into. Secret gonna try to make use of this. They're just gonna run it straight down. Probably have Storm, maybe Io help push out lanes. Looks like it's Storm right now. They're gonna force a Medusa buyback. They have found their win conditions on Secret.
That TP in from the Coddle was so aggressive, right? He thought like, oh, maybe they're not here yet, but they just have so much movement speed because of this tether that they're able to just chase down the lane. And by the time his TP finishes, there's just a Storm as well as the Lion, like ready to go, ready to find this Keeper of the Light and force that dieback. That is going to spell disaster, as there's no fortification available, and Chrysalis will very easily take your high ground.
They're catapulting the enemy base.
He's got the Revenant's Brooch. They go in, huge zip onto 2. Can they bring down this Medusa twice? That's the question. Dude, she's just out of mana. The Doom's just too much at all. They can't get her out. That's a dieback, and they've looked for Ollie as well. Down to no HP. They've got him. Q just chased back to the base. The Muerta is doing it. He's running down, trying to cut the lanes. If you can see Jabs, he's like, guys, if we get backdoor protection, just maybe we can hold off, but no. The Sprout comes through, keeping the base alive. They've got the detection. If they can take down the Nature's Prophet, it might be enough. Ollie into the fountain. He's going to survive. Chrysalis. Oh, that's the enemy fountain. Great toss in. Able to survive with the BKB. They turn it around. They're both going to die. It is Jabs versus the world. The Doom is out. He's trying to get this Muerta. Can he do it? The double chakrams have done it. But Chrysalis, he has a buyback. Puppy, he can go back to the base. That's exactly what he's going to do. How are they holding?
I think you just run straight down with the Muerta buyback. Yeah, relocating her
Yeah, they
in.
reload him back in. That's what I thought they were going to do. Yep.
Back
They're going
doors down
straight
again.
for the throne. The Hex comes out. They're trying to burst the Muerta, but a good force staff to relocate Lauren of his end. But the damage is too much. Can Secret keep them in this game? Chrysalis, he pops Pierce Veil. He can't hit the throne. Lauren of almost dies, but the Will-O-Wisp will save him. Meanwhile, Timbersaw is fighting 1v1 up against the Storm Spirit, and he's going to win. The throne's exposed. Can they close out the game? He needs a Hex. He's 1 second away, but the BKB is there. Chrysalis will win for Secret. They've done it.
Oh, the adrenaline's pumping on that one. Oh, I love it. I don't know.
Behind.
I don't know what he sold, but he bought the Deso for that. He committed to winning right here before that Medusa could respawn. That is a clutch call from Secret. I think they spent that whole game behind. They didn't even catch back up after that. They just won while behind.
Yeah, they managed to win 15,000 gold behind Aurora. An absolute ridiculous performance from them in this final game of the day. And I mean, well deserved. We knew Muerta is one of those heroes you got to be very scary of going late game, and definitely proving our point. 51,000 damage done.
Actually, more than her entire team.
Yeah.
They invested in the Medusa. That was the plan. And or not the Medusa, the Crystallis. The Crystallis Muerta paid off there.
What an incredible game from Secret. This was super fun to watch. And Aurora, I mean, probably gonna be kicking themselves after that one. That was their ticket to group stage number 2, getting this win, and they had everything the whole game, but a couple deaths here and there. That dieback on the Coddle at the end. Oh, Lornov, probably not too stoked on that.
Yeah, it's I don't think they'll feel too bad. They're still in a very good spot. They probably are safe for going to the next group stage, but that was a little frustrating to lose, I'm sure, from their perspective. But they have the space to just now go reevaluate what went wrong there. Let's clean it up for the future.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're gonna go to a short break, and we'll be back with an interview with Team Secret in just a moment. So stay tuned. We'll see you in a sec.
When the world seems big and I am feeling low, I think of all the good things in my life and dream of all the places we will go. No matter where we end up, we're gonna have a good time. When I promise forever, so together we're gonna shake off the doubts and have a good time. We'll have a good time. gonna give it up. So why we just live it up, live it up. We're never gonna give it up, give it up. No, the clock won't stop for anyone, so let's just live it up. No matter where we end up, we're gonna have a good time. We're promised forever, so together we're gonna shake off the doubts and have a good time. We'll have a good time.
Just wait.
Hey everybody, welcome back here. Hope you enjoyed the short little break. Of course, as we are getting ready for our interview with Team Secret. I mean, let's just go back to this whole series, right? Because game one, pretty rough for them. That didn't look like they really had a chance to win this one. Game two was looking kind of much the same. It was looking real rough, but they managed to pull this game out. And dude, that is a very, very solid performance from them.
Yeah, I think it was looking bad. I think that's where we can go to the draft a little bit and show game one draft. It was easier to just stand behind the Medusa, let her go forward and just hit things. They had better heroes for that. This time they tried to do the same thing, but it just wasn't quite as good. And Secret had an easier time, therefore, jumping the back lines, kind of ignoring the Medusa initially, kill off these other heroes like the Keeper of the Light, some of the supports, get those heroes killed off, make Medusa kind of waste time running around, and then at that point, when it's just Medusa, you can finish her off.
Yeah. I mean, it was just a really fun game to watch. Like anytime you see like this much like initiation potential from both teams, right? The Storm Spirit who can just go in, you have like the double hex, the Avatos back. Like it comes down to such small things in terms of whoever gets the opening can potentially just close out the game on it entirely. And getting the Coddle bottom, like Storm Spirit made some incredible plays. He had some rough deaths early. He even had a rough start to the game, but Corden definitely made up for himself, like getting like 3 huge pickoffs that pretty much win them the game here.
Yeah, that play especially, I don't think Aurora expected Secret to push so hard on that. So they were just trying to, okay, back away from their base, teleport in the buyback, let's go again. They just used some big cooldowns, let's just repeat the same thing. But actually Secret was coming in and committed on that, got that immediate double kill on the Lornoff buyback, which partly was possible thanks to the refresher from Muerta. I believe she was able to use Pierce the Veil again on that second kill. So I think she got some crits in. I saw Lornoff's health just go like immediately as soon as completing that TP. He didn't have a refresher, so I had no buyback to protect him, or no BKB, I think, to protect him on that fight, which is maybe one itemization thing they could have changed on Aurora. I don't recall that many magic resistance items. I mean, besides the BKBs, of course. I think there was one Glimmer Cape, but nothing to help protect the team as a whole, like that pipe or Eternal Shrouds on some of these heroes. So Muerta, she was firing off, critting on those magic damage during the Pierce the Veil.
When I looked back at the Coddle after the fight, I think he died both times before being able to BKB. Like, I think Storm caught him both times on a Vortex that he didn't see coming, and then the second one, he TPs in and gets instantly hexed. So that, I mean, I don't know if he was probably spamming the button. I'd imagine he's TPing in there like ready to BKB, but I guess Hex came out faster. I'm not 100% sure. So that is just very, very, very good plays from Secret, like keeping themselves in it, like realizing like, all right, you know, we can take these fights. Our Muerta is very strong. And as long as Chrysalis has the space to attack, I mean, we saw like early on against the Timbersaw, he goes in, takes like 2,000 damage instantly and dies. And you're just like, okay, we have to respect this. We can't just kind of throw our bodies at this hero anymore.
Yeah, and even though they ended up losing, I think some of it came down to that final execution. So I still like what they went for on Aurora. I think a lot of teams are going to look into this heavy stacking that they're doing. I don't know if it's strictly what the meta calls for or just something that Aurora is being really good about. But did you already check how many stacks do you think they made this game on Aurora?
I didn't look for this game. I remember last game, like I said, it was like almost 30, but Yeah, I unfortunately couldn't really tell for this game. We are getting word though that Secret is being unreachable, so we probably won't be getting an interview with them, unfortunately. So that's a little bit of a bummer, because this was for those of you who don't know, this was a must-win game for them. If they lose this game, if they lost this game, they were out of the tournament mathematically. They would not be advancing regardless of what happens tomorrow. But with this, gives them some hope. They have to take a 2-0 over Liquid, and if they do that, they can fight for a potential tiebreaker. But it does kind of come down to Spirit. If Spirit gets themselves a win here, they are through. So that's what's going to matter most, or at least not through, but at least Secret would be eliminated. That's kind of how it comes down. We'll take a look at all the groups here. BetBoom as well as Extreme Gaming are technically through already. Is that right? Is Extreme Gaming through? I don't know.
I think so, based on who they've played.
Yeah, so it is. Okay, yeah, based on who they've played, they are through. That is very good for them. As for Liquid, 1 Win, and G2IG, they are the first tournaments to exit the tournament. Did I say the first tournaments? The first teams to exit the tournament, which, you know, unfortunate for them, but still a lot more Dota to be played.
Yeah, should be very exciting. A lot of these teams, it's going to come down. There's one more series for the final day. I'm not sure if all the other streams are done, actually, so maybe some games are still being played right now. But tomorrow will kind of be the final decider. Can't blame Secret. They're probably already in team huddle, right? That was not the cleanest of win. That was actually very clutch at the end. So with your tournament life on the line, I can't blame them. Every single second, let's get together. Let's figure out what we need to do to improve. I'm sure all these teams are talking through it. Only a couple that are already locked in, BetBoom and what was it, Extreme Gaming, I think?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe they get to feel a little more comfortable. They get to relax a little, but everyone else, they might be in for some tiebreakers. And at that point, it's scary. Are you confident you can win every game you need? Because just one loss, that could be it. You're out.
Yeah, tiebreakers are always going to be a little nerve-wracking, and I think these groups are coming down a lot closer. Or, I mean, I honestly expected this to be a very close tournament, so it's not that surprising that there is a lot of potential for tiebreakers. For instance, like, you know, it's Group A, like only 1 or 2 games separates second place from 7th, so it's that will be a very close group to watch. Group B, you have like these 3 teams at the top, which is great, but then everyone else is like 1 or 2 games apart. So tomorrow's going to be a big deal. Obviously, it will be the end of the group stage, but whether or not we get some tiebreakers is yet to be decided. So we'll end up seeing as it's only a half day, right? Initially, right? Because we only have half of the games left.
Yeah, so based on these games, here's the ones you'll see on this stream. Should be some exciting ones there.
Oh, that's the big one. Secret Liquid.
Yeah. So depending on how those games go, maybe it all works out cleanly and there are no tiebreakers, but there is a very real chance that there will be quite a few tiebreakers potentially.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we said, Secret needs the 2-0 here over Liquid to give them that opportunity. As for Virtus Pro and Azure, they're both right on the edge of that 4th place in Group A. So both of these teams definitely trying to get the wins there, but yeah, should be an exciting final day of the groups here tomorrow. As for you and me, we will not be covering these games, but I believe we are on tiebreaker duty. So you guys might see us tomorrow. It's hard to say. Either way, it has been a super fun 3 days of the group stage, and I just want to say thank you very much for tuning in. Zach, what do you gonna say? Is the final thoughts of the day?
Yeah, I'm satisfied. We got a very exciting game early with a lot of Divine Rapiers. Some very fun Dota. Maybe not as crazy as we'd been hoping, but I hope some of that shows up tomorrow, especially for the teams that have already qualified. It's time to just go crazy, break someone out, you know? But I had a great time with this with you. ESL made it super easy to do all this, so we had a blast. Hope everyone watching, you guys did too.
Yeah, as always, everyone, thank you so much for tuning in. It's been a lot of fun. My name is Cryptic. I've been here with ZQuixotics all day. And, you know, have a wonderful night. We'll see you tomorrow. Same place, same time for more Dream League Season 22 action. Have a good one.